Winter, 1976. After breakfast, a group of elderly women gathered at the entrance of the village to sit in the sun and chat. This was the village's information center, the birthplace of all kinds of gossip. No one knew which old lady started the topic first. Hey, did you hear? Wang Zhenjiang's eldest daughter went crazy this morning. She flipped the dining table and smashed everything in the house with a rolling pin. She's not the eldest anymore. The real eldest is that stepdaughter, Wang Fingjiao. Wang Zhenjiang treats that girl better than his own daughter. Anyone who doesn't know would think Fingjiao is his real child and Yanxiu is the stepdaughter. If you ask me, good for her. That family deserves it. Everyone can see how they've treated her. She used to be such a lovely girl, and now look at her, pale and thin. Even I, an outsider, feel sorry for her. Yanxiu is such a good child, pretty, hardworking, and kind. It's a pity her mother passed away early. Her father's foolish, and her stepmother is cruel. True enough. But after this, how can she keep living in that house? They'll only treat her worse. She used to smile all the time, and now she doesn't even smile anymore. Hey, Granny Lee, you'd better keep your voice down. If that wicked woman hears you, she'll come after you. Granny Lee slapped the sole she was sewing and said loudly, "Let her hear. I'm not afraid. If she dares to do such things, why can't others talk about it? Even if she were standing right here, I'd say the same." Everyone started talking at once, all feeling sorry for Wang Yanxiu. That was rare in this village. Usually, every bit of gossip split the villagers into two sides, one supporting, one opposing. By the end of the day, the side that won the argument would proudly carry their little stool home, feeling as if they had won a battle, and even eat half a bowl more at dinner. The losing side would spend the night thinking about how to win the next round of gossip. But this time, everyone was on the same side, all speaking up for Wang Yanxiu. It was clear how much everyone in the village liked Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu was the eldest daughter, no, the second daughter, of Wang Zhenjiang's family. Today, she was also the main topic of conversation among the elderly women at the village entrance. At this moment, she sat on her bed, her face filled with anger and resentment. Her expression was so dark that she looked almost frightening. That morning, during breakfast, she had lost her temper and smashed up the house. She had completely fallen out with her father and stepmother this time. There was no way to make peace anymore, but that was part of her plan. Hearing their angry shouting outside, a deep sadness rose in her heart. Yes, Wang Yanxiu had been reborn. In her previous life, she had suffered terribly and died miserably on a cold winter day. After her death, her thin body was wrapped in an old mat and thrown away in the deserted hills behind the village. She had been only 35 years old, 1.72 meters tall, but weighed barely 40 or 50 kilograms. Nothing but skin and bones, a pitiful sight. Her body had been covered in injuries, with many broken bones. She had been beaten to death. When her father learned of her death, he went to seek justice for her. But in truth, he only wanted some compensation. After being given a few hundred yuan, he dropped the matter completely. Her spirit had wandered for 3 days between her body and the place where she had been kept. Even as a spirit, she could still feel the pain deep in her bones. Watching her father talk with those who had hurt her, she wished she could drag them all into the same suffering. But her powerless spirit could only pass through them, unable to do anything. After 3 days, she saw her body being eaten by wild animals until only white bones were left. At last, she was freed. Her consciousness faded, and she didn't know how much time had passed before she heard the sound of prayers. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on the morning of that very day. It took her nearly an hour to accept that she had truly been reborn, and at such a crucial moment in her life. This was the day she regretted even in her dreams, the day she could never forget, the day her nightmare began. After anger, sorrow, and tears, she felt a strange sense of freedom and rebirth. Clenching her teeth, she thought fiercely, "I've come back to life. All of you who hurt me and made me suffer, are you ready?" Living again, she would never be weak and endure everything like before. Everyone who had harmed her would pay double for what they had done. Her father and stepmother were among the main reasons for her tragic fate in her past life. On this very day in her previous life, her father, urged by her stepmother, arranged a marriage for her. The man was a middle-aged widower who had lost his wife a year earlier, a butcher who had already buried 3 wives. He, too, was one of the people who ruined her life. At that time, she fought back with all her strength. She would rather die than marry him. She was only 17, a high school graduate, still young and full of dreams. How could she marry a man in his 30s who had already lost 3 wives? Besides, she already had someone she liked. But her father had taken 500 yuan as a bride price and promised to marry her off, no matter what. When she refused, her father and stepmother secretly drugged her that night. They took her away while the roads were empty and sent her to that man's house. From then on, her life became a long, cruel nightmare. That kind of life lasted for 19 years. Thinking of it made Wang Yanxiu's teeth ache with hatred. If she hadn't been tricked and drugged, if she hadn't been locked up and starved after being taken there, she might have had a chance to escape. This morning, while eating breakfast, she forced herself to stay calm, not daring to look at the man who called himself her father, afraid she might lose control. In this life, she would no longer be bound by so-called family ties. Blood relations meant nothing to her now. When the time came, she would not hesitate. From now on, the only people she cared about were her late mother, her grandmother, her uncle, and one other person. As for Wang Zhenjiang, she wouldn't even spare him a glance, not even after death. At the table, she blankly picked up her bowl and began eating the porridge in big mouthfuls. It was corn and sweet potato porridge with half a cabbage stir-fried. That was today's breakfast. She had made this breakfast early in the morning for the whole family, and when she came back to this life, it was already ready. Wang Yanxiu remembered this breakfast clearly. It had appeared in her memories countless times. She could never forget it. In her previous life, this was the last breakfast she ever had. After her father, Wang Zhenjiang, and Lu Hongyun sent her away to that terrible place, she never had breakfast again. Her so-called good father had even kindly given advice, saying she was strong and shouldn't be fed too much. Sometimes Wang Yanxiu really wondered if Wang Zhenjiang was truly her father. If he was, how could he be so cruel to her? But now, whether he was her real father or not no longer mattered. Sitting at the table, Wang Zhenjiang faintly felt that something about Wang Yanxiu was different today. But he didn't think much of it. After finishing one bowl, Wang Yanxiu went to get another. She had always had a good appetite. But since 3 more people had joined the family in the past 2 years, food had become scarce, and she had been forcing herself to eat less. For 2 years, she had never once eaten her fill. This time she didn't hold back. She ate freely. She needed to be full to have the strength to face what was coming. After every few sips of porridge, she picked up some vegetables. The others at the table began to look increasingly displeased. Wang Zhenjiang's face darkened. How rude she was. He wanted to scold her, but thinking of what he planned to say later, he forced himself to stay calm. Wang Yanxiu ate quickly, maybe because, counting her past and present lives, she hadn't eaten a full meal in nearly 20 years. Soon, her big bowl of porridge was empty again, and she still wasn't full. The dishes on the table were almost gone too. Seeing her eat more than usual, Wang Zhenjiang's face grew even darker, but he said nothing. Then, to his surprise, Wang Yanxiu picked up her bowl again to get more. Lu Hongyun couldn't hold back anymore. She and her 2 children hadn't eaten enough yet, and now Wang Yanxiu was finishing all the food. What would they eat? She gave Wang Zhenjiang a meaningful look. When Wang Zhenjiang saw the look in Lu Hongyun's eyes, he felt embarrassed and thought that Wang Yanxiu had made him lose face. His gaze toward Wang Yanxiu grew even more displeased. How thoughtless she was. Couldn't she see that several people at the table hadn't eaten enough yet? She only cared about herself. With a dark expression, Wang Zhenjiang slapped the table and scolded, "Yanxiu, can't you see that others haven't eaten yet? How much have you eaten already? You only think of yourself. When did you become so inconsiderate? Hearing him scold Wang Yanxiu, Lu Hongyun secretly smirked. She thought, I don't even need to do anything. Her own father will teach her a lesson. Let's see what she can do now. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping sat at the table, watching with glee. Seeing Wang Yanxiu being scolded was their favorite thing. Wang Yanxiu was not their father's or mother's child. She was naturally at odds with them. She had long expected her father to turn against her, but she still felt a pang of sadness. So, he thought she ate too much and was afraid others wouldn't have enough? What a wonderful father. He'd rather let his own daughter go hungry just to make sure that women's children were full. Back when food was scarce, she used to eat less to avoid trouble. But now she no longer cared. If anyone went hungry, she thought, serves them right. Let them be hungry. In the past, her father's scolding would have frightened her, but now she only sneered inwardly. Who do you think you are? There were 4 other people at the table besides her, and every one of them was her enemy. Her father, Wang Zhenjiang, was nearly 40, but looked closer to 50. 3 years ago, her mother had died of illness. A year later, Wang Zhenjiang married Lu Hongyun, who brought 2 children with her, a daughter, 18, a year older than Yanxiu, and a son, 14. Lu Hongyun was clever. To make her children fit into the family and win Wang Zhenjiang's favor, she even changed their last names. Now the older one was called Wang Fengjiao and the younger one, Wang Feiping. From then on, Wang Zhenjiang's heart completely turned toward them. Just because that boy, Wang Feiping, was a son, Lu Hongyun told Wang Zhenjiang that she would make the child treat him like a real father and take care of him in the future. But she herself was a girl, and her father had always wanted a boy. When her mother was still alive, things were better because her mother could protect her. Now that her mother was gone, there was no one left to stand by her side. When Lu Hongyun mentioned changing the child's last name to Wang Zhenjiang, he was overjoyed. Finally, he had a son. And not just any son, but a grown one. The Wang family finally had someone to carry on the family name. So, he often reminded Wang Yanxiu to give in to her stepmother and younger siblings. In her previous life, even though she was unwilling, she endured everything to keep peace in the family and to avoid making things difficult for her father. She tolerated all of Lu Hongyun's unfair treatment. Even the 2 children Lu Hongyun brought into the family treated her with hostility. She kept enduring it again and again, never expecting that her patience would eventually cost her life. But in this life, she would never endure it again. When she heard Wang Zhenjiang scolding her harshly, she replied with a calm face, I made breakfast. I can eat as much as I want. If anyone's still hungry, they can make their own. Wang Zhenjiang was stunned for a moment, then realized she was talking back to him. Feeling humiliated and angry, he jumped up. You ungrateful girl. How dare you talk to your father like that? I'll teach you a lesson. His hands trembled with rage as he took off his shoe and swung it toward her. Wang Yanxiu looked at him coldly, calmly setting her bowl on the stove as he raised the shoe to strike her. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Was this all he could do? In the past, she had feared him because she cared too much about family and didn't dare to fight back. Now she no longer cared. So what was he to her? Seeing the contempt in her eyes, Wang Zhenjiang grew even angrier. He decided that today he would teach this disobedient daughter a hard lesson. He raised the dirty shoe and swung it at her, not thinking for a moment that she was his own child. Fine, let everything be destroyed then. As she watched him come at her with that furious face, she could no longer hold back the anger burning inside her. With one hand, she easily caught Wang Zhenjiang's wrist as he tried to strike her. Wang Zhenjiang stared at his motionless right hand, filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that his daughter could be this strong. He glared at Wang Yanxiu, his own daughter, but her eyes now looked at him like he was a stranger. Realizing what had just happened, his face turned red with anger, feeling that his authority had been challenged. You dare to fight back? Let go of me right now. Wang Zhenjiang shouted sharply. Wang Yanxiu gave a cold snort and flicked her left hand. Wang Zhenjiang felt a powerful force push him back. He stumbled several steps and almost fell to the ground. "This is outrageous. You've completely lost your mind," he shouted, furious and confused by her sudden defiance. Lu Hongyun and her 2 children stood nearby, stunned. They had thought Wang Zhenjiang would easily discipline Wang Yanxiu, but instead, he was nearly overpowered. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Just wait," Wang Zhenjiang yelled, his face red with anger, shocked that his daughter dared to resist him. He looked around in frustration, searching for something he could use as a weapon. Wang Yanxiu watched him coldly and let out a mocking laugh. Her father now looked more like a clown than a man of authority. Seeing Wang Zhenjiang searching for a weapon, Wang Yanxiu's eyes swept across the room. On the stove, she spotted a rolling pin she usually used for making noodles. She picked it up casually. Wang Zhenjiang was startled by her action. Pointing at her from a distance, he said nervously, "What are you doing?"
"Put that down right now."
Wang Yanxiu's expression darkened. "What do you think I'm doing? Do you really believe I don't know anything?" Wang Zhenjiang's heart skipped a beat.
"What are you talking about?" "Know what?"
"Do you think we'd ever harm you?" Wang Yanxiu said sharply. "You think I didn't hear what you and she were whispering about this morning?" Hearing this, Wang Zhenjiang realized she had overheard their plan. His confidence faded, and his anger weakened. "Ahem, Yanxiu, your Aunt Yun is doing this for your own good. You're already 17, old enough to get married, and someone has taken a liking to you. They even offered a bride price of 500 yuan. That's one of the highest in our village. You can ask around if you don't believe me." Wang Zhenjiang was about to continue, but when he saw the unpleasant look on Wang Yanxiu's face, he wisely stopped talking. Lu Hongyun noticed that things were going wrong and quickly stepped forward to persuade her. "Yanxiu, your father is only thinking of you. You're his own daughter. Of course, he wants the best for you." Looking at her aunt's hypocritical face, Wang Yanxiu couldn't hold back her anger and slapped her hard. A sharp sound echoed through the room. Lu Hongyun cried out, her face quickly swelling and a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth, proof of how strong the slap was. "Mom, are you okay?" Seeing their mother get hit, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping rushed to support her, staring at Wang Yanxiu with disbelief and anger. "Wang Yanxiu, how dare you hit my mother?
I'll make you pay."
Although Wang Feiping was only 14, his temper was already fierce. Seeing his mother struck, he glared and gritted his teeth, looking ready to attack Wang Yanxiu. He tried to rush at her, but his sister Wang Fengjiao held him back tightly. Wang Fengjiao could tell that something was off with Wang Yanxiu today. She wasn't about to get involved, their father would handle it. Sure enough, when Wang Zhenjiang saw Lu Hongyun get slapped, his anger flared up again. His face turned red, and he shouted furiously, "Unbelievable! You dare raise your hand against your elders? Looks like I really need to teach you a lesson today. You're trying to sell me off, and I'm not even allowed to resist?" Wang Yanxiu spoke calmly, but her eyes showed both sadness and deep resentment.
"Sell you? Who's selling you?"
"Your Aunt Yun worked hard to find you a good match. The family's conditions are great, and you're still not satisfied?" Wang Zhenjiang trembled with anger, thinking his daughter was being ungrateful and disrespectful. Wang Yanxiu laughed coldly. She couldn't believe there were people so shameless in this world. What an eye-opener. If it's such a good marriage, then let Wang Fengjiao go. She's a year older than me. Why don't you let her marry him? A good family? If they were really good people, would they come looking for me? Wang Yanxiu's lips curved slightly, and a trace of mockery flashed in her calm eyes. Ever since that woman and her 2 children came, have I ever had anything good happen to me? I cook, wash clothes, feed the pigs, and work in the fields. I've never even had enough to eat. The 4 of you just wait for me to serve you. If this is what you call a good thing, then you can have it." Her voice grew low and cold, sending chills through Wang Zhenjiang and the others. Her eyes were red, her face expressionless, but her hoarse voice was full of pain and anger, 20 years of suffering bursting out at once. But how could such deep pain disappear so easily? How could it ever be forgotten? These past 2 years, I've grown thinner because I never have enough to eat. Can't you see that? I work all day at home. Don't you know that? What have Wang Fingjiao and Wang Feiping done? They pick on me every day, and you just watch. Are you blind? No, you're not blind. You just pretend not to see. You let them bully me, and now you even want to sell me off. Tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to hold them back, but as her voice trembled with pain, they finally spilled over, blurring her vision. Her head spun from the weight of her sorrow. She quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve. She couldn't cry now. If she did, they would take advantage of her weakness. Biting her lip hard, she tasted blood, but the pain helped her stop crying. Her eyes red. She said firmly, "Listen to me. From now on, I won't serve you anymore. This meal, I made it, and none of you will eat it." As she spoke, she grabbed the rolling pin and stepped forward to the table. With her free hand, she gripped the edge of the table. Before Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun could react, she shouted, "From now on, none of you will ever eat the food I cook again." With that furious cry, she flipped the table, sending the dishes flying into the air.
Crash. Clang.
The table spun once in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Then came the sound of plates, bowls, and chopsticks shattering. To Wang Yanqiu, the noise was like a beautiful symphony. It felt wonderful. She let out a long breath. Looking at the mess all over the floor, she suddenly wanted to laugh. That feeling of payback was amazing. It made her feel relaxed from head to toe. So this was what true satisfaction felt like, making her enemies upset. Her eyes lit up as she looked around. The dining table's leg was broken, but the cupboard was still fine, with bowls and plates neatly stacked inside. Why leave them there? Wang Yanqiu seemed to have found a new target. Under the shocked gazes of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun, she cheerfully raised the rolling pin in her hand and smashed it toward the cupboard and the dishes inside. The more she smashed, the happier she became. Her mood lifted so much that she almost wanted to sing. Joyful drums beat to celebrate every year. Beautiful dances bring happiness every day. The timing of the song doesn't quite match. Please don't mind it. Under the stunned eyes of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun, Wang Yanqiu swung the rolling pin again and again until the cupboard and all the dishes inside were completely shattered. Now that felt good. Looking at the broken pieces all over the floor, she felt much calmer inside.
You
ungrateful girl. Are you trying to rebel? You've smashed all the dishes. What's next, the cooking pot? Wang Zhenjiang finally snapped out of his shock and shouted angrily at her. Hearing his words, Wang Yanqiu's eyes brightened. Right, there was still the pot. She gripped the rolling pin and walked toward the stove. Everything should be destroyed. Seeing her heading for the stove, Wang Zhenjiang instantly realized what she was about to do. His vision went dark, and he almost fainted. You unfilial girl. Stop right there. He shouted in panic. The pot couldn't be smashed. Plates and bowls could be replaced, but an iron pot was hard to find. In those days, an iron pot was a rare and precious thing. If you wanted to buy one, you had to use a special coupon for iron pots at a designated supply store, and even then, no one knew when they would be available. In other words, even with money and coupons, you might not be able to buy one right away. When Wang Yanqiu heard Wang Zhenjiang's angry voice, her mood brightened even more. Today is a good day. Wang Zhenjiang's eyes widened, Lu Honyun shrank back in fear, and the boy Wang Feipeng lost all his arrogance, trembling beside Wang Fingjiao. It's over. Wang Zhenjiang's vision went dark, and this time he really fainted. Wang Yanqiu glanced at him and snorted, "Coward." Without another look at the man lying on the ground, she turned and walked to her room. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. Outside, the villagers were already whispering. They had come after hearing the noise from her house. Most of them were just there to watch. In times like these, when there wasn't much entertainment, any family quarrel would draw a crowd. She didn't care anymore. If they wanted to watch, let them watch. Looking around the room at the clothes and belongings, Wang Yanqiu felt a wave of sadness. This had once been her own room. When her mother was still alive, she would sometimes come and hold her, helping her fall asleep. Those were such good days. But how could her kind mother have fallen ill and passed away so suddenly? Life without a mother was so hard. Thinking of her mother, Wang Yanqiu's eyes filled with tears again. Since Lu Hongyun and her family had moved in, Wang Fingjiao had taken over this room. The place where she used to sleep had been pushed into a corner. Looking at the clothes in the room, the bit of relief she had felt after venting her anger disappeared again. In the past 2 years, she hadn't gotten a single new piece of clothing. Everything she wore was from 2 years ago. Even her best outfit had 2 or 3 patches on it. She thought about it. Ever since her mother passed away, she hadn't had any new clothes. Her father had no heart. He never cared about her, and because she was a girl, he liked her even less. So when he sold her for 500 yuan, he didn't even hesitate. Almost all the better clothes in this room belonged to Wang Fingjiao. After all, she still had her mother. Lu Hongyun treated her 2 children quite well. But the money spent on buying those clothes all came from her and her father, Wang Zhenjiang, who worked hard to earn it. When she wasn't at school, Wang Yanqiu worked in the fields, earning full work points every day. She worked just as well as any man. Everyone in the village spoke well of Wang Yanqiu. But her father, Wang Zhenjiang, never cared much about her. Well, it didn't matter anymore. From now on, she wouldn't care about him either. Looking around the room, she saw that most of the clothes belonged to Wang Fingjiao. Distant memories suddenly flooded her mind again. Anger rose in her heart. She wasn't afraid of anything now. She would do whatever she wanted. She found a pair of scissors and cut all of Wang Fingjiao's clothes into small pieces. That feels great. That's for bullying me and showing off your new clothes all the time. This is just a small lesson for you, Wang Yanqiu thought with a hint of dark satisfaction. Outside, Wang Zhenjiang suddenly fainted, causing Lu Hongyun to cry out in shock and rush over to check on him. The way things turned out today was completely unexpected for Lu Hongyun. She never thought that even Wang Zhenjiang couldn't control the usually quiet Wang Yanqiu. A shadow crossed Lu Hongyun's eyes. Wang Yanqiu's sudden outburst had caught her completely off guard. Her original plan was for Wang Zhenjiang to bring up the marriage proposal, while she would add fuel to the fire and persuade Wang Yanqiu to agree. If Wang Yanqiu resisted, she had a backup plan, to secretly make her faint and send her away directly. Lu Hongyun was quite sure that Wang Zhenjiang would agree to her plan. She could sense that Wang Zhenjiang didn't like his daughter, though she didn't know why. People often said that even a fierce animal wouldn't harm its own young, but that saying didn't seem to apply to Wang Zhenjiang. If it weren't for his indifference, Lu Hongyun wouldn't have dared to treat Wang Yanqiu so harshly at home. But who could have expected that everything would go wrong at the last moment? Wang Yanqiu actually fought back. The quiet, timid girl who used to let everyone push her around had smashed up the house that morning with a rolling pin. Even the iron pot was broken. What should they do now? Seeing how angry Wang Yanqiu was today, Lu Hongyun suddenly felt a wave of fear in her heart. How could she still control her? How could she still trick her into marrying over? If Wang Yanqiu refused to marry, then wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Lu Hongyun couldn't help but shiver in fear. Others might not know, but she did. That Zhang Yuanbiao was like a devil. If she didn't have something to hold against him, how could she have worked so hard to persuade Wang Zhenjiang to marry Wang Yanqiu off? When Wang Yanqiu was still at home, life was easy for Lu Hongyun. She didn't have to wash clothes or cook. She lived like a lady of leisure. In her eyes, Wang Yanqiu was just an obedient helper who did whatever she was told. To be honest, she was a little reluctant to let her go. Not because of affection, but because once Wang Yanqiu left, there would be no one to do the chores, and her own life would become much harder. But she had no choice. Zhang Yuanbiao had already set his eyes on Wang Yanqiu and told her to make it happen. She didn't dare disobey him. He had something on her. After whispering to Wang Zhenjiang for several days and getting Zhang Yuanbiao to offer a huge bride price of 500 yuan, an enormous sum at that time, when most families couldn't even save 100 yuan a year, Wang Junjiang was finally tempted. She thought that once he agreed, everything else would go smoothly.
If not, she still had backup plans.
But who would have thought that Wang Yanxiu overheard their scheme? The moment she found out, everything exploded. After venting her anger in the room, Wang Yanxiu looked at the torn pieces of cloth scattered on the floor and finally calmed down. She began to think about what to do next. She couldn't stay here any longer. She had already fallen out completely with everyone in this family. There was no way to live peacefully together anymore, and she didn't want to pretend either. In this house, everyone was against her. Every face reminded her of nearly 20 years of suffering. So, Wang Yanxiu decided to leave. If she stayed, she would have to guard against their schemes every single day. Just seeing them made her feel upset. Now they were planning to marry her off to Zhang Yuanbiao. If she left, what would they do? It would be better if Wang Fingjiu married him instead. Wang Yanxiu thought this with a hint of dark amusement. It felt as if a wild beast was trapped inside her heart, ready to break free and destroy everything at any moment. And this family was the spark that could set that beast loose. Every time she saw them, she could barely hold back her anger. In this house, she felt suffocated and miserable. She made up her mind. No more hesitation. She would leave today. She didn't know where to go yet, but she believed that things would work out somehow. The world was big. There had to be a place for her. She decided to go to Zhejiang, about 10 miles away, where her grandmother lived. She had always been a decisive person. Once she made up her mind, she acted quickly. She stood up and began to pack her clothes. She didn't have much, so there wasn't much to pack. She spread an old bedsheet on the bed to use as a bundle and neatly folded her clothes onto it. Suddenly, there was a clear clang sound. A small plaque, neither wood nor metal, fell to the floor. Wang Yanxiu looked at it and froze. After half a minute, she slowly bent down and picked it up. As she stared at the strange plaque, distant memories came flooding back, and her eyes grew misty. A year ago, though it felt like 20 years in her memory, a gentle, bright young man had given her this plaque before returning home at his family's request. The writing on it had faded with time. Gu Qinghe, the boy with the warm smile. He had come to her village as a young volunteer worker, and over time, they had grown close. The memory became clearer. Before leaving, the handsome young man had said, "Yanxiu, wait for me for 2 years. I'll come back for you. Trust me, don't marry anyone too soon." She had smiled and replied, "All right, Qinghe, I'll wait. Come back soon." Her heart had been full of shy happiness. But what happened after that? Later, before the 2-year promise had passed, Wang Yanxiu was tricked and taken unconscious by Wang Junjiang and Lu Honyun to Zhang Yuanbiao's house. She was kept there for 19 years and eventually lost her life after long suffering. She never saw the young man she had once made a promise with again. But she mentioned him to Zhang Yuanbiao more than once. In the 2nd year of her captivity, one day Zhang Yuanbiao sneered and said, "Do you know? That Gu Qinghe came here looking for you. He was wearing a military uniform. Seems he's an officer now. Your whole village was talking about it. Haha. Do you wish he could come and save you?" Seeing the hope in her eyes, Zhang Yuanbiao slapped her hard. "Stop dreaming. No one knows you're here except your father and stepmother. Everyone in your village thinks you ran away with someone else." As he watched her despair, Zhang Yuanbiao laughed proudly. Every year after that, he would bring news about Gu Qinghe. "He came again to ask about you. Seems he doesn't believe you ran away. But what can he do? He'll never find you." Then he would torment her again. Gu Qinghe came again. Looks like he got promoted. Ha! Zhang Yuanbiao was cruel and heartless. He found joy in other people's pain. Every year, he brought news of Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe came to ask about her again. Gu Qinghe got another promotion. "I heard he still hasn't married. Maybe he still hasn't forgotten you? He's really devoted, isn't he? But if he saw you now, would he still feel the same?" Ha ha. Each time, Wang Yanxiu suffered another beating. Until the year before she died, Gu Qinghe still came every year to ask about her, always leaving in disappointment. Wiping her tears, Wang Yanxiu's eyes grew firm. Brother Qinghe, this time, I will never let you down again. In their past life, both of them had suffered too much. In this life, Wang Yanxiu would never let that happen again. She packed her things quickly. She couldn't stand staying in that house any longer. Just being there made her feel sick. Her hand suddenly, she had accidentally touched the scissors. Her finger was cut by the scissors, and blood flowed from the wound. She wiped it carelessly and didn't pay much attention to it. In her previous life, she had experienced this kind of thing many times and was already used to it. Before long, she finished packing her clothes. She counted the money she had, 78 yuan and 50 cents. This was the money she had secretly saved and rarely used. It was the 100 yuan that Gu Qinghe had left her when he returned to the city. He told her to use it to finish high school and to buy herself some food, so she wouldn't have to suffer. She had followed his advice and managed to finish high school with that money. Otherwise, with her father's attitude, he would never have paid for her studies after her mother passed away. After packing everything, Wang Yanxiu hid the money carefully. It was what she would rely on to survive in the future. Finally, she picked up a small token made of an unknown material, planning to keep it close to her as well. When Gu Qinghe gave it to her, he said it was a family heirloom and asked her to take good care of it. He told her that when they met again, he would come to propose, and this would be their token of promise. Holding the token, Wang Yanxiu felt a warm feeling rise in her heart. Her fingers gently brushed over it as if she were touching something precious. By accident, her still healing wound touched the token, and a drop of blood stained its surface. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and startled. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a strange place. Confused and alarmed, she thought she might have encountered something supernatural. After all, she had already died once, so even if such things existed, she wouldn't be surprised. But soon she realized where she was, inside a special space. As a wave of understanding entered her mind, she learned that this was a personal space connected to the token Gu Qinghe had given her. The mysterious token had accidentally absorbed her blood and recognized her as its owner. Wang Yanxiu calmed herself and looked around the space. There was a small courtyard, and she was standing right in it. In the middle stood a 2-story wooden house. In the center of the yard was a well, and when she looked inside, she saw clear spring water shining below. The spring water gave off a faintly sweet scent, and Wang Yanxiu couldn't help wanting to take a sip. Looking around, she noticed a small room beside the wooden house that seemed to be a kitchen. She went inside to search and found a ladle made from an old gourd cut in half. Holding the gourd ladle, she walked to the spring, scooped up some water, and drank it eagerly. Her eyes lit up. It was the best water she had ever tasted. The cool spring water carried a hint of sweetness. She finished the entire ladle without leaving a drop. Wang Yanxiu was surprised that she could drink so much. Afterward, she felt refreshed, her fatigue disappeared, and her whole body felt light. Her mind became clearer than ever. She quickly realized that this spring water was no ordinary water. It might be something like the legendary spiritual spring. Suppressing her excitement, she set the ladle aside and walked out of the yard. Before her lay about 2 acres of farmland.
Nothing was planted there.
The entire area was covered in a thick white mist. Wang Yanxiu walked closer, wanting to see what was inside. But a sudden sense of unease stopped her. Her instincts warned her not to enter the mist. Frightened, she stepped back a few paces, deciding it was safer to stay away. She returned to the small courtyard and went into the wooden house. The second floor had a large bedroom. Inside was a big bed with clean, new bedding. She gently touched it. It felt wonderfully soft. In both her past and present lives, she had never slept on such a comfortable bed. Besides the bed, there was a wardrobe, a dressing table, and even a bathroom near the door. Downstairs there were 2 rooms. One was a herbal medicine room, with shelves full of small drawers for storing herbs. When she opened them, they were all empty. Behind the medicine room was a hidden chamber. When Wang Yanxiu entered, she saw a delicate shelf lined with white porcelain bottles. Each bottle was labeled in fine calligraphy with names such as Body Strengthening Pill, Energy Boosting Pill, Vitality Pill, and many others, around 20 in total. Wang Yanqiu barely recognized the small seal script on the bottles, but she remembered that Gu Qinghe had secretly taught her a little during their free time. Curious, she took down a porcelain bottle labeled Strengthening Pill and shook it. Something was inside. When she opened the stopper, she saw several round pills. She poured one out and examined it. The pill was coated in beeswax and looked well preserved. When she gently pressed it with her fingers, the wax shell cracked open, revealing a pill that gave off a strong herbal scent. So this is the strengthening pill? Wang Yanqiu brought it close to her nose and sniffed. It smelled pleasant, and before she could stop herself, she popped it into her mouth and swallowed it. Right after eating it, she began to regret it. She had no idea how long the pill had been there or whether it had gone bad. Still, since it smelled fine, she thought it should be safe. But medicine shouldn't be taken carelessly. Sure enough, after a short while, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Oh no, I must have eaten something bad. She scolded herself for being so greedy and foolish. How could she eat a random pill like that? She hurried to the bathroom upstairs, and after a while, she finally felt relieved. Once her stomach stopped hurting, she sighed in relief.
It must have been that pill, she thought.
I'll never eat strange things again. When she stood up, she noticed a greasy, unpleasant smell coming from her body, making her feel very uncomfortable. Lifting her clothes, she saw a thin layer of yellowish oil on her skin. As soon as she did, a terrible odor filled the air, almost making her gag.
Bath.
I need a bath. Unable to stand the smell, she quickly took off her clothes and went into the shower. After a thorough wash, the greasy layer was finally gone. Wang Yanqiu felt lighter, as if she had lost a couple of pounds, and more refreshed than she had in a long time. After drying her hair, she touched her face and noticed her skin felt much smoother than before. Looking down at her hands, she saw that the calluses from farm work, cooking, and washing had faded quite a bit. Wang Yanqiu stared blankly at her own hands, turning them over again and again. She could hardly believe that these smooth, fair hands, as soft and pale as jade, were really hers. There was a dressing table in the room. Wang Yanqiu walked over and looked into the mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a young woman with fair skin, willow-shaped eyebrows, bright eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, a truly beautiful face. Wang Yanqiu gazed at the reflection, her eyes full of disbelief. That person in the mirror, was that really her? In her previous life, after this very day, she had lived through years of hardship and suffering. More than 10 years of struggle had made her forget what she once looked like. She murmured softly, so this is what I really looked like. All those years of endless chores and hard labor had slowly worn away her youthful beauty. So, that strengthening pill wasn't damaged after all. It must have been improving her body and restoring what she had lost over the years. A thoughtful light flashed in her eyes. These pills were clearly very precious and should not be shown to others easily. She calculated that she had been in that mysterious space for more than half an hour. She wondered what was happening outside. Wang Yanqiu decided to go out and take a look, just in case Wang Fingjiao came in unexpectedly. She put on her old, dirty clothes again. It didn't matter if they were messy. She could change later when she returned to her room. She rubbed a bit of dust on her hands and face to make herself look more like before. The change in her appearance was too great. It might raise suspicion. It was better to be cautious. After making sure everything was ready, Wang Yanqiu glanced around the space. From now on, this place would be her greatest secret and her most powerful advantage. She silently thought, go out. In an instant, Wang Yanqiu was back in her original room, surrounded by the same scraps of torn fabric. No one had entered while she was gone. She looked around carefully. Nothing seemed to have been touched. The noise coming from outside told her that not much time had passed. It seemed that time in that mysterious space flowed differently from the real world. Wang Yanqiu walked quietly to the door and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Lu Hongyun kept calling out anxiously while shaking Wang Junjiang's shoulders. Her voice trembled with worry. Junjiang, Wang Junjiang, wake up. Please wake up. She was truly afraid something might happen to him. She still needed Wang Junjiang's help to deal with Wang Yanqiu. If anything happened to him, she would have to take care of him too. When she married him, she had even gone with him to the commune to get their marriage certificate just to make him feel secure. They weren't a couple who could just separate whenever they wanted. Otherwise, why would Wang Junjiang have willingly helped her raise 2 children? Now, if something really happened to him, she would be trapped as well. After seeing Wang Yanqiu's furious outburst, throwing bowls and pots like a madwoman, she had no confidence she could handle her. Just thinking about that scene made her uneasy. The gentle, obedient girl she used to know seemed to have completely changed into someone else. Even Lu Hongyun felt a little afraid. Meanwhile, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping stood frozen nearby, terrified by Wang Yanqiu's sudden anger and violent behavior. At least for now, neither of them dared to provoke her again. Behind the door, Wang Yanqiu listened for a moment. It seemed Wang Junjiang still hadn't woken up, but that no longer concerned her. She felt no guilt at all. In her previous life, after all the suffering she had endured, whatever little affection she once had for her father had long disappeared. Even if he never woke up again, she wouldn't feel a thing. Her heart had grown cold and distant. Perhaps only when she saw the person she had missed for nearly 20 years would her frozen heart soften again, like a rose blooming in the desert after a rare rain. Ignoring the noise outside, Wang Yanqiu turned her attention back to her own plans. Those matters no longer had much to do with her. She needed to get her things ready as soon as possible. Now that she had her special space, packing was incredibly easy. All the items she once wanted to take but couldn't, she could now store them there with just a thought. If Wang Yanqiu weren't afraid of seeming too strange, she would have moved everything in the house that could be carried into her secret space, leaving nothing behind. After thinking it over, she decided to be more careful. She put her better clothes and all her money into the space, where it was safest, and no one could steal it. Then she thought again, and added all her high school textbooks as well. Gu Qinghe had once told her not to give up on studying, that reading more books could make a person wiser, broaden their mind, and increase their knowledge. At the time, Wang Yanqiu didn't fully understand what he meant, but she still felt he was right and was willing to listen to him. Later, she learned that she could take the college entrance exam, but by then she had already been locked away and never got the chance. Before long, Wang Yanqiu finished packing. She put all the important and useful things into the space, leaving only some old, useless items in her bundle to avoid suspicion. In the kitchen, near the dining table, Wang Junjiang slowly woke up under Lu Hongyun's anxious shaking and calling. When Lu Hongyun saw him open his eyes, she let out a sigh of relief. Her expression changed quickly, her eyes turned red, and she covered her mouth, crying softly like a delicate flower in the rain. If anyone else saw her, they would probably praise her for being such a good actress. Junjiang, you're finally awake.
You really scared me just now.
I thought something terrible had happened to you. If you hadn't woken up, how would we, a mother and child, go on living? Still dazed, Wang Junjiang heard her crying and felt a wave of emotion. It seemed Lu Hongyun still cared about him, not like that ungrateful daughter. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and turned to look for Wang Yanqiu. After searching around and not seeing her, he asked angrily, "Where's Wang Yanqiu? Where did that unfilial girl go?" Hearing him mention Wang Yanqiu, Lu Hongyun looked sad and wronged. After she broke the pot, she went back to her room and hasn't come out since. I didn't dare call her, she's still angry. After pausing for a moment, she spoke again with a wronged expression. Tell me, why is this happening? We never meant to harm her. It was clearly a good thing, something for her own good. How did it turn out like this? That family's conditions are so good. What's wrong with him being a hunter? If she marries him, she can eat meat every day. How often can our family afford to eat meat? He's just a bit older, but older men know how to care for others. If he hadn't taken a liking to Feng Jiao, I would have wished for her to marry him instead. Hearing Lu Hongyan speak as if everything she did was for Wang Yanqiu's sake, Wang Zhenjiang felt even more that Wang Yanqiu didn't know what was good for her. Wasn't marrying into a good life a blessing? In times like these, aren't parents the ones who decide their children's marriages? The more Wang Zhenjiang thought about it, the more he felt he had done nothing wrong. Help me up. Wang Zhenjiang felt weak and uncomfortable, probably because he had been too angry earlier and hadn't recovered yet. Lu Hongyan quickly supported his arm and helped him stand. Once he was on his feet, he took a moment to steady himself. The discomfort slowly faded, and he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just from being too upset with Wang Yanqiu. He then strode quickly to Wang Yanqiu's door and pushed hard, but it didn't open. Thinking about what she had done during dinner and the broken pot, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. He pounded on the door forcefully.
Bang, bang, bang.
His voice was full of anger. Wang Yanqiu, come out right now.
Bang, bang, bang.
Inside the room, Wang Yanqiu had almost finished packing her things. Hearing the knocking, she knew Wang Zhenjiang had regained consciousness. She let out a cold snort. So he woke up, what a pity. But it didn't matter. It was fine that he woke up. If he hadn't, that would have been too easy for him. Hearing him continue to pound on the door, Wang Yanqiu clenched her fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. She closed her eyes for a few seconds, took a deep breath to calm herself, and finally walked forward to open the door. Outside, Wang Zhenjiang was still hitting the door hard. Lu Hongyan stood beside him silently, while Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feipeng, the siblings, watched from behind, secretly enjoying the scene. They had never seen Wang Zhenjiang this angry before, so for once, they didn't dare to cause trouble and stayed quiet. Wang Zhenjiang kept knocking the door outside. Wang Yanqiu finally came to her senses, expressionless, and opened the door. Wang Zhenjiang's hand, still raised to knock, suddenly hit the air. Seeing Wang Yanqiu, he stiffened his neck and demanded, Wang Yanqiu, is this how you treat your father? I just said a few words, and you start smashing things and turning the table over? What's wrong with you, trying to rebel now? As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to slap her. Wang Yanqiu stared straight at him, quietly stepping back. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she said coldly, I warn you not to touch me. If you do, I don't know what might happen, but I promise it's something you won't want to see. Wang Zhenjiang froze, shocked by the hatred in her eyes. He couldn't understand how she had changed so suddenly. Just yesterday, she had been obedient and hardworking, doing whatever she was told without complaint. But today, she had turned the house upside down right after breakfast. Was this really the same Wang Yanqiu, who never resisted and always obeyed? Looking into her cold eyes, Wang Zhenjiang felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't believe it. He was actually a little scared of her. At that moment, Wang Yanqiu looked like a spirit risen from the depths, come to demand justice. Wang Zhenjiang shook his head, pushing away the ridiculous thought.
Impossible.
She must have just lost her temper for a moment. She probably couldn't accept the news that she was to be married off, so she got angry and talked back. Once she calmed down, he could coax her a bit, trick her if needed, and still marry her off. After she got married and lived a good life, she wouldn't blame him anymore. That was what Wang Zhenjiang thought to himself. If Wang Yanqiu knew what he was thinking, she would probably slap him twice and tell him he was dreaming. Seeing him stunned by just a few words, Wang Yanqiu sneered inwardly. Coward. How pathetic that in her past life, she had been deceived by people like this. Through the open door, Wang Fengjiao saw pieces of torn fabric scattered on the floor. She frowned, wondering what they were. They looked strangely familiar. The next moment, she suddenly thought of something. Ignoring the standoff between Wang Zhenjiang and Wang Yanqiu at the door, she ran forward, pushed them aside, and rushed into the room. Caught off guard, Wang Yanqiu was pushed in as well. Wang Fengjiao looked at the pieces of torn fabric scattered all over the floor. She squatted down, picked one up, and realized it was her own clothes, cut to shreds. She almost broke down completely. Those were her favorite clothes. The pretty floral dress, the nice shirt, and the pants. She had begged her mother for a long time to buy them, and she rarely wore them because she wanted to keep them nice. Now, they were nothing but scraps on the floor. Unable to hold back her sadness, Wang Fengjiao sat on the ground and cried loudly. My dress, my clothes, they're all gone. Lu Hongyan saw her daughter suddenly rush into the room and start crying. Shocked, she thought something terrible had happened. She quickly pushed past Wang Zhenjiang and squeezed through the doorway. Worried, she asked, What's wrong? Fengjiao? Why are you crying? Through her sobs, Wang Fengjiao said, My clothes. They're all gone. Wang Yanqiu cut them into pieces. Only then did Lu Hongyan notice the scraps of fabric on the floor. Hearing her daughter's words, she immediately understood what had happened. It must have been Wang Yanqiu, taking out her anger by cutting up Fengjiao's clothes. Furious, Lu Hongyun's hands trembled. She had worked so hard to get those clothes for her daughter. Everyone in the village was poor. No one had money to buy new clothes for their children. The money and fabric coupons for those clothes had been saved bit by bit from what she managed to get from Wang Zhenjiang. She just wanted Fengjiao to look nice now that she was of age, hoping she could find a good match in the future. But now, Wang Yanqiu had destroyed everything with a pair of scissors. Lu Hongyun's anger burned inside her. She never thought Wang Yanqiu would go this far. She pulled Wang Zhenjiang into the room, her hands shaking with rage. Zhenjiang, look at this. She cut all of Fengjiao's clothes into pieces. What is she trying to do? How are we supposed to live like this? She sat down on the ground and began to cry, patting her legs as she wailed. Oh no, being a stepmother is so hard. The girl in front is rebelling. First she broke the pots and bowls, and now she's torn her sister's clothes to pieces. What am I supposed to do? I can't live like this. Wang Zhenjiang was pulled into the house by Lu Hongyan. When he saw the floor covered with torn clothes, he was stunned for a moment. How had the house turned into such a mess in just half a day? Feeling upset, Wang Zhenjiang grew even more irritated when he heard Lu Hongyan crying loudly on the floor. Frowning, he scolded in a low voice, Enough. Stop crying. What are you crying for? Get up. If the clothes are ruined, we can make new ones. Why are you acting like it's the end of the world? Hearing him speak, Lu Hongyun's crying softened. I just feel so sad. I've worked so hard these 2 years since I married into this family, but in the end, I'm still not treated as one of you. Wang Yanqiu watched her coldly, unmoved by her performance. Wang Zhenjiang looked at Wang Yanqiu, took a deep breath, the wrinkles on his forehead tightening, and said through clenched teeth, Yanqiu, what exactly do you want? Wang Yanqiu looked at him calmly and said in a cold voice, What do I want? I want to leave this family. I want to cut all ties with you. From now on, you live your life, and I'll live mine. Her words struck Wang Zhenjiang like thunder. Lu Hongyan froze, and Wang Fengjiu stopped crying altogether. What? What did you say? Wang Zhenjiang asked in disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrong. I said, I want to cut all ties with you. Wang Yanqiu repeated clearly, word by word. This time, Wang Zhenjiang heard her clearly. Shocked, he stumbled and almost fell. You want to cut ties with me? How dare you? He shouted, veins bulging on his neck. You heard me right. Why wouldn't I dare? You were planning to sell me off, and I'm not allowed to fight back? Wang Yanqiu's voice was firm and unyielding. Lu Hongyun's face turned pale. If Wang Yanqiu really left, things would spiral out of control. The promise she had made to Zhang Yuanbiao would be impossible to keep, and the gossip in the village would drown her in shame. When Lu Hongyun heard Wang Yanqiu say she wanted to cut ties with her father, Wang Zhenjiang, and leave home, she panicked. How did things suddenly get to the point of breaking off their relationship and running away from home? Wouldn't that ruin her plan? She no longer cared about her earlier tears or complaints, nor about her daughter Wang Fengjiao's clothes that had been cut into pieces. Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, Lu Hongyun said, Yanqiu, you've really misunderstood. Your father didn't mean to marry you off just for that 500 yuan dowry. He just... Before she could finish, Wang Yanqiu gave her a cold look that made her heart tremble. She quickly fell silent. Terrified, she thought, what's wrong with this girl today? Has she lost her mind? How did she become so frightening? The pain and swelling on her face reminded her that Wang Yanxiu was not someone to provoke today. Seeing the anger on Yanxiu's face, Lu Hongyun grew even more afraid. She quietly stepped back behind Wang Zhenjiang, avoiding Yanxiu's sharp gaze. Only then did her fear ease a little. Wang Yanxiu turned her eyes from Lu Hongyun to Wang Zhenjiang, her voice cold. No matter what you say today, you can't stop me from leaving. Wang Zhenjiang shouted angrily, his eyes blazing. If you leave this house, where can you go? Yanxiu looked at his furious face without emotion. Where I go is none of your business. From now on, you have no right to control me. Standing behind him, Lu Hongyun whispered, Zhenjiang, do you think she's met someone outside and wants to run away with him? Hearing that, Wang Zhenjiang suddenly thought she might be right. He shouted, so that's it, Wang Yanxiu. You're still so young, and you've already learned to sneak around with someone? No wonder you refused the match we arranged and got so angry. How shameless. Without asking for the truth, Wang Zhenjiang began scolding her harshly. But after all the suffering Wang Yanxiu had endured in her past life, his shouting meant nothing to her now. She was completely numb to it. Hearing his insults, she didn't even blink. She simply ignored him. Whether I've met someone or not, whether I'm leaving or not, it has nothing to do with you. Wang Yanxiu stared at Wang Zhenjiang, too tired to explain anything. Lu Hongyun had just said something casually, and he believed it without even checking the facts. It was always like this. Sometimes Wang Yanxiu really wondered what was going on in Wang Zhenjiang's head. I'm leaving this house today. You'd better not try to stop me, because you can't, Wang Yanxiu said calmly, her voice filled with firm determination. Otherwise, you'll regret it. At that moment, Wang Fengjiao, who had been crying on the floor, finally caught her breath. She had cried so hard that her face was swollen and her eyes were red. Feeling dizzy, she slowly stood up. Now, all she wanted was to get back at Wang Yanxiu for cutting up her clothes. She wanted to scratch her face and tear her clothes in return. Seeing Wang Yanxiu standing by the door, Wang Fengjiao completely forgot how powerful she had looked earlier. Without thinking about whether she could actually win, she wiped her tears and rushed toward her, shouting angrily. Wang Yanxiu, how dare you cut up my clothes? I'll make you pay for this. Wang Yanxiu didn't take her seriously at all. In this family, none of them could stand up to her when she truly decided to fight back. Every single one of them was weak. Just as Wang Fengjiao was about to reach her, Wang Yanxiu grabbed her hair with one hand and slapped her hard across the face with the other. Wang Fengjiao froze in place, half of her face quickly turning red and swollen. She opened her mouth, and a tooth fell out with a small sound. That slap had actually knocked out one of her teeth. Lu Hongyun, who had been hiding behind Wang Zhenjiang, was shocked. She hadn't expected Wang Fengjiao to rush forward like that. By the time she realized what was happening, Wang Yanxiu had already grabbed her and slapped her. The sound was so loud that Lu Hongyun couldn't help but shiver. Seeing the tooth fall to the ground, Wang Yanxiu's lips curved slightly, then quickly returned to calm. This was far from over. When Lu Hongyun saw Wang Fengjiao get slapped hard, she felt so heartbroken that she forgot about the tense atmosphere and quickly pulled Wang Fengjiao over. Wang Fengjiao was stunned by Wang Yanxiu's slap. She was about 1.6 meters tall, not short for a woman at that time, but still half a head shorter than Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu, at 1.72 meters tall, had long legs and great strength. Now that she no longer cared about family ties, who could still treat her the way they used to. Wang Fengjiao had often bullied Wang Yanxiu before, and in her anger just now, she dared to strike first. But after being slapped, her mind cleared, and she stood there, not knowing what to do. Only when her mother pulled her over did she start crying again in grievance. Mom, my tooth is gone. She knocked out my tooth. Wang Fengjiao cried loudly, clinging to Lu Hongyun. Lu Hongyun felt deeply wrong today. Not only had she been slapped by Wang Yanxiu, but now her daughter had been hit too, and even lost a tooth. She thought, no matter what mistakes she had made, she was still the elder. How could Wang Yanxiu treat her like this? Looking at Wang Fengjiao's swollen face and the corner of her mouth stained with blood where a tooth had fallen out, Lu Hongyun's heart ached terribly. She pulled Wang Fengjiao toward Wang Zhenjiang and said angrily, "Zhenjiang, look at this. How could she hit so hard? Fengjiao's tooth is gone. What kind of hatred could make her strike like this? A tooth won't grow back. What are we going to do? Oh heavens, I can't take this anymore. I can't even protect my own daughter." As she spoke, Lu Hongyun began to cry for real this time. She truly felt miserable today, especially since, with the current medical conditions, there was no way to replace the lost tooth. It would leave a gap, maybe even affect her speech, her eating, and her chances of marriage in the future. The more Lu Hongyun thought about it, the sadder she became, until she finally broke down in tears. Wang Zhenjiang looked at the chaotic scene before him. His mind was a mess, his temples throbbing, and he could hardly think straight. He watched as Lu Hongyun cried and complained to him. Looking again at Wang Fengjiao's swollen face and the gap where a tooth was missing, her mouth opened in a cry, showing a painful wound. Wang Yanxiu stood with her arms crossed, her cold gaze filled with a chilling intensity. Wang Zhenjiang stared at her in shock, pointing at Wang Fengjiao with a trembling hand. "She's your sister. How could you be so harsh? You even knocked out her tooth. How will she face others now?" Wang Yanxiu gave a cold laugh. "How she faces others is none of my business. If she dares to bother me again, she'll lose 2 more. Her voice was icy. "Besides, she's not my sister. My mother only gave birth to me. Don't force fake family ties on me. They don't deserve it. Tomorrow I'll ask the village head to help me move my household registration. I hope you'll agree without making trouble." Her eyes burned with restrained anger. She clenched her fists, then quietly released them. She couldn't let them off so easily, but she still needed their cooperation to move her registration. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to leave. Wang Zhenjiang stood frozen, mumbling to himself in confusion. Wang Yanxiu glanced coldly around the room. Her neat ponytail swayed as she turned, picked up her prepared bundle, and said, "Move aside, I'm leaving." When Wang Zhenjiang didn't move from the doorway, she frowned and pushed him aside without hesitation. "Don't block my way." After pushing him away, she carried her bundle made from a bedsheet and walked out without looking back. She would never forgive these people. "When I move my registration, just pretend you never had a daughter like me," she said coldly as she stepped outside. Wang Zhenjiang stood there in shock, while Lu Hongyun was at a loss for words. None of them had expected Wang Yanxiu to act like this. At the doorway, a few village women and a young wife had been eavesdropping. When they saw Wang Yanxiu come out, their faces turned awkward. Caught listening to someone else's family quarrel, they all felt embarrassed. Instead, Wang Yanxiu was calm and confident, not at all afraid of gossip. After all, she wasn't the one losing face. Even if people talked, she wouldn't let a few rumors affect her in this life. The women standing before her all looked familiar, and Wang Yanxiu had an excellent memory. Even though nearly 20 years had passed since her last life, she could still recognize them at a glance. These women in the village liked to chat and gossip, but most of them were kind-hearted. When Wang Yanxiu's mother was still alive, she had a good relationship with them. Seeing them now, Wang Yanxiu felt a sense of warmth, almost like seeing family. The anger and tension in her heart faded a little. She greeted them politely, her tone gentle and respectful, completely different from how she had been inside the house earlier. "Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, sister-in-law Chen, what are you all doing here?" Hearing her take the initiative to greet them, the women sighed in relief. They had been worried she might treat them coldly. Aunt Li looked at her and said, "Oh, we were just sitting outside in the sun. Then we heard some noise from your house and got worried you might be in trouble, so we came to check. Are you all right?" As she spoke, she noticed the bundle in Wang Yanxiu's hand. Combined with the noise they had heard earlier, a troubling thought crossed their minds. Aunt Li took a step forward and asked carefully, "Yanxiu, where are you going?" When Aunt Li asked where she was headed, Wang Yanxiu gave a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Aunt Li, I'm going to my grandmother's house." I can't stay here any longer. She looked at the women and explained, my father wants to marry me off to a widower in his 30s. Seeing the shock in their eyes, Wang Yanxiu showed just the right amount of sadness. I heard that man has already lost 3 wives. If I really marry him, who knows, maybe before long, you'll be hearing bad news about me too. Seeing Wang Yanxiu's sad face, several aunts and older women became angry. They hurriedly grabbed Wang Yanxiu, wanting to take her back to confront Wang Zhenjiang. Ah, how can your father do such things? Let's go find him. How could he do something so disgusting? We can't listen to him or let him do this. With us here, we're not afraid. Wang Yanxiu knew they were trying to stand up for her, but she had already made up her mind. Nothing anyone said could change her decision. Since she was young, she was a very determined person. In her past life, it was only because she cared too much about family and loved ones that Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyan took advantage of her. Wang Yanxiu stood still, then turned to hold Aunt Li and the others. No need to find him. I plan to move my household registration away from here. I won't live with them anymore. He can't control me anymore. Anyway, I won't marry. There's someone suitable in the family. Let her marry instead. The women were shocked. How had it come to this? For anyone in this era, it was a huge matter, cutting ties with family. But after hearing Wang Yanxiu say this, Aunt Li and the others didn't try to persuade her further. They knew she had been unhappy at home these past 2 years. If she could leave, it might be for the best. Only her blind father might think she was doing well at home. Thinking of this, the women stopped trying to convince her. It was good that Wang Yanxiu was determined to leave this home. Then, the women changed their tone, speaking kindly to her. That's good. You go to your maternal grandmother's house. Once there, you'll have someone to protect you. Your father definitely won't dare to marry you off again. Wang Dajie also took Wang Yanxiu's hand, showing her concern. Yes, little Yanxiu, you used to be too honest. They always bullied you. Look at you, you're almost skin and bones these days. It hurts to see. Go to your grandmother's house. It's better than staying here. Wang Yanxiu looked at these village women. Though they weren't relatives, they cared for her more than her so-called family did. Wang Yanxiu's cold heart was filled with a faint warmth. Don't worry, Aunt Wang and the 2 aunts. After I visit my grandmother's house this time, my uncle will take me to register my household tomorrow. When that happens, my household registration won't be here anymore, and they won't be able to control me anymore. Hearing Wang Yanxiu's plan, the several aunts' eyes lit up. Good idea. Let your uncle handle it, and transfer your household registration to his house. That's a great plan. Wang Yanxiu bid farewell to the aunts in the village and headed straight toward her grandmother's village. She didn't look back at Wang Zhenjiang's house. She just watched Wang Yanxiu leave the village. Li and the other aunts glared at Wang Zhenjiang's house, spat on the house, and cursed. What kind of place is this? Foolish and narrow-minded. Just wait. Karma will catch up with them someday. They then headed toward the village entrance to discuss further. They wanted to talk at the village entrance because Wang Zhenjiang had driven little Yanxiu away. He was really making things worse. As Wang Yanxiu left the village, she suddenly felt the sky was wide and the sea was vast, and her mind felt freer. Having just been reborn, Wang Yanxiu remembered that in her previous life, she had been tortured for 19 years, living in a dark, tiny room where no one could see her. Yet, she hadn't gone crazy or become stupid, which showed her strong will. But she was nearing her breaking point. Just now, she had smashed things at home and beaten Lu Hongyun and Wang Fingjie hard, which slightly eased her inner frustration. Otherwise, she was afraid she might lose control and do something she shouldn't. That's also one reason she was eager to leave. If she didn't leave, she feared she wouldn't be able to hold back and might cause bloodshed in her family tomorrow. Unaware of this, Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun had just escaped a disaster. God knows how hard Wang Yanxiu had tried to control her anger at home, maintaining her last bit of reason. She carried her bag and walked along the country road, looking around with curiosity. Everything felt so new, and the world in her eyes seemed more colorful. In her world, she hadn't seen such a lively scene for nearly 20 years. Although it was early winter now, the leaves on the trees had already turned yellow and fallen, and everything around looked dull and bleak. The bag in Wang Yanxiu's hands weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds, but now it felt light as nothing. She casually lifted it, feeling no tiredness at all. This road was the only way to her grandmother's house. From the moment she saw it, distant memories flooded her mind. In the past, her mother often took her along this road to visit her grandmother. But since her mother passed away 3 years ago, she visited her grandmother less and less. A year ago, Wang Zhenjiang even stopped letting her go. During that time, her uncle came to see her a few times, but each visit ended in arguments with Wang Zhenjiang. Once they almost fought. Wang Yanxiu still remembered her uncle asking if she wanted to go live with her grandmother and him. He said he would find a way to transfer her household registration. But at that time, Wang Yanxiu was bewitched by some strange feeling and refused her uncle's offer. She thought she no longer had her mother and she didn't want to lose her father too. That one decision caused her 19 years of suffering. If she had agreed to her uncle's plan back then, she might not have endured so much hardship in her past life. Scenes from her previous life flashed through her mind, and her eyes welled up with tears. She quickened her steps. She wanted to reach her grandmother's village sooner and see her grandmother and her uncle. From then on, they would be her real family. The village where her grandmother lived was 10 miles from her current village. Walking there would take at least half an hour. Wang Yanxiu's body, after drinking spiritual spring water from the space and taking a strengthening pill, had recovered most of its strength. Over the years, her body had been weakened by hunger and chores, but now she had mostly made up for it. Her body was almost back to its peak condition. Although she still carried her bag, those 10 miles were now effortless for her. Of course, she could have thrown the bag into the space, but there was no need. First, because the bag was not a burden to her. She was also afraid of being seen, as no one knew if anyone was hiding in the woods by the roadside to rest, so it was better to be cautious. Wang Yanxiu felt lighter and more energetic as she walked briskly. Thinking that she would soon see her dear grandmother, that lovely little old lady, a gentle smile appeared on her face. It was already early winter, with temperatures around freezing. Wang Yanxiu was wearing slightly thin clothes. When the wind blew, she instinctively tightened her clothes and shivered. The clothes she was wearing now were made by her mother when she was young. Although she had grown taller than before, her clothes had never been replaced. Wang Zhenjiang never cared if her clothes were too small or needed changing, and Lu Hongyun cared even less. So, her clothes now looked quite tight, with small patches of her fair skin showing at her wrists and ankles. Her eagerness to see her grandmother grew stronger. She looked into the distance, where a continuous range of mountains stretched out. These mountains were covered with snow all year round, so they were called the Changbai Mountains. Her grandmother's village was at the foot of the Changbai Mountains. In the past, Wang Yanxiu loved visiting her grandmother's house because she always had delicious food, and her cousins from her uncle's family played happily with her. But everything changed after her mother passed away 3 years ago. She became more sensitive, a bit insecure, and afraid to visit her grandmother's house. At first, her grandmother often came to visit her at home, but one time on the way back, she accidentally fell and broke her leg. That injury was very serious. Although her leg healed later, she could no longer walk long distances. Wang Yanxiu calculated that she hadn't seen her grandmother for over a year. Including the 19 years of suffering in her past life, she hadn't seen her grandmother for 20 years. She really missed her grandmother. Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to cry, but clenched her jaw tightly, holding back her tears. Wearing a shirt patched with several pieces of cloth, she roughly wiped her tears, blew her nose, and took deep breaths, as if trying to release the frustration inside her. After more than half an hour, Wang Yanxiu stood in front of a simple courtyard in Changbai Mountain, Zhoujia village. She gazed blankly at the familiar courtyard gate, hesitant to push it open. With a creak, the door inside opened. An old woman slowly came out, short in stature, with a head full of silver hair. The old woman looked at the figure standing in front of the gate. She squinted her eyes but couldn't see clearly who was there. She moved her steps slowly and stepped outside a few paces. Her voice was old and hoarse. Who is it? Wang Yanqiu looked at the very familiar figure who had aged so much. She was once her protector when she was a child. Tears uncontrollably welled up and fell like rain. Her lips trembled, and she used all her strength to open her mouth. Her voice trembled as she softly called out, "Grandma, it's me. Your little Yanqiu. I came to see you." Hearing Wang Yanqiu's voice, the old woman's body trembled slightly. As if she hadn't heard clearly, her unsteady legs moved forward a few steps. Her cloudy eyes looked at the shadow outside the courtyard gate. Who are you?" Wang Yanqiu couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. "Grandma, it's me. I'm Yanqiu, your little Yanqiu." The old woman's frail body trembled uncontrollably, almost falling to the ground. Wang Yanqiu was startled and quickly stepped forward to push open the courtyard gate. The gate wasn't locked and swung open easily. Wang Yanqiu hurried over and helped the old woman. The old woman looked at Wang Yanqiu in disbelief. Her hands trembled as she reached out to touch her face, afraid she was dreaming. You're my little Yanqiu. You came to see me?" Tears filled Wang Yanqiu's eyes. She kept her lips tightly pressed and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Grandma. I'm little Yanqiu. I came to see you." The old woman finally seemed to realize what was happening. She hugged Wang Yanqiu tightly, tears of muddled emotions streaming down her face. Wang Yanqiu felt her frail grandmother's strength as she held her. It was as if she was afraid she might run away again. She only felt warmth in her heart. This was true family. Yanqiu, my dear Yanqiu, I thought I would never see you again. You are such a heartless child, not even coming to see me once. Do you only plan to visit me when I am gone?" The old lady held Yanqiu tightly, crying and shouting with emotion. She was so overwhelmed, she couldn't stop. Yanqiu was her precious, and now she was finally here to see her. Yanqiu looked at her grandmother's excited face and quickly stopped crying. She knew her grandmother was old and couldn't handle such strong emotions. She squatted down and half kneeled on the ground, wrapping her arms around her grandmother and burying her face in her grandmother's embrace, letting her grandmother hold her back. Tears in her eyes, Yanqiu gently patted her grandmother's back. "Grandma, no more tears. I'm here to see you. I want to stay here from now on. I'll keep you company every day and never leave." Hearing Yanqiu's words, her grandmother's crying softened. Soon, Yanqiu heard a voice in her ear, full of doubt, asking, "Really? You won't leave Grandma? Will you stay with her forever?" Yanqiu nodded quickly, tears soaking her grandmother's clothes. Good. Yanqiu will stay at Grandma's house and never leave," her grandmother said excitedly. She hurried to stop her tears, feeling a little embarrassed. Maybe she had cried all her tears today. Thinking to herself with a small smile, Yanqiu slowly stood up, supporting her grandmother. After not seeing her for years, her grandmother looked much older. The once lively and energetic legs now moved a bit slowly. A wave of sadness rose in Yanqiu's heart. Her grandmother had lost some of her former spirit. Her grandmother looked at the bag Yanqiu was holding, just like before, and reached out to help her. "Come, little Yanqiu, give me the bag. Grandma will carry it for you." Yanqiu looked at her shorter grandmother with a smile. "No need, Grandma. I'm not a child anymore. I can carry it myself." Seeing her insist, her grandmother held her hand tightly and led her inside. "Let's go inside and warm up. It's so cold today, and you're dressed so lightly. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" While chattering, her grandmother also complained. She was upset that her unkind granddaughter had been able to stay away so long without visiting her, and she kept grumbling about it. But her ever-present smile showed that she was feeling very happy right now. Inside, Grandma pulled her onto the warm bed. Since it was cold outside, her uncle had already heated the bed early in the morning, worried that his mother might be cold. Grandma told her to sit down, then got up to pour a cup of hot water for her, adding plenty of brown sugar, turning the water a deep red. Wang Yanxiu feels that Grandma put at least 1 or 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar in the water. Brown sugar is very precious now, and her grandma is very generous. Grandma poured the water, sat on the bed, and watched Wang Yanxiu pick up the cup and drink the sweet red sugar water. Her face was full of kind, smiling wrinkles. Wang Yanxiu picked up the cup, looked at Grandma, blew on the water, then slowly took a sip. Grandma quickly said, "Drink slowly, it's hot." On it a bit. In her eyes, Wang Yanxiu still looked like that little girl. Wang Yanxiu responded with a soft "hmm," and tears fell into the sweet red sugar water as she drank it. The more she drank, the bigger her mouth got. Finally, she finished every drop of the red sugar water in the bowl. She put down the bowl, and the tears in her eyes disappeared. She smiled broadly at Grandma, like flowers blooming in spring. The grandmother and granddaughter looked at each other, neither speaking, just feeling happy. After a while, they stopped. Grandma stood up, smiling, and said, "Xiao Yanxiu, sit here for a while. Grandma will go call your uncle. He's thinking of you too." Wang Yanxiu was still overwhelmed with feelings and couldn't speak. She nodded with red eyes. Grandma looked at her, then reminded her, "Just stay here. Don't go anywhere." Wang Yanxiu hoarsely managed to say, "Okay." She didn't ask to go with Grandma because she still didn't know how to face her caring and loving uncle. Grandma silently looked at her a few more times before walking out the door. Her uncle's house was not far from Grandma's, less than 100 meters away. Even if Grandma walked slowly, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Wang Yanxiu took a deep breath, got off the bed, and stood up. She looked around at the familiar room. Not much has changed compared to the past 2 years. The furniture and decorations are still the same. Yanyu touches here, looks there, feeling very close and familiar. Only here can she truly feel what home is. Home is so familiar, warm, distant, and comforting all at once. She can't get enough of being here. Even the tables and chairs she looks at make her feel happy. Just as Yanyu is lost to her thoughts, a loud voice suddenly sounds outside the door, with a hint of urgency. "Mom, you didn't lie to me. Is it really little Yanyu who has come?" The voice interrupts her thoughts. It's her uncle's voice. Yanyu's heart trembles, and her eyes involuntarily turn red again. Wang Yanxiu's small face was full of smiles. She stepped forward, holding her grandmother's arm, and nodded happily. "No, really no. Uncle is fine. How could he scare me?" Zhou Jianjun finally let out a sigh of relief. Usually, he was fearless, but he was most afraid of his mother getting angry. "Mom, think about it. How could I scare little Yanxiu? I know she's your favorite." Wang Yanxiu and Zhou Jianjun supported their grandmother as they entered the house. The three sat cross-legged on the kong, a traditional bed, which had a small square table on it. Wang Yanxiu took off her shoes and sat at the back, barefoot. Zhou Jianjun and Grandma sat on either side. Grandma took a bag of peach cookies and placed it on the table, smiling warmly and encouraging Yanxiu to eat. Zhou Jianjun poured hot water into cups for everyone. Wang Yanxiu sat inside the table area, eating the peach cookies slowly under Grandma's watchful eye. Seeing her granddaughter eating, Grandma's eyes squinted happily. When Wang Yanxiu had almost finished her cookies, Zhou Jianjun gently tapped the table and cleared his throat, speaking softly. "Little Yanxiu, come. Tell uncle. Did you feel wronged over there?" Zhou Jianjun discreetly glanced at Wang Yanxiu's clothes and her much thinner body. A hint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Seems like her life over the past 2 years hasn't been easy. Wang Yanxiu didn't answer. She picked up her cup, took a sip of water, and cleared her throat. "Grandma, Uncle, I was blind before. I thought they were better than they really are. Over these 2 years, I've been busy working in that house, doing farm work, laundry, cooking. I thought I was doing well, but, her voice suddenly choked with emotion. Grandma couldn't bear to see her granddaughter upset. She became anxious, her eyes widening slightly, and her voice filled with anger. "What? Making you do farm work and laundry? Didn't Wang Junjiang marry a second wife? Why is he still making you do all that?" Zhou Jianjun clenched and released his fists, feeling a surge of anger he didn't know how to vent. Seeing his mother angry, Worried she might get sick, he quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Mom, don't be upset. Little Yensu is here with us now. We won't send her back. Please don't be so angry. Wang Yanxiu also moved closer to her grandmother, holding her hand. Yes, Grandma, please don't be angry. Everything is in the past. I won't go back to that home. I want Uncle to help me transfer my household registration so that I can live with you from now on. When Grandma heard Wang Yanxiu say she wanted to transfer her household registration, her eyes lit up with surprise and happiness. She quickly grabbed Wang Yanxiu's hand. Little Yanxiu, are you serious? You mustn't lie to Grandma. Wang Yanxiu gently held her grandmother's dry hand and softly stroked it. Grandma, I am telling the truth. I want to transfer my household registration and live with you. This is my real home. I don't want that other home anymore. Seeing how easily Grandma got upset over her issues, Wang Yanxiu was afraid to tell her about Wang Zhenjiang's plan to sell her. After all, Grandma was in her 60s and might get sick from the stress. So, Wang Yanxiu decided to talk to Uncle privately and keep it from Grandma for now. Zhou Jianjun's expression brightened when he heard this. Could it be that little Yanxiu finally understood? That's a good thing. He knew Wang Yanxiu had been wronged over there, and it was probably more complicated than she said. Because Zhou Jianjun knew how stubborn Wang Yanxiu was, like a mule. Usually, when she was wronged, she would swallow her anger and say nothing. But once she came to him, no one could make her suffer unfair treatment. He would find out everything she endured over there. Thinking of this, Zhou Jianjun's eyes flashed with a fierce look. That Wang Zhenjiang really thought no one was watching her back. He had never liked Wang Zhenjiang. He thought the man was just a pretty face, and his sister had fallen for his honest appearance. Plus, he was quite good-looking when young, so they got together. They married despite opposition. But in just over 10 years, they had become estranged, living apart. When his sister died, their mother almost went blind from crying. His niece was just as stubborn as his sister, just like her. When her father married Lu Honyun, Zhou Jianjun wanted to bring Wang Yanxiu to his home, worried she might suffer some hardship there. However, Wang Zhenjiang strongly disagreed, insisting that Wang Yanxiu was his daughter and must stay in their family. He couldn't persuade Wang Yanxiu, who was very stubborn, so he gave up. No one expected that despite all efforts, Yanxiu wouldn't change her mind. Now, she has come by herself and even said she would help transfer her household registration. From what I know about her, she must have been very upset. Zhou Jianjun kept a calm face and said in a serious tone, All right, Yanxiu, Uncle will listen to you. I'll transfer your household registration, but you must not regret it later. Do you understand? Yanxiu smiled slightly and replied, Don't worry, Uncle. You know I always keep my promises. Only then did Zhou Jianjun feel relieved. He knew that although his niece was young, she was very determined and couldn't be persuaded easily. Good, then let's handle this tomorrow. I'll talk to the village chief this afternoon to get a certificate, and tomorrow we'll transfer your household registration. After that, we can live here happily. Your uncle will be here for you. Don't try to carry everything alone. Your shoulders are still tender and can't handle too much. Zhou Jianjun gently patted the small table, quickly making arrangements with just a few words. Grandma watched Zhou Jianjun finish arranging everything, her face showing a deeper smile, as if she saw the happy days when Yanxiu was always by her side. Her spirits lifted a bit. She got up and started to prepare some meat to cook a good lunch for Yanxiu. Yanxiu quickly stopped her, saying, Grandma, no need to trouble yourself. Just make something simple. I can cook with whatever vegetables we have. You rest. Grandma was very open-minded. After Zhou Jianjun got married a few years ago, they had started living separately. At Grandma's suggestion, Zhou Jianjun set up his own household. Now, Uncle's family and Grandma's family live apart. Sometimes, Grandma doesn't want to cook and goes to Uncle's house to eat since they live nearby and it's convenient. Seeing her mother and niece busy cooking together, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but smile as he looked at Wang Yanxiu and said, We're not eating at Grandma's today. Everyone's going to Uncle's house. Your aunt is already preparing the chicken in the kitchen, And your sister is helping too. They wanted to come see you earlier, but I told them to stay home and help. Come on, let's go to Uncle's house. Hearing her uncle's words, Wang Yanxiu felt a moment of confusion. Uncle's house felt just like the home she dreamed of. Her aunt, Li Guiyun, had been her childhood friend. Their relationship was like that of sisters. When it was time for marriage, she married her uncle naturally. They had a daughter and a son, living a happy life. Li Guiyun, like her husband Zhou Jianjun, cared deeply for Wang Yanxiu. Because of her own relationship with Wang Yanxiu's mother, she sometimes treated Wang Yanxiu even better than her own children. When Grandma heard her brother's words, she clapped her thigh and said, Yes, I almost forgot. We're going to Uncle's house for lunch. Wang Yanxiu also smiled and said, Okay, let's go to Uncle's house. Then she linked arms with Grandma, and they headed toward her uncle's home. After walking a few steps, Wang Yanxiu saw a new house made of blue bricks nearby, standing out among the old, worn buildings. Grandma pointed at the new house and said happily, Yanxiu, do you see that? That's your uncle's new house. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Yanxiu's eyes lit up with a smile. Yes, it's beautiful. Uncle is really talented. Now, her uncle's family was doing very well. They were considered quite wealthy in the village. Their 3 blue brick and tile houses were spacious and bright. Her aunt was also very capable, keeping the house and yard tidy and well organized. When they entered her uncle's house, Wang Yanxiu saw the stove was already lit, and the sound of cooking utensils clashing filled the air, along with a delicious aroma. Near the kitchen door, there was some blood and chicken feathers, probably from the freshly slaughtered chicken. A gentle, warm feeling appeared in Wang Yanxiu's eyes. She guessed her Aunt Li Guiyun was cooking inside. She softly told her grandma, Grandma, I want to go see Auntie in the kitchen. Grandma gently patted her small hand and said, Go ahead. This is your home now. Do whatever you want. Wang Yanxiu nodded firmly. Yes, compared to this place, this truly felt like her home. Wang Yanxiu was holding her grandmother's arm and quickly walking toward the kitchen. Before she reached it, her voice rang out cheerfully. Auntie, I'm here. Her tone sounded light and happy, much less heavy and gloomy than before. In the kitchen, a woman in her 30s was cooking. It was Wang Yanxiu's aunt, Li Guiyun. Her cousin, Zhou Lanfang, was helping to light the fire. When they heard Wang Yanxiu calling out, both women paused their work and looked toward the kitchen door. Wang Yanxiu entered the kitchen and saw her aunt and cousin staring at her with wide eyes. Although she was excited to see them again, their intense gazes made her feel like something was wrong with her. She looked down and around herself. Besides her clothes being a little small and patched up, she thought she was fine. She didn't care much about these external things. She had suffered a lot in her past life, and just being able to live well now made her happy. Material things are important, but not that important. She looked up at her Aunt Li Guiyun and cousin Zhou Lanfang with a puzzled expression. Auntie Fangjia, what are you looking at me like that? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Lanfang exclaimed, Wow, Yanxiu is really here. She put down the firewood she was holding and ran over to Wang Yanxiu, wrapping her arms around her waist. She hugged her tightly and jumped around happily, looking extremely excited. Although Zhou Lanfang was 2 years older than Wang Yanxiu, she still acted like a little child. Seeing her, Wang Yanxiu felt very happy and excited. They had been close since childhood because they were the only 2 girls in the younger generation of the family. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Zhou Lanfang's excitement was understandable. Li Guiyun, her aunt, couldn't watch anymore. She pulled Zhou Lanfang away and said, Go light the fire. You're acting like a crazy girl. Zhou Lanfang looked a bit unwilling, pouting as she turned to go light the fire. Li Guiyun looked at Wang Yanxiu with a hint of tenderness and pity in her eyes. She took her hand and patted it gently. Yanxiu, the room is a bit stuffy. Go to the main hall and warm up first. I'll finish cooking soon. When it's ready, we'll sit at the table and talk. Seeing her aunt busy in the kitchen, Wang Yanxiu cheerfully said, Okay, Auntie. I'll go first. You don't need to make too many dishes, just enough to eat is fine. Li Guoyun smiled and said, I understand. Go ahead and chat with your grandma and uncle. They're also thinking about you all the time, Wang Yanxiu answered. Okay. After greeting her cousin Zhou Lanfang, she went to the main room to be with her grandma and uncle. Her younger brother is not at home now. He is at school and just started high school this year. He will only come home on weekends. Her older sister graduated from high school a couple of years ago and is currently unemployed at home. She says she is unemployed, but really, there are no job opportunities. Usually, girls her age in the countryside are already married or engaged. However, her uncle and aunt do not want to marry off their daughter so early. Despite the local matchmakers visiting many times, they haven't agreed. Wang Yanxiu agrees with her uncle and aunt's decision. Others might not know, but Wang Yanxiu does. She knows that next year, the college entrance exam will be open again. Her sister is a good student, so going to university is not a problem. After graduating from university, the government will assign her a job. She will become a respected public servant. Getting a government job is very honorable. Isn't it better than marrying early? Wang Yanxiu went to the main room and heard her grandma and Uncle Zhou Jianjun arguing about her situation. Seeing Wang Yanxiu arrive, her grandma waved to her. Wang Yanxiu happily walked over and sat beside her. She gently held her grandma's hand, and her grandma asked with a soft smile, Just now your uncle said you should stay here. I said you should stay with me. Xia Yanqiu, what do you think? Should you stay with your uncle or with grandma? Wang Yanxiu smiled softly, knowing what was being discussed. She had already made her decision. Smiling happily, she said, Uncle, I've already decided. I want to spend more time with grandma, so I'll stay with her. Seeing her uncle Zhou Jianjun about to speak, Wang Yanxiu quickly said, Besides, your house is so close. If I want to come over, it's just a few steps. Please don't mind me bothering you. Uncle Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanxiu, who was smiling brightly and helplessly said, All right, fine. I really can't do anything about you. Her grandma, watching the two settle the matter happily, was so pleased she smiled widely, as if she had won a great victory. Zhou Jianjun saw how happy his mother was, so he no longer worried about where Wang Yanxiu would live. Letting Yanxiu stay in the old house was also a good idea. In the evening, she could keep her mother company, so she wouldn't worry about her falling alone at night. Although the weather wasn't very cold yet, a fire was burning in the main room. The three of them sat around the fire, chatting casually. They shared stories from their day, and Wang Yanxiu listened happily. This warm family atmosphere was something she had longed for. Her heart, which had been empty for nearly 20 years, eagerly absorbed this feeling of home. This warmth slowly melted her long-frozen heart without her realizing it. After about half an hour, Aunt Li Guoyun finished preparing the dishes. She had cooked a chicken, stir-fried some pork belly, and made a local specialty, pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Even though it was winter, they also had a big plate of spicy cold salad called tiger salad. Li Guoyun was a great cook. The food looked delicious, fragrant, and colorful. Wang Yanxiu's mouth watered with anticipation. She couldn't remember the last time she had such a good meal. Wang Yanxiu volunteered to help serve the food, but Zhou Jianjun gently stopped her. Just sit here and chat with grandma. When it's time to eat, that's enough. You don't need to do anything else. If you want to help, there will be plenty of chances later. Reluctantly, Wang Yanxiu sat with her grandmother, waiting to eat. She was used to busying herself at home, so suddenly having nothing to do felt a little strange. Aunt Li Guoyun and cousin Zhou Lanfang quickly brought the dishes to the table. At the table, Grandma took the seat of honor, sitting at the head. Zhou Jianjun and Wang Yanxiu sat on either side. Cousin Zhou Lanfang sat close to Wang Yanxiu. She was very excited today because her best sister had come. She had many things she wanted to share with Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu ate until she was completely full. She realized she hadn't had such a satisfying meal in a long time. Grandma and uncle kept helping her with food. Even cousin Zhou Lanfang and Aunt Li Guoyun kept urging her to eat more. Zhou Lanfang sat beside her and occasionally scooped some food onto her plate, smiling sweetly. It was clear she was very happy today. By the end of the meal, Wang Yanxiu had eaten 3 large bowls of rice. After dinner, Wang Yanxiu didn't have a chance to help clean the dishes. Her aunt pulled her onto the bed in the room and took out a clean, plain cotton outfit. She kindly said, "Here, this is your sister's cotton clothes. It's clean. You can wear it first. Later, I will make you a new one." Zhou Lanfang is a bit shorter than her, about 1.7 meters tall, but she is a little plumper. Wang Yanxiu is very thin now. Her aunt's clothes probably fit her well. Hearing her aunt's words, Wang Yanxiu looked at the new clothes and then at her own, realizing she really couldn't wear her old clothes anymore. She took the clothes without hesitation. Her uncle and aunt probably didn't want to be too formal with her either. Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, aunt. I will change into my sister's clothes now. My current clothes are really not suitable anymore." After changing into her cousin's cotton outfit, it was much warmer than her previous clothes. Wang Yanxiu felt like she was alive again. Her chest started to feel warm and the cold feeling was gone. Much more comfortable, Wang Yanxiu happily smiled at Li Guiyun and said, "Thank you, aunt." Li Guiyun's eyes were a little moist. She reached out and hugged Wang Yanxiu's thin body. "Silly child, there's no need to be so formal with your aunt. Just tell me if you need anything, okay? This is your family." Being polite to family is unnecessary. She gently patted Wang Yanxiu's arm. Wang Yanxiu was held in Li Guiyun's warm embrace, which felt a bit like a mother's hug. She thought nostalgically that it would be so nice if her mother were still here. With a slight nasal tone and a smile in her eyes, she said, "Got it, aunt. From now on, I will treat this place as my home. Please don't mind if I bother you sometimes." Li Guiyun looked at her with a little tenderness and a gentle smile. "That's right. Your aunt won't mind you at all." After changing her clothes and mood, Wang Yanxiu returned to the main room and saw her grandmother sitting by the stove, warming herself. Grandma was older and easily felt cold. As winter arrived, she had already started the fire early. Seeing Wang Yanxiu come out in her cotton clothes, Grandma nodded with satisfaction and waved her over. "Xiao Yanxiu, come here and keep Grandma company by the fire." Wang Yanxiu was walking over and sat beside her grandmother. She stretched her hand over the hot stove, and the bright red charcoal fire chased away the cold around her. It was very warm, and Wang Yanxiu really loved this feeling. She looked around but didn't see Zhou Jianjun. Curious, she asked, "Grandma, where did Uncle go?" Her grandmother leaned in close and smiled softly, whispering, "Your uncle went to find the village chief. You want to move your household registration here, so we need a proof of acceptance from the village. Once we get that, we can transfer your registration early. Then I can feel at ease. If your registration isn't transferred, I'll always feel uneasy, like my heart is unsettled." Wang Yanxiu wasn't sure about the process. She asked quietly, "Grandma, is it easy to do? Is it complicated?" Seeing her worry, her grandmother gently patted her head and said, "Don't worry, it's easy. The village chief now works in our community, and he's your uncle's cousin. You should also call him third grandpa." Hearing this, Wang Yanxiu finally relaxed. Transferring household registration is always a big deal, and it's not simple to do. But since they have this connection, it should go smoothly. They sat by the fire, chatting happily. Soon, Zhou Lanfang finished cleaning the dishes and came over. "Grandma, Yankee." Zhou Lanfang happily greeted them and sat down by the stove. With Zhou Lanfang's cheerful presence, the atmosphere became even more lively. Wang Yanxiu listened with a smile as her grandmother and Zhou Lanfang chatted. Neither mentioned anything about what had happened at home, afraid it might upset her again. After more than an hour, there was a loud noise at the door. Zhou Lanfang didn't look up and said, "That's my dad coming back. Could it be Uncle?" Wang Yanxiu's heart tightened. She didn't know if the proof of transfer had been issued. Although her grandmother said it was easy and the village chief was a relative, Wang Yanxiu still felt like something was unfinished. Without seeing the household registration proof, she felt a little empty inside. With a creak, the main door opened and a cold breeze blew in. Zhou Jianjun walked into the room and casually closed the door behind him. He looked at the three people by the fire and said with a smile, "Oh, you're warming yourselves by the fire." Grandma looked at Zhou Jianjun and asked, "Have you finished the paperwork?" Wang Yanxiu's heart suddenly lifted. Zhou Lanfang looked at her father with big, hopeful eyes. If Yanxiu could transfer her household registration here, that would be great. Then she could play with Yanxiu every day. Zhou Jianjun went to the fire and, smiling, took out a piece of white paper from his pocket. "Look, I'll make sure everything is handled properly." Wang Yanxiu reached out and took the white paper from her uncle. Her eyes quickly scanned it. Her name was written on it, and it was stamped with the village seal. It was a proof that her household registration could be transferred to Zhoujia village. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she carefully held the document, treating it like a treasure. With this document, she could transfer her household registration tomorrow. Then Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun wouldn't be able to control her life anymore. Curious, Zhou Lanfang shouted, "Let me see, let me see." Grandma sat by the fire, smiling broadly. "Yes, yes, go ahead." Seeing Wang Yanxiu staring at her, Zhou Jianjun's eyes shone with a surprising brightness. She looked like a lively, energetic girl again. "Don't worry, tomorrow your uncle will go with you to transfer the household registration. After that, you'll officially be part of Zhoujia village," Zhou Jianjun said softly to Wang Yanxiu. "Okay." Wang Yanxiu nodded hard and handed the proof to Zhou Jianjun. He carefully kept it close. He also planned to go tomorrow to transfer the household registration himself. He was worried that Wang Yanxiu might have trouble facing Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun's tricks. It was safer to keep the proof with him. Although Wang Yanxiu had her own space, she couldn't tell anyone about it. Even close family members were hard to trust with such secrets. So, Wang Yanxiu decided to keep her space as her biggest secret. No one would know. After lunch, Grandma, feeling sleepy as she was older, yawned several times and stood up, calling out to Wang Yanxiu, "Xiao Yanxiu, do you want to rest with Grandma, or do you want to play at your uncle's house for a while?" Wang Yanxiu stood up and said to Zhou Jianjun, "Uncle, I will go to sleep with Grandma." "I'm a bit tired too," Zhou Jianjun quickly told his mother. "Mom, you can rest here. The bed is warm at home." Grandma waved her hand. "No, I'm too old. I recognize my bed, but I can't sleep here." "Come on, little Yanxiu, let's go back together." "Okay," Wang Yanxiu agreed and helped Grandma as they headed toward the door. "Uncle, Auntie Lanfang, we're going back now." Seeing he couldn't stop his mother, Zhou Jianjun had no choice but to let Wang Yanxiu go with her. Back at Grandma's house, Wang Yanxiu looked at her and saw she had aged a lot in the past 2 years. Her hair was half gray, and her spirit seemed much weaker.
She felt a little sad.
He knew Grandma was hurt emotionally a few years ago after losing her daughter, and then she fell and broke her leg, which made her health worse. She was only in her 60s, but in the countryside, many people her age still work in the fields and earn some money. Thinking about the spiritual spring water and herbal pills in her space, Wang Yanxiu had an idea. Maybe she could learn traditional Chinese medicine when she had free time and try to help Grandma recover. She couldn't give Grandma the pills casually, but she believed the spring water in her space was special. It tasted sweet and refreshing. After drinking the spring water in her space today, Wang Yanxiu felt much more relaxed. She decided to give Grandma some of the spring water to try. She took a bowl, poured in warm water, and used her mind to take a small amount of spring water from her space, pouring it into the bowl. She later realized that she could drink the spring water from her space anytime without entering it, just by thinking about it. The water would appear wherever she wanted. It was very convenient. "Grandma, drink this water first, then go to sleep," Wang Yanxiu said, handing her the bowl with the spring water. Grandma was a little thirsty and smiled as she took the bowl. The water was just the right temperature. She drank it all in one go. After finishing, Grandma felt the water was especially good today. She didn't think much about it, just felt happy to see her beloved Yanxiu. When people are happy, everything seems sweeter, even the water. Grandma brought a thick quilt for Wang Yanxiu to her bed and placed it beside her. "Come, little Yanxiu, stay with Grandma and sleep for a while." Just after tidying up Wang Yanxiu's blanket, Grandma felt a wave of deep sleepiness coming over her. Why am I so sleepy today? Little Yensu, Grandma will rest for a bit. If you're tired, you can sleep too. After saying that, Grandma snuggled into the quilt and soon started snoring evenly. Wang Yensu was a little worried and went to check on her. Seeing Grandma's face looked fine, she felt relieved. She climbed into the soft, fluffy quilt Grandma had made for her. It must have been sun-dried recently because it smelled pleasantly of sunshine. Wang Yensu looked at Grandma sleeping peacefully inside the quilt for a while. Seeing her sleep so soundly, she also felt safe and drifted into her own dreams. Maybe because she was at Grandma's house and Grandma was right beside her, she felt very secure. She slept very deeply, something she hadn't done in a long time with such good quality sleep. Until Grandma woke her up. Yensu, little Yensu, wake up. It's time to get up. We're going to your uncle's house for dinner. Wang Yensu opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the figure in front of her. She rasped, Grandma? Her mind was still foggy, and she forgot she was at Grandma's house. Grandma looked at her confused face and thought she was adorable. Before she went asleep, she had washed her face thoroughly to avoid getting the quilt dirty. Her small face was white and pink, with big eyes and long eyelashes, completely different from her previous dull appearance. Wang Yensu watched Grandma smiling gently as she stood by her bed, softly calling her to wake up. Yes, okay, Grandma. I'm getting up now. Wang Yensu immediately woke up. Grandma watched her get dressed and get out of bed. Wang Yensu quietly glanced at Grandma. Was it just her feeling, or did Grandma look healthier than in the morning? This discovery made her feel energized. It worked. She thought, in the future, they would spend more time together and she could slowly help improve Grandma's health. Grandma stood nearby, watching Wang Yensu with a very happy mood. Just now, she opened her eyes and saw little Yensu sleeping beside her. She almost thought it was a dream. She lay on the bed, watching Wang Yensu, without moving for a full 10 minutes. She looks very beautiful, a bit like her mother, but even prettier than her mother was when she was young. Grandma thought for a long time, and then got up. Looking at Wang Yensu's fair, clean face, Grandma felt that besides being a little thinner, everything else was perfect. It would be even better if she were a bit chubbier, Grandma thought to herself. At noon, Zhou Jianjun said he would eat here again tonight, so Grandma didn't cook dinner at home. They still had to go to Zhou Jianjun's house for dinner. In the afternoon, after Zhou Jianjun, Wang Yensu and her mother went to take a nap. He kept thinking about the household registration transfer for Wang Yensu tomorrow. Transferring household registration is not as simple as Wang Yensu thought. Although the procedures for her transfer here were completed, they still needed approval from Wang Zhenjiang and his village. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Zhou Jianjun thought for a long time, then got up and went to find Li Guiyun, who was preparing dinner. Wife, how much money do we have left at home? Li Guiyun stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and asked, Husband, what's wrong? Do we need money? Zhou Jianjun hesitated and said, I'm just worried that something might go wrong with Yensu's household registration transfer tomorrow. Wang Zhenjiang is a troublemaker, and I'm afraid he won't agree easily. Li Guiyun looked at Wang Yensu's patched clothes and small size. Her expression darkened. She didn't say anything, went into the room, and took out a metal box from the bedside table. Most of their belongings were inside. Li Guiyun took out the money, counted it, and found over 800 yuan. She looked at Zhou Jianjun and said, Last year, we spent a lot on building the house. Now we only have about 800 yuan left. Can you take 600? Keep 200 at home in case of emergencies so we won't have to borrow money everywhere. Zhou Jianjun quickly said, That's enough, that's enough. If Wang Zhenjiang still doesn't agree, I'll deal with him. I haven't even settled accounts with him over my sister's matter, and if it weren't for Yensu's household registration, I'd break his leg. He looked at Li Guiyun with gratitude and said, Thank you, Guiyun, for helping with Yensu's matter. Li Guiyun patted Zhou Jianjun's arm with her hand and said, Yensu's matter is my matter. Why are you thanking me? You know very well what my relationship with her mother is. Otherwise, do you think I would marry you? Li Guiyun said, her eyes almost turning red again. Li Guiyun knows her relationship with her younger sister very well. They are truly close friends for life. 3 years ago, her sister fell ill and passed away. Li Guiyun was very sad and cried for more than a month. She soaked many pillows with tears before she finally felt better. Li Guiyun thought for a moment and then gave all 800 yuan to Zhou Jianjun. Take it all just in case. If you don't need it, you can return it. Do you understand? After saying that, Li Guiyun glared at Zhou Jianjun, worried he might spend the money carelessly. Zhou Jianjun immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, wife. You know what kind of person I am." Li Guiyun looked annoyed and pushed him away. "Go away, get out of my way. I still need to prepare dinner for Xiao Yanqiu. Look at how thin she's gotten these years. I want to help her regain her health." Zhou Jianjun saw no one around and reached out to hug Li Guiyun. He gave her a big kiss on the face. Startled, Li Guiyun slapped him a few times. "Are you crazy? In broad daylight. What if someone sees us?" Zhou Jianjun chuckled. "I'll find some people and go with me tomorrow. Let Wang Zhenjiang know that Xiao Yanqiu has someone backing her up." Li Guiyun waved her hand, telling him to leave. "Go quickly, find some friends to come along." Zhou Jianjun left for a while and only returned near dinner time. He went to the main hall but didn't see his mother or Xiao Yanqiu. "Wife, haven't your mother and Xiao Yanqiu come yet?" "No, ask Lan Fong to go call them," Li Guiyun said, poking her head out from the kitchen. Before Zhou Jianjun could speak, Zhou Lanfang ran out of the house. "I'll go call Grandma and Yanqiu." She dashed off in a flash. Zhou Jianjun watched Zhou Lanfang run away and stared at the door for a long time. This girl is so reckless. I wonder who she takes after. Someone threw a cabbage leaf at him from the kitchen. "Who do you think she takes after? Besides you, who else? Could she be like me?" Zhou Lanfang ran quickly to her grandma's house, pushed open the yard gate, and shouted, "Grandma, Yanqiu." Before anyone inside could answer, she hurried forward, pushed open the door, and said, "Grandma, Yanqiu, let's go eat dinner now." Before Zhou Lanfang finished speaking, she widened her eyes in surprise. "Oh my, who is this beautiful young lady in front of me?" Zhou Lanfang was momentarily stunned, then realized it was her sister Yanqiu. "Oh my goodness, how can she look so good?" Excited, she stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yanqiu's arm, looking her up and down curiously. She asked, "Are you Yanqiu? Wow, how have you grown? It's been 2 years, and you look so beautiful now. Your skin is so white and soft. It feels so smooth and nice to touch." Wang Yanqiu watched Zhou Lanfang chatter nonstop, showing a look of helplessness. Her cousin has always been restless and can't settle down. When they are together, it feels like she is the older sister. "Yeah, I've lost a bit of weight than before, but I look even better now." Zhou Lanfang stared at Wang Yanqiu for a long time and finally made this conclusion. Wang Yanqiu chuckled and said, "You look good too. Your eyes are big and your face shape is nice. Once you get some treatment, your skin will also improve." Zhou Lanfang blinked, feeling a little unsure. She asked, "Really? I look good too? Do you know how to improve skin?" Seeing Zhou Lanfang's hopeful expression, Wang Yanqiu wanted to say she didn't know, but she didn't want to hurt her. The spiritual spring water in her space could slowly help improve her health. "I know a little. In a few days, I'll find some ingredients and try to help you. But don't tell anyone, okay?" Hearing that Wang Yanqiu could help her improve, Zhou Lanfang looked excited. Okay. Yanqiu's sister, I'll listen to you. I won't tell anyone." Her face was a little chubby, and her skin, exposed to the sun and wind in the countryside, had turned red and flaky. But these were minor problems and easy to fix. Wang Yanqiu now knew that the spiritual spring water and strengthening pills at her space could change a person's physical condition and make Zhou Lanfang look more beautiful, an easy task. Seeing Zhou Lanfang so happy, Wang Yanqiu also felt glad for her. Young girls, no matter the era, how many don't love to look pretty? "Let's go. Time to eat." Wang Yanqiu held her grandmother's arm with one hand and Zhou Lanfang's with the other, heading toward her uncle's house. Li Guiyun saw that Wang Yanqiu was completely different from this morning, and she was surprised. Curious, she pulled Wang Yanqiu to look her over from head to toe. "Auntie, I'm used to living at home. If I stand out too much, Others might not like it, Wang Yanxiu explained. Unexpectedly, when Wang Yanxiu said this, Li Guiyun's eyes nearly welled up with tears again. She hugged her tightly. You've suffered, my child. It's okay now, everything is over. Wang Yanxiu almost cried from feeling touched by the atmosphere. Luckily, Zhou Lanfang pulled her aunt away, so the dinner didn't turn into a crying session. At the dinner table, there were 2 leftover dishes from lunch, reheated, and Li Guiyun made 2 more dishes. For this time period, it was a very rich meal. Like at noon, Li Guiyun and Grandma were worried she wouldn't eat enough, so they kept serving her food, encouraging her to eat more. Wang Yanxiu felt touched, but also a little shy. She pouted and said, Grandma, Auntie, you don't need to serve me. I won't be rude. After saying that, she ate several large bites of rice, then scooped more food into her bowl. She then glared at Grandma and Auntie. They looked at her actions with amusement. All right, Yanxiu, eat by yourself. Make sure you're full. After dinner, Wang Yanxiu and Grandma didn't stay long and prepared to go back. They needed to sleep early tonight because they had many things to do tomorrow. Seeing Zhou Lanfang's reluctant look, Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, Don't worry, I remember everything. I won't forget. Zhou Lanfang finally felt happy. Li Guiyun, listening nearby, asked curiously, What are you and Yanxiu joking about? You're not allowed to bully Yanxiu, understand? Or you'll get in trouble. Zhou Lanfang looked upset. She twisted her body and stomped her foot. Mom, what are you talking about? When have I ever bullied Yanxiu? We get along well. Let me tell you. She leaned close to her mother's ear and told her about how Yanxiu wanted to help her improve her health and skin. Afterward, Zhou Lanfang stared at her mother with wide eyes. Please don't tell anyone. I promised Yanxiu I wouldn't tell anyone. Only you are my mom, or I wouldn't tell you at all. Li Guiyun listened to Zhou Lanfang and her eyes lit up. She reached out and touched her face, feeling a little shy. Lanfang, do you think Yanxiu could help me improve my health too? When Zhou Lanfang heard her mother's words, she looked surprised. Mom, you're so old. Why do you still want to take care of your skin? Are you upset with Dad and want to replace yourself? Oh, Li Guiyun frowned. You Zhou Lanfang, you little brat. Can't I take care of myself? I'm only in my 30s. I should look better, right? As she spoke, Li Guiyun pinched Zhou Lanfang's arm with. Scared, Zhou Lanfang scrambled around. Oh, Mom, I was wrong.
Mom, ouch.
It hurts. I'll take care of myself. I'll ask Yanxiu to help us both with skincare. Please stop hitting. After a while of joking around, they finally stopped. Both of them noticed Wang Yanxiu's smooth, fair skin. They thought that if they could achieve even 70 or 80% of her look, that would be great. Before bed, Wang Yanxiu gave her grandmother a cup of warm water with a little of the spiritual spring water from the space inside. She didn't add too much, worried the effects might be too obvious. She preferred to improve gradually. Her grandmother drank the water and soon felt sleepy. She thought she was just tired from being overly excited and mentally drained today, so she didn't think much of it. After washing up and reminding Wang Yanxiu to go to bed early, she couldn't resist the strong sleepiness. She got into bed and soon started snoring evenly. Wang Yanxiu stared at her grandmother in surprise. She hadn't expected that this small amount of space spring water could have such a big effect. But it also showed how much her grandmother's energy and spirit had been drained. She was too weak to recover fully now. Next time, she would use a little less. Take it slow. No need to rush. She still had a long time ahead to help her grandmother regain her strength. Wang Yanxiu's mind was a mess. She thought about her past 19 years of suffering, the cruelty of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun, and then about Gu Qinghe. She also remembered her grandmother from the previous life. If her grandmother had been in this condition back then, she probably wouldn't have lasted long. A person in her 60s looked more like someone in their 70s or 80s. Wang Yanxiu pondered for a while, then finished washing up, drank a large bowl of spiritual spring water, and went to bed to sleep with her grandmother. Before dawn, Wang Yanxiu woke up to the sound of roosters crowing. Seeing that Grandma was still asleep, Wang Yanxiu quietly got up and went to the kitchen to start a fire and prepare breakfast. Wang Yanxiu worked quickly. First, she lit the stove, then cut a quarter of a large cabbage, washed it clean, and prepared to stir-fry it for breakfast. The quarter cabbage was enough for a big dish. While cooking, Wang Yanxiu added a little spring water to the vegetables, which made the flavor much better. The cabbage was cooked quickly. Wang Yanxiu used chopsticks to taste it. It was delicious. Her eyes lit up, and she added a bit more spring water. The ordinary cabbage turned into a tasty dish. Wang Yanxiu cleaned the pot and looked inside the rice jar, which still had some rice. She scooped out half a spoonful, washed it, and cooked rice porridge for breakfast. In the porridge, she also added a little spring water to help Grandma's health improve quietly and naturally, gradually changing her body. Grandma was attracted by a fragrant smell in her sleep and woke up suddenly. She looked around, noticing Wang Yanxiu was not in the bed, which surprised her. She was about to call her name when she heard sounds from the kitchen. She relaxed a little, guessing Wang Yanxiu was making breakfast. That girl wakes up so early. She doesn't know how to sleep a bit longer, Grandma muttered as she got out of bed. She had slept very well and felt much more energetic than before. She no longer felt groggy after waking up. When she went to the kitchen, she saw that Wang Yanxiu had almost finished preparing breakfast. Wang Yanxiu saw Grandma coming and smiled, saying, "Grandma, you're up. Wash up quickly, and we can eat breakfast." Grandma complained, "You, child, waking up so early. Why not sleep a little longer?" "I could have made breakfast." Wang Yanxiu smiled gently. "I wanted to make breakfast for Grandma to show my filial piety. It's just a simple meal, and it won't take long." Grandma smiled slightly. Good. I see you're capable. But I must say, your cooking smells really good. I could smell it even from bed." When Grandma finished washing her hands, Wang Yanxiu had already served the porridge on the table. "Come, Grandma, time to eat." Wang Yanxiu was helping her grandmother sit down. Grandma looked at the fragrant stir-fried cabbage and couldn't resist taking a bite, eating it with plain rice porridge. As soon as she tasted it, her eyes lit up and she praised, "Little Yanxiu, your cooking is better than the palace chefs." Hearing the compliment, Wang Yanxiu chuckled and said, "Grandma, you haven't even tried the palace chef's food. How do you know mine is better?" Grandma replied seriously, "It definitely isn't worse. I've never had such delicious stir-fried cabbage in my life. If only I could open a restaurant now. With this dish, you'd have a line of customers 3 miles long." Hearing her grandma's exaggerated words, Wang Yanxiu couldn't help but laugh. She knew her cooking was so good mainly because of the spiritual spring water in her space. It not only improved the taste of her dishes, but also helped improve her health. For breakfast, Wang Yanxiu ate 2 large bowls of porridge, and her grandma drank 1.5 bowls. The stir-fried cabbage was so good that not a drop of soup was left. Smiling, Wang Yanxiu said to her grandma, "Grandma, I'll cook for you every day in the future." Grandma happily grinned. "No need to cook every day. Just an occasional stir-fried cabbage is enough." After breakfast, Wang Yanxiu was about to wash the dishes, but her grandma stopped her. "You don't need to worry about these. Go prepare yourself. Your uncle will come to pick you up soon. We also need to handle your household registration today. This is very important." Hearing this, Wang Yanxiu remembered that she might face a tough challenge today. "Okay, Grandma." She thought about preparing things, but there wasn't much to get ready. Her uncle had already issued the permit for her to move in here. All that remained was to get the transfer certificate from Wangjia village and then go to the local police station to update her household registration. The main issue was that Wang Yanxiu's household registration was still under Wang Junjiang's name. In the village, it was okay. Moving out would save one person's food allowance, so they had no reason to refuse her transfer. The real problem was with Wang Junjiang. If he didn't agree to let her go, even the village chief couldn't force the issuance of the transfer certificate. Wang Yanxiu sat quietly on a stool inside the house, thinking for a moment. There was nothing much to prepare. The transfer certificate had already been issued. All that was left was the household registration transfer document. Wang Yanxiu squinted his eyes, a hint of determination flashing in his gaze. He was waiting to see if they would be sensible. Just then, a shout came from the doorway, "Yanxiu, Yanxiu." Wang Yanxiu stood up and walked outside. He saw Zhou Jianjun push open the courtyard door and come in. He greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, you're here." Zhou Jianjun was wearing a green military coat. He grinned and exhaled warm breath that turned into white mist. "Have you eaten breakfast? If not, I'm going to Wang Zhenjiang's place in Wangshuang now." Zhou Jianjun called Wang Zhenjiang by name directly in front of Wang Yanxiu, showing his clear dissatisfaction. "Have you eaten? Are you leaving now?" Wang Yanxiu asked. Zhou Jianjun nodded. "Yes, early is better." Then he called into the house, "Mom, I'm taking Xiao Yanxiu out." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yanxiu saw his grandmother rush out of the house, holding a dishcloth used for washing dishes. "Be careful on the way. Make sure to bring Xiao Yanxiu back safely, understand?" she said, anxiously. Zhou Jianjun waved to his grandmother.
Mom, don't worry.
"I'll definitely bring Xiao Yanxiu back safe and sound." Outside the courtyard gate, there were 3 bicycles, one for Zhou Jianjun and 2 others, and 4 young men. Seeing Wang Yanxiu's curiosity, Zhou Jianjun pointed to a short, stocky man wearing a lei foam cap and with a dark face. "This is your Uncle Manhwa. You probably don't remember him. He just returned from the army. He's assigned to the local police station in town. In a few days, he'll go report for duty." Wang Yanxiu called out, "Uncle Manhwa." Manhwa quickly responded a few times. Zhou Jianjun then pointed to the others. "This is your Uncle Jianliang, Uncle Jianglong, and Brother Ergu." Wang Yanxiu hurriedly called out to each of them. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanxiu and explained, "Get a few more people together so that Zhenjiang knows our Zhou family isn't without anyone. If he tries to bully us, he'll see he's mistaken. If he's not sensible, we'll give him a little warning." Wang Yanxiu nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to Uncle. As for Zhenjiang, if he doesn't cooperate, a beating will be the least of his problems." Zhou Jianjun got on his bicycle and said to Wang Yanxiu, "Get on." 3 bicycles, along with Wang Yanxiu, a total of 6 people, are riding towards Wangjia village. Zijiatan is just over 10 miles from Wangjia village. Wang Yanxiu came here yesterday and took over an hour to arrive. Today, Zhou Jianjun rode his bike to bring her back, and it only took about 20 minutes. The 3 bikes are traveling along a dirt country road. The road is bumpy and uneven, causing the bikes to shake occasionally. When they reached Wangjia village, the sun was already high in the sky, and they could see people appearing one after another along the way. The bikes entered the village, and an old lady on the street looked at them curiously. At this time, seeing 3 bikes arrive together was quite a rare sight in the village. Bicycles are rare in Wangjia village, only 2 or 3 in total. At this time, bikes are even more unusual than cars are in later years. The old lady looked closely and noticed that 5 of the 6 people she didn't recognize. But the girl? Isn't that Wang Yanxiu from Wang Zhenjiang's family? She heard that Wang Yanxiu had a big fight with her family yesterday and left home with a bag. This news had spread all over the village and caused a lot of fuss. Why is she back today and with so many people? Seeing their determined approach, it seemed they weren't here to make peace. Wang Zhenjiang's family was in trouble. The old lady slapped her thigh and thought, "I need to talk to someone about this. I can't be the only one who knows." Thinking this, she hurriedly turned and headed to her sister's house. She was the first to know this news, and she was sure she would be the first to spread it. This was her first-hand information, and she felt proud. The 3 bikes stopped at Wang Zhenjiang's house. Wang Yanxiu got off the bike and looked at the home she had lived in for over 10 years. There was no trace of nostalgia in her eyes. After her mother passed away, this once warm home turned cold and harsh, as if it wanted to squeeze everything out of her and then swallow her whole. Right now, Wang Zhenjiang's family hadn't finished cleaning up. Yesterday, after Wang Yanxiu smashed the pots and bowls, Wang Zhenjiang went to buy some new dishes. But he couldn't find any at the supply store. When he asked, he was told that iron pots were out of stock and it would take at least half a month to order one. In the end, Wang Junjiang had no choice but to come back and use an old, rusty iron pot with 2 dents, which was the only option left. Wang Junjiang scrubbed the iron pot again and again for over half an hour, but he still couldn't remove the rust smell from it. This morning, Lu Hongyan was woken up by Wang Junjiang kicking her. "The sun is almost shining on you. Why aren't you getting up to cook? What are you waiting for?" Lu Hongyan took a while to realize that Wang Yanxiu was already gone from home yesterday. There was no one else to cook, except for Wang Junjiang, Wang Fengjiao, and Wang Feipeng, who were all waiting for her to make breakfast. Yesterday, Wang Yanxiu had a big outburst and ran away from home. This series of events not only disrupted her plans but also made the village laugh at them. The two of them were so angry they didn't sleep all night. Wang Junjiang was furious. He couldn't believe his own daughter dared to rebel. Not only did she destroy the house, but she also ran away, making their family the joke of the village. Running away in this era was shameful. People would look down on you and mock you. That rebellious girl also didn't think about her future. How could she get married now? The bride price she received would be wasted. Lu Hongyan thought more deeply. She had no idea what Zhang Yuanbiao had told her. Now she felt very insecure, afraid that Zhang Yuanbiao might threaten her again. Last night, she and Wang Junjiang discussed for a long time. They decided to try to coax Wang Yanxiu back and get her married off. Otherwise, they would have to return the bride price they had already received, which was hard to explain. Wang Junjiang frowned. If not, then let Fengjiao marry him. She's of age and should get married. Lu Hongyan immediately got angry. No, Fengjiao can't marry him. If she does, her life will be over. Her eyes turned with a sad expression. It's not that they don't like Fengjiao. Their family is so well off, they have money and can eat meat often. It's normal for them to want a pretty girl. But compared to Yanxiu, Fengjiao isn't as beautiful. Wang Junjiang was reluctant to give up the 500 yuan bride price, but he knew there was no good solution. Clearly, Wang Yanxiu was no longer someone he could control easily. If it really can't be done, then just return the bride price, Wang Junjiang said with some pain. Lu Hongyan didn't want this kind of answer, but she also knew there was no way to deal with Wang Yanxiu now. Thinking about everything all night, she couldn't sleep well. Finally, just before dawn, she fell asleep, but not for long. Soon, Wang Junjiang woke her up to make breakfast. This used to be Wang Yanxiu's responsibility, but now it falls on her. With messy hair, red eyes, and busy for a long time, Lu Hongyan finally made a breakfast that looked somewhat edible. Before she could eat, loud knocking came from outside the door. Wang Junjiang put down his bowl, frowned, and said, "Who is it? Coming so early to knock?" Knocking so loudly, he stood up and went outside, asking, "Who is it?" At the door, seeing the person outside, Wang Junjiang was stunned. "Jianjun? Why are you bringing so many people here? What do you want?" Wang Yanxiu stepped out from behind Zhou Jianjun. "What are you here for? Didn't I say yesterday I wanted to move my household registration? My uncle is here to help me do that." Wang Junjiang finally saw Wang Yanxiu. His eyes suddenly flashed with anger. "You still know how to come back? The family is in chaos because of you. When did you become so unreasonable?" Zhou Jianjun saw Wang Junjiang angrily shouting at Wang Yanxiu, without knowing the facts. He was furious, but was stopped by Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu coldly said, "When I left yesterday, I already said I would come today to move my household registration. Didn't you hear?" Wang Junjiang sneered and angrily said, "You say you want to move your household registration, then just move it? I've raised you for over 10 years for nothing? I told you, it can't be done." A cold feeling rose in Wang Yanxiu's eyes. "Are you sure?" Wang Yanxiu looked at him with no emotion in her eyes. Wang Junjiang remembered how Wang Yanxiu had been acting like a different person yesterday, smashing things and acting crazy, not respecting anyone. He shivered and felt scared. But he was also reluctant to give in easily. If he let Wang Yanxiu move her household registration, he would lose a lot of money from her dowry in the future. Thinking about that, he felt unwilling. Now that Wang Yanxiu was of marriageable age, she could get a good dowry if she married out. If her household registration was moved, he wouldn't get a penny from her dowry anymore. Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Lu Honyun, hearing the noise outside, came out and said, "If we can't move it, then just move the household registration. What will the villagers think of us?" Wang Yanxiu's cold eyes looked at Lu Honyun, and she spoke without mercy. "Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. If you speak again, I'll knock out your teeth. It's a joke. Do you now realize how the villagers see your family?" Wang Yanxiu then looked at Wang Zhenjiang with a voice devoid of emotion. "Your family has long lost any reputation in the village. Why are you still talking? Do you think the villagers care about you? Are you fooling yourselves? In their eyes, your family is just a bunch of trash, good-for-nothings." In Wang Yanxiu's mind, Wang Zhenjiang's family was already nothing to her. She felt no guilt when she cursed them out loud. Zhou Jianjun originally saw Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun scolding Wang Yanxiu and was worried she might suffer unfair treatment or be hurt. He wanted to step forward to help, but unexpectedly, Wang Yanxiu launched a fierce verbal attack, cursing Wang Zhenjiang's family thoroughly. Her sharp words shocked Zhou Jianjun, and Zhou Jianhua and the others stared in disbelief. They never expected that this seemingly gentle girl could be so fierce when she argued. Wang Zhenjiang's face turned red with anger. He didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to embarrass him so openly in front of others. Ignoring Zhou Jianjun and the others, he roared, "I tell you, Wang Yanxiu, I am your father. No matter what, I won't let you change your household registration. No one can do anything about it, not even the heavens." Hearing Wang Zhenjiang's arrogant words, Zhou Jianjun's anger flared. If it weren't for some other matter that required Wang Zhenjiang's cooperation later, he would have punched him already. "Wang Zhenjiang, do you even act like a father? Look at what you've done to Yanxiu these past 2 years. She's so thin, with no decent clothes. How can you still call yourself her father?" Wang Zhenjiang's face showed a flicker of shame, but it quickly disappeared. "No matter what you say, I am her father. That's a fact no one can change. Saying more won't help." Wang Yanxiu stared directly at Wang Zhenjiang, as if she was looking at the man who had sent her into in her past life, wondering what kind of evil heart he had. "Didn't you hear what I said yesterday? Do you want me to repeat it?" At this moment, many village women had gathered at Wang Zhenjiang's door, watching the scene unfold. These women, wearing headscarves and cotton jackets, pointed and stared at Wang Zhenjiang's house. Wang Yanxiu was looking around and saw Aunt Wang and Aunt Li, whom he met yesterday. He nodded to them as a greeting, but didn't want to talk much now. At this moment, Wang Zhenjiang felt very ashamed and wished there was a hole he could hide in. Being pointed at and watched by so many people for the first time made him feel embarrassed. Wang Zhenjiang kept a stern face and said, "If you have something to say, go inside." Wang Yanxiu refused and said firmly, "No, let's talk here. Everything can be said openly. The women in this village can also judge." Wang Zhenjiang didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to be so stubborn and got angry, saying, "Then wait here. I'll talk to you when I have time." After that, he tried to go into the house. Wang Yanxiu's eyes flashed with a cold look. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Zhenjiang, pushing aside Lu Honyun, who was blocking the door, and went straight into the house. Seeing Wang Yanxiu's action, Wang Zhenjiang felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Yanxiu didn't answer. Suddenly, loud noises came from the dining table area, like crash sounds. Wang Zhenjiang froze in place. Lu Honyun let out a loud cry and rushed into the house. She saw that the dining table had been overturned, and Wang Yanxiu looked at the new dishes and bowls he bought yesterday with anger. Without hesitation, he knocked over the cupboard too. There was another series of loud crashes and ringing sounds. The breakfast that hadn't been eaten yet was now spilled all over the floor. Lu Honyun couldn't stop it or prevent it. All she could do was watch the kitchen become a mess again, just like yesterday. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping hid to the side, trembling. Having seen Wang Yanxiu angry yesterday, they now knew he was not someone to mess with. When they saw Wang Yanxiu come in, they hurriedly hid, not daring to stop him. Wang Fengjiao was afraid she might lose another tooth. Lu Honyun saw the broken dishes and pots, cover her mouth, cried out loud, and then ran to find Wang Zhenjiang. At the door, Wang Zhenjiang still stood frozen, listening to the sound of broken porcelain coming from inside the room. He was momentarily unable to react, until Lu Hongyan ran out crying, saying, "Zhenjiang, Zhenjiang, it's hopeless now." Wang Yanxiu's kitchen was smashed again. Zhou Jianjun, Zhou Jianhua, and others looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to be so angry with Wang Zhenjiang that they couldn't get along. Zhou Jianjun's expression was serious. At this moment, he thought about how his niece had suffered too much in this family. That was why she was so upset and left the house in such a way. The women outside the door also heard the noise from inside and started talking among themselves. After yesterday's gossip from Aunt Li and Aunt Zhang, everyone in the village knew that Wang Zhenjiang wanted to marry Wang Yanxiu to a widower in his 30s for 500 yuan bride price. People behind their backs were criticizing Wang Zhenjiang for being irresponsible. Hearing the sounds from inside Wang Zhenjiang's room, they knew Wang Yanxiu was probably angry again. Everyone felt that although Wang Yanxiu's actions were a bit much, they could understand her feelings. Wang Zhenjiang finally calmed down, but he was furious. He was about to go into the room and beat Wang Yanxiu to vent his anger. But then, Wang Yanxiu came out of the room, looking at him coldly. "Now, are you free?" she asked. Wang Zhenjiang was so angry that he started trembling. This rebellious girl was really crazy now. She came back and brought nothing but trouble. Since Wang Yanxiu smashed the house yesterday morning, Wang Zhenjiang felt that the family was out of order. When he went out shopping and met people from the village, he felt they were pointing fingers and gossiping behind his back. It seemed he needed to marry her off sooner, or the household wouldn't be peaceful. He believed he, as Wang Yanxiu's father, had the right to arrange her future. But he didn't realize that in Wang Yanxiu's heart, his position as her father was worth less than a stray dog. Zhou Jianjun and others stepped forward with cold looks. "Wang Zhenjiang, today we are here to settle this household registration issue with Yanxiu. Otherwise, think about the consequences yourself." Although Zhou Jianjun didn't yet understand why Wang Yanxiu suddenly turned against Wang Zhenjiang so completely, helping his niece was always the right thing to do. He knew Wang Yanxiu's temper. If Wang Zhenjiang hadn't done something too bad, Wang Yanxiu wouldn't have completely turned against him. Before Wang Zhenjiang could reply, Aunt Li at the door couldn't stand his actions. She had met Zhou Jianjun a few times and couldn't help but say, "Yanxiu uncle, you must take Yanxiu away today. Wang Zhenjiang wants to marry her, and he's a widower who has already lost several wives." Zhou Jianjun was stunned immediately. No one had told him about this. Then, Zhou Jianjun's eyes turned red quickly, and his hands trembled. He slowly turned to look at Wang Yanxiu and asked her trembling voice, "Little Yanxiu, is this true?" Yanxiu didn't answer, but tears started to fall uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhou Jianjun understood what was happening.
No wonder. No wonder.
No wonder his usually obedient and hard-working niece suddenly ran away from home to come to him. It turns out she had suffered a huge injustice in this family. Next to them, Zhou Jianhua and others looked furious. They couldn't believe Wang Zhenjiang was such a terrible person. Zhou Jianjun clenched his fists, anger boiling inside him. He suddenly punched Wang Zhenjiang. At that moment, Wang Zhenjiang had just been exposed by Aunt Li for his actions. He was angry and humiliated. He thought to himself, "I have my own family matters. What does this have to do with you all?" Suddenly, he saw a fist the size of a bowl coming at him. Wang Zhenjiang's heart nearly stopped. The attack was fierce and powerful. It carried Zhou Jianjun's rising anger. If that punch hit, Wang Zhenjiang would probably end up on the ground. "Uncle, don't hit him," Yanxiu shouted to stop him, reaching out to grab Zhou Jianjun's fist, which was about to hit Wang Zhenjiang's face. Zhou Jianjun snapped out of his rage, looked at Wang Zhenjiang's frightened eyes, and suppressed his anger. He had been too impulsive. He knew how much force he used, at least 200 jin, about 100 kilograms, and Wang Zhenjiang couldn't handle that. Something serious might happen. Fortunately, his niece had stopped him. Zhou Jianjun felt the wave of fear. He had lost his temper just now. But little Yanxiu's strength, something was off. Zhou Jianjun realized that he had not held back earlier. He had attacked with all his strength. Even if Wang Zhenjiang survived, he would be seriously injured. Yet, Xiao Yanxiu was able to easily stop him? It seemed she didn't even need much effort. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanxiu with suspicion but quickly suppressed his doubts. He knew he had to focus on the current situation. Wang Zhenjiang recovered and argued, I am her father. What's wrong with finding her a good marriage? Do I not have the right to decide? I am the head of this family. Her marriage is my decision. He continued, besides, I only want what's best for her. The family she would marry into is well off. She would be happy there. Zhou Jianjun was angry. Are you sure you're not after some other benefit? Tell me, how much bride price did they give? He immediately saw through the trick. Wang Zhenjiang defended himself. I raised her all these years. If I marry her out, what's wrong with getting some benefit? Isn't that fair? Thinking about this, Wang Zhenjiang felt a sharp pain in his heart. Now that Wang Yanxiu had called Zhou Jianjun over, it seemed unlikely she would marry soon. Would he have to return the 500 yuan bride price? That was a lot of money. 500 yuan was no small sum. He calculated that his family only saved about 100 yuan a year. If he had to give back 500 yuan, it would hurt him deeply. Wang Zhenjiang straightened his back. They paid 500 yuan in bride price. If they weren't sincere about liking Yanxiu, they wouldn't give so much. Jianjun, ask around. How many families in the 4 villages marry off daughters with such a high bride price? Zhou Jianjun was amused by this fool's words. Did you even ask if Yanxiu is willing? Wang Zhenjiang confidently replied, Does it matter if she's willing? I raised her. She has to listen to me. Besides, she's young and doesn't understand right from wrong now. Once she's married, she'll realize I only want what's best for her. Zhou Jianjun couldn't argue with him. He turned to the door and asked, Could someone please call the village chief? Annie was just outside. Hearing Zhou Jianjun, she volunteered, I'll go call him. She hurried off to the village chief's house. This was an important matter, and having the village chief there would help. Plus, they would need his approval and a certificate later. In a short while, Aunt Li and the village chief quickly came over. If something happened in the village chief would bear some responsibility. The village chief of Wangjia village is also named Wang, in his 60s. According to the family hierarchy, Wang Zhenjiang should call him second uncle. Seeing the village chief approaching, Wang Zhenjiang nervously stepped forward and said, Second uncle. The village chief looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Wang Yanxiu also politely greeted him, Great-grandpa. The village chief's expression softened a bit, and he nodded, Good child. Seeing the village chief come over, Zhou Jianjun stepped forward politely, handed him a cigarette, and explained his purpose. Hello, Uncle Village Chief. I am Yanxiu's uncle. We came here to transfer Yanxiu's household registration to our village. This is also what Yanxiu and I both want. The village chief took the cigarette from Zhou Jianjun, struck a match, lit it, and took a puff. His dark face showed no emotion. Wang Zhenjiang, you're doing well now, huh? Marrying a girl and getting 500 yuan in bride price. That's the first in our village. On such a cold day, Wang Zhenjiang's forehead was sweating coldly. Village chief Wang Baogua had fought in the war against the Japanese and was highly respected in the village. Faced with the village chief's questioning, Wang Zhenjiang broke out in cold sweat. Second uncle, I just want to find a good family for Yanxiu. Since they offered so much, I couldn't refuse. Yanxiu, standing nearby, listened to Wang Zhenjiang's smooth words with disdain. Could a good family imprison and torment her for 19 years? The village chief, having seen many things in his long life, asked softly, Did Yanxiu agree? This is a new society now, and arranged marriages like before are no longer common. Yanxiu loudly declared, Great-grandpa, I don't agree. I refuse to get married. The village chief looked at Wang Zhenjiang with a cold smile. It seems this is all your wishful thinking. You took their money and want to return it? Don't cause the family to fall apart. Wang Zhenjiang's face looked bad. Second uncle, it's not that I don't want to return it, but I don't have the money. The money is already spent. The village chief sighed softly. It looks like you have your own plans. Fine. Do as you wish. Zhou Jianjun's expression darkened, and he sternly scolded Wang Zhenjiang. Wang Zhenjiang, you're really a beast. You didn't just take the bride price. You're trying to sell Yanxiu. When Zhou Jianjun questioned Wang Zhenjiang, he lost his sense of shame and directly said in front of so many people, "This is none of your business. Wang Yanxiu's household registration is with me. I don't agree to move it.
No one can do anything about it.
If you want to transfer her household registration, you can, but you need to pay back the bride price you gave." Everyone was stunned by Wang Zhenjiang's shameless words. It seemed he wanted Wang Yanxiu's uncle to give back the bride price. When Zhou Jianjun arrived, he was prepared. Hearing that Wang Zhenjiang wanted money, he relaxed and loudly said, "Fine, today, in front of everyone. The village chief is also here to witness this." Wang Yanxiu quickly went to stop Zhou Jianjun, not wanting to give Wang Zhenjiang a single cent. "Uncle, don't give him the money." Zhou Jianjun stopped Wang Yanxiu, saying, "It's okay. Listen to your uncle. You go to the side and wait. I will handle everything. Money is a small matter. Moving the household registration is the real issue." Seeing Zhou Jianjun insist, Wang Yanxiu knew she couldn't change her uncle's mind, so she stepped back and watched her uncle negotiate with Wang Zhendong. A hint of warmth appeared in her eyes. Although she had a heartless father like Wang Zhenjiang, she also had loving relatives like her uncle, aunt, and grandmother. That was enough for her. Zhou Jianjun looked at the crowd and loudly said, "Uncle Village Chief, I will pay the 500 yuan for Zai Yanqiu, but from now on, Yanxiu and Wang Zhenjiang's family will have no relationship. They will cut all ties, even family. I hope you can witness this." The village chief looked at Wang Zhenjiang with disappointment and said, "Wang Zhenjiang, what do you say?" Wang Zhenjiang was caught in a difficult position and didn't speak for a long time. If Wang Yanxiu and Zhou Jianjun moved her household registration now and cut ties, he would forever lose his daughter. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenjiang's heart was filled with doubt and worry. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Zhenjiang and angrily asked, "What's wrong? Are you still not satisfied?" Wang Yanxiu stepped forward. "My uncle has already paid this money. Think carefully. Don't go too far. Otherwise, we will all suffer together." Wang Zhenjiang saw that Wang Yanxiu's eyes held no warmth, like an enemy, and felt a cold chill. Remembering how Wang Yanxiu had changed these past days, he no longer dared to insist. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. "Fine. Do as you say." When Zhou Jianjun heard Wang Zhenjiang, he felt relieved and turned around. "Uncle Village Head, thank you so much." Village Head Wang Bagua sighed softly and asked Wang Zhenjiang, "Have you made up your mind?" Wang Zhenjiang nodded with a bitter smile. "At this point, I have no other choice. My daughter is determined to leave this home, and I can't stop her." The village head looked mockingly. "If you had treated Yanxiu better, she wouldn't be so upset with you now, causing all this trouble." Zhou Jianjun stepped forward and said, "It's too late to say that now. Today, the household registration will be transferred, and after that, you won't have anything to do with her." He took out 500 yuan from his pocket, handed it to the village head, and said, "Uncle Village Head, this is 500 yuan. Keep it for now. Once the procedures are done, you can give it to him. I don't trust him." The village head reached out and took the money. "All right." He then counted aloud in front of everyone, exactly 500 yuan. Village head Wang Bagua looked at Wang Zhendong with a displeased expression. "Let's go. Take the household registration page, and we'll go to the village office to finish the paperwork." Wang Zhenjiang went inside to get his household book. He, the village head, and Zhou Jianjun went to the village office. On the way, villagers pointed and whispered about him. He lowered his head, pretending not to see. Today, he felt like he had lost a great deal. Wang Zhenjiang was extremely angry inside, but felt helpless. At the village office, in front of the village head and many others, the two families signed a formal separation agreement. The village head issued a household transfer certificate, and Wang Zhenjiang signed it. The village head then stamped the official village seal. Seeing that everything was settled, Wang Zhenjiang rubbed his hands and said, "Second uncle, The village had looked at Wang Zhenjiang's expression and clearly understood what he was thinking. He said impatiently, "Don't call me second uncle. I don't deserve that. Just don't regret your decision." He then took out the 500 yuan, threw it on the table, and said, "Count it." Wang Zhenjiang, with a thick face, smiled and picked up the money from the table, counting it. "Yes, it's 500. The village head didn't look pleased. "Go now." Wang Zhenjiang smiled at the village head, then glanced at Yanqiu with a hint of complex emotion. From now on, Yanqiu would have nothing to do with him. Seeing Wang Zhenjiang leave the village office, Zhou Jianjun held the separation agreement and household transfer certificate, looked at the village head, and kept thanking him. Village Chief Wang Baoguo waved his hand and said, "I'm ashamed. Our village has such a problem." Yanqing Wang took the household registration transfer certificate and the letter of disownment from her uncle. As she looked at them, tears welled up in her eyes, but soon she smiled again. At this moment, Yanqing felt that most of the gloom in her heart had disappeared. Finally, she was leaving this family. Although her uncle spent a lot of money, her goal was achieved. She would slowly repay her uncle later. She had space and spiritual spring water and many pills inside the space. She wasn't afraid of not having chances to help her uncle. Everything was settled. Zhou Jianjun and others felt relieved. Although they spent money, they could earn it back slowly. For Yanqing, Zhou Jianjun didn't mind spending. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Yanqing also said farewell to Aunt Li and others. From now on, she would visit Wangjia village less often. Tomorrow, after she moves her household registration to Zijiatan at the police station, she will no longer be part of Wangjia village. Everything was ready. Zhou Jianjun, Yanqing, and the others rode 3 bicycles out of Wangjia village. Yanqing sat on Zhou Jianjun's bike, watching the village get smaller and smaller. She felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She felt very light, and her mood improved a lot. Although she didn't show it on her face, a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Soon, the 3 bicycles arrived back at Zijiatan. At Zhou Jianjun's house, Yanqing got off, greeted Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, then ran inside. Her grandma was still waiting for her news. At the door, Zhou Jianjun pulled Zhou Jianhua and others inside. "Let's eat together. Your sister-in-law has prepared the food." They couldn't refuse, so they stayed. At noon, Li Guiyun cooked several dishes, cut half a jin of pig's head meat, and poured 2 jin of rice wine. With both meat and vegetables, they enjoyed a good meal. When doing favors for others, you shouldn't skip a meal. That's not right. Yanqing sat inside with her grandma, aunt, and Zhou Lanfang, chatting. They set up a separate table. The men outside drinking didn't find it interesting to join them. Wang Yanqiu said that her uncle had finished all the arrangements and had the necessary documents in hand. They were just waiting to go to the household registration office tomorrow morning to change her household registration. "Grandma, from now on, I will live with you. Please don't find me annoying." Wang Yanqiu's eyes were moist, and she smiled as she held her grandma's hand, speaking a little playfully. Her grandma happily nodded at Wang Yanqiu's straight nose and said, "All right, I won't mind you." Wang Yanqiu thought for a moment and shared her true feelings. "Grandma, I want to change my surname. I want to have the same surname as my mother, Zhou." Her grandma and Aunt Li Guiyun were surprised at first, then smiled happily and clapped her hands. "Good, good. That's better. We won't be Wang anymore. We'll be Zhou." Zhou Lanfang was so happy, she almost jumped up. "Having the surname Zhou means I have a sister now." Li Guiyun patted Zhou Lanfang on the back. "You silly girl. Yanqiu has always been your real sister, even closer than a real one, you know." Zhou Lanfang made a funny face. "Wow. Yanqiu used to have the surname Wang, but now it's Zhou. It feels different." Everyone laughed so hard they couldn't stop. Today, Wang Yanqiu handled a big matter, so she felt pretty good. But some old grudges still lingered in her heart. She thought she could take her time with the Wang Zhenjiang family. They wouldn't have it easy. There was also someone she hated for 19 years. Her hatred for him was even stronger than for Wang Zhenjiang. But she decided to wait until her household registration was sorted out first, so she could let him suffer a little longer. A cold flash appeared in Wang Yanqiu's eyes, then disappeared instantly. At the dinner table, everyone was happy and chatting cheerfully, full of laughter. After dinner, Wang Yanqiu helped Li Guiyun clear the small table. Li Guiyun stopped her a few times, and Wang Yanqiu said a little sadly, "Auntie, you're treating me like a guest." Seeing this, Li Guiyun smiled and patted Wang Yanqiu's forehead. "You're too clever. I just want you to rest a bit longer." Wang Yanqiu grinned widely. "Auntie, I'm not tired. I'm happy to help you." Li Guiyun laughed. "All right, let's clean up together." Zhou Lanfang, nearby, refused. "Mom, I want to help too." Li Guiyun, in a good mood, said, "Okay, the two of you can help out together." 3 people quickly finished tidying up. After they finished, Li Guiyun grabbed a plate of bought sunflower seeds and chatted inside the room. Mainly, Grandma and Auntie were talking, while Wang Yanqiu and Li Guiyun listened and occasionally whispered a few words. The inside of the room was warmer than outside. Grandma was in a good mood today. Usually, after lunch, she would go take a nap or she would be very tired. But today, she wasn't sleepy at all. She didn't mind and thought it was because she was happy about Yanqiu's household registration change, so she had no sleepiness. After a while, Wang Yanqiu heard some chairs being moved outside. It was probably that her uncle and others had finished drinking. She lifted the cotton curtain at the door and looked out. Her uncle and the others had almost finished their drinks. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianxi were about to leave. Wang Yanqiu stepped forward and gratefully said, "Thank you so much, uncles and brother Go." Today, they quickly waved their hands. They only came to support the scene today. They saw how well Wang Yanqiu performed and didn't underestimate her. "We didn't do much to help. We're all in the same village now. Just call us if you need anything." Wang Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay." After seeing them off, Wang Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun went back inside. Zhou Jianjun had drunk wine and looked a little red in the face. He looked at Wang Yanqiu and said, "Yanqiu, tomorrow, when we go to town with Uncle to transfer your household registration, you will officially be part of our Zhou family village. No one can bully you here, understand?" Wang Yanqiu nodded gently, her eyes shining like stars. "I understand, Uncle. Also, I want to change my surname to Zhou, the same as my mother's. Is that okay?" Hearing her idea, Zhou Jianjun nodded excitedly. "Of course. From now on, your name will be Zhou Yanqiu." "It sounds better too, haha." That night, Wang Yanqiu and Grandma had dinner at her uncle's house, then went back to Grandma's house to sleep. Before sleeping, she poured a bowl of water for herself and Grandma. It had less spiritual spring water than the night before, about half. Sure enough, Grandma's reaction was less obvious. She smiled and chatted with Wang Yanqiu for a while before falling asleep. Wang Yanqiu also poured herself a bowl of spiritual spring water to drink. Because she is the owner of this space, the spiritual spring water can be treated as ordinary water for her, gradually strengthening her body. However, for someone like Grandma, who is older and has serious energy depletion, the reaction might be a bit strong. So, Wang Yanqiu thought to herself that in the future, she must be more careful when giving others the spiritual spring water. Not too much at once. After Grandma fell asleep, Wang Yanqiu washed her face, took off her clothes, and went to bed. Today, when she went to Wang's village, she covered herself a bit to avoid unnecessary trouble, so she didn't look as radiant. After tomorrow, she can show her normal face to others. It can only be said that the spiritual spring water and that strengthening pill are too powerful. They have quickly repaired the damage in her body from the past 2 years and strengthened her physique. Her strength, which was already greater than that of an average person, has been greatly increased. The sun had just risen above the horizon when Wang Yanqiu and Grandma almost woke up at the same time. They looked at each other for a moment, then both smiled. Such days feel truly happy, waking up and seeing the person you care about right beside you. Grandma was the first to get up, smiling and saying, "Xiao Yanqiu, you sleep a little longer. Grandma will cook breakfast this morning." Today, she seemed to feel a bit younger, and she slept very well last night, without any dreams. She hadn't had such good sleep in a long time. Wang Yanqiu also got up. She didn't like to stay in bed after waking up. When she was awake, she didn't want to lie around. "I'll get up too." Grandma saw her get up and didn't stop her. Anyway, after breakfast today, they had to go to the town police station for some matters, so getting up early was good. After a simple wash-up, the two, one old and one young, worked together to prepare breakfast. Grandma lit the fire and Wang Yanqiu washed and chopped vegetables. She cooked stir-fried cabbage, adding a little spiritual spring water, just a small amount. While making the ordinary stir-fried cabbage taste better, it also gradually improved Grandma's health. After the cabbage was cooked, Wang Yanqiu made porridge, eating cornmeal porridge and heating up 2 steamed buns. Breakfast was ready. Grandma, by the fire, had her face glowing red from the flames, full of a kind of hope. During breakfast, Grandma drank half a bowl of porridge again. Gradually, her appetite was increasing. Wang Yanqiu watched Grandma eat more and felt happier than herself. She silently prayed that Grandma would live a long life, stay healthy, and spend more time with her. After eating, Wang Yanqiu sat with Grandma by the stove, chatting. Grandma shared funny stories from her childhood, making them both laugh often. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell came from outside. Wang Yanqiu looked up quickly. "Grandma, I think Uncle is here. I'll go see." She went to the yard and saw Uncle calling her from outside the gate. "Yanqiu, have you finished eating?" "Yes, Uncle." "Grandma and I have already eaten," the girl replied happily, her voice bright like a silver bell. Zhou Jianjun was surprised. He felt that Wang Yanqiu's voice sounded much happier today. "Finished eating? Then let's go. It takes about an hour to reach the town. Let's leave early." "Okay, I'll tell Grandma first." Before Wang Yanqiu could go back inside, Grandma came out and said to Zhou Jianjun, "Junzi, get the things ready. Don't forget anything." Zhou Jianjun smiled and patted his pocket.
Don't worry, Mom.
"I've checked everything several times. I've got it all." "Good. Take your time on the way and don't let Yanqiu fall." Zhou Jianjun kept reassuring her. "Don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't fall." After saying goodbye to Grandma, Wang Yanqiu sat on Zhou Jianjun's bicycle and headed to the town. The town they were going to is called Qingyang Town. It's about 30 miles from Zhoujia village. Even by bike, it would take at least an hour to get there. The road isn't easy, and there's a steep hill part. Halfway there, Wang Yanqiu heard Zhou Jianjun breathing hard. "Uncle, how about I take over and ride for you?" Zhou Jianjun panted and said, "It's okay. I can still ride. Besides, you're just a young girl." "Can you carry my 200-pound frame?" Wang Yanqiu said confidently. "Uncle, don't underestimate me. I'm strong." "If you don't believe it, let's try." Zhou Jianjun remembered how his niece had single-handedly held his fist yesterday at Wang Zhenjiang's house. He looked back at Wang Yanqiu. Really, she looked sincere. "Really? Just try and you'll see." Zhou Jianjun hesitated, got off the bike, and handed it to Wang Yanqiu. "Are you sure you can do it?" Wang Yanqiu didn't reply. With a long stride, he stepped onto the bicycle and looked back at Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, get in the car." Zhou Jianjun looked around before and after, but no one was there. Only then did he slowly sit on the back seat of the bike. The rear wheel suddenly sank half a centimeter. Fortunately, modern bicycles are built so well that the wheel wouldn't deform easily. Otherwise, his weight might have bent the wheel. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, he felt a bit embarrassed being led by a young girl. Wang Yanqiu felt the back of the bike sink down. "Sit tight, we're leaving." He pushed hard with his legs, and the bicycle shot forward instantly. Zhou Jianjun didn't expect Wang Yanqiu to ride so fast. He was so heavy, yet she seemed unaffected, riding as if nothing was happening. Wang Yanqiu's feet moved quickly, and with Zhou Jianjun sitting behind, who weighed nearly 200 jin, about 100 kilograms, the bicycle's pedals seemed to leave faint afterimages. Zhou Jianjun felt the wind rushing past his ears and shouted, "Yanqiu, slow down. Slow down." His carefully styled hair was blown into disarray. Hearing Zhou Jianjun call out from behind, Wang Yanqiu slowed down a bit, but still kept a fast pace. The pedals spun as if there was no resistance, allowing her to go as fast as she wanted. Zhou Jianjun watched her face remain calm and unflushed, her breathing steady, as if she hadn't exerted any effort. He couldn't help but admire her. This stretch was uphill and the most tiring part of the ride. Even without carrying anyone, he would be panting. Yet, his niece seemed unaffected, as if she were out for a casual ride. Seeing how slender Wang Yanqiu was, he couldn't believe such a small body could unleash such powerful energy. He sighed, saying, "Yanqiu, your strength truly impresses me." Wang Yanqiu smiled and replied, "Uncle, I told you I have a lot of strength, but I didn't expect it to be so much, almost like a strong man." She kept riding quickly, leading Zhou Jianjun forward. In the distance, they saw a series of well-arranged houses. Wang Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Qingyang town was near. Zhou Jianjun called out from behind, "Yanqiu, get off the bike. Let me drive." "It's okay, uncle. I know the way," she replied confidently. Zhou Jianjun sighed helplessly. "I'm just worried people will say I let a young girl ride the bike and carry me." Wang Yanqiu suddenly realized and chuckled softly. "Haha, uncle, you really care about face." The two exchanged places. Wang Yanqiu sat in the back seat of the car, while Zhou Jianjun leisurely rode his bicycle with Wang Yanqiu. They were almost there. Because Wang Yanqiu was riding very fast ahead, they arrived much earlier than expected. It was probably just after the police station opened for the day. The police station in Qingyang town is located in the town center. Zhou Jianjun took Wang Yanqiu there quickly. He parked the bicycle at the station entrance, locked it, and went to the guard to explain their visit and register. Wang Yanqiu saw a notice board outside the police station with some notices posted. Curious, she approached to look when she saw her uncle registering at the entrance. She saw some missing person notices posted there. He Jing, female, 18 years old, from Sanjiang village, Qingyang town. About 1.6 meters tall, round face, big eyes, always smiling, with a small black mole on her forehead. Went missing on March 16, 1975. Wearing a blue coarse cloth jacket and black pants when she disappeared. Her parents are very worried and hope that anyone who has seen her or knows her whereabouts can provide clues. Contact person, Deshan He address, Sanjiang village, Qingyang town. Besides that, there are several other missing person notices, mostly for young women. Wang Yanqiu's gaze was uncertain and distant. Missing young women? She remembered the rotten corpses and skeletons she saw in Zhang Yuanbiao's backyard in her previous life. At that time, Zhang Yuanbiao tied her up with ropes to keep her obedient and took her to see it. It was like on Earth. At least 10 female bodies, tortured to death, turned into white bones. Zhang Yuanbiao threatened her that if she didn't behave, she would soon become one of them. After seeing that, Wang Yanqiu felt so sick she couldn't eat for 3 days. Just as Wang Yanqiu was lost in her thoughts, Zhou Jianjun had finished registering. "Yanqiu, let's go inside and handle the formalities." "All right," Wang Yanqiu responded cheerfully, her youthful voice full of energy. Shaking off her thoughts, Wang Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun went together to the household registration office of the police station. Because all the paperwork was complete and Zhou Jianjun knew some people at the station, he had given advance notice, so the process went smoothly. Soon, Wang Yanqiu's household registration was moved from Wang Jiazwang to Zijiatan, and she shared the same household book as her grandmother. Her name was changed from Wang Yanqiu to Zhou Yanqiu. Seeing the completed paperwork, Wang Yanqiu, no, from now on, Zhou Yanqiu, felt relieved. The name Zhou Yanqiu sounded much better than Wang Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu's pretty face showed a sweet smile. A heavy burden in her heart had been lifted. Looking at the completed documents, she realized she was now completely separate from Wang Zhenjiang, but her hatred still remained. It's okay, she could take her time to settle the score with Wang Zhenjiang. But there was another big enemy waiting for justice. Compared to him, Zhou Yanqiu's hatred for Zhang Yuanbiao was even greater because he had tormented her directly for 19 years. And when she thought of the 10 or more women's bodies found in that hellish place, she couldn't just watch him keep hurting others. People like him must face the harshest punishment. After finishing the paperwork at the household registration office, Zhou Yanqiu thought she was about to go home, but Zhou Jianjun called her back. He took her to another office at the police station. Zhou Jianjun knocked on the door and a voice inside said, "Come in." She looked at the sign on the door, Deputy Director. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. She didn't expect her uncle to know the deputy director of the local police station. Inside, a middle-aged man in a police uniform was busy reading documents. When he saw them come in, he looked up and smiled. "Jianjun, you're here to handle some paperwork, right? Is it all done? Want me to go with you?" Zhou Yanqiu looked at the man. The office had only a desk, so he must be the deputy director. Seeing how familiar he was with her uncle, their relationship seemed unusual. Sure enough, Zhou Jianjun was quite casual, didn't wait for an invitation, and sat down across from him. He then told Zhou Yanqiu to sit as well. "Here, Yanqiu, sit anywhere. This is Uncle Zhang Ligua, your uncle's good friend. He's the deputy director here at the police station. Don't be shy." Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Ligua, who appeared very serious, and politely called out, "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration and said, "Jianjun, is this your niece who needs to register her household? She's really beautiful. Ah, it's a pity my son is still young. If he were older, I would definitely want to marry you." Hearing Zhang Ligua joking like that, Zhou Yanqiu's fair face blushed for a moment. Zhou Jianjun looked proud and said, "Of course. My niece has always been pretty. But I have to say, your son doesn't quite match up in looks with my niece." Hearing Zhou Jianjun boast proudly, Zhou Yanqiu blushed with embarrassment. "Uncle," Zhou Jianjun noticed her discomfort and stopped joking. All right, I won't say more." Zhang Ligua smiled and said to Zhou Yanqiu, "It's okay. My relationship with your uncle is very close. I'm used to joking around." Zhou Jianjun then said with a smile, "I haven't told you yet. Your uncle Zhang and I fought together on the battlefield in the same trench. I made a small mistake and had to leave, but now I'm just a civilian. This young man here, after switching careers, became the deputy director." Zhou Yanqiu was surprised to learn about her uncle's past. No wonder he was so familiar with the deputy director. The two continued chatting about all sorts of things, from north to south, while Zhou Yanqiu listened quietly. During their conversation, Zhou Yanqiu asked her question. "Uncle Zhang, I saw a notice board outside with several missing person notices. Have they found anyone?" Zhang Ligua hesitated and sighed. It's hard to find them. No clues at all, nothing to go on. Over the years, nearly 10 people have gone missing in Qingyang town. The authorities are very concerned about this case. They're even having headaches over it." Zhou Yanqiu nodded thoughtfully, her mind constantly recalling scenes from Zhang Yuanbiao's hideout. She shivered at the thought. Suddenly, a wave of hatred rose in her heart. Whether it was to avenge her past self or to stop him from hurting innocent people again, she knew she had to find a way to deal with Zhang Yuanbiao, that beast. Zhou Yanqiu was convinced that Zhang Yuanbiao was somehow involved in this case. Even if he wasn't, his crimes of killing so many lives could not be ignored. At noon, Zhang Ligua insisted that the two of them eat together. There was a small state-run restaurant in town. Not many people were eating there. The three of them ordered braised pork and 2 vegetarian dishes, which cost Zhang Ligua about 2 yuan and 50 cents. This was a lot for that time. Remember, Zhang Ligua was the deputy head of the local police station, and his monthly salary was only 87.5 yuan. Since Zhang Ligua was a government worker, he couldn't drink alcohol during work hours, so Zhou Jianjun didn't drink either. After eating, Zhang Ligua returned to the police station because he couldn't stay away for too long. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu to the town supply and marketing cooperative. He was glad to be there and planned to buy some things to take home. The supply and marketing cooperative in Qingyang town was the only state-run store in town. Zhou Yanqiu had only been there a few times. On such a cold day, there weren't many customers. A few saleswomen were chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Zhou Jianjun went straight to the fabric counter. There were different kinds of fabric: coarse cotton, fine cotton, printed cloth, polyester, and some good quality fabric. Looking at the fabrics, Zhou Jianjun fell into thought. Li Guiyan had asked him to buy some fabric for Yanxiu to make 2 dresses, but she didn't tell him what kind or how much to buy. He didn't know anything about this. He looked at Yanxiu, who was also looking around curiously. Shaking his head, he guessed she probably didn't know either. Seeing a saleswoman nearby eating sunflower seeds, Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. He called out, "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please help me?" The saleswoman was busy chatting but looked over when called. She wasn't annoyed and asked, "What do you need, sir?" The store clerks in the town were very down-to-earth, unlike the proud attitude of city clerks. They were all neighbors and they often chatted about unrelated things. They might even be distant relatives. So, as long as you weren't being unreasonable, they wouldn't offend anyone for no reason. Zhou Jianjun pulled Yanxiu, who was watching curiously, closer and smiled. "Ma'am, this is my daughter. I want to buy some fabric for her to make 2 dresses. I'm just a simple man and don't know much about this, so I hope you can help me decide." The saleswoman was a sturdy woman with a round face, looking very kind. When she saw Zhou Yanxiu, her eyes lit up. "Oh my, this girl is really pretty. How did she grow up like this? I haven't seen anyone so beautiful in town. TSK, she looks just like someone from a painting." The saleswoman held Zhou Yanxiu's hand, looking curious. "Her skin is so fair, unlike the people here." Since it's rare to see such a beautiful young girl, the 2 other saleswomen nearby also quietly looked over. Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit embarrassed, like a monkey in a circus. She gently pulled her hand away. "Aunt, in this place, when they see an elder they don't know if the person is about the same age as their parents, they can call her aunt, and if it's a man, uncle. It's a polite way to address them." The saleswoman realized she had been a bit too forward but thought, "Well, I just like looking at pretty people." She usually collected pictures of beautiful models and looked at them carefully at home. Everyone loves to look nice, right? Since she finally saw someone who looked just as good as the pictures, she couldn't help but be curious. She looked at Zhou Yanxiu's slightly small clothes and then at Zhou Jianjun nearby, with a hint of disapproval. "How can you be an adult and let this girl's clothes be so tight? You should have bought her some new clothes earlier." Zhou Jianjun wasn't upset about her words. He was kind-hearted and replied, "Yes, you're right. We should ask for your help to pick some suitable fabrics for her." Zhou Yanxiu quickly explained, "Aunt, this is my uncle, not my father." "You've misunderstood." The saleswoman clapped her hands. "Oh, I see. Sorry about that, big brother." Her straightforward, hearty personality shone through clearly. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. "Oh, it's no big deal. We really need your help." The saleswoman patted her chest confidently. "Leave it to me." Then she took Zhou Yanxiu to the counter, looked her over from head to toe, and said, Her height is about the same as mine, but she's a bit thin. A set of clothes made from 12 yards of fabric should be enough for her." After saying that, she pulled Zhou Yanxiu to choose fabric. "Girl, I am Zhou's daughter, so you can call me Aunt Zhou. Let's see what colors of fabric you like. This one is floral fabric, good for making new clothes for the new year. It looks festive. And this one is polyester fabric, very popular. This is tencel fabric, available in several colors." Zhou Yanxiu didn't want her uncle to spend so much. Yesterday, her uncle had already given Wang Junjiang 500 yuan for her, which was a lot. Now he wanted to buy her clothes again, and she felt a bit guilty. She turned to look at Zhou Jianjun, about to say something. Zhou Jianjun saw her thoughts. "Just pick what you like. Later, your aunt will make clothes for you. Your sister's New Year clothes are already ready. You can't wear the same outfit for the New Year every year. Kids in our family always wear new clothes for the holiday." Zhou Yanxiu swallowed her words. Yes, from now on, she would be part of the Zhou family. Her eyes filled with a little moisture, but she smiled brightly. "Aunt Zhou, what do you think of this red floral fabric and that blue tencel fabric? Can I make clothes with these too?" Aunt Zhou, the shop assistant, nodded. "Of course. The red floral fabric is good for making cotton jackets and pants. It looks cheerful for the new year. The tencel fabric is also nice for clothes, durable and neat. Many people like this kind of fabric now." Zhou Yanxiu was not a picky person. She quickly decided on these 2 fabrics. a total of 25 yards of fabric. 13 yards of floral fabric, costing 6 cents per yard. She also bought an extra yard of fabric tickets because she needed to make a cotton jacket and wanted to be sure she had enough. 12 yards of tencel fabric, no fabric tickets needed, but it was a bit more expensive, 9 cents per yard. Altogether, it cost 18 yuan and 60 cents, plus some fabric tickets. Zhou Yanqiu watched her uncle pay the money, then buy some candies and snacks like peach cookies. These items didn't need tickets, so she eagerly offered to pay. It only cost a little over a yuan. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's surprised expression, Zhou Yanqiu grinned slyly. "Uncle, I still have some secret savings." Zhou Jianjun chuckled and shook his head. "No more of that. With your uncle here, why are you paying?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "I know, uncle." After buying everything, the two left the supply store. Aunt Zhou, the shop assistant, saw them off at the door, reluctant to leave. She waved and said, "Girl, come visit Aunt Zhou more often." Zhou Yanqiu waved back. "Okay, Aunt Zhou." The other two salespeople laughed at her, saying, "Why are you so interested?" Aunt Zhou smiled and said, "Yes, such a pretty girl. Just looking at her makes me feel happy." On the way back, Zhou Yanqiu wanted to ride her bike with Zhou Jianjun, but he disagreed, saying, "The way back is easy, lots of downhill. Uncle can handle it." During the ride home, Zhou Yanqiu sat on the back of the bike, occasionally chanting, "Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Yanqiu." Then she happily laughed. Zhou Jianjun asked her curiously, "What's so funny? Why are you so happy?" Zhou Yanqiu cheerfully replied, "I think Zhou Yanqiu is a really nice name." An hour later, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu back to Zhoujia village. When they arrived home, Grandma was waiting at Uncle's house, chatting around the stove with Aunt Li Guiyun and cousin Zhou Lanfang. Today was an important day for Yanqiu to change her household registration. Grandma didn't wait for the exact news and didn't go for a nap. She had something on her mind. She couldn't sleep. She wanted to see her granddaughter and have her on the same household registration book as herself as soon as possible. Suddenly, the clear sound of a bicycle bell came from outside. Zhou Lanfang immediately recognized it, her family's bicycle bell. "Grandma, it must be my dad bringing Yanqiu back. I'll go see." Without waiting for a reply, she ran out quickly. Zhou Lanfang looked at the two people outside the door and happily jumped up and ran over. "Yanqiu, you're back." Seeing her lively cousin, Zhou Yanqiu smiled warmly. "Yes, sister, I'm back. Everything is settled." She then took out the household registration book. "From now on, I'll be on the same household registration as Grandma." Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. She stepped forward. "Let me see." She took the household registration book and looked at it for a few moments, then turned and ran back inside. "I'll show it to Grandma." Watching her excited cousin, Zhou Yanqiu also felt hopeful. Grandma should be relieved now, she thought, and headed inside. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhou Lanfang come out and say a few words to Yanqiu before running back inside. He didn't even look at himself. He sighed inwardly. This little girl was too revealing. Zhou Yanqiu entered the house. Grandma and Aunt were looking at the household registration book together. Honestly, what was so interesting about that book? This is the same book as before, just with an added page about Zhou Yanqiu. Grandma held the household register and looked at the new page. Since she couldn't read, she listened as Li Guiyun read aloud. Zhou Yanqiu, related to the head of the household, granddaughter. Grandma smiled so much she couldn't close her mouth. Good. Zhou Yanqiu, what a nice name. Grandma, Zhou Yanqiu walked behind Grandma, placed her hands on Grandma's shoulders, and together they looked at the household register. This register symbolized that from now on, she and Grandma would truly be a family. She was no longer connected to Wang Zhenjiang. Wang Zhenjiang could no longer threaten her with the household register. This feeling was really wonderful. In the future, her world would no longer be restricted or troubled. Only freedom and the vast sky would be ahead. Nothing could stop her from exploring the outside world. Grandma held Zhou Yanqiu's small hand and happily said, "From now on, our little Yanqiu will always be with Grandma. In a couple of years, when you find a good family, Grandma will be able to see you get married." Zhou Yanqiu blushed and said, "Grandma, I don't want to get married."
What's so good about marriage?
I want to stay with Grandma forever. Grandma laughed. Every woman gets married someday. When Sister Lanfang gets married, it'll be your turn. Zhou Lanfang was happily munching on sunflower seeds nearby, but when Grandma mentioned marriage, her mood suddenly turned sour. She pouted and said unhappily, Grandma, I don't want to marry so early.
What's so good about it?
Washing clothes, cooking, having children, just thinking about it makes me tired. Grandma smiled and said, All right, if you don't want to marry now, wait a couple of years. After all, our family can support you. Zhou Lanfang finally smiled again. Grandma, you promised. If my dad and mom try to arrange a marriage for me, you'll stop them, right? Yes, I will stop them. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yanqiu watched Grandma's happy state, so different from just a few days ago when she first saw her. She secretly felt relieved. Luckily, she came early, or Grandma wouldn't be so happy now. Zhou Jianjun walked into the room, seeing the happy family, and felt very touched. Zhou Jianjun lost his father when he was young. His weak mother raised him, and his sister alone. A few years ago, his sister also passed away. His mother, who loved her children very much, was very upset and lost her smile every day. Her health was getting worse, and her spirit was declining day by day. Zhou Jianjun was worried about how long his mother could hold on. But 2 days ago, after Xiao Yanxiu returned home, his mother's energy improved each day. Her smile returned, and she looked younger by several years. He was very happy about this. Grandmother Li Guiyun heard what Andy said and proudly told Zhou Jianjun, Dad, did you hear what Grandma said?
I don't want to get married now, no.
She knew her father listened most to Grandma's words. Zhou Jianjun looked at his daughter with a helpless smile. All right, I'll listen to Grandma. No marriage for now. Li Guiyun looked at Zhou Lanfang with a serious face. Not getting married is fine, but you need to help more with the chores at home. Otherwise, you'll become lazy. Zhou Lanfang pouted, unhappy. Helping more? It's not a big deal. Yanxiu looked at his cousin's changing expressions and found it a bit funny. Thinking about the college entrance exams restarting next year, Yanxiu suddenly said casually, You could also study books. Pick up your old textbooks. Maybe you can go to college someday. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up, then dimmed. That's impossible. Colleges haven't been recruiting students for many years. Where would I go to college? She loved studying. In high school, she was among the top students in her class. But after graduation, she had no job and didn't know what to do next. She didn't want to marry just like that. If college admission started again, she would definitely take the exam. But she also knew it was unlikely. It had been so many years, college students had almost become a legend. Yanxiu seriously said to her, What if it's possible? Let's prepare just in case. There's no harm in trying. Then I'll study with you. We can learn together, he added. Zhou Lanfang was happy now. Yes, let's study together. That way, my mother won't scold me anymore. Li Guiyun said impatiently, You read your book. When did I say you could? I'm just worried you'll act like a crazy girl every day, with no proper manners. If that happens, it will be hard to explain to your future family, Zhou Lanfang muttered. That's exactly the effect I want. Li Guiyun didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Oh, I didn't say anything. Zhou Yanqiu watched her aunt and cousin interact and found it very amusing. Now that the weather is cold and winter is approaching, there isn't much work in the fields, so there's no need to go outside. Zhou Jianjun handed the fabric he bought from the supply store to Li Guiyun. Li Guiyun waved to Zhou Yanqiu and went into the inner room. After Zhou Yanqiu entered, she saw her aunt holding a soft measuring tape, ready to take her measurements. She understood that her aunt was starting to prepare to make her clothes. Feeling warm inside, she happily cooperated with Li Guiyun, standing straight, raising her hand, stretching her arm, and puffing out her chest. Soon, the measurements were done. Li Guiyun smiled and said, All finished. In a few days, it'll be ready. Yanqiu will have new clothes to wear. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. Li Guiyun gently patted Zhou Yanqiu and said, Child, don't be so formal with your aunt in the future. If you need anything, just tell me. Your sister has it, and so do you. Do you understand? Tears welled up in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. She nodded vigorously. She walked out of the inner room and saw her uncle holding a double-barreled hunting gun, cleaning and oiling it carefully. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. She didn't expect her uncle to have such a thing. Uncle, what is that? Her uncle, while cleaning the gun, smiled and replied, getting ready. Tomorrow, I'll go hunting in the mountains with Uncle Manhwa. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes shone even brighter. Excited, she asked, Uncle, can I go too? Zhou Yanqiu looked wide-eyed at her uncle's hunting gun and asked, Uncle, can I go too? Her uncle suddenly paused, looked up at her, and didn't expect his niece to have such a thought. Going hunting in the mountains sounds fun, like a trip, but they know how hard it really is. On this freezing day, not only was it cold, but dangerous snakes and wild animals sometimes appeared on the mountain. If someone wasn't careful and got bitten or attacked, it could be very risky. Hunters from nearby villages often risk their lives on the mountain every year. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and tried to come up with a polite way to refuse. Yanqiu, hunting on the mountain isn't that easy. Just climbing up can tire you out completely. Before he finished, Zhou Yanqiu interrupted him. She had bright, shining eyes and looked at him eagerly, with a hint of hope in her gaze. Uncle, I'm not afraid of getting tired. I'm strong. While you're hunting, I can help carry things. You know, I'm very strong. She gestured with her hands. Very strong. Seeing her exaggerated expression, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Yanqiu saw her uncle laughing and thought he didn't agree. She suddenly felt anxious. She had some ideas she needed to test, especially those related to her space. The best place to do that was the back of Chongbai Mountain. But she had never been there before and didn't know the mountain well. It would be best if her uncle, who knew the mountain, took her the first time. Once she was familiar with the mountain paths, she could go there secretly on her own. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and stood up. Come on, follow me to the yard. Zhou Yanqiu didn't understand why and followed him to the yard. Her grandma, her aunt, and her cousin Zhou Lanfeng also came out of curiosity, wanting to see what they were about to do. In the yard, Zhou Jianjun pointed at a water jar by the kitchen door and said with a teasing smile, Xiao Yanqiu, I won't make things hard for you. If you can lift this water jar and hold it 10 centimeters off the ground, I'll let you go hunting with us. The water jar was about 1 meter tall, with a diameter of around 60 centimeters, filled with water. Zhou Jianjun had tried before. With his size and strength, he could barely move it when full, but he couldn't lift it. The jar weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds. He couldn't believe that his slim, small niece could lift a full water jar like that. After listening to her uncle, Zhou Yanqiu went forward to check the water jar. She had never tried whether she could lift such a heavy jar before. Since drinking the spiritual spring water and taking the strengthening pill in that mysterious space, her strength, which was already much greater than that of an average person, had increased by at least half. Maybe she really could lift this water jar. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu was eager to try. Her grandmother and aunt watched anxiously. Such a large water jar filled with water was not something a delicate young girl could move. Her grandmother quickly stopped her, saying, Don't try to move it. Your uncle can't even move this jar, so how could you? You'll hurt your back. Aunt Li Guiyun angrily walked over to Zhou Jianjun, using her to press his waist, making him cry out in pain. Her cousin Zhou Lanfeng stood nearby, watching with a strange look in her eyes. She was curious. Could her cousin really be that strong? She knew her father, Zhou Jianjun, very well. If Yanqiu wasn't really strong, he wouldn't have asked for such a thing. Zhou Yanqiu comforted her grandmother and aunt, saying, Grandma, Auntie, don't worry. I just want to try. If I really can't move it, I won't try again. Her grandmother was still a bit worried but saw that Zhou Yanqiu was determined, so she didn't stop her anymore. Just once. If you can't move it, then forget it. There's nothing special on that mountain anyway. If you really want to go, I can ask your uncle to take you. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and replied, Got it, Grandma. I'll try once. She rolled up her sleeves, stepped forward, and went to the water jar. She bent slightly, wrapping her arms around both sides of the jar. Her thigh muscles tightened, Her waist and hips tensed, and she coordinated her waist and legs. Using her strength, she lifted the water jar upward. Hey! Zhou Jianjun's eyes widened as he kept saying, "Impossible." Her grandmother and aunt muttered in shock, unable to speak. Lanfang's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Her normally round face looked sharper, almost like a small chin. Zhou Yanxiu held the water jar with both hands, feeling like she was lifting it effortlessly. The jar, weighing at least 500 or 600 jin, was lifted off the ground along with her straight legs and waist. Zhou Yanxiu felt he hadn't used his full strength, so he lifted the water jar easily. Without blushing or panting, Zhou Yanxiu held the jar, gently spun around in place, then set it back down. He looked proud and said, "Uncle, how about it? Now you think I can go hunting in the mountains?" Zhou Jianjun took a moment to recover, staring at Zhou Yanxiu as if he had found a rare treasure. Zhou Yanxiu was confused by his uncle's gaze, looked himself over, and thought there was nothing wrong. He waved to Zhou Jianjun and asked, "Uncle, uncle." Zhou Jianjun snapped out of his thoughts and sighed. "With your talent, it would be a real shame not to join the army." In his mind, Zhou Jianjun thought that with Yanxiu's strength, even the top soldiers in the army might not match him. Meanwhile, Zhou Lanfang ran over, curious, and looked at Zhou Yanxiu. She touched his arm and leg, puzzled. She wondered how he could lift the water jar when she wasn't even as strong. She didn't believe it and stepped forward, copying Zhou Yanxiu's pose. She bent down and tried to hold the jar with both hands, saying, "Hey?" But the jar didn't move at all. Zhou Lanfang looked at the jar again and tried again. "Hey!" Her face turned red, but the jar still refused to budge. Angrily, she kicked the jar. "Ouch!" Zhou Lanfang jumped, holding her foot. Zhou Yanxiu watched her and couldn't help but laugh. His cousin was so funny. Grandma and Auntie also came back to their senses. Li Guothian watched Zhou Yanxiu without blinking, exclaiming, "Wow! Is our girl a divine being?" Zhou Yanxiu smiled happily as he looked at Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected to face such a problem and still be unable to stop Zhou Yanxiu. It just showed that Zhou Yanxiu was a rare genius. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right, since you really want to go, let's go together. But once we're in the mountains, you must listen and not run around, understand?" Zhou Yanxiu's bright eyes lit up immediately. "I'll listen to Uncle." Zhou Lanfang nearby pouted and said, "Dad, I want to go too." Zhou Jianjun looked at her with a tired expression. "Move the water jar 10 centimeters, and I'll let you go." Zhou Lanfang looked at the water jar and then at her still aching foot. She lowered her head and decided not to pursue it. If I don't go, I won't go." "Let's go back inside," Zhou Jianjun said. The weather outside was cold, and it was warm inside the house. Coming out might make her catch a cold. Zhou Yanxiu was the last to walk quietly behind. After her grandmother and uncle entered the house, she went to check the water jar again. Seeing no one paying attention, Zhou Yanxiu gently placed her right hand on the edge of the water jar. A small stream of spiritual spring water flowed out naturally, merging into the jar without splashing. Zhou Yanxiu squinted happily. Now, her aunt would use this water with spiritual spring water to cook and drink every day. Her body would gradually get better. Even if she was healthy now, her constitution would improve over time. She would do her best to repay those who truly cared for her. Back inside, Zhou Lanfang quickly stepped forward and hugged her arm, full of curiosity. "Yanxiu, are you a Qigong master? The kind that's really powerful, the one who can knock someone out with a single palm?" Seeing her curious cousin, Zhou Yanxiu sat her down by the stove. Her Aunt Li Guiyun and grandmother also looked curious. Such strength few women and even fewer men could do that. At least, they had only heard of such capable people in stories. They never thought that the fragile-looking Yanxiu in front of them could have such strength. They couldn't help but be curious. Curiosity is human nature, regardless of age or gender. Zhou Yanxiu showed her strength without hiding it from her closest family members. After all, it was just strength. It wasn't a big deal. Her real secret was the space and the spiritual spring water, Those were her trump cards. And with that, she wouldn't have to worry about her family's concerns when she went out in the future. Seeing her grandmother and others staring at her, Zhou Yanxiu felt a little shy. She said to Zhou Lanfang, "There's no such thing as qigong. I just happen to be naturally stronger. Also, it's best not to let outsiders know about this. Only our family should know." Her grandmother nodded repeatedly. Yes, a girl shouldn't show off like that. Otherwise, it might cause trouble for her future marriage. Zhou Yanxiu couldn't help but smile wryly. Was her grandmother's focus misplaced? Auntie also nodded in agreement, saying, "This is not the main point. What if they think our Yanxiu is a rare treasure and trick us into giving it away?" After saying that, she warned Zhou Lanfang. "Did you hear that?
I'm talking about you.
Don't go around spreading secrets." Zhou Lanfang looked innocent and confused. She wondered if her mother was talking about her. She pointed at herself and said to Li Guoyun, "Mom, are you talking about me? That I talk too much?" "I don't talk too much. I keep my mouth shut tight." "Mom, you're accusing me. You should apologize." Li Guoyun looked at her with impatience. "Just keep your mouth shut. That's enough." Zhou Lanfang felt like her heart was hit hard, like 800 points, and she turned away, ignoring her mother. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu and thought deeply. "Yanxiu, do you want to learn martial arts? If you do, your uncle can teach you in a few days." Yanxiu's eyes lit up. "Really? You can teach me?" Zhou Jianjun smiled. "I learned some basic skills in the army. It's easy to handle a few ordinary people. You're very talented. Just practicing a little and you'll be better than me." Yanxiu knew she was strong, but if she met a bad person, she didn't know how to use her strength properly. That's what makes her inexperienced. Her uncle was a soldier and knew martial arts, so that was perfect. She wanted to learn fighting skills from him. Her strength would definitely improve a lot. Now, she only knew how to use brute force, which wasn't enough. Dinner was at her uncle's house. Yanxiu felt more relaxed now. She owed her uncle so much already, so she didn't mind eating a few more meals there. In the future, when she had good things, she would bring some to her uncle's family. During dinner, her uncle, auntie, and cousin Zhou Lanfang all felt that tonight's meal was especially delicious. They ate a little more than usual. Li Guoyun even thought her cooking had suddenly improved. After dinner, Yanxiu and Grandma went back to the old house. Before sleeping, Yanxiu asked Grandma to pour her a bowl of water with spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was slowly healing Grandma's body. It was still early, so the effects weren't visible yet. But Yanxiu carefully observed and saw that Grandma's health was really getting better. Her face was slightly red, no longer pale and lacking color. She also walked more steadily now, and the worries in her eyes had eased a lot. Everything was moving in a good direction. Zhou Yanxiu thought about going hunting with her uncle. She was woken up before dawn by the crowing of roosters. She got up to prepare breakfast. Grandma had just woken up too. When she saw Zhou Yanxiu had already finished cooking, she muttered, "Look at you, you've already made the food, and I just got up. I'm getting old, and I slept in late." Zhou Yanxiu reached out and took Grandma's hand, not allowing her to speak badly of herself. "Grandma, what are you saying?" "I was thinking about going up the mountain with my uncle today. I had something on my mind and couldn't sleep, so I got up early." Zhou Yanxiu understood that Grandma had been drinking some spiritual spring water every night before bed. This water slowly nourished her body and repaired her internal deficiencies. The best time for this process was during sleep. That was why Grandma had been sleeping well these past few nights. After breakfast with Grandma, her appetite improved even more. She finished a bowl of porridge, then served herself half a bowl more, and ate half a steamed bun before stopping. Zhou Yanxiu watched her with a big smile, her eyes curling into pretty crescent shapes. After eating, Zhou Yanxiu prepared what she needed for the trip. Her weapons were with her uncle. She packed a basket, so if she caught small game like wild chickens or rabbits, she could put them inside. Sometimes, she also found valuable medicinal herbs on the mountain, so carrying a basket was convenient. She also packed a bundle of rope. She told Grandma her plans and then hurried to her uncle's house. Grandma watched Zhou Yanqiu leave until she couldn't see her anymore, then slowly went back inside her house. Zhou Yanqiu was still a bit worried that her uncle might go up the mountain without waiting for her. She quickly walked toward her uncle's house. 2 minutes later, she arrived at Zhou Jianjun's home. She pushed open the gate and saw Zhou Jianjun talking to Zhou Jianhua in the yard. She felt relieved and smiled. Uncle Jianhua. Zhou Jianjun hadn't yet told Zhou Jianhua about Zhou Yanqiu going hunting with them. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come over, Zhou Jianjun smiled and said to Zhou Jianhua, "Jianhua, today we're going up the mountain. Yanqiu is coming with us. Take her up the mountain for some fresh air." Zhou Jianjun did mention Zhou Yanqiu's special qualities. Zhou Jianhua was a bit surprised. In their place, not many women go hunting up the mountain. He was worried whether Zhou Yanqiu could keep up with them. He joked, "It's fine to go along, just don't get lost." Before Zhou Yanqiu could reply, Zhou Jianjun explained with a smile, "Don't underestimate her. Her strength isn't worse than mine." This really surprised Zhou Jianhua. He hadn't noticed before, but since Zhou Jianjun said so, it should be fine. In Zhou Jianhua's mind, Zhou Jianjun always handles things reliably. Since he said it, Zhou Jianhua didn't say anything more. He just thought of it as taking a younger family member into the mountains for fun. As long as she doesn't run off, they can stay safe. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua each carried a pair of binoculars. With these guns, they could handle big, wild animals like boars. Zhou Jianjun took out a strong slingshot. "Yanqiu, you can play with this slingshot." Zhou Yanqiu happily took the slingshot from her uncle. It was a simple Y-shaped wooden slingshot with 2 thick rubber bands. It's the kind rural kids often play with. This kind of slingshot isn't very powerful, but if she's accurate, she could shoot a bird or a rabbit at close range. Zhou Jianjun also gave her a small bag of steel balls. "Use these for fun on the mountain, but don't let anyone see you with them, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded happily. "Don't worry, uncle, I know." Even if her uncle didn't say anything, she wouldn't dare point the steel balls at people. That could cause big trouble. Something like that has happened before. Once, a kid in their village was accidentally hit in the eye with a steel ball and went blind. "Have you eaten? Once you're done, we'll head up the mountain." "Uncle, I'm ready," Zhou Yanqiu said happily, playing with her slingshot. Zhou Lanfang came over, looking envious. She also wanted to go hunting in the mountains. Just hearing about it sounded exciting. But her father didn't allow it, saying she would only hold them back. The 3 of them prepared well. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua carried their rifles, checked the ammunition and water bottles, and made sure their knives were secure on their belts before heading up the mountain. As for the ropes and some dry food for lunch, they packed them in Zhou Yanqiu's basket. Zhou Jianhua felt a bit embarrassed seeing a young girl like Zhou Yanqiu carrying so much, and he wanted to take the basket from her. But Zhou Yanqiu stopped him. "No need, uncle. I can carry this. It's very light," she said with a smile. Zhou Jianjun also smiled and said, "It's okay. Let her carry it. She's strong." Zhou Jianhua didn't want to admit that Zhou Yanqiu was stronger than him, so he just nodded and said nothing. About half an hour later, they reached the foot of Changbai Mountain and started climbing. They followed a rough, uneven path up the mountain. At first, they worried that Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't be able to keep up with the climb, so they kept looking back to check on her. But they soon saw that she was walking more easily than they were, like walking on flat ground. Near the mountain's base, there weren't many animals left to hunt because it was too close to the village. Most small animals had already been hunted. Larger animals like tigers and bears usually lived deeper in the forest, where only experienced hunters dared to go. Zhou Yanqiu's uncle was such a hunter. The mountain was huge, and even Zhou Jianjun, who often hunted there, had only explored a small part of it. The deeper parts of the mountain were dangerous, with fierce animals like tigers and bears often lurking there. Zhou Yanqiu carried a slingshot, occasionally aiming and shooting at different spots. They had been in the mountains for over an hour but hadn't found any good prey yet. Still, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua weren't in a hurry. Hunting requires patience. Without patience, you're not suited for this work. Sometimes, they could go several days without catching anything, which was normal. Zhou Jianjun found a relatively flat stone and said, "Let's rest here for a while." After walking for an hour or two, even they started to feel a little tired. Zhou Yanqiu hadn't felt very tired yet. He put down his basket and said, "Uncle, I'll play nearby." Uncle Zhou reminded him, "Don't go too far." "Okay, Uncle." Zhou Yanqiu held a slingshot and looked around. They had already gone quite deep into the woods. Although it was winter, and the weather was cold, the pine and cypress trees in the mountain stayed green all year. Where the branches were thick, they blocked the sunlight. Even now, in the sunlight, some places remained dark. Zhou Yanqiu wandered nearby, not far from where he started. He often picked up small stones from the ground and shot them with his slingshot to practice his aim. The slingshot wasn't very powerful. If the target was more than 20 meters away, it didn't have enough force. Zhou Yanqiu even thought that throwing stones with his hand was more powerful. After a while, Zhou Yanqiu found it boring and wanted to go back to meet his uncle. Suddenly, he saw a shadow flash by the corner of his eye. He was startled. Looking carefully, he saw a gray rabbit being disturbed and rushing away in a hurry. Zhou Yanqiu's face lit up. It was his first time seeing a small animal in the mountains. He didn't want it to escape. He quickly took a steel ball from his pocket, loaded it into the slingshot, pulled back the rubber band until it was tight, aimed at the running rabbit, and suddenly released. The steel ball shot out quickly. The rabbit didn't slow down. Zhou Yanqiu exclaimed, "Oh no," but missed. He was excited to see a small animal, so he didn't want to give up easily. He quickly ran after the rabbit, took out another steel ball from his pocket, loaded it into the slingshot, aimed again and shot. Again he missed. Getting anxious, Zhou Yanqiu picked up a small stone about the size of a pigeon's egg from the ground and threw it with all his might at the disappearing rabbit. With a loud smack, the stone flew like a sharp sword from a giant bough and hit the running rabbit. Coincidentally, it struck the rabbit, which was running fast. The rabbit tumbled over 5 or 6 times, fell to the ground, and struggled to get up. Its legs kicked wildly, and it looked like it was about to give up. Zhou Yanqiu was happy. He didn't expect that his casual throw would actually hit the target. During this hunting trip, the first prey she caught was herself. She was excited to show her uncle later. Zhou Yanqiu quickly walked toward a rabbit nearby. This rabbit was her prize for today. As she lifted the rabbit, her body suddenly froze, and a strange expression appeared on her face. A map-like image appeared in her mind. There were 2 small red dots flickering nearby on the map, sending her signals. Zhou Yanqiu found a map-like thing in her mind, with red dots flashing on it. She was startled and briefly panicked, thinking she had encountered something supernatural. But then she remembered she had seen space and experienced death. What could scare her now? Thinking this, her unease disappeared instantly. She focused on the map in her mind and realized it was a real map. She looked around and compared it with the map in her mind. They were exactly the same, not a single difference. The map in her mind was a 3-dimensional map centered on her, with a radius of 20 meters. What were those red dots on the map? Zhou Yanqiu concentrated her thoughts on one of the red dots. Suddenly, detailed information about that appeared. Wild ginseng, 25 years old, high medicinal value. Her heart leapt with joy. It was ginseng, and it was a 25-year-old wild ginseng. As a local, Zhou Yanqiu knew the most famous local specialty. Wild ginseng has high medicinal value and is expensive. From the map, she learned that the red marked the location of a 25-year-old ginseng. She focused her mind on the other red. Wild ginseng, 30 years old, high medicinal value. She gasped. Another wild ginseng, and it was 30 years old. The older the ginseng, the more precious and potent it is. It's rare to find 2 such old ginsengs so close together without being discovered. Truly a miracle. Over the years, due to continuous harvesting by ginseng collectors, ginseng has become very rare around the outskirts of Changbai Mountain. Even 10-year-old ginseng is now quite uncommon. Older ginseng is mostly found deep in the mountains and forests. Those areas are home to many fierce animals, and even hunting teams rarely venture there, let alone people collecting ginseng. Right now, Zhou Yanqiu's only thought is, I will get rich. I will get rich. I will get rich. Looking at the map in his mind, Zhou Yanqiu easily locates two reds. The two red dots are close to each other. First, he searches for a ginseng that is about 30 years old. Pushing aside the branches blocking the view, Zhou Yanqiu quickly spots this precious medicinal plant hidden among the tangled branches. Although the ginseng leaves are yellowed, he can faintly see 6 compound leaves. Zhou Yanqiu feels very excited. This must be at least 30 years old. As a local, even if he hasn't personally dug up ginseng before, he has heard that the number of compound leaves increases by 1 every 5 years. The ginseng in his site has 6 leaves, which means it is at least 30 years old. This matches perfectly with the red that's flickering on his map. Zhou Yanqiu feels a bit anxious. He has found the ginseng, but he has no tools to dig it out. What should he do? Should he wait until he sneaks back up the mountain to harvest it again, but he's worried someone might see him? On impulse, Zhou Yanqiu reaches out to touch the ginseng, thinking it would be great if he could transplant it into his space. As soon as his hand touches the ginseng, it suddenly disappears from sight. Zhou Yanqiu is startled. He almost thought the ginseng had come to life and escaped. He had heard stories since childhood about ginseng coming to life. Even now, when harvesters find wild ginseng, they don't rush to dig it up. Instead, they carefully tie a red string around it, probably out of fear that it might escape. Soon after, Zhou Yanqiu feels something strange in his mind, his space. He looks inside and sees that the missing ginseng is actually growing peacefully in a 2-acre field outside the courtyard. It turns out it was brought into his space. Zhou Yanqiu breathes a sigh of relief, surprised that his space has such a function. Zhou Yanqiu tried again and found that this function could be controlled. To move the plant into the space, she needed to focus carefully. Now, Zhou Yanqiu had a guess that the map that suddenly appeared in her mind was also part of this space. She looked at another ginseng plant that was 25 years old. She hesitated for a moment. Should she also put this one into the space? After thinking for a while, she decided not to. She already had a 30-year-old ginseng in the space, so it was better to let her uncle exchange this one for money. Her uncle had spent so much money on her these days, so there probably wasn't much money left at home. Besides, the vast Changbai mountain was full of good things. She would have many chances in the future. With the space on her body and this map that worked like a radar, she wouldn't worry about not finding better treasures later. After making up her mind, Zhou Yanqiu reached out and picked up the rabbit. She was about to call Zhou Jianjun over to tell him about her unexpected discovery of the ginseng. Before she could speak, Zhou Jianjun's voice came from afar, calling, Yanqiu, Yanqiu. Zhou Jianjun was a bit anxious. His niece was just here a moment ago. How could she disappear so quickly? Zhou Yanqiu waved her hand toward Zhou Jianjun and called out, Uncle, Uncle, I'm here. Come quickly. Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed, relieved that she was safe. He was quite startled earlier. He and Zhou Jianhua hurried over to her, and Zhou Jianjun muttered, You kid, you disappeared in the blink of an eye. You scared me. Don't do that again, okay? Zhou Yanqiu smiled and spoke in a slightly playful tone. I know. Uncle, guess what I found? They looked at the rabbit in her hand. Zhou Jianjun's face showed surprise. Did you catch it? With a slingshot? Zhou Yanqiu looked proud. No, I hit it with small stones. Zhou Jianhua also looked impressed. Amazing! I didn't expect that this time on the mountain, Yanqiu was the first to catch prey. Even if we go down now, we won't come back empty-handed. Zhou Yanqiu looked seriously at her two uncles. That's not all. There's more. She then headed toward the spot where the remaining ginseng was. It's here. Come over, uncle. Zhou Jianjun found her mysterious words intriguing and walked over to her. So mysterious. Did you find mushrooms? You want to bring them home so your aunt can cook them for you. Yuanqiu wanted to surprise him and didn't say anything. She pointed at the ginseng and said, Look here, uncle. Zhou Jianjun looked at the ginseng with curiosity. He wondered what it was that made her so secretive. Could it be just ginseng? Zhou Jianjun bent down and looked at the spot Yuanqiu pointed to. He squinted his eyes carefully. After 3 seconds, Zhou Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. He threw his hunting rifle aside, knelt on the ground, and leaned forward to examine the plant closely. As a hunter in the village, he recognized valuable herbs like ginseng. He muttered to himself, "Ginseng. It really is ginseng." Zhou Jianhua came over, squatted beside Zhou Jianjun, and looked excitedly at the ginseng. "It's at least 20 years old." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "A good find. The gods are watching over us. It could sell for at least 1,000 yuan. Jianhua, quick, bring the shovel." Jianhua reached for a small shovel from his waist. It was specially used for digging up precious herbs, and now it was just right. They no longer cared about hunting. This ginseng was worth several wild boars, and more valuable. It would be easier to sell too. This was definitely their biggest harvest of the year. Zhou Jianjun carefully took the shovel and started digging around the ginseng. The roots were long, so he had to be very careful. He aimed to keep every root intact because a well-preserved ginseng would fetch a higher price. Yuanqiu sat nearby, watching her uncle's focus on digging the ginseng. She hadn't expected digging for ginseng to be so complicated. If she had known, she would have stored it in her space and taken it out at a better time. It was a mistake, she realized that now. It took over an hour for Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua to dig out the ginseng, taking turns. Zhou Jianjun carefully held the ginseng in his hands. They had been very careful, keeping the roots whole. Yuanqiu moved closer to look. She saw that wild ginseng looked like a small white radish when not fully grown, just with more whiskers. It's not a big deal. There is a root in this space that's even larger than this one. However, Zhou Yanqiu isn't planning to do anything with that ginseng for now. She'll just let it grow there and take a look at what's different about the land in this space. Besides ginseng, Zhou Yanqiu plans to find some other plant seeds to plant and compare. She believes the land in this space must produce different results compared to outside. She'll find out once she tries. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua happily look at the ginseng in their hands. Coming up the mountain was really worth it. Zhou Jianjun looks at Zhou Yanqiu with a meaningful smile. He didn't expect his niece to be such a lucky charm. This was such a big harvest on her first trip up the mountain. They are now in a place where many people come to dig for ginseng. These people have searched many times, and even ginseng that is 3 or 5 years old is hard to find. They never expected to find a ginseng that is at least 20 years old, and Zhou Yanqiu accidentally discovered it. This is truly of luck, unstoppable, and they all benefit from it. Yanqiu, this ginseng is yours to find. Uncle will help you handle it. You keep the main part, and Jianhua and I will each take 10%. How does that sound? Zhou Jianjun suggests selling the ginseng because it's not very useful to them, and if they talk about it, others might get suspicious. It's better to sell it directly for money. He didn't really want to keep the money himself, but if he didn't, Jianhua might feel embarrassed to take it, so he made this suggestion. Zhou Jianjun estimates this ginseng is worth at least 1,000 yuan. Even taking 10%, that's 100 yuan. In today's world, that's a significant amount. Zhou Yanqiu nods. She doesn't mind. Uncle, you decide. Do you think we're getting too little? Zhou Jianjun waves his hand. It's enough. This ginseng can sell for a good price. He carefully wraps the ginseng in a cloth and keeps it close. Seeing her uncle has packed the ginseng away, Zhou Yanqiu stands up and looks into the distance. Uncle, let's go into the mountains. Zhou Jianjun glances at her, pats the dust off his clothes, and says, Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first. Zhou Yanqiu finally realized that they had been on the mountain for several hours. After working all morning, they must be hungry. Let's eat something first. The three of them returned to the big rock they had just sat on, took out dry food and water, and started eating. Because it was very cold, the dry food had frozen and become hard. They nibbled on it little by little, taking a few bites and then drinking some water. They were outside, so there was no need for formalities. After half an hour, they finally finished eating and filled their stomachs. Let's go. In another hour, Whether we have found anything or not, we need to head back, Zhou Jianjun said to the others. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Yanxiu had no objections. Zhou Yanxiu had gained the most from this mountain trip. Her space even contained a ginseng that was 30 years old. She put the dead rabbit into her backpack. The three of them continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua kept watching around for signs of wild animals, like droppings or footprints. They had gone quite far now, and both men became more alert, carefully observing their surroundings. Wild animals could be more aggressive here. Suddenly, Zhou Jianjun made a hand signal to the others. Zhou Yanxiu didn't understand what it meant, but she saw Zhou Jianhua already raising his hunting rifle. Her heart skipped a beat. Could there be prey? She quietly looked ahead and heard faint animal sounds nearby. It was the grunting of wild boars. Zhou Yanxiu's eyes lit up. She was about to see a hunting scene. Zhou Jianjun lowered his rifle and moved quietly a few steps forward. In a somewhat open area, a few dark wild boars were foraging. One large boar, with tusks and weighing over 300 jin, was especially noticeable. There was also a sow, apparently full, lying lazily on the ground. Next to them, four small piglets ran around playing. Wow, it looked like a family outing. Zhou Jianjun's eyes narrowed with excitement. Today was definitely going to be a big harvest. He exchanged a secret signal with Zhou Jianhua, who nodded in understanding. A gunshot rang out, and the big boar let out a loud squeal, blood splattering from its neck. But this wild pig had tough skin and thick flesh, and its life force was strong. It didn't fall immediately. It stared with bright red eyes at the direction of the gunfire. In one quick glance, it saw Zhou Jianjun. Its front hooves scraped the ground quickly, and it made a furious grunt. Then it let out a loud roar and charged towards Zhou Jianjun. Another gunshot sounded. The big boar was hit again and twitched in pain, but its fierce nature was also triggered. Zhou Jianjun calmly reloaded his gun. Jianhua was still there. His gun hadn't fired yet, so the big boar couldn't cause a big splash. When the gunfire rang out, the little wild pigs nearby were frightened and ran in all directions. Seeing the big boar injured, the sow also went wild and charged toward Zhou Jianjun. Bang! Bang! Zhou Jianhua fired 2 shots. The big boar was close and fell under the gunfire, hit 4 times. Even with tough skin and thick flesh, it couldn't withstand it. But the sow was also approaching. Although she was smaller than the big boar, she was still too strong for a person to handle. Yanxiu, climb the tree quickly. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu. Once she was in the tree, there was still plenty of time to deal with the wild pig slowly. Zhou Yanxiu was stunned. She was very strong, but she didn't know how to climb trees. Seeing the sow almost reach her, Zhou Yanxiu quickly jumped onto the tree. She jumped quite high, but then slowly slid down. Zhou Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out. Yanxiu, climb up. Uncle, I can't. Zhou Jianjun was annoyed. How could he forget to ask her about this? Usually, when they went hunting, climbing trees was basic. No one ever thought that someone wouldn't know how to climb trees when hunting in the mountains. Halfway up the tree, Zhou Jianjun jumped down. Jianhua, help Yanxiu up. I'll distract the wild pig. Jianhua agreed and jumped down from the tree. Ugh, uncle, I don't need to. Zhou Yanxiu just wanted to say she didn't need help. Zhou Jianjun grabbed his machete and swung at the wild boar. With one strike, the pig's skin split open and blood gushed out. Zhou Jianjun was also shaken, his hand trembling. This wild boar did not get injured, but became more aggressive. It turned around and charged at Zhou Jianjun. Its small eyes looked at the person holding a weapon, believing him to be the one who killed its husband. Zhou Jianhua was about to pull Zhou Yanxiu to the tree. Seeing the wild boar turn to attack Zhou Jianjun, he forgot about Zhou Yanxiu and quickly warned, Yanxiu, stay back and hide. He then drew his machete, ready to help. Wild boars are very strong. There's a saying that they are like 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. When they go wild, even tigers avoid them. It shows how dangerous they are. If Zhou Jianjun were hit directly, he might not survive or could be badly hurt. Zhou Jianjun focused, gripping his machete tightly. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he didn't dare wipe it away. There was no time to dodge. The boar was too fast. Zhou Jianhua raised his machete, about to strike the boar. Suddenly, a figure darted out. It was Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Jianhua was surprised and shouted, "Yanxiu, come back quickly." At this moment, Zhou Jianhua felt a bit annoyed. Was she causing trouble? It was just a wild boar. As a girl, what could she do to help? But then he saw something unforgettable. Zhou Yanxiu quickly crossed past Zhou Jianhua. Her speed was even faster than the boar's, almost like she had a shadow. In just a few steps, she reached behind the boar and bent down to grab its hind leg as it ran. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed one of the boar's hind legs and clenched her hand tightly. She straightened up and lifted with all her strength. The running boar was stunned. Its four legs kicked wildly. Why couldn't it reach the person in front of it? Why was its view getting farther from the ground? Before it could react, its body was lifted off the ground. Its surroundings blurred as it spun around. Someone had grabbed its hind leg and was swinging it in circles. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Not far in front of them, Zhou Yanxiu held up a wild boar's hind leg weighing 200 or 300 pounds with one hand. No matter how much the boar struggled, it couldn't break free from her seemingly delicate grip. Like a female warrior, Zhou Yanxiu spun the wild boar around in the air several times, then forcefully threw it against a nearby pine tree. Zhou Jianjun and the other person both opened their mouths in surprise. They had lived for over 30 years, but had never seen such a scene. This moment was probably unforgettable for them in their whole lives. After a loud bang, the pine trees shook violently, and the yellowed pine needles fell like rain. The wild boar was badly hurt. Its spine hit hard against a tree. It was now lying on the ground, spitting blood, with its legs twitching occasionally. It couldn't even make a sound, and it looked like it wouldn't survive. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua seemed to still be in a dream, their shock lasting a long time. Zhou Yanxiu looked proud of her achievement. She hadn't even used all her strength yet. She had only used about half her power. After a while, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua finally came back to themselves. Zhou Jianhua, with a complicated look, said to Zhou Jianjun, "Brother Jun, now I understand why you said Yanxiu is so strong. This is just." He thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words. It's like even our best soldiers in the army can't compare. Looking at Zhou Yanxiu's slim and thin figure, Zhou Jianhua couldn't understand where such strength came from. Zhou Jianjun took a few deep breaths, calming his intense emotions a little. "Jianhua, what just happened? Don't tell anyone. Keep it to yourself." Zhou Jianhua suddenly understood. "Brother Jun, I got it. Don't worry, I won't say a word." After that, Zhou Jianhua gave Zhou Yanxiu a big thumbs up. "Yanxiu, you're amazing." A faint smile appeared on Zhou Yanxiu's face. Her eyes curved, and her lips slightly lifted, looking very happy. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu with a serious face, without any praise. "Yanxiu, don't take such risks next time. If you do, you won't be allowed to come to the mountain again. Do you understand?" Zhou Yanxiu thought her uncle would praise her, but instead, she received a serious warning. Her pretty little face fell. "Okay, I understand, uncle." Zhou Jianjun looked annoyed as he glanced at his niece. "All right, I was really startled just now. It was so dangerous. Even if you have strength, you can't use it like that. Do you understand?" Zhou Yanxiu nodded obediently. "I understand." Zhou Jianjun gently rubbed her little head and then praised her. "Yanxiu, you're really impressive." Zhou Yanxiu's mood suddenly brightened. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua calmed down and looked at the two wild boars lying on the ground. "The wild boars are dead. They need to bleed them quickly, or the meat will spoil and become tough and sour, making it hard to eat later. Fortunately, they brought knives for bleeding, so it's easy to do on the spot." Zhou Jianjun pointed to a nearby stone and said to Zhou Yanxiu, "Sit over there and wait. Don't run around, understand? Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua needed to open the bellies and bleed the two wild boars. It wasn't suitable for young Zhou Yanqiu to help with this. They told her to wait on a stone nearby. They had to bleed the boars quickly, or the meat wouldn't taste good after some time. Zhou Yanqiu was curious about slaughtering and bleeding the pigs, but her uncles asked her to rest and sit quietly on the stone. Both uncles were experienced, especially Zhou Jianjun, who had been a hunter for many years. They knew how to do this easily. In less than half an hour, both wild boars had been bled. They discarded some internal organs like the lungs, which people don't like to eat, or hung some on trees for scavengers. This was a rule among hunters here, believed to be a way to honor the mountain god. They quickly made simple wooden stretchers from branches. The two bloodied boars were tied onto the stretchers, and they dragged them down the mountain. They couldn't stay long at the spot because the smell of blood could attract bigger, more dangerous predators. Going up the mountain was easy, but coming down was hard. Even after bleeding and discarding some organs, the boars still weighed about 400 pounds. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua didn't let Zhou Yanqiu help, worried she might get blood on herself. Even if she had strength, she couldn't do much with such a heavy load. But her uncles were strong men. Carrying the 400-pound boars on the wooden stretchers was no problem for them. When they reached near the foot of the mountain, it was a safe place. Big predators usually wouldn't come here. People fear those animals, but in truth, the animals are more afraid of humans. Zhou Jianjun found a spot to rest, wiped his sweat, and they carried everything down. They were quite tired too. But thinking about today's gains, it was all worth it. After a short rest, Zhou Jianjun said to Zhou Jianhua, "Jianhua, we'll stay here and guard. You go to the village first, call Dagua and the others, and help carry the game down. Also, bring a cart." Zhou Jianhua agreed and went to the village to call people. It takes about an hour round trip, so the two of them can rest here for a while. However, Zhou Jianjun is tired, but Zhou Yanqiu is not feeling tired yet. She is surprised. After drinking the spring water and taking the powerful pill, can she really see such big changes? Not only has her strength increased, but her endurance has also improved a lot. But overall, it's a good thing. With stronger fighting ability, she won't be easily bullied. Zhou Jianhua went to the village to call for help to carry the wild boar. At this time, everything on the mountain is public property. For example, the two wild boars they caught today, more than half will be given to the village members for collective sharing. The hunters can only keep about 30% for themselves. Of course, catching small game like pheasants or rabbits doesn't matter much. But this is already a good catch, about 400 jin of wild boar. They can keep over 100 jin for themselves. The remaining roughly 300 jin will be handed over to the village collective to share among all members. Of course, today's ginseng discovery must be kept secret. Luckily, Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianjun are childhood cousins and trustworthy. They won't go around talking about it. Zhou Jianjun sat on a stone resting, looking at his niece. The more he looked, the more he thought she was a little lucky star. Not only did she find valuable aged ginseng easily, but she also caught a wild boar. Even hunters don't always have good luck on their trips. Most times, they go home empty-handed. Catching two big wild boars today is quite rare. At least, Zhou Jianjun himself probably won't catch so many wild boars in a year. He took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a puff. Yanqiu looked at him with wide eyes. This was the first time she saw her uncle smoking. "Uncle, you smoke?" Zhou Jianjun smiled, flicked the ash, and said proudly, "Little girl, what's wrong with me smoking? Look at how many men in the village smoke." He casually reminded her, "But when you go home, don't tell your aunt I smoke, understand?" After saying that, he pretended to look fierce at Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu wasn't scared by him. She already knew her uncle cared about her. She nodded repeatedly. "Okay, uncle. I won't tell aunt." "But why doesn't aunt want you to smoke?" Junjun Zhou smiled happily. "Your aunt worries about the money spent on smoking. She wants us to save money. But I don't smoke often, just an occasional cigarette." Zhou Yanqiu looked serious and said, "Uncle, when I have money, I will buy you cigarettes. Good ones, expensive ones. Junjun Zhou laughed at her. All right, I'll wait for you to buy me cigarettes. But don't let your aunt find out. Zhou Yanqiu squinted and smiled. Okay, I'll buy secretly so she won't see. Junjun Zhou remembered that Zhou Yanqiu couldn't climb trees earlier. He took a few puffs of his cigarette and then threw it away. Come here, Yanqiu. Uncle will teach you how to climb trees. If you come into the mountains, you must know how to climb. It's basic for hunting. Even if you don't hunt later, knowing how to climb might be useful. Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Yes, uncle. Please teach me. I want to learn to climb trees too. If she had known how to climb trees earlier, her uncles wouldn't have had to jump down to face the wild boar. So, Zhou Yanqiu also wanted to learn how to climb trees. What if she found something good up in the trees in the future? She really needed to learn. Junjun Zhou found a sturdy pine tree and demonstrated. Watch carefully. First, press the inside of your foot against the trunk. Wrap your hand around it. Use your left foot and right hand to climb up, then your right foot and left hand, and so on. He repeated the demonstration a few times, then looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Got it? Zhou Yanqiu silently practiced a few times, left and right, left and right. Got it. I'll try. She mimicked Junjun Zhou, pressing her inside foot against the trunk, wrapping her hands around it, then pushing with her feet and alternating her hands. Like a nimble monkey, she climbed the tree. Junjun Zhou was surprised and patted his forehead. This little Yanqiu, I bet she'll learn all my skills after just a few climbs. Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect she could climb so quickly. She turned her head to look down. She was at least 5 meters above the ground. She climbed up in less than 3 seconds. Zhou Yanqiu felt that learning was very simple for her. It seemed like she was born knowing how, just like forgetting it after learning. Without her uncle's teaching, she quickly learned how to climb down a tree. She only used her hands and feet to touch the trunk, without even touching her clothes. She alternated her hands and feet to descend 2 steps, and when she was only 2 or 3 meters above the ground, she suddenly jumped down. Zhou Jianjun was startled and wanted to say something, but he saw Zhou Yanqiu land lightly in front of him, completely unharmed, with a big smile, saying, Uncle, I learned it. Zhou Jianjun touched her forehead and said, Be honest. Don't climb down from such high trees. What if you land on stones? Spraining your ankle is the least of it. Be good and climb down carefully, understand? Zhou Yanqiu nodded honestly, acting like a good girl. Got it. Zhou Jianjun noticed her insincerity and almost laughed out loud. He didn't realize that his niece was a little rebellious too. Having just learned to climb trees, Zhou Yanqiu was curious and started looking for nearby trees to climb. Soon, her climbing skills became very good, almost as skilled as her experienced uncle. After all, she was naturally strong and coordinated, so learning to climb trees was quite easy for her. When Zhou Jianhua arrived with Zhou Jianxi, Erguzi, and others, Zhou Yanqiu had already climbed around several trees nearby multiple times. Brother Jun, today's a big harvest. We'll have meat to eat today. Zhou Yanqiu heard someone calling her uncle from afar, and her voice was full of happiness. It was probably Zhou Jianhua calling. Zhou Yanqiu looked and recognized these people. They had helped her last time when she went to Wangjia village to change her household registration. She politely called out to them. Zhou Jianjun smiled, took out cigarettes, and handed them to everyone. A group of grown men smoked for a while, then prepared to carry the wild boar back. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand and said, Let's go. We need to carry the boar back quickly. Maybe we can still split the meat today. Zhou Jianhua carried the boar while smiling and said, There's still time. When I arrived, I already told my dad. They're preparing now. Later, they'll send it straight to the square for division. All right, let's hurry. We can have stewed pork tonight. A few people carried the wild boars down the mountain, which made it much easier. Zhou Yanqiu, like before, didn't help with the lifting. She carried a basket on her back and followed behind everyone. Inside the basket was a dead rabbit, covered with several layers of leaves, and at the bottom was a tightly wrapped ginseng root. Just now, Zhou Jianjun and she had placed the ginseng into her basket. Later, Zhou Jianjun planned to go to the village square to divide the wild boars. His family and Zhou Jianhua would first take their 30% share, and the rest would be shared among the villagers. Since they caught the wild boars, they had the priority to choose first. As for Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Jianjun told her to go home and wait. Tonight, they would cook the meat and enjoy it. The group quickly carried the wild boars down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a cart. They shouted to load the 2 large boars onto the cart. Then they pulled the cart back to the village. Half an hour later, a cart with 2 wild boars entered the village. As they entered, some children came over to watch. The children knew the boars would be shared with everyone in the village. Excitedly, the children shouted, "Tonight, we'll have meat to eat. Go tell your moms, we're having pork tonight." They all ran home to tell their families about the meat. On the way to the village square, they passed by Zhou Jianjun's house. "Yanqiu, go home first. Let your aunt boil some water. We'll stew the meat tonight." After saying that, Zhou Jianjun gave Yanqiu a quick look. She understood he wanted her to hide the ginseng first. He handed her his hunting rifle and machete, telling her to take these tools home. Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, uncle. I'll go home now." She then carried her basket and headed to Zhou Jianjun's house. As she pushed open the door, she called out, "Auntie, auntie." Li Guoyan was inside and replied, "Yes." Then Zhou Lanfang ran out the door. "Yanqiu, you're finally back. Did you have fun in the mountains? I heard my dad and the others caught 2 big wild boars. We'll have plenty to eat this time." When Zhou Lanfang saw Zhou Yanqiu return, she immediately started chattering excitedly. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "There are 2 big wild boars. Uncle and the others have gone to the square. I'll go home first to put things down." Li Guoyan came out and called Zhou Yanqiu. "Yanqiu, come inside and talk." "Lanfang, quickly put away your sister's things." Zhou Yanqiu said, "No need. Let's go inside and talk." She then took Zhou Lanfang into the house. Inside, Zhou Yanqiu put down her basket and took out a rabbit from inside. She handed it to Li Guoyan. The rabbit meat is good for braising or stir-frying, making a nice snack to go with drinks. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. "Rabbit? Stir-fried rabbit is so tasty. Mom, let's cook this rabbit tonight." It seems Zhou Lanfang really likes eating rabbit meat. Li Guoyan rolled her eyes and said, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is think about eating. Besides eating, what else can you do?" Zhou Lanfang wasn't upset. She flattered Li Guoyan, "I can also make you happy, Mom." Li Guoyan couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Lanfang's shameless words. That's what's good about Zhou Lanfang. She's easygoing. Small things don't bother her at all. Then Zhou Yanqiu gave a secret signal to Zhou Lanfang and Li Guoyan. "Be quiet later." Both of them became curious and whispered, "What's next?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. First, she threw a bunch of dry leaves out of the basket, then carefully took out a wrapped bundle containing ginseng. Seeing her cautious behavior, both of them grew tense. "What is it? Don't tell anyone," Zhou Yanqiu warned softly, then slowly unwrapped the cloth covering the ginseng. A lush, thick ginseng root appeared before their eyes. "Ginseng?" Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened as she looked at the ginseng in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. She quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from shouting. Li Guoyan was also surprised. She looked at the fresh ginseng and whispered, "Did you pick this from the mountain today?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and whispered, "Yes, I found it today on the mountain digging it out with Uncle Manhwa." Li Guoyan looked at the ginseng. "How old do you think it is?" "It must be worth a lot." "Yes, Uncle said it's at least 20 years old. It could sell for at least 1,000 yuan. Yanqun told Li Guoyan about Zhou Jianjun's statement. In her heart, everyone in the house was her closest family, so there was no harm in sharing about the ginseng. Li Guoyan clapped her thigh and said, "Oh my, 20 years of age for this ginseng. That's really old, worth a lot of money." Zhou Lanfang's eyes brightened as she looked at the ginseng in Yanqun's hand. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but Li Guoyan quickly stopped her with a slap on the hand. "Don't touch it randomly. What if you damage it?" Zhou Lanfang looked a bit wronged and whispered, "I'll be careful, I won't break it." Yanqun placed the ginseng in her hand and said with a smile, "It's fine. Take your time to look. Just look at it. Let Andy keep it safe." and someday uncle can sell it. Zhou Lanfang looked at the ginseng for a while but couldn't see anything special, so she lost interest quickly. Yanxun, you can have it. It's not that interesting anyway. Yanxun replied seriously, this is a medicinal herb that can cure illnesses. Whether it looks good or not doesn't matter. After saying that, she handed the ginseng to Li Guoyun. Auntie, keep it safe. When uncle needs it, give it to him. Li Guoyun carefully took the ginseng. All right, I'll put it away now. When the time comes, your uncle can exchange it for money. I'm afraid it might get damaged if I don't. Yanxun chuckled and said, it's not that easy to damage it. Although everyone knew it wouldn't happen, Li Guoyun still went to the inner room to find a clean wooden box and patted it with some cloth before feeling at ease. Li Guoyun stored the ginseng properly, then took out the rabbit that Yanxun brought back. She planned to process the rabbit first. Even if they didn't eat it tonight, they needed to remove the rabbit's fur and internal organs, or it would spoil quickly. Yanxun told her mother-in-law about it. She first went to her grandmother's house, where she had returned from hunting with her uncle, to report her safety. That evening, they still ate at her uncle's house, and she also went to pick up her grandmother. Yanxun was in a good mood as she headed to her grandmother's home. She pushed open the yard gate and called out, "Grandma." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the door open, and her grandmother quickly came out of the house. "Yanxun, you're back. Did you get tired from climbing the mountain?" Looking at Grandma's caring eyes, Zhou Yanxiu felt warm inside. "I'm not tired at all. Uncle caught 2 big wild boars today, so we'll have plenty of meat. We'll stew some tonight. Later, the 2 of us will go to Uncle's house for dinner." As she spoke, Zhou Yanxiu helped Grandma into the house. Those 2 wild boars each weigh at least 400 pounds. Grandma smiled as she and Zhou Yanxiu returned inside. Once inside, Zhou Yanxiu leaned close to Grandma's ear and said, "Grandma, I also found some ginseng. Uncle said it's at least 20 years old and worth a lot of money." Grandma was surprised. "Really?" Zhou Yanxiu nodded. "Yes, it's true. Uncle said he'll sell it when he finds the right time." Grandma smiled. "It looks like you're lucky. Your uncle has gone up the mountain many times but never found ginseng. You went once and found some. Your uncle is lucky this time because of you," Zhou Yanxiu said. "Not really. Uncle is very brave. He wasn't afraid of the big wild boar. He shot it twice and it fell." Grandma listened, squinting and smiling. She was happy to see her son doing well and living a good life. After sitting at Grandma's house for a while, Zhou Yanxiu told her about the fun of going up the mountain, especially how she hit a rabbit with stones and made it fall. Grandma was surprised and held Zhou Yanxiu's hand, smiling so much her eyes nearly closed. "My granddaughter is so talented." "That's wonderful." After chatting with Grandma for a while, Zhou Yanxiu stood up. "Grandma, let's go to Uncle's house. I want to see if Annie needs any help." Grandma also stood up. "Okay, let's go." When Zhou Yanxiu arrived at Uncle's house, she told Grandma to rest inside. She went to the kitchen. "Auntie, has Uncle come back yet?" Auntie Li Guoyun had already prepared the rabbit. She had peeled the skin and removed the internal organs. It was hanging on an iron hook in the yard, draining the blood and drying in the wind. Then she sprinkled some salt on it for preservation. When the time comes, she'll store it away. This way, the meat can last a long time. Since winter is coming soon in the northeast, with temperatures dropping below 0, outside becomes a natural freezer. Meat left outside overnight will freeze so hard it can't spoil. Li Guoyun saw Zhou Yanxiu coming over. "Your uncle hasn't returned yet, but he should be back soon. There's nothing for you here, so go inside and talk with your grandma." Zhou Yanxiu looked at the pot, which was almost boiling. Seeing there was nothing urgent, she decided to wait for her uncle to come back. "Auntie, I'm going to the main room. If anything happens here, just call me." Li Guoyun smiled and agreed. "All right, call me if you need anything." Before leaving, Zhou Yanxiu checked the water in the water tank, which was almost empty. She quietly added about a bowl of spiritual spring water, then carried a bucket to fetch more water. Her uncle's family had a well, so it was easy to get water directly from there. Zhou Yanxiu was strong and quickly filled the water tank with her effort, as if playing. In the main room, her cousin Zhou Lanfang was talking to their grandma. chatting happily and making her laugh often. Zhou Yanqiu admired her cousin's way with words. She could talk easily, with anyone. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to go inside, Zhou Jianjun returned. His voice came from afar before he even arrived. "Guhyun, wife, come out and take the things." Li Guiyun hurried out from the kitchen, opened the courtyard gate, and saw Zhou Jianjun carrying a load of wild boar meat. He had a whole pig's hind leg, half a side of pork ribs with streaks of fat, a whole pig's head, a piece of liver, and a pig's heart. All together, it probably weighed about 70 or 80 jin, about 35 to 40 kilograms. Zhou Yanqiu quickly went forward and took the whole pig's hind leg. "Uncle, so much pork. It must be around 70 or 80 jin." Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly. "Not quite. These weigh about 90 jin. The two pigs together weigh around 470 or 80 jin. We split about 150 jin. I wanted to give half to Uncle Manhwa, but he refused, saying there's enough for you." After some persuasion, he kept 60 jin. Li Guiyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu in surprise. Zhou Jianjun explained quietly to her. One wild boar was killed by Zhou Yanqiu, like this. Grabbing the wild boar by the hind leg, Zhou Jianjun demonstrated to Li Guiyun, mimicking Zhou Yanqiu's action, spinning around a few times. And then throwing it onto a tree to kill it. He looked proud, as if he had killed the wild boar with his own hands. Li Guiyun was quite shocked. She knew Zhou Yanqiu was strong, but being strong didn't mean she would dare to fight a wild boar barehanded. If it weren't for Zhou Jianjun's confident attitude, Li Guiyun might not have believed it at all. Li Guiyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a curious expression. "Wow, my dear, you're so impressive." Today, Zhou Yanqiu was praised so much that he felt a little shy. "Auntie, I just have a bit more strength." After joking around, Zhou Jianjun said from the side, "Tonight, cook more meat. Boil the pig's head and prepare it for tomorrow. Also, stir-fry the pig's liver tonight. Marinate the pig's leg and the remaining meat with salt." Then, Zhou Yanqiu and his aunt started to clean and prepare the wild pig meat they brought back. Zhou Lanfang was busy too, helping to build the fire. They boiled water in a big pot, adding scallions, garlic, chili, spices, Sichuan peppercorns, and bay leaves. They poured in a large cup of rice wine, then put in the cleaned pig's head and some ribs, pork belly, and pig's heart, all to stew together. Finally, they added soy sauce for color and several big spoonfuls of salt. After 10 minutes, the water boiled vigorously. Then they turned the heat down to simmer slowly. Zhou Yanqiu and Li Guiyun cut the remaining large pig leg and half a side of meat into strips, then salted and hung the meat to dry. Thanks to Zhou Yanqiu, Li Guiyun didn't have to do much work. She let Zhou Yanqiu handle the heavy lifting because of her strength. Once everything was ready, the aroma of the stewed meat started to fill the air. But it wasn't time yet. The wild pig meat needed to stew a bit longer until it was tender and delicious. The broth in the big pot was simmering slowly. Everyone wasn't in a rush. After all, they didn't eat this kind of meat every day. Now that they had meat, they wanted to cook it as perfectly as possible to enjoy this meal. Tonight, not only their family but many other households in the village also enjoyed meat. There were about 100 households in Jojo village, and each family could get about 2 or 3 jin of meat. About an hour later, the wild pig meat was almost done. Zhou Lanfang turned off the fire, opened the lid, and a delicious aroma wafted out. She used chopsticks to pick a piece of the stewed wild pig meat, tasted it, and found it incredibly tasty, tender, and flavorful. At dinner that night, a big bowl of stewed wild pig meat was served, and everyone agreed it was especially delicious. The meat was cooked so well that even Grandma ate several pieces before stopping. At the dinner table, Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "Yanqiu's wild boar meat tastes much better, with no strong smell at all." Yanqiu knew it was probably because she added spiritual spring water, but she didn't want to say it out loud. Adding a little spiritual spring water while cooking can greatly improve the flavor, much more than just using MSG. It can also gradually improve health, making it less likely to get sick in the future. For this pot of wild boar meat, no matter how others cook it, they can't match the taste of ours. This is our special secret recipe. When conditions allow, even opening a restaurant could bring in a lot of money. Just a simple dish, with a little spiritual spring water, can turn into a delicious and healthy meal, worth more than gold. That's the power of spiritual spring water. After dinner, Zhou Jianjun quietly called Yanxiu over and said, "Yanxiu, I plan to go to the county town in a couple of days to see if I can sell that ginseng. The town doesn't pay much. Are you staying at home or coming with me?" Yanxiu blurted out. "Uncle, I want to go to the county town with you. I haven't been to the city in a long time. I want to look around." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "All right. I'll call you in advance. I'll also ask your sister to come along and take a look at your brother." Yanxiu nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. Although she had studied in the county town before, she wasn't unfamiliar with it. But if you count her previous life, she hadn't been there in at least 20 years. Having been confined for 20 years, she wanted to see every place. She also had some things to take care of in the county. The county is about 50 miles from Zhou's village. To get there, she would take the bus twice a day, so she needed to plan carefully. At night, after giving Grandma water and making sure she was asleep, Yanxiu quietly slipped outside. She wanted to go into her space again. Last time at Wang Zhenjiang's house, she didn't have time to look around carefully. There are still some rooms in the yard she hasn't explored. After arriving at my grandmother's house, I had many things to do, so I didn't have time to enter the space. I only used the spiritual spring water briefly to take some and then left. Tonight, Zhou Yanqiu plans to come back and look carefully. Not only because there are a few rooms in the yard she hasn't visited yet, but also because she wants to understand if the process of discovering ginseng in the mountains is related to the space. Zhou Yanqiu walks very quietly. Since her grandmother drank the spiritual spring water, she is sleeping deeply. So, Zhou Yanqiu leaves without disturbing her grandmother. She doesn't dare to enter the space while her body is in the house, afraid her grandmother might be frightened if she sees her. Silently, Zhou Yanqiu's body reappears in this mysterious space. The yard, the spiritual spring well inside, and the land outside, about 2 acres, are all unchanged. But there is a slight difference. Zhou Yanqiu walks to the land outside the yard. The ginseng planted there is a 30-year-old plant from the mountains. She quickly walks over, wondering if anything unusual might happen to this ginseng here. The land, about 2 acres, only has this one ginseng plant, making it look a bit empty. Zhou Yanqiu approaches the ginseng and observes it carefully. In just half a day, some changes have occurred. The originally yellowing leaves have grown new, tender green leaves. She is amazed. It's so incredible. She wonders what this ginseng might become on this magical land. A little hope rises in her heart. She decides to let the ginseng grow here slowly. Thinking for a moment, she takes a wooden ladle from the yard, scoops some spiritual spring water, and pours it onto the soil where the ginseng is growing. Since drinking this water benefits people so much, it should be fine to use it to water the ginseng. She looks at the ginseng again. Maybe it's just her feeling, but after watering, the new leaves seem to tremble slightly and turn a richer green. Zhou Yanqiu stands there for a while, then turns back into the yard and puts down the ladle. There is another room opposite the pharmacy that she hasn't visited yet. This time, she plans to check all the rooms. Now, this is still your own space, and it's important to have some basic understanding of it. On the first floor of the small courtyard, opposite the pharmacy, Zhou Yanqiu gently pushes open the door and walks inside. She sees that this room is old-fashioned and elegant, actually a spacious study. There are 4 or 5 large, sturdy purple sandalwood bookshelves filled with various books. In the middle of the room, there is a matching wooden desk with a grand chair behind it. The desk is covered with writing tools, which look quite valuable. Next to the bookshelves, there are 5 beautiful large porcelain vases. The vases are decorated with ancient figures, like noble women and other characters. Zhou Yanqiu can't tell what era these porcelain vases are from or how precious they are, but when she later took them out, they amazed the world. All 5 vases have scrolls that look like paintings inside their openings. Zhou Yanqiu casually picks one and opens it, revealing a landscape ink painting. She doesn't understand these paintings now, so she carefully puts the scrolls back and places the vases down. She walks to the bookshelf, picks a book at random, and sees that it is a medical book called Huangdi External Classic. So it really is a medical book. Zhou Yanqiu feels a bit disappointed because she can't understand these medical texts. Plus, in this period, traditional Chinese medicine is not easy to learn. She flips through the book briefly and then puts it back. However, she is still very interested in traditional Chinese medicine. She notices the pills in the bottles in the pharmacy next door. Each one must be quite valuable. She has personally experienced the power of the strengthening pills, which seem like legendary miraculous medicines, not ordinary items. But learning traditional Chinese medicine is difficult, and everyone agrees on that. In the past, it was taught by masters to apprentices hand by hand. Apprentices start young, training for at least 10 years before they are recognized by their master and allowed to practice alone. In short, traditional Chinese medicine is about passing down knowledge. Now, good Chinese doctors are hard to find, and few are willing to teach. Zhou Yanqiu doesn't know how traditional Chinese medicine developed in later times because she was imprisoned for over 10 years and rarely had access to outside information. But she knows that if she wants to learn Chinese medicine, she must find a master first. Otherwise, even though there are many medical books here, if you don't know the basics of pulse diagnosis, observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking, everything is just empty talk. And these basic traditional Chinese medicine skills can't be learned just by reading books. You must have someone to teach you. Zhou Yanqiu looked around the study, where several bookshelves were filled with books about traditional Chinese medicine. Many of these books were written in ancient script, looking very old, and some even contained bamboo slips. In total, there are probably thousands of books. Thinking about the medicine room across the hall and those medicinal pills, as well as the ginseng in the fields outside and the resource radar in her mind, she fell into deep thought. It seems that the resources in her space are related to traditional Chinese medicine, or maybe she can find a Chinese medicine master to learn systematically. Learning traditional Chinese medicine might be a good choice in the future, and Zhou Yanqiu doesn't dislike these topics. In fact, she's very interested. She wants to gradually improve her grandmother's health, help her stay healthy, live a long life, and always be with her. Zhou Yanqiu has set another goal in her heart, but all of this depends on fate, and she can't rush it. After walking around again, she found another small storage room where she kept clothes and books brought from Wang Zhenjiang's house. Next to the small storage room, there is a stone hut. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu looked at this small house. Unlike the other wooden houses, this one is made of stone. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she stepped forward to push open the stone door. The stone door wasn't heavy. She pushed it casually, and a loud rumbling sound came as the door swung open. Inside, she saw a room about 20 to 30 square meters, empty and bare. In the middle of the room, there was a high-quality alchemy furnace, about as tall as a person. It was made of beautiful bronze, with intricate, mysterious patterns carved all over. Zhou Yanqiu saw the furnace and, curious, reached out to touch it. The surface was cold. Apart from this alchemy furnace, there was nothing else in the room. Looking at the furnace, she wondered, could it really be used to make medicinal pills? She thought about the small room behind the medicine room. Could the pills in the porcelain bottles have been made with this furnace? Is the health pill she took also made in this alchemy furnace? After thinking for a while, I realize I still know too little about traditional Chinese medicine, but Zhou Yanqiu's interest in it is growing. Especially when thinking about that mysterious and powerful health pill that can cleanse the body and strengthen the muscles. If it can really be made with this alchemy furnace, she definitely wants to learn how to make it. After leaving the alchemy room, she has already explored the entire space. In this yard, the upper floor of the 2-story wooden house is a large bedroom, and the first floor has a medicine room and a study. There is a kitchen on the side, opposite which are a storage room and an alchemy room. In the middle of the yard, there is a spiritual spring well. Outside the yard, there are 2 acres of farmland. This is the basic layout of the space. Additionally, the sudden appearance of a resource detection radar in her mind makes her wonder if it is related to the space. After understanding the basic situation of the space, Zhou Yanqiu didn't stay long. She quickly disappeared from the space. She quietly entered the inner room. Grandma was sleeping soundly, so her movements didn't wake her. Zhou Yanqiu then quietly got into bed and soon fell asleep. Tomorrow, she has important things to do. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu tidied up her utensils, walked to her grandma, and put her arm around her shoulder. "Grandma, I want to visit a classmate's house today. Don't wait for me to eat lunch." Grandma turned to look at her with a meaningful expression. "Is it a male or female classmate?" Zhou Yanqiu blushed immediately. "Grandma, what are you thinking?" Of course, it's a female classmate. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Zhou Yanqiu seemed to see a hint of disappointment on her grandma's face. Without overthinking, Zhou Yanqiu stood up. "I'm going to my uncle's house to borrow a bicycle. There are a few bicycles in the village now. Zhou Jianjun's family has one. If Zhou Jianjun doesn't go out today, Zhou Yanqiu plans to borrow it for use. As for the classmate's house, it's true, and they're on good terms. But Zhou Yanqiu's real purpose isn't to visit that classmate. She just needs a reasonable excuse. The classmate she mentioned is from the same village as Zhang Yuanbiao. Yes, today Zhou Yanqiu plans to use the excuse of visiting her classmate to go to that village and gather some information. Zhang Yuanbiao's absence makes her uneasy. Grandma didn't object either. As children grow up, they need to have their own friends and can't stay at home every day. She reached into her pocket and carefully opened a small cloth bag, revealing a roll of banknotes of different denominations. Grandma took out a 5 yuan note and handed it to Zhou Yanqiu. That was the largest denomination she had inside. She earnestly advised, when you go to someone else's house, you should buy something to bring along. Keep this money with you. Be careful on the way, come back early tonight, and don't stay out too late, okay? Zhou Yanqiu felt a little embarrassed. How could she take her grandma's money? She refused, saying, "Grandma, I have my own money. You keep this." But Grandma wasn't happy with that. "Your money is yours, but the money I give you is from me. It's different. Keep it." She firmly placed the money in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. Feeling touched, Zhou Yanqiu no longer refused her grandma's kindness. "I understand, Grandma. I will be back before dinner." Grandma waved her off. Go on, go on." Early out, early back, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Zhou Jianjun's house. "Uncle, Auntie." Li Guoyun heard her from inside and called out, "Yanxiu, come in quickly." Zhou Yanqiu went into the inner room, where only Li Guoyun and Zhou Lanfang were sitting. They sat on small stools by the fire pit, with a few sweet potatoes on top. Zhou Yanqiu sat down and asked, "Are these roasted sweet potatoes?" Zhou Lanfang turned the sweet potatoes over and said, "I suddenly wanted to eat these. They're so fragrant when roasted." "Later, you can have two too." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. She had other plans later, so she might not get to eat these sweet potatoes. "Where did Uncle go?" Li Guoyun whispered. "He went to Jianhua's house to discuss tomorrow's trip to the county." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu understood. She would also go to the county with her uncle tomorrow. She knew the main reason was to look for ginseng channels. Ginseng is good, but most people can't afford it. Only those who need it will buy it. So, they need to find the right buyers to sell at a good price. Li Guoyun asked her, "Is there something you want to talk to your uncle about? I want to see if the bicycle at home is useful. If not, I'd like to borrow it. I want to visit an old classmate today." Li Guoyun curiously asked the same question as Grandma. "Is it a male or female classmate?" Zhou Yanqiu helplessly replied, "Auntie, it's a female classmate." Li Guoyun felt a bit disappointed. "A female classmate? Huh." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Of course, a female classmate. I don't really know any male classmates well." Zhou Lanfang pouted nearby. She immediately saw her mother's little scheme. If Yanqiu had a familiar male classmate, she could use that to tease her. But thinking about it, Zhou Lanfang also didn't want to look for friends. Most of the peers around her, she didn't like much. Li Guoyun checked the time. They should be back soon. Just wait a little longer. Zhou Yanqiu had no problem with that. There was still plenty of time, and she wasn't in a rush. Longing Village was at the foot of Changbai Mountain, in another direction. If Zhou's family rode bikes there, it would take about half an hour, plenty of time. When Zhou Lanfang heard that Yanxiu was going to visit her female classmate's house, she had a sudden idea. Yanxiu, can I go with you? Usually Zhou Lanfang didn't go out much at home. Most of the girls her age in the village were already married, and she didn't have many friends she could talk to. Since Zhou Yanxiu arrived here, she finally found someone she could chat with. So, whenever she had free time, she wanted to play with Yanxiu. She had just heard Yanxiu was visiting her classmate today and felt a little disappointed. But then she thought if Yanxiu agreed, she could go too. After all, she was visiting a female classmate and it wasn't a big deal. It would be nice to go out and walk around. Zhou Yanxiu looked at Zhou Lanfang. Her cousin probably was tired of staying at home and wanted to get out for a bit. She thought for a moment and said, "If uncle and aunt agree, I'll take you along." When Zhou Lanfang heard Yanxiu didn't oppose, she was happy. "Mom, I want to go with Xiao Yanxiu." Li Guoyin looked at her sternly. "Yanxiu is going to see her classmate. Why do you want to go too?" Zhou Lanfang pouted. "I want to go with Yanxiu. It's not safe for a girl to go out alone. If I go with her, it'll be safer." Li Guoyin thought to herself that Yanxiu was strong enough, probably stronger than a few grown men. If anything happened, she might be more of a burden than a help. But seeing Zhou Lanfang insist so much, she said, "Fine, if you want to go, don't cause trouble. Listen to Yanxiu and follow her, understand?" When Zhou Lanfang heard her mother agree, she smiled happily. All right, I'll listen to Yanxiu. Whatever she asks me to do, I'll do it." Seeing her aunt agree and her cousin want to go with her, Zhou Yanxiu didn't mind. This time, she was really going to visit her classmates. She also wanted to check out the village situation. She didn't plan to deal with that Zhang Yuanbiao this time. For such matters, it's better to leave them to the police when the time comes. So, there's no real danger. Her cousin has been at home too long and wants to go out for a bit of fun, which is fine. It won't cause any trouble. While they were talking, Zhou Jianjun rode back on his bicycle. When he heard Zhou Yanxiu say she wanted to borrow the bike to visit her classmates and that her daughter also wanted to go, he advised her, "Go ahead. I don't need the bike today. Come back early this afternoon, okay? Don't wait until it gets dark." Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang both answered, "Got it, uncle, dad." Zhou Jianjun went to the kitchen and took out a piece of meat, about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. He handed it to Zhou Yanxiu. "When you visit someone, don't go empty-handed. Take this meat." Feeling a bit shy, Zhou Yanxiu said, "Grandma already gave me money." Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. "Just take it. Your grandma gave you money, so keep it. There's already enough at home. No need to buy more. Plus, this meat is for you too. Don't forget." Zhou Yanxiu had no choice but to accept the meat. She called out to Zhou Lanfang, "Got it, sister. Let's go." She hung the meat on her bike handlebar, swung her long leg over the bike, and looked back at Zhou Lanfang.
Sister, hop on.
"I'll take you there." Zhou Lanfang didn't hesitate. She turned around and sat on the back seat. "Okay, if you get tired later, just let me take over." Zhou Yanxiu's classmate lived in Chongqing village, about 10 miles away. From here, you just follow the main rural road and the third village is right there. It's easy to find. It took about half an hour for Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang to arrive. On the way, Zhou Lanfang wanted to switch and let her take over, but Zhou Yanxiu refused. She joked, "If you take me, it'll probably take 10 minutes longer." When she was studying in the county town, Zhang Qilan once said her family lived in Chongqing village. Zhou Yanxiu remembered it but had never been there. Although she lived in Chongqing village for 19 years in her previous life, at that time she didn't know where Zhang Qilan's house was when she first came here, so she had to ask someone for directions. When she arrived at Chongqing village, Zhou Yanxiu got off her bike and didn't ride anymore. She pushed it along instead. Just then, she saw 2 elderly women sitting on a stone bench by the roadside, having finished breakfast and enjoying the sun. They wore matching large black or dark blue padded jackets, with their pant cuffs tied with cloth to block the wind. Zhou Yanxiu politely approached and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know how to get to Zhang Qilan's house? I'm her classmate here to visit her," The kind-hearted woman stood up and pointed the way. Go straight ahead, there's a tree. Next to it, there's a small alley. Go in there, and the third door on the left is her house. Zhou Yanqiu understood and thanked her. Thank you, ma'am. Then she and Zhou Lanfang headed toward Zhang Qiulan's house. Behind them, the elderly woman whispered to herself, Did you see that girl? She looks like a fairy, so pretty. Later, Zhou Yanqiu became the main topic of conversation for the two elderly women. She looked at the house in front of her. Is this Zhang Qiulan's home? The old wooden gate was dilapidated, and the wall beside it was made of mud bricks. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yanqiu knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Zhang Qiulan, is she home? Soon, a voice came from inside. Who are you? Zhou Yanqiu replied, It's me. Please open the door. The door opened, revealing a girl about Zhou Yanqiu's age. When she saw her, her face lit up with surprise. Yanqiu, why are you here? Come in. She opened the door wider. Zhou Yanqiu pushed her bike into the yard and smiled. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I missed you. I have some free time today, so I came to visit. This is my sister, and we came together. Zhang Qiulan looked at the meat Zhou Yanqiu handed her. She couldn't help but swallow hard. The meat was probably over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. Their family hadn't had any meat for over half a month. However, Zhang Qiulan declined politely. The meat Zhou Yanqiu brought was quite valuable for this period. Who doesn't want to enjoy some meat at home? Yanqiu, you should take this meat back. It's too generous. Zhou Yanqiu pushed it into her hand. It's already here, so I can't take it back. That's not how we do things. Moreover, this is from our own family hunting trip up the mountain.
Take some to try.
Zhang Qiulan saw that she couldn't refuse, so she felt a bit embarrassed and accepted the offer. Recently, our family has been in a tough situation. Her father is sick and hospitalized in the county town. The family's money is almost gone. There's no money left for meat. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the tired-looking Zhang Qiulan and wondered if something had happened at home. Zhang Qiulan invited Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang into her house. She poured them each a bowl of water. Drink this to warm up your body. Zhou Yanqiu looked around at Zhang Qiulan's home. Are you alone at home? Zhang Qiulan looked a bit helpless. My father is sick and in the county hospital. My mother is going to take care of him. My younger brother is at school. It's just me at home these days. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. She didn't expect her classmates' family to be going through such a hard time. Her father was already in the hospital, and it seemed serious. Usually, minor illnesses don't require hospitalization unless it's very serious. Most people wouldn't go to the hospital unless it's absolutely necessary because it costs money. Small illnesses are usually treated with medicine and rest. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. Was she visiting at the wrong time? She carefully asked, What's the illness? Is it serious? Zhang Qiulan sighed. Oh, I fell and broke my leg while going up the mountain. I need to rest for a few months. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her. It's okay. A broken leg just needs some time to heal. Once it's better, it won't affect much. Zhang Qiulan sighed again. That's true, but it costs money. Our family doesn't have much, and my younger brother is still in school. The money for the treatment was borrowed. Every family has its difficulties. Zhou Yanqiu didn't know what to say. Although Zhang Qiulan was a good friend from school, she only had a few dozen yuan herself. After hesitating, Zhou Yanqiu spoke. I still have a few dozen yuan. You can take it for emergencies. Although Zhou Yanqiu didn't have much money, a few dozen yuan was still a lot at this time and could be very useful. Many rural families give around 80 or 100 yuan as bride price. Zhang Qiulan quickly waved her hand and said, No need, no need. It's almost the same now. In a few days, they will be discharged and come back. The money is almost enough. Keep your money for yourself to protect yourself. Zhang Qiulan knew some basic information about Zhou Yanqiu's family. When she was in high school, Zhou Yanqiu's mother passed away. Later, her father didn't want her to continue school and caused trouble at the school several times.
She almost dropped out at that time.
If she hadn't insisted on studying and fought back hard, she probably wouldn't have been able to stay in school. Zhang Qiulan understood that Zhou Yanqiu also had a hard life at home. But this time, seeing Zhou Yanqiu's face looking much better, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yanqiu, how are you now? You look so healthy." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "I am now living with my grandmother. We even moved our household registration to Zhoujia village. My name is now Zhou Yanqiu. I am no longer surnamed Wang." When Zhang Qiulan heard Zhou Yanqiu's words, her mind was struck like thunder, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. "Zhou Yanqiu? You even changed your surname?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Yes." Zhou Lanfang interrupted and said, "It's better to have a nice name after changing your surname." Zhou Yanqiu sounds so smooth. Zhang Qiulan knew something big must have happened for Zhou Yanqiu to make such a decision, but it was her private matter, so she didn't ask. She thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter what your surname is as long as you're happy and comfortable." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Yes, life here is much better than over there." The three girls chatted for a while. Zhou Yanqiu suggested, "Qiulan, let's go for a walk outside. It's our first time here." Zhang Qiulan stood up and smiled. "There's not much to see, just some poor mountains and waters. Come on, I'll take you to see some strange rocks and scenery. When it snows in a few days, you won't see it anymore." The three girls went out, locked the door, and Zhang Qiulan led Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang along the village path toward the mountains in the back. "We don't have much to see in this village, just the scenery on the mountain behind. I'll take you to see some strange rocks and formations. After it snows, you won't see them anymore." As they walked and chatted, an old woman with a somewhat sinister face approached from the opposite side. Zhang Qiulan saw her. Her face darkened, and she said nothing. She quickly tried to walk away with Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to avoid her. The elderly woman grabbed Zhang Qiulan roughly, looking displeased. "Such bad manners, not greeting elders when you see them." After saying that, she looked at Zhou Yanqiu and the others. "Who are your friends? They look quite pretty. Do they have boyfriends? Introduce us to your second son." Zhang Qiulan pushed away the woman's hand with a look of disgust. "My friend isn't from here. She's leaving soon, so don't bother." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the woman and felt a strange sense of familiarity. Before she could think more, Zhang Qiulan said, "Let's go." "Oh, okay," Zhou Yanqiu replied, taking Zhang Lanfang's hand and quickly walking past the strange woman. She kept feeling that the woman was looking at her in a weird way. She judged that the woman wasn't a good person. From how Zhang Qiulan avoided her, she knew she was right. A few dozen meters away, Zhou Yanqiu turned back and saw the woman still staring at them. Curious, she asked Zhang Qiulan, "Who is that woman? She seems a bit strange." Zhang Qiulan looked annoyed. "That's just a woman with mental problems. She always wants to find a wife for her second son and asks everyone she sees." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "She's just a poor person." Zhang Qiulan pouted. "Poor? Her second son is a hunter in this village. The villagers say his family is quite rich. He married a few women before, but they all died after a few years." She lowered her voice. "I heard that his family has many deaths and is haunted. No one in the village wants to go near them. When you see them, stay far away. They live in a remote place, so you usually won't run into them." Zhou Yanqiu's mind was filled with shock. So, she was Zhang Yuanbiao's mother. No wonder she looked familiar. She had seen this woman twice during the years she was imprisoned. She had even asked this woman for help once, but she ignored her and told Zhang Yuanbiao instead, which led to her being beaten badly. A faint light flickered in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. This woman was definitely an accomplice. Even if she died, she wouldn't feel sorry for her. Mount Chongbai was right behind the village, much closer than the path from Zhou's village to the mountain for hunting. Zhang Qiulan took her two friends to a place on the mountain. It was a big canyon with flowing water and strange rocks all around. It looked very beautiful and peaceful. Zhang Qiulan stood there and said to Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang, "This is the place. Isn't it pretty?" Zhang Qiulan smiled and told them that this was one of the most beautiful spots nearby. "Too bad it's winter now. Come back in summer, and it will be cooler and even more beautiful. Sometimes you can see cute animals like deer coming here to drink water." If you bring a camera, you might even see some animals in the wild. Zhang Qiulan explained. Zhou Yanqiu didn't say anything, but Zhou Lanfang looked around with bright eyes. Oh, this place is really nice and not far away. I've never been here before. When summer comes, I want to come and play more. Zhang Qiulan happily said, Of course. Just come here and find me. I'll go with you. Zhou Lanfang happily said, Great. I'll definitely ask for your help then. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the deep canyon, where clouds and mist swirled around, making it look like a fairyland. She couldn't see clearly, but looked very deep and mysterious. Her eyes were thoughtful. Zhang Qiulan suddenly felt scared. She said, You can't go inside. There are many big wild animals there. Last year, a young man from our village went in for fun and was eaten. Only his bones were left. It's very dangerous. Hearing this, Zhou Lanfang also felt a little scared. Zhou Yanqiu remembered the inside well. In her past life, her soul had wandered helplessly in that place after she died. The scene was still clear in her mind. That was the final resting place of her body in her previous life. After playing for a while, the three of them decided to head back. On the way back, Zhou Yanqiu pointed to another path and said, Let's take this way to see a different view. Zhang Qiulan happily agreed. Zhou Lanfang had no objections. Okay, let's go this way, but it's a bit longer. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu saw a house far from the village. Her anger almost overwhelmed her. She really wanted to rush into that house and teach Zhang Yuanbiao a lesson. After a while, Zhou Yanqiu calmed down and pretended to be indifferent. Curious, she pointed at the house and asked Zhang Qiulan, Whose house is that? Why is it so far from the village? Zhang Qiulan showed a clear look of dislike. That's the house of the second son of the old lady we saw earlier. Her eldest son died a long time ago. She only has this one son, and I heard he married several wives. They all caused her a lot of trouble. Zhou Yanqiu looked surprised. No one is taking care of that, Zhang Qiulan scoffed. Who would? The officials don't get involved unless people complain. Since they're married, as long as the family doesn't pursue it, no one in the village will interfere. Zhou Yanqiu nodded silently. She had experienced this before and understood how things worked. Her purpose for coming here was just to prepare for reporting the incident later. When she reports, she needs a good explanation for how she found out, so no one suspects her. Having been reborn, she is very careful with her revenge. She can't let anyone find out or get suspicious. The small path they took was just less than 30 meters behind that house. Zhou Yanqiu sniffed hard and asked deliberately, Sister, Qiulan, do you smell something rotten? Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang looked at her with confusion and sniffed carefully. No, we don't smell anything. Zhou Yanqiu pretended to be surprised. I definitely smell something bad, like the smell of a corpse. Zhang Qiulan looked surprised. Could there be a dead rat nearby? Zhou Yanqiu shook her head mysteriously. That doesn't seem right. They took a few more steps. Did you hear anyone calling for help? Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with confusion and listened carefully. No, I didn't hear anything. Zhou Yanqiu looked serious. I definitely heard it. I'm sure. She knew that inside that inhumane cellar, there was still a girl alive. In her previous life, that girl was tortured to death about a month after she was. Considering the time, she should still be alive now. Zhou Yanqiu could easily attribute the cry for help to that poor girl. As a result, all her actions appeared flawless and completely reasonable. In Zhou Yanqiu's mind, Zhang Yuanbiao was usually not at home during this time. Suddenly, she felt a change of plan. That kind of beast, Zhang Yuanbiao, was cruel to those poor girls just by living a little longer. Moreover, with her current strength, as long as Zhang Yuanbiao didn't have a gun, even two of them wouldn't be able to defeat her. Quietly, Zhou Yanqiu asked Zhang Qiulan, Qiulan, should we go see where the sound is coming from? Maybe someone is in trouble and needs help. Zhang Qiulan looked serious and her face turned pale. Yanqiu, you really heard it. Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. I didn't hear wrong. My ears are very sharp. Zhang Qiulan's face turned even whiter. Could it be a ghost? The villagers used to say this place was haunted, so no one dared to come here. Zhou Lanfang was also startled, looking around nervously, feeling cold all over. Zhou Yanqiu thought to herself, this isn't a ghost, it's something more frightening and hateful than a ghost. She kept her expression calm and said, you didn't go to high school for nothing. There are no ghosts in this world. It's just superstitions scaring ourselves. Without waiting for them to refuse, she added, that sound seems to be coming from here. Follow me. Zhou Yanqiu led Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang slowly toward the cellar they remembered from their past. The cellar entrance was behind Zhang Yuanbiao's yard gate, hidden behind a small shed filled with miscellaneous items to hide it. They followed Zhou Yanqiu as they approached the yard gate. When they arrived, Zhou Yanqiu truly smelled a faint, rotten odor and heard soft crying sounds. Since drinking the spiritual spring water and strengthening pills, her strength and senses had improved. She could now pick up on subtle sounds and movements. She steadied herself, made a hand signal to the others, and asked, can you hear it now? Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan, whose hearing and smell were not as sharp, shook their heads together. We can't hear anything. Zhou Yanqiu looked into Zhang Yuanbiao's yard and said something chilling. There are crying sounds coming from inside. Zhou Yanqiu listened carefully again and confidently said, I really hear it. Someone is crying. Zhou Yanqiu's words surprised Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang, especially Zhang Qiulan. She knew that Zhang Yuanbiao's house had no women living there. His previous wives had all died, and no one wanted to go near his house. So, how could there be a woman crying? Zhang Qiulan almost trembled with fear. Could the rumors in the village be true? Is there really a ghost in Zhang Yuanbiao's house? Zhou Lanfang didn't hear anything but felt that Zhou Yanqiu's words sounded a bit scary and chilling. It made her scalp tingle with unease. Zhang Qiulan grabbed Zhou Yanqiu's arm, looking panicked. Yanqiu, maybe we should leave quickly. There might really be something unclean here. Zhou Lanfang agreed. Yes, Yanqiu, let's go quickly. It wouldn't be good if someone finds us here, but Zhou Yanqiu had already come this far. She had prepared for this moment for a long time. How could she leave easily now? She had decided to uncover the secret in the cellar first and bring Zhang Yuanbiao to justice as soon as possible. This was a good opportunity. Zhou Yanqiu raised her index finger and made a quiet sh gesture. Then she listened carefully again. With her super hearing, she truly heard the girl crying and whimpering beneath the cellar. She looked around. This place was remote, and few people would come here easily. Zhang Yuanbiao probably wouldn't be back anytime soon. It was the perfect time to reveal this secret. Zhou Yanqiu whispered to Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang, I really hear it, right behind this door. Seeing their doubtful expressions, Zhou Yanqiu didn't bother explaining further. Stay here and watch. I'll go in and check. I'll be right back. Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with shock. They didn't expect her to be so brave. Maybe she wasn't afraid even if she encountered a ghost. Zhang Qiulan timidly advised, Yanqiu, maybe you shouldn't go. This house feels strange and no one's home. It's not good if someone finds out. Zhou Lanfang nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhang Qiulan. Moreover, since no one is at home and the door is locked, entering feels like doing something sneaky and wrong. Zhou Yanqiu ignored their warnings. You two wait here, and be careful. I'll be out soon. With that, she took a quick run-up, pushed off the wall, and easily climbed over the fence. After getting inside, Zhou Yanqiu didn't waste time. She headed straight for the cellar entrance, the small, unremarkable storage room. Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang were still outside, waiting. She needed to find out what was inside quickly. Thanks to her memory from the past, she knew exactly where the entrance was. The storage room wasn't locked. She pulled it open, revealing a messy pile of firewood and other things. It looked cluttered, and you couldn't tell there was a cellar underneath. But Zhou Yanqiu knew very well what kind of terrifying scene was hidden below that storage room. She crouched down and looked carefully. She found a handle and pulled it upward. With a creak, a thick square wooden board was lifted, revealing a dark hole beneath. That was the entrance to the cellar. A foul, Rotten smell wafted out. Even though Zhou Yanqiu was prepared, she almost gagged from the smell. She cleared her throat and softly called toward the cellar entrance. "Is anyone down there? Is anyone there?" A faint crying sound from below suddenly stopped, as if the air itself was afraid to breathe, as if something was scared. Zhou Yanqiu knew that the girl trapped in the cellar must be very cautious, because that Zhang Yuanbiao was a pervert, an animal. He was unable to have normal human feelings, which twisted his mind over time. He enjoyed beating and torturing women. The more pain and suffering they endured, the happier he was. In this cellar, over the past 10 years, at least 10 women had lost their lives. Zhou Yanqiu pretended to murmur to herself, "Is anyone there? Did I hear things?" Then she called out again, "If no one's there, I'll leave now." She gently kicked the cellar cover, pretending to close it and walk away. The girl below finally couldn't hold back. She was glad someone had come, especially a woman. She wanted to seize this chance to see if she could be saved. It was dark and silent here. She lost track of how long she had been trapped. She was close to breaking down. Looking at the skeleton in the corner nearby, she didn't want to become one of them. When she heard a sound at the cellar door, her heart trembled with fear, and her body started to shake. Every time Zhang Yuanbiao came, it was a terrible ordeal for her. But this time, it wasn't Zhang Yuanbiao's voice. It was a young girl's voice. She couldn't believe it. She held her breath, thinking she was imagining things. But when she heard the voice again, she knew she wasn't mistaken. It was really a girl's voice, not Zhang Yuanbiao's. Her heart filled with hope. When she heard the girl wanted to leave, she quickly called out, choking on her tears, "Someone!
Someone!
Don't go! Don't leave!
Please help me!
Please save me!" Zhou Yanqiu also felt a surge of excitement. "Who are you? What's your name? How did you get down here?" In her past life, she never knew the name of this girl she had met once. The girl in the cellar struggled to speak. "My name is Jing. I'm from Sanjiang village. He kidnapped me and kept me here. Please, I beg you, please help me." Zhou Yanqiu's mind was stirred up. Jing. She recognized the name. There was a missing persons notice on the sign outside the Qingyang Town Police Station, and one of them was Jing. Zhou Yanqiu remembered clearly. She never thought Jing would appear in Zhang Yuanbiao's cellar. Looking at this, the cases of women going missing in Qingyang Town over the years were probably connected to Zhang Yuanbiao. Thinking of the pile of bones in the cellar, Zhou Yanqiu's anger boiled over. That man was a beast deserving of 1,000 cuts. He was a menace that needed to be punished. After patiently listening to Jing's story, Zhou Yanqiu understood what had happened. It turned out that over a year ago, Jing went to pick mushrooms in the mountains outside her village. She accidentally wandered into a deeper part of the woods. There, she met Zhang Yuanbiao. It was getting dark, and she was alone and scared. She asked him to take her home, but it turned out to be a trap. She was like a lamb led to the slaughter, with no way back. 3 Rivers Village is not far from here. If you follow this fragrant road for about 4 or 5 miles, you'll reach it. At the time Jing went missing, her relatives had come to this village to look for her. However, at that time, Jing had already been hidden in a cellar by Zhang Yuanbiao, and no one saw Jing and Zhang Yuanbiao together. So, no one suspected Zhang Yuanbiao. After Jing told Zhou Yanqiu about her experience, she cried and begged, "Please help me. My family lives in 3 Rivers Village. You can notify them or report to the police." Zhou Yanqiu comforted her. "Don't worry. I will report to the police now. I saw your missing person notice at the local police station. Please wait patiently for a while. I need to restore this place first." Jing was overjoyed and tearfully thanked Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou then carefully put the cellar cover back in place. In Jing's eyes, the faint light above was swallowed by darkness again, but her heart was filled with a small spark of hope. After covering the cellar, Zhou Yanqiu quickly jumped over the wall and ran outside. Outside, Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang were waiting anxiously, almost ready to jump with impatience. When they saw Zhou Yanqiu come out, she hurriedly pulled her to run outside, worried that staying a moment longer might lead to trouble. The three girls ran several hundred meters before stopping. Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang were panting heavily, their hearts still pounding fast. They had been truly frightened just now. Breaking into someone's yard in broad daylight while no one was home was very risky. If caught, they could face serious trouble, even jail. Zhang Qiulan calmed herself and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a resentful gaze. Yanqiu, you were so brave just now. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Zhou Lanfang patted her chest and exclaimed, that was so exciting. So exciting. Zhou Yanqiu waited quietly until they finished speaking, then said with a surprising tone, the most exciting part is still to come. Zhang Qiulan was stunned. What could be more exciting? Zhou Yanqiu pulled them both. Come on, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go home first. After what just happened, Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang didn't feel like wandering around. The three of them headed straight back home. Soon, the three of them returned to Zhang Qiulan's house. Before the other two could ask questions, Zhou Yanqiu spoke seriously to Zhou Lanfang. Sister, you need to ride your bike home immediately and quickly find Uncle. Tell him to call Uncle Zhang at the town police station right away and say that He Jing, who went missing, has been found. Tell them to come here quickly. Do you understand? Zhou Lanfang looked surprised. Who is He Jing? What does that mean? Zhou Yanqiu explained. It's about the case of women going missing in town. He Jing is one of the missing people. Tell Uncle to talk to Uncle Zhang, and he will understand. Go quickly, don't waste time. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu's serious face, Zhou Lanfang didn't dare delay. She pushed her bike and prepared to ride home. Yanqiu, aren't you coming with me? Zhou Yanqiu said firmly. I have things to do here. We should act separately so we don't waste time. All right, I'll go first. After saying that, Zhou Lanfang rode her bike quickly toward home. It would take at most half an hour to reach Zhoujia village by bike. Zhoujia village has a phone. She could ask Uncle to have his comrade, Deputy Director Zhang Ligua at the police station, call. That would be the fastest way. Plus, such a big favor would be owed to Zhang Ligua. Meanwhile, she had more important things to do here. She needed to keep an eye on Zhang Yuanbiao. Just now, she jumped into Zhang Yuanbiao's yard from the wall. She was in a hurry and didn't know if she left any traces. Zhang Yuanbiao is usually very cautious. Zhou Yanqiu was worried he might discover her footprints and kill to cover it up. Given Zhang Yuanbiao's nature, he might do such things. So, Zhou Yanqiu planned to secretly watch Zhang Yuanbiao to prevent him from acting rashly. If the right opportunity came, she also wanted to take revenge herself. As for He Jing's family in Sanjiang village, Zhou Yanqiu wasn't planning to notify them yet. She was afraid that before the police arrived, her family might come looking for her, which could cause other problems. Rescuing people needs professionals, especially when facing such dangerous criminals. Anyway, there's no rush now. Once she captures Zhang Yuanbiao and rescues the person, she can have the police inform her family later. Watching Zhou Lanfang hurriedly ride her bike back home, Zhang Qiulan still felt confused. Yanqiu, what do you mean just now? What He Jing? And why do we need to report to the police station? Yanqiu then explained to Zhang Qiulan, there's a big case happening. It's a matter of life and death. The three of us have made some contributions. That Zhang Yuanbiao's family has a girl hostage. I asked my sister to report to the police so they can come and arrest him. Zhang Qiulan opened her mouth in shock, looking very surprised. Really? Did you really hear the sound just now? Was it haunted? Yanqiu explained seriously, my ears are pretty sharp. I really heard it. If we're quick, the police could be here in about an hour. Then you'll see. Just wait at home. I need to go back again. Yanqiu was about to leave when Zhang Qiulan quickly grabbed her. Why are you going back? If what you said is true, it must be very dangerous there. Let's wait here for the police to come. Yanqiu shook her head. No, I need to secretly watch from the side. What if he sees our traces and sneaks away quietly? Zhang Qiulan looked at Yanqiu and said, then I will go with you. Yanqiu opposed. Just wait at home. If something happens, I might not be able to take care of you. It's safer at home. Zhang Qiulan firmly said, I don't feel good about you going alone. Besides, if something really happens, I can call for help. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her, Yankyu finally relented a little. Okay, we can go together, but you must stay far away. Zhang Qilan nodded. All right, I trust you. The two quietly headed toward Zhang Yuanbiao's small courtyard. On the way, Yankyu picked up some convenient stones and put them in her pocket. Since the last time she went hunting in the mountains with her uncle, Yankyu found that using stones was still more handy. She experimented and found that within 30 meters, her full-force throws with stones had power not much less than a pistol. It seemed she had a talent for this. After brief practice, her accuracy was quite good. So she picked some suitable-sized stones, just in case she needed them suddenly. Yankyu and Zhang Qilan returned to near Zhang Yuanbiao's courtyard. This time, they didn't get too close, just observed the activity from a distance. If the distance is farther away, it won't attract others' attention. Now, the two of them are about 100 meters away from Zhang Yuanbiao's yard. At this distance, most people can't see clearly what they are doing. Zhou Yanxiu is walking back and forth with Zhang Qilan by the roadside, pretending to chat. This is very common in rural areas, so it doesn't attract any attention. Moreover, Zhou Yanxiu drinks spiritual spring water every day and takes health-boosting pills. Her health has improved a lot compared to before. Even from about 100 meters away, Zhou Yanxiu can clearly see what is happening at Zhang Yuanbiao's gate. While chatting casually, Zhou Yanxiu and Zhang Qilan are secretly watching the situation over there. Soon, an old woman with a bent waist slowly walks toward Zhang Yuanbiao's yard. She carries a basket on her arm, filled with unknown items. Zhou Yanxiu recognizes her clearly. It's Zhang Yuanbiao's mother, the strange-looking old lady that Zhang Qilan mentioned earlier. Zhou Yanxiu looks thoughtful. Since Zhang Yuanbiao isn't home now, the old lady probably came to deliver food to He Jing. It seems this old lady has also helped Zhang Yuanbiao do bad things. Zhou Yanxiu feels a bit nervous. She wonders if the old lady might notice something unusual. If she is caught, it could be troublesome. Her eyes are dark and deep like ink. She reaches into her pocket and touches the smooth stone inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Lanfang is riding her bicycle, pedaling so fast she almost makes the bike fly. She doesn't dare slow down for a moment. In just 20 minutes, she reaches home after a half-hour journey. Before she even gets off the bike at the door, she shouts loudly, "Dad! Dad!" Li Guiyun comes out of the kitchen, seeing Zhou Lanfang sweating in this cold weather. She quickly asks, "Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?" "I didn't see Yanxiu." "Where is she? Why didn't she come back with you?" Li Guiyun is worried, thinking something might have happened to Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Lanfang, panting, catches her breath and says, "Yanxiu is fine." "Where's my dad? I have something urgent." At this moment, Zhou Jianjun comes out of the house. He was resting inside and heard his daughter shouting loudly in the yard. Thinking something was wrong, he hurried outside in fear. "What's the matter?
Why are you calling me?"
"Where is Yanxiu?" Zhou Jianjun saw only his daughter in the yard and didn't see Zhou Yanxiu, so he became anxious. Lanfang quickly said, "Yanxiu is fine, but there's something urgent." What am I saying?" Lanfang almost blurted out her worries. Zhou Jianjun looked at her sharply. "Speak clearly. Yanxiu asked me to tell you to call Uncle Zhang Ligua from the town police. The notice on the town's bulletin board says someone named He Jing has been found. Tell him to bring people quickly to rescue her. She's in Chongqing village and Yanxiu is still watching over her there. Dad, hurry and make the call." Zhou Jianjun's mind went blank.
What?
Rescue her? Lanfang was so anxious, she almost jumped. "Oh, stop asking. Just go and call now." Realizing the urgency, Zhou Jianjun grabbed Lanfang. "Come on, let's go together." At the village committee, Zhou Jianjun rode his bike with Lanfang rushing over. There was a phone inside. Zhou Jianjun knew how urgent the matter was. He got off the bike and ran into the house with Lanfang. The village head was inside checking accounts. Seeing Zhou Jianjun rush in, he asked with a smile, "Jianjun, what's the rush? What happened?" Zhou Jianjun headed toward the phone. "Something serious has happened, but it's not our local issue." "Uncle, I need to make a call." The village head was Zhou Jianhua's father, Zhou Jianjun's uncle. Their relationship had always been very good. Seeing how urgent Zhou Jianjun was, the village head didn't say much. Go ahead. Just pay the phone bill later. Zhou Jianjun nodded. It's a small matter. He picked up the phone and dialed the police station. Hello, Qingyang Town Police Station? I want to speak to Deputy Director Zhang Ligua. Yes, I am his comrade. It's an urgent matter. Please transfer the call to him. The current phone system connected to the main line, then transferred to an extension. The extension rang, and Zhang Ligua's voice came through. Hello, this is Zhang Ligua. Oh, Jianjun. Haha, why are you calling me? There's an urgent matter. Is there a person named He Jing on the missing person notice outside your police station? Zhang Ligua immediately became serious, his heart pounding. He knew about the missing person notice and about He Jing. Currently, they are paying close attention to their case. Every time they attend a meeting in the county, they are asked about the latest progress. However, they have no clues at all. There is no real progress. They have checked all the villages, but found nothing. Because of this, they have been criticized many times. Zhang Ligua has lost a lot of hair over this. Now, Zhou Jianjun calls him directly to ask about He Jing. His first thought is that Zhou Jianjun must have some clue, or he wouldn't make this call. Zhang Ligua notices he is holding his breath nervously, trying to get what he wants from Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun's words do not disappoint him. My niece, the one you met last time, found He Jing today in Chongqing village. It doesn't look good. You need to come and help. Hurry and drive over. I'm going to Chongqing village now. Let's meet there. After saying this, he asks Zhou Lanfang to confirm with Zhang Ligua again. It's a serious matter, so they must be sure. After finishing, Zhou Jianjun hangs up quickly. He is eager to go to Chongqing village. Zhou Yanxiu is there alone, and he doesn't feel safe. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun takes Zhou Lanfang home, packs his hunting rifle, and prepares to ride his bike to Chongqing village. Zhou Lanfang jumps up. Dad, I want to go too. Zhou Jianjun turns and scolds her. What are you going for? Stay at home. I have important work. Zhou Lanfang quickly says, You don't know where it is. I do. I'll show you the way. After speaking, she praises her own cleverness. Zhou Jianjun thinks for a moment and agrees. If I go alone, I might not find Yanku right away. Come on, get on. All right, I'm coming. The two of them, on one bike, rush toward Chongqing village as fast as they can. Zhang Ligua listens to the busy signal on the phone, standing there stunned. After a few seconds, he finally reacts. On the other end, Zhou Jianjun has already hung up. Thinking about what Zhou Jianjun just told him, he realizes his cigarette has burned down to his fingers without noticing. Zhang Ligua throws the cigarette on the ground hard, puts on his police cap, belts up, and takes his wooden gun from the cabinet, shouting loudly as he left. Who's there? Quickly, get ready for an urgent mission. We need 3 people, bring your weapons, and follow me. Immediately, the police station became busy. Captain, I'm going too. Me as well. Usually, there aren't many urgent missions at the station, but when they do happen, it often means someone will make a big contribution. The young officers at the station eagerly signed up. You, and you, 3 of you, take weapons and follow me. Zhang Ligua casually picked 3 officers he usually got along with. Sometimes, it's better to leave important tasks to trusted people. The 3 chosen officers happily went to prepare. Those not picked sighed regretfully. They missed out this time. The station has a 2020 Jeep, which can only be used during urgent missions. Otherwise, even Zhang Ligua, as deputy director, can't just order it to be used. Soon, the 3 officers went to the armory to get their weapons, and the driver was ready to go. They could leave at any moment. Once everyone was in the car, the driver started the Jeep and sped toward Chongqing village. To get there, they had to pass through Zhejiang. Even with a fast Jeep, poor road conditions mean it takes at least half an hour to reach Chongqing village. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua were rushing toward Chongqing village. At about 100 meters outside Zhang Yuanbiao's yard, Zhou Yanxiu and Zhang Qiulan were watching. An elderly woman, who walked with a slight limp, had just entered the yard. Zhou Yanxiu kept her eyes fixed on her. Within 5 minutes, the elderly woman looked nervous as she hurried out of the yard, glanced around, and then took small steps away. Zhou Yanxiu's heart sank. If he was right, she must have discovered someone entering that small courtyard. She was probably going to report to Zhang Yuanbiao now. He wasn't sure if she was telling him to escape quickly or to handle He Jing in the cellar. Zhou Yanxiu hesitated, but decided not to follow her. Instead, he planned to wait here. If the old woman was really going to inform Zhang Yuanbiao, he would come back soon. Zhou Yanxiu would stay alert and prepared. After a short while, about 10 minutes, a tall man dressed in a black cotton coat came from the opposite direction. He was about 1.8 meters tall and was carrying a stick-like object which looked like a hunting rifle. At this moment, he was hurriedly walking toward the yard. Zhou Yanxiu's pupils shrank suddenly. The man was Zhang Yuanbiao. Even if he turned to ashes, she would recognize him. A wave of deep hatred rose in Zhou Yanxiu's heart. This demon from her past, who had tormented her for 19 years, was impossible to forgive, no matter how many times she wished to. She suppressed her rising anger and impulse, then said to Zhang Qiulan, "Qiulan, I'll go closer to take a look. You don't need to follow me." Seeing Zhang Qiulan's unwilling expression, Zhou Yanxiu said seriously, "Listen to me. My sister has already gone to report to the police. It should be about the right time now. When you see police cars on the road, bring them here." Although Zhang Qiulan was anxious and didn't want Zhou Yanxiu to take risks, she said, "Let's wait for the police together. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. You can't risk it. We should wait for the police to come and let them handle this." Earlier, Zhou Yanxiu told Zhang Qiulan about the girl being kept in the cellar of that yard, just to make her listen to her plan. "It's okay, I'll be careful. Just listen to me. Hurry up and go. Be careful, don't let anyone see what you're doing." Zhang Qiulan couldn't persuade her anymore. Since someone needed to guide the police on the way, she had no choice but to follow Zhou Yanxiu's plan and wait for the police to arrive, then bring them here. "Yanxiu, be very careful. Don't get caught. Zhang Yuanbiao is very fierce. Don't put yourself in danger. If you're discovered, run away immediately. Run to the main road. Do you understand?" Before leaving, Zhang Qiulan earnestly warned Zhou Yanxiu. She was her good friend from high school, and she didn't want anything to happen to her. Zhou Yanxiu gently pushed her. I got it. You go quickly. When the police arrive, bring them here right away." Zhang Qiulan looked at her, then ran quickly toward the village's main road. After Zhang Qiulan left, Zhou Yanxiu felt relieved. She then turned her gaze toward Zhang Yuanbiao's yard. Wearing black clothes, Zhang Yuanbiao had already entered the yard, and the elderly woman behind him hurriedly followed. Even from a distance, Zhou Yanxiu could see her anxious expression on her face. Zhou Yanxiu's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Yuanbiao, with past grudges and deep hatred, now it's time to settle the score. Without hesitation, Zhou Yanxiu strode quickly toward Zhang Yuanbiao's courtyard. Outside the yard gate, Zhou Yanxiu listened carefully for any sounds inside. A man's voice came from inside, Zhang Yuanbiao speaking. Zhou Yanxiu was sure she heard correctly. "Are you sure? Did someone really come in?" His voice was hoarse and deep, like gravel in his throat. An elderly woman's voice responded anxiously. "I saw it clearly. I placed a small branch at the door. Most people wouldn't notice it. When the door opens, the branch moves. It's definitely someone who came in. When I entered earlier, the branch had already shifted. Someone has been here. If they find out about what's in the cellar, it will be bad." The elderly woman's voice carried a hint of despair. "Ertzi, since no one is here now, you should run away quickly. Run as far as you can and don't come back." Zhou Yanxiu sneered outside the yard gate. "They're really thinking well. Now it's too late to run. Having committed so many evil deeds, it's time to pay the price." Zhang Yuanbiao paused for a moment. "Besides, I'll deal with the person first. I can't let her live anymore. Later, I'll fill in the cellar." Zhou Yanxiu's eyes darkened. As expected of Zhang Yuanbiao, he's ruthless. One life, and he kills without hesitation. Zhou Yanqiu overheard Zhang Yuanbiao planning to eliminate He Jing outside the yard. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. If she really waited for Zhang Ligua and the police to arrive, it would be too late. He Yuanbiao was a ruthless killer. Nothing he dared not do. To him, a life might be less important than a hunted animal on the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu prepared to act quickly to startle the enemy and lure him out. She thought to herself, as soon as Zhang Yuanbiao opens the door, she will be ready to take him down immediately. If he doesn't open the door, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the nearby wall. She could climb over it just like before. As long as Zhang Yuanbiao isn't holding a hunting rifle, he won't be her match. Zhou Yanqiu kept a few small stones in her pocket, and her space also stored many more, recently prepared. With just a thought, the stones would appear in her palm, which was very convenient. In a face-to-face situation, Zhou Yanqiu was confident she could make Zhang Yuanbiao fall to the ground within 3 seconds. There was no time to wait. Zhou Yanqiu took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door. Zhang Yuanbiao, who was about to go to the cellar, paused suddenly. He looked at the door with suspicion and surprise. His relationship with the villagers wasn't good. He also didn't like socializing, so no one usually came to his house. Plus, he had heard rumors about his family in the village, but he didn't care. In fact, he found it more convenient. So, who would come knocking on his door now? Zhang Yuanbiao pushed aside his thoughts, stopped his movement toward the cellar, and looked at his mother, who was also confused. It's okay. I'll see who it is. He picked up a hunting knife and carefully went to the door. He asked, "Who's there?" Hearing Zhang Yuanbiao's question inside, Zhou Yanqiu didn't answer. She didn't want to talk to him. She didn't want to say a word. Zhang Yuanbiao didn't hear a reply. His grip on the knife tightened, and his heart beat faster. He clearly sensed something was wrong. Zhou Yanqiu knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yuanbiao felt uneasy now. In this cold weather, cold sweat was forming on his forehead. "Who's there?" he demanded loudly. Zhou Yanqiu still didn't speak. It seemed Zhang Yuanbiao had become alert and refused to open the door. It looked like she would have to climb over the wall. Zhou Yanqiu glanced at the nearby wall. She had been inside before and knew what was inside. If she climbed over, she could see who was behind the door. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce determination. "Zhang Yuanbiao, are you ready? I'm here to take revenge on you." Her agile body moved quickly, stepping 2 steps forward. She placed her hand on the wall, gently exerted force, and leapt upward. Zhou Yanqiu supported herself with her left hand on the wall. Her body tilted and flew up diagonally. Her feet were already over a meter above her head. She did a flip and landed inside the courtyard. A person is in midair and can already see Zhang Yuanbiao's figure. He is behind the door, holding a machete, nervously watching outside. Unfortunately, he cannot see what is outside the door now. Just moments ago, Zhou Yanqiu knocked and then quickly moved aside. She is hidden from view through the door. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes sharpen. Still in the air and not yet landing, she forcefully throws 2 stones at Zhang Yuanbiao with her right hand. The strength she uses to throw the stones is very great. After she throws them, she lands on the ground, and a sharp cry of pain rings out nearby. Zhang Yuanbiao has already fallen to the ground. He is clutching his groin, curled up in pain, rolling from side to side, and crying out loudly. His other arm is bent at a 90-degree angle in an unnatural way, clearly broken. Blood is oozing from the wound. Zhang Yuanbiao and Zhou Yanqiu haven't even faced each other yet, and he is already incapacitated. There is no longer any threat from him. Next to him, the old woman sees her son collapse to the ground, his arm twisted and broken. It's obvious he's badly hurt. Her eyes fill with rage as she looks at Zhou Yanqiu. Hatred almost overflows from her eyes, as if she wishes she could swallow Zhou Yanqiu whole. But Zhou Yanqiu is not afraid of her fierce expression. What hardships has she not endured in her past life? Having died once and crawled out of, could she still fear this small, vicious glare? Zhou Yanqiu's cold gaze looks at the old woman. She steps forward toward Zhang Yuanbiao, who is lying on the ground. You little brat. How dare you hurt my son? I will fight you. The old woman bends down and rushes toward Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu's steps toward Zhang Yuanbiao stop. She simply watches coldly as the old woman charges at her. Just as the old woman is about to hit her, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly reaches out and presses her hand on the old woman's head. The old woman immediately cannot move forward. It's as if she hits an invisible wall. Zhou Yanqiu doesn't hold back just because she's an old woman. In her eyes, this old woman is also a murderer who acts violently. She won't be polite to her. She didn't deal with her earlier because she posed no threat. The police will take care of her soon enough. But since she's come looking for trouble herself, Zhou Yanqiu won't hold back now. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the elderly woman still pushing forward forcefully. She gently pushed her away with her palm, not using much strength. The woman was knocked over 5 or 6 times and fell about 5 or 6 meters away. The elderly woman let out a loud scream. Her thigh hit a stone on the ground, and with a cracking sound, her leg broke. Zhou Yanqiu coldly looked at the woman lying on the ground, rolling in pain, and then she paid no more attention to her. She walked over to Zhang Yuanbiao. At this moment, he was in so much pain he almost fainted. His face was pale, and large beads of sweat dripped down as he cried out in pain, quickly soaking his hair. Even when Zhou Yanqiu approached him, she didn't notice. She stared blankly at Zhang Yuanbiao. In her past life, he had tormented her for over 10 years. Now, he was so fragile, lying on the ground with no strength to fight back. She could end his life instantly if she wanted to. Zhou Yanqiu suppressed her violent thoughts. She really wanted him to suffer all the hardships in the world before ending his life into pieces. But that was clearly impossible. She had just been reborn. She still had her grandmother, her uncle, her family, and brother Qinghe. She wouldn't risk herself for a scoundrel. Maybe taking some revenge was enough. Thinking this, Zhou Yanqiu reached out and picked up the machete Zhang Yuanbiao had dropped. She swung the back of the blade at his leg on the ground. With a crisp cracking sound, one of Zhang Yuanbiao's legs broke from the knee up. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Yuanbiao's miserable state on the ground. Most of her anger had eased away. The girls who had been innocent victims and died at Zhang Yuanbiao's hands would probably thank her. She had, in a way, avenged them. After her strike broke one of his legs again, Zhang Yuanbiao couldn't hold on anymore. He let out a terrible scream and fainted, slipping to the ground. The elderly woman in the yard also had a broken bone. Zhou Yanqiu let out a breath of relief, a slight smile appearing on her lips. She forced herself to hold back her laughter. Today, she had avenged herself. Though it wasn't a complete relief, it was the best she could do. If she continued, she might lose her life. She couldn't explain to the police who might arrive soon. She threw the machete on the ground angrily, finally feeling some relief. The dark cloud over her heart began to slowly lift at this moment. I was about to open the door to check outside when I heard Zhou Jianjun's voice in the distance, sounding hurried and a little anxious. Yanqiu, Zhou Yanqiu, where are you? Following that, Zhou Lanfang's voice also called out, Yanqiu, Yanqiu. Then, I heard 2 sets of quick footsteps approaching. My eyes lit up. My uncle was here. I quickly opened the courtyard gate and saw Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang running toward me. Zhou Jianjun was holding a hunting rifle. I hurriedly waved to Zhou Jianjun and shouted loudly, Uncle, I'm here. I'm fine. Seeing that I was safe, Zhou Jianjun let out a sigh of relief. He quickly walked over to me, looked me over carefully, and saw I wasn't hurt. Then he started to complain, Little Yanqiu, you've only been out for half a day and you've already caused such a big fuss. I knew my uncle was worried about me, and that's why he said that. I smiled and said softly to him, Uncle, I was just thinking, who knew that when I went out, I would hear that missing girl calling for help? I showed a clever smile and said, Who am I? I'm your niece. Of course I have to be brave and do the right thing. You're a soldier, and I can't embarrass you. Besides, I was the first to ask my cousin to call you, and then I added seriously, Uncle, I wouldn't do anything I wasn't sure about. Zhou Jianjun looked at me. He remembered everything Zhou Lanfang had told him about my actions today, Everything was well planned, perfect even. He couldn't find any fault. If I weren't Zhou Yanqiu, he might even have to praise me and say, a woman who's just as capable as a man. But because I am Zhou Yanqiu, he was worried and a bit flustered, afraid I might get into trouble. Now that he saw I was safe, Zhou Jianjun let out a sigh of relief and didn't ask any more about my independent actions. He asked, "What's the situation now? How come you're in the yard?" It was just a casual question, but Zhou Yanqiu's answer almost made his heart jump out of his chest. I said seriously, "Uncle, I heard that person trying to kill someone to cover up a crime, so I rushed inside to stop him." I reported everything to Zhou Jianjun in a serious manner. Zhou Jianjun nearly lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. He turned to look at Zhou Yanqiu, eyes wide like bells.
What?
You actually fought directly with that criminal? Zhou Yanqiu looked proud and satisfied. She had avenged her big grudge. Her suppressed nature was slowly coming back.
Easy.
Uncle, you didn't see it. Before he saw me, I threw 2 stones and knocked him down. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu, unsure of what to say. Is he inside? Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit guilty, afraid her uncle would say she was too harsh. Yes, he's inside, but he's all fainted now. Zhou Jianjun nodded, holding a hunting rifle. He carefully stepped into the yard. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 people lying on the ground. One was a middle-aged man, unconscious. He had broken 1 arm and 1 leg, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Zhou Jianjun looked at him and felt very sad. He looked badly hurt, probably fainted from pain. He took a deep breath. This terrible scene. Did his niece really do this? He discreetly glanced at Zhou Yanqiu. He hadn't expected that his delicate, fragile niece was actually a tough person inside. That was good. Being tough made it less likely to be bullied. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhang Yuanbiao on the ground, and then at the old woman lying nearby. Zhang Yuanbiao's condition was not good. His face was pale, and blood kept flowing. He needed to stop the bleeding quickly, or he might die from blood loss. That would be a big problem. Doing good might cause more trouble. Zhou Jianjun found 2 pieces of rope in a corner of the yard. He tightly bound the bleeding wounds on Zhang Yuanbiao's arms and legs. Soon, the bleeding slowed down. As for the old woman, she should be okay for now. He would leave her to the police later. After stopping Zhang Yuanbiao's bleeding, Zhou Jianjun turned to ask Zhou Yanqiu, "Where's the girl you mentioned, Jing? Where is she?" If Zhou Yanqiu hadn't beaten these 2 people so badly, it wouldn't be a big deal. But seeing their terrible condition, one lightly injured, the other seriously hurt, if they couldn't find the missing Jing, the situation would be very different. Finding the missing Jing would mean she was a hero. She should be recognized and rewarded. But if they cannot find Jing, it might be a false report of a case. Wrongfully injuring someone without reason could lead to imprisonment. Zhou Jianjun's face showed rare signs of worry. He didn't expect Zhou Yanqiu to cause such a big scene. If they truly can't find Jing, the case cannot be closed. He had already reported the case before coming, and Zhang Ligua was surely rushing here with people. By then, even if he and Zhang Ligua had a good relationship, they couldn't clear her of blame. So, he couldn't help feeling nervous. Zhou Yanqiu knew what he was worried about and quickly reassured him. "Uncle, she's right here. I even talked to her earlier, so I know she's safe." After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu went to a small shed nearby, opened the door, and said to Zhou Jianjun, "Uncle, there's a cellar here. The entrance is right here. Jing is below." Zhou Jianjun hurried over, and Zhou Yanqiu lifted the cover over the cellar opening. A foul, rotten smell wafted out. Even Zhou Jianjun, a veteran who had fought in wars, frowned tightly at the unbearable stench. Is this really a place where a person can stay? Amid Zhou Jianjun's doubts, Zhou Yanqiu called into the cellar. "Jing, are you there? We're here to save you." After a moment, a chilling cry of despair came from the cellar, making Zhou Jianjun feel goosebumps. Ugh, ugh. Thank you, comma, the voice sobbed, gradually growing louder until it turned into loud wails. The crying was filled with fear, sadness, and pain. In that moment of emotional release, Zhou Yanqiu felt a strange sense of empathy. In her past life, she had also hoped every day that someone would rescue her from her suffering, but it was only a distant dream. But in this life, she had become someone's savior. Rescuing He Jing made Zhou Yanqiu feel as if she had saved her past self. With her revenge finally achieved, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but smile slightly. He Jing cried loudly for about 10 minutes, gasping for breath, and Zhou Yanqiu didn't stop her. At this moment, it's best to let her cry. The bottled-up feelings of sadness and frustration need to be released, or else serious problems could happen. When He Jing's sobs in the cellar started to quiet down a little, Zhou Yanqiu softly said to her, "It's okay now. The bad person has been caught by us, and the police will arrive soon. You're going to be safe soon, don't be afraid." He Jing's hoarse voice came from inside the cellar. "Thank you, thank you." Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to say more to He Jing, the sound of a car engine roaring outside was heard. Zhou Yanqiu's heart moved. "This means the police are here." She told He Jing inside the cellar. "The police are here. Wait a moment, we will bring them in soon." Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Yanqiu opened the courtyard gate. Outside, a jeep had just stopped. Zhang Ligua was the first to jump out, followed closely by Zhang Qiulan and 3 young police officers. Zhou Lanfang was also outside the yard. She hadn't come in earlier. Zhou Jianjun told her to wait outside for the police because the inside was too bloody, and he was worried she might be scared. At this moment, Zhang Qiulan arrived. She and Zhou Yanqiu then walked toward Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang and smiled. "Let's just wait outside here. The scene inside is the crime scene, so we shouldn't go in." Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan nodded. Now, they both listened to Zhou Yanqiu completely. Whatever she said, they would do. Today's events were so overwhelming that their heads were still spinning. All they knew was that today they seemed to have done something very important together. Seeing Zhang Ligua arrive, Zhou Jianjun waved to him. "Old Zhang, over here?" Zhang Ligua hurried over, looking nervous. "Jianjun, don't joke with me. Did you really find He Jing?" Zhang Ligua looked both nervous and excited. If everything went well, he might be about to make a big contribution. The case of missing people in Qingyang town had been ongoing for many years without any clues. Every time they went to county meetings, they were scolded and reminded of this case. It had become an obsession for the Qingyang town police station. So when Zhou Jianjun called him today, he immediately drove over with his team. Even getting a small clue was good enough. Zhou Jianjun didn't explain in detail. He simply pulled him toward the yard. "Today is your lucky day. You've been given a big favor for free. You should treat everyone to a nice meal later." Zhang Ligua shivered at his words. "Jianjun, what do you mean? Is He Jingren still here?" Zhou Jianjun nodded seriously. "Yes, he's in the yard." Zhang Ligua took the lead. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhou Jianjun stopped and looked at Zhang Ligua carefully. "That criminal is very dangerous. When we subdued him, we might have been a bit rough. Think about how to report this to the higher-ups." Zhang Ligua waved his hand dismissively. "It's normal to be a bit rough when resisting. As long as I didn't kill him, it's fine. I'll take responsibility." A smile appeared on Zhou Jianjun's face. He patted Zhang Ligua on the shoulder. "That's exactly what I was waiting to hear." Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Jianjun with a suspicious expression. He wondered silently, "Is this guy trying to trick me?" Zhou Jianjun called out to Zhou Yanqiu.
"Yanqiu, come in."
"Lanfang, wait outside." Zhou Yanqiu responded. "Okay, I'm coming." He then turned to Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan. "I'll go in first. Since I'm involved, I might be asked some questions later. You two wait outside." Although Zhou Lanfang also wanted to go in and see, she knew this was a serious, formal occasion. She understood she couldn't act on impulse. She nodded in agreement and waited outside with Zhang Qiulan. Zhou Yanqiu stepped forward to catch up with Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua. Several young police officers with weapons followed closely behind into the yard. The scene in the yard shocked Zhang Ligua and the young officers. The man on the ground was in terrible shape. His hand and leg were broken, exposing the bones. There was a lot of blood flowing from his groin area. Seeing this, Zhang Ligua and the others felt their scalps tingle. It was clear the attacker had targeted his most vulnerable spot. Zhou Yuanbiao was still unconscious. One officer checked on him and then nodded at Zhang Ligua. "Chief Zhang, he's alive." "Just fainted." Hearing that he was alive, Zhang Ligua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not dead, many things could still be clarified. He asked Zhou Jianjun, "Is this the criminal you mentioned? You're applying such heavy force. Aren't you afraid of accidentally killing him?" Zhou Jianjun glanced at Zhou Yanqiu. She stepped forward and said, "Uncle Zhang, this is the criminal. He was about to kill He Jing earlier. I heard it and quickly stopped him. I threw stones, but I wasn't aiming well. I didn't want him to really hurt her, so I just accidentally hit him." Zhang Ligua looked very surprised. He couldn't believe that the man now lying unconscious on the ground was caused by this young girl. He looked at Zhou Jianjun and then at Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu looked delicate and weak now. Zhang Ligua couldn't believe that this strong man on the ground was caused by her. It was hard to believe. Even some young police officers nearby looked at Zhou Yanqiu differently now. Zhou Jianjun looked proud. "Old Zhang, my niece is amazing. Don't underestimate her." He gave a mysterious smile and hinted a little about Zhou Yanqiu to Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua was unsure but thought finding He Jing was the most important thing now. Before Zhang Ligua could speak, Zhou Yanqiu opened a small door at the cellar entrance. "Uncle Zhang, He Jing is downstairs. We just talked to her. She probably isn't doing well. It's best to go down and rescue her to take her to the hospital." Hearing Zhou Yanqiu, Zhang Ligua's heart immediately became excited. "She's right here?" He quickly went to the cellar entrance. As soon as he saw it, a strong smell of blood and stench hit him, almost making him. He frowned. Could He Jing really be down there? Zhou Yanqiu didn't explain and just called into the cellar. He Jing, He Jing." After a few seconds, neither Zhou Yanqiu nor Zhang Ligua heard any sound from inside. Zhou Yanqiu frowned. What was going on? They had just talked to He Jing a few minutes ago.
She shouldn't be asleep.
Could something have gone wrong? Zhang Ligua didn't doubt Zhou Yanqiu's words. The cellar was too strange. He had seen many crime scenes before and could tell at a glance that something serious had happened here, maybe more than one incident. The dark, foul smell inside was so strong that even he, an experienced police officer, almost couldn't stand it. Zhou Yanqiu turned to Zhang Ligua and said, "Uncle Zhang, just a few minutes ago, I was here talking to He Jing. She was crying very hard then." Zhou Jianjun added from behind, "That's right, I was there too." Zhang Ligua's face grew serious. Something must have happened to her. "Quickly, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, go down and rescue her." "Be careful." "Yes, Director Zhang." Two young police officers entered from behind. They looked at the cellar and shined their flashlights inside. With a flashlight's light, everyone saw the situation inside the cellar. They all gasped in shock and felt a shiver down their spines. The two young officers couldn't hold back. Their faces turned very pale. They covered their mouths, trying to hold back their stomachs from churning. Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua looked a bit better, but were still very shocked. Under the flashlight, the deep part of the cellar was filled with white bones that glowed eerily. On some skulls, faint white bugs could be seen crawling. Zhang Ligua's face turned pale with anger. This is more than just one life. Something serious is happening, he shouted. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, can you go down?" They needed to rescue He Jing quickly. She looked in danger, and delaying could make things worse. If these two young officers couldn't go down, Zhang Ligua would have to go himself. The two officers forced themselves to stay calm. They said, "Director Zhang, we can go." They started climbing down the ladder into the cellar. Zhou Yanqiu asked, "Did you bring the pliers?" The two young officers looked confused. "No. Why do we need pliers? He Jing is probably chained up." "I heard the sound of chains." Zhang Ligua shouted, "Xiao Ma, go to the car and get the pliers now. Hurry." Xiao Ma quickly ran out and soon returned with the pliers. The police officers with the last name Wang and Li held the pliers and flashlight and carefully climbed down the ladder. Soon, they heard voices from below. "Director Zhang, we found her. She's chained up." Quick, her condition isn't good. Cut the chains now. Almost there, just a moment. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Ligua listened quietly to the voices below, their faces showing obvious worry. Zhou Yanqiu silently prayed in her heart, "He-Jing, please don't die." A few minutes later, voices of 2 police officers came from the cellar. "All right, quickly. Lift her up." Zhou Yanqiu's eyes brightened as she stared at the cellar door. 2 young police officers carried up a thin, ragged woman covered in bruises and scars. She looked very weak. Seeing her, Zhou Yanqiu felt as if she saw herself in a past life. She was saved, and that was a good thing. After the police brought He-Jing up, she suddenly felt sick and couldn't hold back her vomiting. She was gently placed on the ground, unable to speak, and ran to the corner of the yard to loudly. They had never seen such a place before. Even might be less terrible. The person who kept He-Jing locked downstairs was truly a beast. The 2 young police officers now hated Zhang Yuanbiao very much. That cellar was hardly a place for a person to stay. Yet, He-Jing had been inside so long without going mad or dying. She was lucky. Zhou Yanqiu looked at He-Jing on the ground. She was so thin that her original face was barely recognizable. She was covered in dirt and stains. Her face was pale, lips cracked, and she looked completely drained of color. Long exposure to no sunlight made her skin as white as the legendary vampires. Such a look could scare children even in broad daylight. Zhang Ligua and Zhou Jianjun saw that He-Jing's condition was bad. Her jaw clenched tightly, and her breathing was weak. Zhang Ligua said seriously, "We need to get her to the hospital quickly, or it might be too late." Without caring about her dirt, he reached out to lift He-Jing. Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Uncle Zhang. First, give her some water. Her lips are cracked, and drinking water might help. Just wait a little." After speaking, Zhou Yanqiu ran out. The kitchen was easy to find. She went straight in, found a bowl, then a kettle, poured half a bowl of water, and added a drop of spiritual spring water from her space. She hoped this spiritual spring water could save poor He-Jing's life. After hearing Zhou Yanqiu's words, Zhang Ligua didn't know why, but his subconscious agreed. Maybe Zhou Yanqiu has a kind of convincing charm. Zhang Ligua and Zhou Jianjun stayed here, waiting for Zhou Yanqiu to go fetch water. Thinking about what happened in the cellar, Zhang Ligua sighed. Today, this case might be solved, which is good news. But the case is very serious and has a big impact. They have made a contribution, but if this case gets out, it could damage Qingyang Town's reputation. It's hard to tell if that would be good or bad. But there's nothing they can do. Even if they want to hide it, they can't. Soon, Zhou Yanqiu came out carrying a bowl of water and went to He-Jing's side. Carefully, she helped He-Jing, who was very weak, and gently fed her the water. The spring water soothed He-Jing's cracked lips. She seemed to sense something and instinctively opened her mouth, swallowing the water with difficulty. Before long, He-Jing finished drinking the bowl of water that Zhou Yanqiu brought. After drinking, her face looked a little rosier, and her breathing became stronger. One bowl of water made a noticeable difference. After drinking the water, He-Jing's face looked much better, and her breathing was stronger, with her chest clearly rising and falling. Seeing this, Zhang Ligua's heart finally relaxed. This was a very serious case. Saving a person alive was completely different from saving a dead body. If He-Jing was alive, the local police station could use their words carefully when reporting and handing over the case. But if she had died, the entire Qingyang Town police station would be blamed for neglect. Yes, for such major cases, their local police station has no authority to close the case. They must report to higher authorities. Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu with deep gratitude. His eyes showed how thankful he was. Zhou Jianjun's niece had really helped their police station a lot. He said gratefully to Zhou Jianjun, "Jianjun, I need to take her to the hospital first. I won't stay here any longer. Thanks to your help, I understand the situation. I'll treat you to a drink later." Zhou Jianjun quickly said, "There's no rush for this.
The important thing is the main task."
"Let's go now, quickly." Zhang Ligua carefully carried He-Jing and headed toward the car. He Jing was very light, with no flesh on her body. Zhang Ligua carried her easily without any trouble. As they left the hospital gate, He Jing struggled to open her eyes and looked deeply at Zhou Yanqiu. She wanted to remember this girl. It was she who saved her from that hellish place. She might never forget the feeling of helplessness and despair in that underground cellar, and that beautiful voice calling, "Is anyone down there?" Zhang Ligua carried He Jing into the car and set her down. There was also a seriously injured Zhang Yuanbiao in the yard who needed to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Otherwise, Zhang Ligua was worried Zhang Yuanbiao might not make it through today. It didn't matter if Zhang Yuanbiao died, but he shouldn't die today. There must be a fair trial and proper punishment. Most importantly, if he died here, it could involve Zhou Yanqiu, which would be problematic. This young girl risked everything to find and rescue He Jing. During the fight with the criminals, she accidentally injured one of them. That was a great achievement. But if the person died, the case couldn't be properly investigated. If higher authorities found out, they might suspect Zhou Yanqiu. Although it probably wouldn't lead to serious consequences, it would still be disheartening. So, whether for this case or to protect Zhou Yanqiu, Zhang Ligua couldn't let Zhang Yuanbiao die here, even if it meant dying in the hospital. Zhang Ligua ordered, "Xiaoma, go get some rope and tie up Zhang Yuanbiao on the ground. After the traffic clears, we'll take him to the hospital together." Wow, Zhang Ligua was really tough on Zhang Yuanbiao. Even with broken arms and legs, he still wanted to tie him up. Zhou Yanqiu immediately felt a good impression of Zhang Ligua. His straightforward style suited her very well. Brightening up, she stepped forward and said, "Let me help." She couldn't miss the chance to help with something that could torment Zhang Yuanbiao. She went ahead to help the young officer surnamed Ma to tie up the unconscious Zhang Yuanbiao. The broken arm was no longer a threat, so it could be ignored. The healthy arm and the unbroken leg were tied together with a rope, wrapped tightly. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the two people's work and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, they tied him up very tightly. Now, even if Zhang Yuanbiao wakes up on the road, he won't pose any threat anymore. The back door of the jeep opened. Zhou Yanqiu wanted to lift Zhang Yuanbiao and throw him inside, but Zhou Jianjun reached out to stop him. "Step aside. I'll help carry him. This person is unclean, so don't touch him." Zhou Jianjun looked at the blood-covered Zhang Yuanbiao. Surprisingly, Zhou Yanqiu was not afraid at all. Just now, he helped tie him up, and now he wanted to help carry him. Zhou Jianjun quickly stepped forward to stop him. This was rough work, and as the big man, he should do it. Zhou Jianjun and a police officer with the surname Ma each grabbed an arm and leg and threw Zhang Yuanbiao into the car like an animal. When they lifted Zhang Yuanbiao, intense pain made him wake up again. As he regained consciousness, he saw the police officer lifting him and noticed He realized he couldn't escape justice. He was sure that the secret of the cellar had been discovered, which is why the police came. He turned his head and saw a beautiful girl smiling at him. Although she was smiling, her eyes held a coldness that didn't reach her face. Looking at this girl, Zhang Yuanbiao's eyes filled with hatred. It was her, yes, her. This seemingly harmless girl had discovered his secret and then used stones to badly hurt him. He was now in this state all because of her. Otherwise, even if he was caught, he could have escaped in time. Behind him stretched the vast Changbai Mountains. He had been a hunter here for over 10 years and knew the mountains well. If he ran into the mountains now, even the police wouldn't find him. But everything was over now. Zhang Yuanbiao looked at Zhou Yanqiu standing there. Besides endless hatred, he felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. What he didn't know was that the beautiful girl in front of him was his next target. As a twisted demon, he mostly imprisoned and tortured women who were not bad-looking. Torturing and killing such women gave him a strange sense of pleasure. Zhou Yanqiu had once seen him from afar and thought she fit his target perfectly. Because he and Lu Hongyun have known each other since childhood and have a complicated relationship, he asked Lu Hongyun to help him get Zhou Yanqiu. Lu Hongyun didn't dare refuse Zhang Yuanbiao's request because he also held a big leverage over her. This is what caused Zhou Yanqiu's disaster in her past life. But now, Zhang Yuanbiao doesn't recognize Zhou Yanqiu because she has changed so much. She looks like a completely different person. Zhang Yuanbiao stared at Zhou Yanqiu with terrifying, bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear her apart. If it were an ordinary girl, she would probably be scared by his intense gaze. But Zhou Yanqiu, having escaped from once, isn't afraid of Zhang Yuanbiao's evil look. Seeing Zhang Yuanbiao wake up and look at her with a fierce expression, Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit happy inside. It's good that he's awake. Only when he's awake can he feel the pain and suffer more. For such a wicked soul that would go to and still be like this, let him experience more suffering while he's alive, and maybe atone a little for his evil deeds. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Yuanbiao with hatred in his eyes, but she smiled proudly at him. She raised her right hand, made a gun gesture, and pointed it at Zhang Yuanbiao. With a loud bang, Zhang Yuanbiao was ruthlessly thrown into the back of the jeep and fainted again. Ma Gong'an knew what kind of evil deeds Zhang Yuanbiao had done, and such a devil didn't deserve to sit in a seat. It was completely justified to treat him this way. Zhang Ligua sat in the car and instructed the 2 young police officers remaining, "Start now. Protect the scene here. Block the cellar. No one is allowed to enter. Wait for higher authorities to arrive. As for that old woman, find a village doctor to treat her first, then control her. Don't let anyone escape. Understand?" Police officers Wang and Li saluted and replied, "Yes, we will complete the task." Then Zhang Ligua looked at Zhang Qiulan with a kind smile and said, "You are Zhang Qiulan, right? You've made a great contribution this time. I will report your achievement." Afterward, he smiled and said to Zhou Lanfang, "Lanfang, you did great today too." He said this and gave Zhou Lanfang a big thumbs up. Today, Zhou Lanfang was outside and didn't see the scene inside the yard. When Zhang Ligua praised her, she smiled happily. I wonder if she would have nightmares tonight if she saw what was in the cellar. Zhang Ligua finished arranging his work and, after greeting Zhou Jianjun, drove away. At this time, a few villagers were walking toward Zhang Yuanbiao's house. From afar, they watched the police vehicle at Zhang Yuanbiao's gate leave, and everyone was talking and guessing what had happened at his home. Today, the police came in a car, which was a big deal. It's natural for people to be curious about exciting news, and no place is an exception. So, no wonder everyone was curious. But they were also afraid of causing trouble. They stayed far away, worried they might be called in for questioning, so they didn't get too close. The village women, with their hands in their sleeves, stood gossiping. Since the police came in a car, it must be something serious. Maybe someone got hurt or worse. Probably not. If someone had died, the police wouldn't leave so quickly. I think they must have lost something valuable. I think it's probably because they stole money. They're rich, after all. That makes sense. Zhang Yuanbiao hunts a lot each year and earns quite a bit. They're doing well financially. Otherwise, how could he marry 3 times? The police coming today probably means they lost a lot of money. Oh, look, that's Qiulan. Why is she there? Let's go ask her what's going on. A sharp-eyed villager saw Zhang Qiulan at the gate, and curiosity sparked. A few women headed toward her. Zhang Qiulan was talking to Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang at the door. Today, she had a very exciting day, and she still felt nervous. She was a bit uneasy inside. She didn't know how serious Zhang Yuanbiao's crimes were, and she was worried he might come back and cause trouble for her family. Zhou Yanqiu confidently assured her and shared a little information. Anyway, this matter couldn't be kept secret. If she didn't tell her, she probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. Qiulan, don't worry. Zhang Yuanbiao definitely won't get out. He has taken lives, more than one, and even the death penalty would be too light for him. When Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan heard this, their faces turned pale. If what she said was true, they almost came face to face with a murderer today. That was too dangerous. Really? Did Zhang Yuanbiao kill someone? Zhou Yanqiu nodded firmly. Yes, he has killed more than once. So, rest assured, he won't get out. Although Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan didn't know each other before today, with Zhou Yanqiu present, these 2 girls of similar age quickly became good friends in just one day. You could say that with Zhou Yanqiu around, their presence and confidence instantly matched. Qiulan, Qiulan. While they were chatting, Zhang Qiulan heard someone calling her name. She turned her head and saw a few villagers from the village approaching. Zhang Qiulan smiled and greeted, Aunt Zhao. Aunt Lu, what brings you here? Aunt Zhao looked at Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang, then nodded towards the police officers busy marking off the area, and asked curiously, Qiulan, what happened at Zhang Yuanbiao's house? Why did the police come? Zhang Qiulan looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu gave her a quick signal, and Zhang Qiulan understood. She said with a look of innocence, Aunt Zhao, I haven't been inside the yard. The three of us just stayed at the gate. But I saw the police taking Zhang Yuanbiao away. I don't know much else. She spoke half-truths to Aunt Zhao, not knowing what to say or what not to say, afraid of saying the wrong thing. So, she just told them what she saw, which wasn't important. If they wanted to know more, they should ask the police inside the yard. Aunt Zhao and the others looked inside curiously. Inside, Officer Wang and Officer Li were busy handling the scene. They also saw the bloodstains on the ground and were startled. Aunt Zhao muttered softly, Blood? This won't be a small matter. At that moment, Officer Wang and Officer Li finished handling the scene and came out with Zhou Jianjun. Seeing a few unfamiliar rural women, they guessed they were villagers from here. Fortunately, they also had something that needed help. Annie, is there a doctor in our village? Someone here has a broken leg. Could you please go and ask a doctor to come and look at it? When Zhao Auntie and the others heard this, their eyes widened in surprise. They carefully asked, Whose leg is broken? How did it happen? Wang Public Security smiled and explained to Zhao Auntie, Some things are still secret right now, so we can't say much.
Please understand.
Do we have a doctor in the village? Annie Zhao patted her thigh and said, Secret, I understand. I won't ask. Yes, we have a doctor here. I'll go call him right now. The leg is broken, so he needs to bring some things. Lu Auntie, standing nearby, pulled her arm and said, Hurry up, stop talking. Let's go call the doctor first. Then, everyone eagerly went to help Wang Public Security call the doctor. On the way, gossip about what was happening was unavoidable. Zhou Jianjun looked at everything that was almost settled. Since the remaining matters are internal police affairs, they didn't concern him anymore. Later, the police station would probably ask them questions, but that was for the future. Zhou Jianjun greeted Wang Public Security and Li Public Security, then prepared to leave. The two young police officers knew that Zhou Jianjun was Zhang Sua's friend and that he wasn't involved in this case, so they didn't stop him. If anything came up later, Zhang Sua would contact him. Zhou Jianjun called out to Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang, who were still chatting. Yanqiu, Lanfang, we're ready to go now. There was little to do here for Zhou Yanqiu and the others now, so they didn't need to wait around. If they needed to cooperate with any investigations, they would be contacted naturally. So Zhou Jianjun told Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to prepare to leave. Although they had made a big contribution today, thinking back, it had also scared him quite a bit. Especially Zhou Yanqiu, who dared to face such a cruel criminal directly. She didn't consider the consequences. What if she failed? What if the criminal had a gun? It seemed he needed to give her a good lesson when they got back. As for Wang Public Security and Li Public Security, they could only stay here and wait for their superiors to come and check the scene. Currently, the area has been sealed off and no one is allowed to enter. Soon, the village doctor will come to treat the elderly woman and everything will be fine. Thinking about the scene in the cellar, both of them almost felt sick again. It was too cruel and terrifying. Even these two police officers, who had experienced many big cases, had never seen such a scene. They had hardly heard of anything like it before. It could be called on Earth. After the situation here was settled, and He Jing was rescued and taken to the hospital, I felt she was probably okay now. Plus, Zhang Yuanbiao's bad ending meant that my goal for this trip had been achieved or even exceeded. If I had followed my original plan to find opportunities slowly, He Jing might have already been gone by then. Getting revenge and saving He Jing made me feel clear and very happy inside. When Zhou Jianjun called her to go back, she was about to agree, since everything she wanted to do was already done. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to agree, Zhang Qiulan spoke first. Uncle, it's almost mealtime. Why don't we go home to eat first? I haven't seen Yanxiu in a long time. Let her stay here and play a little longer. Zhang Qilan truly wanted to spend more time with Zhou Yanxiu. They were good friends from school, and they hadn't seen each other for over a year. She felt there were many things she wanted to talk about. Hearing Zhou Jianjun say he would take Zhou Yanxiu back, Zhang Qilan was so anxious, she almost jumped. No, she insisted Yanxiu stay a little longer. Zhou Yanxiu saw how worried Zhang Qilan was and felt warm inside. She turned to Zhou Jianjun and said, "Uncle, why don't we all go out to eat? We can come back after we finish." Zhou Jianjun waved his hand and told Zhou Yanxiu, "You two go eat. I won't go. I need to go home early this afternoon and stay out of trouble, understand?" Zhou Yanxiu answered seriously, "I understand, uncle. But let's eat here. We can cook ourselves quickly or we'll be hungry." Zhang Lanfang, standing nearby, disagreed. "Dad, it's not trouble. It's bravery. We're doing good deeds, fighting crime. This is something to be proud of." Zhou Jianjun didn't realize how serious the situation was this time.
He sighed.
His daughter is the kind of girl who is carefree and doesn't think much. Some things are hard to explain to her, so he decided not to talk to her about it. "I shouldn't stay any longer. It's almost time to go home. You two, come back early this afternoon and don't stay out too late, okay?" Zhou Yanxiu saw that Zhou Jianjun didn't want to stay for dinner. She understood he felt a bit awkward and was worried about gossip. Having lived 2 lives, Zhou Yanxiu understood him instantly and stopped trying to persuade him. "Uncle, you can ride your bike back. After we finish eating, my sister and I will walk home slowly. It's a good way to digest after a meal." Seeing that Zhou Jianjun was determined to leave, Zhou Yanxiu asked him to take his bike. Riding back now, he could still make it home in time for dinner. Zhou Jianjun didn't agree. He wanted to leave his bike for them. "It's okay. I can walk fast. You two girls can ride your bikes and get home quickly this afternoon." Zhou Yanxiu held onto Zhou Jianjun's arm firmly. "Uncle, if you ride your bike back, then stay and eat with us before going home." Zhou Jianjun had no choice but to push his bike and ride away. Before leaving, he repeatedly told them to come back early and to be careful. It seemed he was a bit traumatized by what Zhang Yuanbiao did. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said, "Uncle, you know my strength. Who can bully me?" Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment. Honestly, compared to her, he probably wasn't her match. It might be a good idea to teach Yanxiu some self-defense skills so she can protect herself. That way, he'd feel more at ease. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, he might be so scared he'd faint. Zhou Jianjun quickly rode away on his bike. The 3 girls returned to Zhang Qilan's house to wash vegetables and cook. Zhang Qilan cut a third of the meat Zhou Yanxiu brought without hesitation. There was no other way. Their family's conditions were limited now. That morning, including lunch, Zhou Yanxiu, Zhou Lanfang, and Zhang Qilan had become good friends, talking about everything and feeling very close. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Around 3 p.m., Zhou Yanxiu looked at the time and thought it was getting late. If she and Zhou Lanfang walked back, it would take about an hour. Since it gets dark early now, around 5 p.m., they had to go back sooner. Zhang Qilan reluctantly saw Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang off to the village entrance. She watched their shadows until they were almost out of sight before heading home. Not long after they started walking, 2 fast-moving 212 jeeps appeared ahead on the road. They were police cars. The jeeps whistled past them. Zhou Yanxiu looked back. These cars were probably heading to Chongqing village. It seems there will be a lot of activity there today because of such a big case. They probably don't know how to handle it yet. It will likely cause trouble for many people. But Zhou Yanxiu felt no regret. If Zhang Yuanbiao was caught a day later, innocent He Jing would suffer more. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Yanxiu smiled at Zhou Lanfang and said, "Sister, let's go home quickly, or Uncle will start scolding us again." Zhou Lanfang snorted, "I'm not afraid. Let him say what he wants. It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat." Then Zhou Lanfang told Zhou Yanxiu, "But we should go back early. Otherwise, my dad will worry." Zhou Yanxiu almost laughed out loud. "Okay, let's walk faster." At Qing'an County Hospital, Zhang Ligua looked nervous as he spoke to Dr. Wang. Doctor, how is that girl now? Is she okay? Dr. Wang held the examination report and looked puzzled. This girl has been abused for a long time. Her body is very weak, almost at the end of her strength. She's as fragile as an elderly person in her 70s or 80s. Based on my many years of medical experience, she wouldn't have lasted until you arrived at the hospital without some kind of support. But now, it seems her condition is slowly improving. She's still unconscious, but her life isn't in danger. The external injuries are minor compared to the damage to her internal organs, which will need careful recovery. Hearing this, Dr. Wang looked more confused. Did you give her any medicine before you came? Dr. Wang stuck to his opinion. As a doctor with many years of experience, his medical skills at Qing'an County Hospital were well respected. The girl, so thin she was just skin and bones, wouldn't have survived this long without something to keep her alive. If she hadn't been given some kind of medicine or treatment, she wouldn't have made it this far. Dr. Wang was very interested in this case. Zhang Ligua also looked confused. Since He Jing was rescued from the cellar, she had not left his sight at the hospital. There was no special medicine or magic cure involved. She only drank a bowl of water. Suddenly, Zhang Ligua shivered. Could there be something wrong with that bowl of water? He remembered that when He Jing was first rescued from the cellar, she was almost unconscious and near death. It was a girl named Zhou Yanxiu who went to the kitchen, brought back a bowl of water, and fed it to He Jing. After that, her condition clearly improved. If He Jing really had taken some medicine, it must have been in that bowl. Because from start to finish, only Zhou Yanxiu was in the kitchen getting water and was out of his sight. Zhang Ligua lowered his eyes and said, she was only given warm water to drink, no medicine. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Dr. Wang looked at the examination report in his hand, amazed, calling it a miracle of life. At this moment, a doctor approached, looking troubled, and said to Zhang Ligua, Director Zhang, the patient you sent here with broken arms and legs has serious injuries. The arm is manageable, but the kneecap is shattered, and there's no hope for a cure. Zhang Ligua listened to the doctor explain Zhang Yuanbiao's condition. His face showed no change. Such a scoundrel, just being alive and breathing was a blessing from past lives. He said casually, it's okay. If we can't cure him, we just won't. As long as he doesn't die. The doctor's expression relaxed and he said strangely, he won't die, but he won't get better either. The injuries on his arms and legs are bad enough, and even his hip bone is shattered. His manhood was also badly damaged, and he'll be paralyzed in the future, only able to lie in bed. The doctor shook his head repeatedly, looking regretful. He had been a doctor for a long time, but had never seen a patient with so many injuries at once. He had 3 serious injuries all over his body, each worse than the last. He wondered whether he was beaten or hurt in some other way. Even he felt the pain just looking at it. Fortunately, the patient had already fainted from the pain. Otherwise, knowing what he looked like now, he might not have been able to accept it right away. It should be impossible for anyone to accept this. It's really too terrible. When Zhang Ligua heard about the injuries on Zhang Yuanbiao, he twitched his mouth. He really didn't expect that the seemingly harmless girl would be so ruthless, actually ruining Zhang Yuanbiao completely.
But it felt so satisfying.
Zhang Ligua remembered He Jing, who was pulled out of the cellar, along with the pile of white bones and skulls inside. Each one represented a life. All of this was something that beast Zhang Yuanbiao could do. Just thinking about it made Zhang Ligua feel angry and hateful. Zhou Yanxiu beating him up was also a way to vent his anger. The person responsible for the missing persons case was no longer considered a normal person. Beating him like this was completely justified. Zhang Ligua learned that He Jing was no longer in danger of losing her life, and he felt relieved. As for Zhang Yuanbiao, as long as he wasn't dead, that was enough. He didn't pay much more attention to him. Later, he needed to go to Chongqing village, where the crime scene was, and he also had to be there. After sending He Jing and Zhang Yuanbiao to the hospital, Ma Public Security arranged for someone to stay and watch over them. Then he went to the county police station to report the case. Such a serious case was beyond what their small police station could handle. Having a crazy person like that in their district was just bad luck for them. When they heard that so many people might have died, the county police chief was furious and immediately sent people in cars to Chongqing village, and he scolded Zhang Ligua harshly. Actually, Zhang Ligua felt a bit wronged. This case had been going on for over 10 years, but he only joined the police force last year after leaving the army. But since he was now working at Qingyang Town Police Station, it was only natural for the leaders to be angry with him. He scolded, but he still had to do his job. After learning about He Jing's condition and knowing that Zhang Yuanbiao wouldn't die soon, Zhang Ligua felt half relieved. He called Ma Public Security over, patted his shoulder, and warned him, "You stay here and watch over He Jing. Even though 2 colleagues from the county bureau are here for Zhang Yuanbiao, you still need to pay attention. It's a tough day today, but tomorrow I'll send someone to replace you." The case is still ongoing, and as the main parties involved, they need to be closely watched. So, someone must stay here to keep an eye on things. After arranging everything, Zhang Ligua quickly drove back to Chongqing village with his driver. As for lunch, there was no time to sit down. He bought a few buns and ate them while on the road with his driver. Thinking about the cellar, Zhang Ligua felt a bit uneasy and couldn't eat much. Sigh, it looks like he won't be able to rest tonight. Given the terrible scene in the cellar, the investigation at the site would take a long time. They might have to work through the night. Zhang Ligua thought for a moment and took a big bite of his bun. He needed to fill his stomach first before doing anything else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength to work later. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang walked and talked as they headed back to Zhoujia village. Having company made the journey feel much shorter. By around 4 p.m., they arrived home. At that moment, Aunt Li Guoyin was just starting to prepare dinner. When she saw them return, she smiled happily. "Oh, my little heroes, you're back. I'll cook something nice for you tonight." After Zhou Jianjun returned, Li Guoyin asked him what had happened. He was worried she might get upset, so he didn't tell her the full story. He only said that Yanqiu and Lanfang had encountered a missing person and went to help report it. At first, Li Guoyin was startled. What kind of luck was this? Going out and running into such a dangerous situation? But she felt relieved when Zhou Jianjun said everything was fine. Her children had done a good deed, and that should be encouraged. It would be too discouraging if she scolded them for helping. Li Guoyin planned to cook something delicious that evening to reward the 2 little heroes. Recently, she had become very confident in her cooking skills, and her dishes were getting better and better. Li Guoyin's interest in cooking was growing. She even thought her skills could earn her a spot in the imperial kitchen. Of course, this was just her imagination. The real mastermind behind everything was Zhou Yanqiu. She had added spiritual spring water to the cooking pot, which gave her dishes a special effect. Although she didn't add much, the power of the spring water was overwhelming. Even a little bit of spring water can slowly change the taste of a large jar of water. Now, the water in the jar has a fresh, sweet flavor, even when boiled and drunk. It's much tastier than before. When Zhou Yanqiu heard that her aunt wanted to cook something delicious, she happily said, "Okay, Auntie, your dishes will definitely be tasty." "Sister, and I will help." Li Guoyin refused, saying, "No need. You've walked a long way and just got home. Rest for a while, and I'll call you when it's time to eat. Go to your room and relax." Li Guoyin saw that they had been busy all day and had walked far, so she didn't want them to help and just wanted them to rest more. When Zhou Yanqiu saw that her aunt really didn't want them to help, and Zhou Lanfang also pulled her back into the room, she went inside to rest. Zhou Jianjun was in the house. When he saw Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang come back, he felt relieved. Today's events even surprised him. A young girl in her teens was brave enough to face such a fierce criminal directly. Luckily, nothing serious happened, but what if it had? After returning home, Zhou Jianjun sat and thought about what happened today. The more he thought, the more he felt scared. Fortunately, nothing bad happened, and they even made a big contribution. But these 2 young girls were really brave. Still, he didn't know how to tell them they did something wrong. For anyone, what they did today was right and just. No one could find fault with them. But as a parent, Zhou Jianjun just wanted his children to be safe and stay away from danger. That's because of different backgrounds and perspectives. Even though Zhou Jianjun is a retired soldier with patriotic spirit, he would rather face danger himself, even risking injury, than see his children hurt. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang come inside, Zhou Jianjun smiled slightly and looked at them. He didn't scold them for the dangerous things they did today. They had already done it and made a big contribution. It wouldn't be right to dampen their spirits now. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang felt a bit nervous under Zhou Jianjun's stern gaze. Especially Zhou Yanqiu. She knew her actions today might have seemed too reckless in her uncle's eyes, as she didn't consider her own safety. But she didn't regret what she did. If she could do it all over again, she would still act the same way. This was because it helped her vent some of the pain and unfairness she had carried in her past life. Seeing Zhang Yuanbiao in such a terrible state made her feel very relieved at the time. Now that the villain has been defeated, although there's no official verdict yet, she can imagine Zhang Yuanbiao's fate. He will face the strictest punishment. That was her goal for this trip. It made her feel much better, like she had achieved something important in her life. Yes, revenge was also one of her reasons for coming back to life. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes twinkled with a clever smile. "Uncle, where's Grandma?" "I'm going to find her." After saying that, she tried to run out to her grandmother's house. Haha, if her uncle doesn't see her, he won't get angry. Zhou Lanfang quickly added, "I'll go too," Zhou Jianjun said with a sigh. "You two don't need to go. Grandma is just sleeping in this room." He also felt a bit strange. His mother had been sleeping more lately. At first, he was worried, but seeing her look fine now, he relaxed. His mother's spirit seemed to be improving day by day, her face growing rosier, looking several years younger. It was obvious her health was getting better. That was a good sign. While feeling happy, Zhou Jianjun didn't think too much. He just thought his mother was in a good mood lately, which was helping her recover. He had heard of such things before. Zhou Yanqiu heard that her grandmother was sleeping and didn't bother her anymore. Being well-rested was good for her health, helping her body recover gradually. For dinner, Li Guiyun made garlic pork slices, cooked a rabbit dish, stewed some pork with vermicelli, and stir-fried some bok choy. The meal was very rich. Usually, families only eat this much meat during the New Year. But today, Li Guiyun was happy. Her reason was simple. Her two daughters had done something good and made a contribution. That was something to be proud of. Because Li Guiyun didn't know what Zhou Yanqiu did today. If she found out that Zhou Yanqiu had seriously injured a man today, she might be even happier. She probably would worry more than Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun didn't want Li Guiyun to worry too much, so he didn't tell her what Zhou Yanqiu did today. A few big dishes were served on the table. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up when she saw them. The family's meals these days have been so good, it's like New Year's. They've been eating meat almost every day, something they might not have had in the past month. And her mother's cooking has been getting better and better. If every day could be like this, it would truly be a dream life. After dinner, Zhou Jianjun called Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang over, not letting them help clean up the dishes. "Yanqiu, Lanfang, come here. I want to talk to you too." Once they sat down on small stools, Zhou Jianjun spoke seriously. "The case you found today is not small. The police will probably come to ask questions later. Just answer honestly, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang listened carefully, like students. "Got it, Uncle, Dad." Zhou Jianjun looked at them and said to Zhou Yanqiu, "Especially you, Yanqiu. You found the person, and you also subdued Zhang Yuanbiao." Hearing this, Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. Not subdued, but seriously injured. They will ask you a lot of questions, like how you fought Zhang Yuanbiao and how you found He Jing. Think carefully, do you understand? Zhou Yanqiu nodded. She already had an idea. At worst, she would just reveal that she had a little strength. Anyway, many people already knew about this. And besides, it's not unusual for a woman to be strong. How strong she is isn't up to her to decide. As long as she doesn't say anything too extreme. I became a bit more alert and heard someone crying. Curious, I went to check, then asked my sister to report the incident to you. I also heard that the bad person wanted to get rid of He Jing. I heard everything. Could this have happened? So, when he wasn't paying attention, I used a small stone to hurt him. After saying this, I looked at Zhou Jianjun with wide eyes. Uncle, is it okay if I say it like this? Zhou Jianjun saw that I explained clearly and knew I was aware of what I was doing. Yes, just say it like that. Then he smiled at us, feeling proud but also a little worried. This time, Uncle Zhang said you three did a great job. You will probably be recognized soon, and you'll get a big red flower badge. As for rewards, we don't know yet, but they won't be stingy. You made a big splash this time. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not sure. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Lanfang, feeling a bit regretful for bringing her into this. At the time, he didn't think everything through. But given the situation back then, he didn't have much time to consider. He acted on impulse, and now it's too late to regret. However, it probably doesn't matter much because they really did a good deed. Plus, Zhang Yuanbiao has no relatives or friends in the village, and he's not well-liked. No one would come after them just because of him. And since Zhang Yuanbiao did something so outrageous, people will praise them as heroes who helped the community. If they are really worried, they could ask not to hold a recognition ceremony and keep their identities secret. I believe they would agree to that. Zhou Yanqiu was mentally prepared and was just waiting for the investigators to come and take their statements. Anyway, she was clearly the biggest contributor to this case, so no one should trouble her. Suddenly, Zhou Yanqiu remembered something. Uncle, are we going to the county tomorrow? She still remembered she wanted to sell wild ginseng in the county. But after what happened today, she wasn't sure if their plans to go to the county would be disrupted. Zhou Jianjun also forgot about this for a moment. When he heard her ask, he suddenly remembered they had planned to go to the county tomorrow to find ways to sell the wild ginseng. Zhou Jianjun hesitated for a moment. He didn't know when the police would come to his house, and no one had told him when they would return.
He thought for a while.
Since no one informed him, he decided to act as if he didn't know and do what he needed to do. It should be fine, right? He couldn't just stay at home waiting all the time. The fresh wild ginseng also needs proper drying and storage by professionals. If it gets spoiled in their hands, it would be a real loss. Zhou Jianjun quickly made a decision. If no one comes before they leave for the county tomorrow, they will go first. As for the police questioning and recording statements, they are not criminals. They can't just keep them waiting at home and restrict their freedom. They can discuss it again when they return. Thinking of this, Zhou Jianjun said to Zhou Yanqiu, "We'll go tomorrow. Get up early in the morning and leave. Don't bother cooking at home, just buy 2 buns in town to eat." After saying that, he looked at Zhou Lanfang. "Are you going too? If you go, you need to wake up early. Can you get up?" Zhou Lanfang looked at him as if he was underestimating her and argued, "Of course I can get up. I usually don't get up because there's nothing to do, but if there's something important, I'll definitely get up."
Don't underestimate me.
"I'll get up even earlier than you tomorrow," Zhou Jianjun chuckled. "Then I'll wait to see you get up earlier than me. Usually, I call you 3 times for breakfast, but if you can't get up tomorrow, don't say I didn't wake you." Zhou Lanfang snorted and turned to Zhou Yanqiu. "Yanqiu, if I don't get up tomorrow, you must wake me up or I'll be sad." Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Lanfang with a smile and said, "Don't worry, sister. I'll take care of it." After a while, Zhou Yanqiu took her grandmother home to prepare for bed. They needed to wake up early tomorrow, so they had to sleep early tonight. As usual, before sleeping, Zhou Yanqiu gave her grandmother a warm water with spiritual spring water added. This was a nightly routine. After drinking the water, her grandmother's sleep quality improved a lot. Her health had already recovered quite well. With a little more rest, by next spring, her grandmother should be healthier than many of her peers. Zhou Yanqiu watched her grandmother fall asleep quickly after drinking the water, then turned and went to the main hall. In a flash, she entered her space. She came this time to carefully observe the 30-year-old ginseng plant. She hadn't been here for 2 days and didn't know how the ginseng was growing now. She remembered that last time she visited, she even washed it with a splash of spiritual spring water. After entering, Zhou Yanqiu went straight to the space spiritual field where the ginseng was. She looked at it and was surprised. This ginseng had changed greatly. Wild ginseng, 32 years old, with high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the ginseng with bright green leaves, 6 leaflets spreading out happily, waving as if greeting her. She took a deep breath in shock. This is too incredible. In just 2 days outside, the ginseng in the space spiritual field had aged by 2 more years. If this continues, in 3 more months, this 30-year-old ginseng could become a 100-year-old ginseng. A 100-year-old ginseng is called a treasure ginseng. It's a legendary thing, rare and hard to find throughout history. Now, with her space and the spiritual spring water, could she make this 100-year-old ginseng into a mass product? Even 1,000-year-old ginseng and other rare medicinal herbs might not be just a dream in the future. Zhou Yanqiu took a deep breath. The surprises from her space were truly overwhelming, one after another. All right, since that's the case, she wouldn't hold back. It's a pity that the other wild ginseng on the mountain was harvested 2 days ago. If she had known, she should have planted it in her space for 2 months before finding a chance to sell it. That way, she could have sold it for a better price. But now, regret won't help. Besides, will she ever lack such ginseng in the future? Looking at the 2 acres of spiritual field in front of her, she felt it would be a shame not to plant all kinds of rare, valuable, and scarce medicinal herbs. It would be a waste of the space she gained from her rebirth. Zhou Yanqiu's discovery in her space strengthened her resolve to find a chance to learn traditional Chinese medicine. With such great resources, those books in her small courtyard study, the medicinal herbs, the pill furnace in the stone house, everything seemed to be guiding her toward developing in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. If she doesn't develop in this area, it would really be a shame. Zhou Yanqiu took another turn in her space, checked her territory, and then left the space. Tomorrow, she will go to the county town with her uncle, so she needs to go to bed early tonight. Zhou Yanqiu snuggled into her quilt, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. She was thinking about things and wondering whether she could find a way to sell the ginseng tomorrow. At this time, private trade of ginseng is not allowed. It is a state-controlled commodity. If caught, the ginseng could be confiscated, or she might be detained for a few days. But her uncle Zhou Jianjun has been a hunter for many years and probably knows some secret ways. For example, there are black markets where some people are very daring. Zhou Jianjun knows that there is someone in the county who regularly buys ginseng, but only those over 10 years old. Otherwise, he wouldn't be planning to go to the county tomorrow to handle the ginseng. Before dawn, Zhou Yanqiu was awakened by the crowing of chickens. She quietly got dressed, washed her face, and left the house without disturbing her grandmother. She had already told her grandmother last night that she would get up early tomorrow to go to the county with her uncle. She decided not to prepare breakfast. Her grandmother would go to her uncle's house for breakfast, and her aunt would have everything arranged at home. Zhou Yanqiu arrived at her uncle Zhou Jianjun's house. He was already up, and her aunt Zhou Lanfang came out looking sleepy. She yawned, shivered from the cold wind, and woke up a bit. Winter mornings are still very cold. Zhou Jianjun found 2 pairs of rabbit fur gloves and gave one to Zhou Yanqiu. Put on these gloves to prevent your hands from freezing and getting frostbite. Zhou Yanqiu took the gloves, put them on, and they fit perfectly. She looked up at her uncle. He smiled and said, "Your aunt made these for your sister before. Keep them on, and you'll be riding a bike." She looked at the gloves, and once she put them on, her hands warmed up. Her aunt's craftsmanship was good. These rabbit fur gloves were very delicate and warm. Yesterday, Zhou Jianjun went to Zhou Jianhua's house and borrowed their bicycle, planning for the 3 of them to ride 2 bikes to the town. Then, they would leave the bikes at the police station and take a bus to the county. He also knows a few people at the police station, so he left the item inside where someone could watch over it. If he left it outside, it might get lost at any time. Zhou Jianjun has already kept the ginseng close to him. Over 2 days, the ginseng still looks fresh and hasn't been damaged at all. Everything is ready. Zhou Yanqiu rides a bicycle, and Zhou Jianjun rides another. Zhou Lanfang looks at the 2 bikes. "Dad, Yanqiu, who will take me?" Zhou Yanqiu smiles and pats the back of his bike. I'll take you. Come on, get on. He hops onto his bike first, balancing on one foot, waiting for Zhou Lanfang to get on so they can leave. Zhou Jianjun doesn't object. He now understands how capable his niece is. She rides the bike with Zhou Lanfang, and it seems easier than riding alone. The moon is still high in the sky, but the clouds in the east are glowing with a fiery red. At sunrise and sunset, Zhou Yanqi waits for Zhou Lanfang to get on the bike. He presses the pedal with his foot. Sister, sit tight. As soon as he speaks, he pushes off hard, and the bike speeds forward. Zhou Lanfang exclaims, "Wow, it's so fast." She quickly holds onto Zhou Yanqi's waist, afraid she might fall off. Behind them, Zhou Jianjun calls out, "Yanqi, slow down." "Don't ride so fast," Zhou Yanqi responds. "Got it, uncle." But he doesn't slow down much. Zhou Jianjun smiles and speeds up, quickly catching up. The sky begins to turn a light grayish-white. Zhou Yanqi rides the bike with Zhou Lanfang, and they arrive directly at the police station. Qingyang town isn't big, and the police station is easy to find. Zhou Yanqi came here once before with Zhou Jianjun, so he remembers it well. When they arrive, Zhou Yanqi and Zhou Lanfang wait at the door. They don't know anyone inside the station. They wait for Zhou Jianjun to make arrangements. Soon, Zhou Jianjun arrives on his bike. He stops, slightly out of breath, because he couldn't catch up with Zhou Yanqi. He goes to the security guard at the station entrance, greets him, then asks Zhou Yanqi to park the bikes inside the station yard. There are staff on duty 24 hours here, so parking the bikes inside means they won't be lost. After parking the bicycle, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqi and Zhou Lanfang to the nearby state-run restaurant to buy 6 meat buns. Each bun cost 2 cents, totaling $1.20. At this time, the meat buns were filled with real ingredients, large in size, and 2 buns could almost fill a stomach. The 3 of them ate while walking toward the bus station. There was a bus to Qingyang County in the morning, and there was about half an hour before it left. They had plenty of time. After finishing the buns, they arrived at the bus departure point. The bus stop was just a rundown yard by the roadside. A military green bus was parked there, waiting to depart, and people were gradually buying tickets and boarding. Zhou Jianjun told Zhou Yanqi and Zhou Lanfang to wait there while he went to buy tickets at the ticket window. Each ticket cost 5 cents. Zhou Jianjun bought 3 tickets, spending a total of 15 cents. At this time, buying tickets in the county didn't require an ID. Just money was enough. By 8:30, the bus still had a few empty seats, and then it left. With the engine roaring, the bus traveled for nearly an hour before reaching Qingyang County. Looking out the window at the familiar scenery, Zhou Yanqi felt like she was in a different world. "Yanqi, we're getting off now." The bus arrived at the station. Zhou Yanqi was still a bit dazed when Zhou Lanfang patted her shoulder. "Oh, okay." The scene outside was exactly as she remembered, with no changes. The bus stopped at the Qingyang County bus station. After getting off, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqi and walked about half an hour to a private courtyard. This secluded yard was located in a relatively remote part of the county, and the environment was quite peaceful. Zhou Jianjun stopped outside the gate, turned around and warned Zhou Yanqi and Zhou Lanfang, "Once inside, just listen carefully. Don't talk nonsense, understand?" The gate was an old-fashioned wooden door, looking quite antique. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's serious tone, Zhou Yanqi realized that the people inside might be important. Both Zhou Yanqi and Zhou Lanfang straightened up and nodded. "Got it." Only then did Zhou Jianjun step forward, gently ring the copper bell on the door and knock softly. Click, click, click. After a short while, there was a creaking sound from inside the courtyard, as someone heard the knocking and came out to see who was there. "Who is outside?" A strong voice, though a bit old, called out. Hearing the voice, Zhou Jianjun quickly responded, "Old Chui, I am a friend of Zi. He introduced me here. I found a wooden mallet on the mountain a couple of days ago and brought it over for you to see." The door opened, revealing a tall, thin old man wearing a padded jacket with a goatee and bright eyes. He looked at the 3 of them briefly, then turned and headed inside. "Come in, close the door," he said. Zhou Jianjun smiled and replied, "All right. Thank you, old Chui." He sat down on the nearest chair to old Chui. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang saw Zhou Jianjun sit, then found 2 chairs and sat down together. Lanfang was usually lively, but seeing Zhou Jianjun being polite to the old man, she also kept her temper and closed her mouth. She exchanged a look with Zhou Yanqiu, both thinking the same thing. This old man looks very serious, almost like a strict teacher from a storybook. Zhou Yanqiu was okay. After everything that happened, this kind of pressure felt normal to her. But Lanfang was different. She was so nervous in front of old Chui that she hardly dared to breathe. Even Zhou Jianjun felt this way, careful, speaking only after thinking about his words. Old Chui looked at Zhou Jianjun and said slowly, "Where is the mallet you dug up? How old is it? Let me see." Zhou Jianjun carefully took out the ginseng from his pocket. Old Chui frowned slightly at how he stored it, but didn't say anything. Zhou Jianjun carefully unwrapped the ginseng cloth and replied to old Chui's earlier question, "We can't be sure, but it looks like the ginseng is about 20 years old." Old Chui's face showed a hint of disappointment. Sigh, finding ginseng over 50 years old is really hard. But if he could get a 20-year-old ginseng, it would last him quite a while. Thinking this, old Chui watched as Zhou Jianjun opened the ginseng and brought it closer. Yanzhou looked at old Chui and felt more and more that he was not an ordinary person. He seemed like someone who had seen a lot of the world and held a high position, an important official. Old Chui's presence was natural and strong. His sharp eyes seemed like they could scare away troublemakers with just a glance. Yanzhou noticed that even his uncle didn't dare say much in front of him. Yanzhou was now curious about old Chui's background and wondered what he used to do. But he also smelled a strong herbal scent coming from the room. Old Chui took the ginseng from Zhou Jianjun and examined it carefully, nodding slightly. He then picked a ginseng root, pinched off a small piece, and chewed it thoughtfully. He tasted it carefully, then gently placed the ginseng back in its original spot. Zhou Jianjun watched old Chui's actions, feeling a little nervous. It was his first time dealing with him alone. If he didn't know He Zi and wasn't a hunter who often went into the mountains, maybe he wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a ginseng expert. He remembered He Zi saying that old Chui was a big shot with incredible medical skills. Now he was here looking for some high-quality herbs. Old Chui looked at Zhou Jianjun and said slowly, "About 25 years old. I can pay 1,500 yuan. If you think that's fair, you can keep it." Zhou Jianjun's face lit up with surprise. That price was more than he expected. He thought he might get around 1,000 yuan, but old Chui offered 1,500 directly. He smiled happily and agreed immediately. "Old Chui, I accept your offer." Old Chui saw him agree and stood up. "Wait here. I'll go get the money." Then he went into another room. Zhou Lanfang finally let out a sigh of relief and widened her eyes as she looked at Zhou Jianjun. "Dad, this ginseng sold for 1,500 yuan. Zhou Jianjun glared at her.
"Sit properly."
"After we go back, don't tell anyone, understand?" Zhou Lanfang quickly covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Zhou Yanxiu was curious and whispered, "Uncle, who is old Chui? If we find more ginseng in the future, can we sell it to him?" Zhou Jianjun smiled. "What are you thinking? Do you think the ginseng in these mountains is easy to find? I've been hunting in the mountains for many years, and this is the first time I've come across such old ginseng," Yanxiu said confidently. "Maybe I'm lucky too, and I'll find more." Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment. It was true. He hadn't found any ginseng in all these years, but Yanxiu, who just started coming with them, had found some on his first trip. That place wasn't exactly deserted. Many people had passed through over the years, but no one had noticed the ginseng. Yet Yanxiu had discovered it right away. Maybe Yanxiu was a lucky star reborn. Since he came home, even his mother's health had improved. Zhou Jianjun said, "We'll ask old Chui about it later." Soon, old Chui came out of the house, holding a stack of large bills. He handed it to Zhou Jianjun. 1,500 yuan. "Count it." Then he sat down in a fancy chair, picked up his tea, and took a sip. Zhou Jianjun looked at the money in his hand, feeling confident it was all there. No need to count. "I trust old Chui." Old Chui glanced at him.
Do as you like.
Once you leave this place, if you say the money isn't right, I won't recognize it. Zhou Jianjun chuckled, put his wallet into his pocket. Old Chui's eyes showed a faint smile. Yanxu watched the transaction finish and asked in the style Zhou Jianjun used, Old Chui, if someone finds more ginseng later, will you still buy it? Old Chui looked at Yanxu. She was a very beautiful girl. Her eyes were firm and clear, but there was also a sense of seeing through worldly matters, full of contradictions. Old Chui couldn't help but feel curious. He wasn't angry. He stroked his goat beard and smiled at Yanxu. Yes, I will buy it. But it's best if the ginseng is old. If you have ginseng over 50 years old, I'll pay 6,000 yuan. And I can also make you a deal. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up suddenly. After hearing Old Chui, Zhou Yanqiu looked very happy. She didn't expect that a 50-year-old ginseng would be so valuable, worth several times more than a 25-year-old one. The ginseng in her space could be grown to 50 years in less than 20 days. At that time, she could sell it to Old Chui for at least 6,000 yuan, and Old Chui even said he might agree to a condition she proposed. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Old Chui with hope in her eyes. Old Chui, is what you said true? Old Chui looked at Zhou Yanqiu and smiled as he stroked his beard. Of course, I always keep my promises. Zhou Jianjun watched as Zhou Yanqiu and Old Chui talked. Worried she might say too much, he gave her a subtle signal to stay quiet. Yanqiu, how can you talk like that? Do you think you can find a 50-year-old ginseng just like that? Old Chui chuckled, finding Zhou Yanqiu quite interesting. He waved to Zhou Jianjun to reassure her. It's okay, let her speak. He then looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Do you have something you want me to help with? As long as you can find a 50-year-old ginseng, I will do my best within my ability and won't refuse. He smiled warmly at Zhou Yanqiu. What do you think? Zhou Yanqiu glanced at Zhou Jianjun, who showed no particular expression. Zhou Lanfeng felt the atmosphere was a bit tense and gently tugged at Zhou Yanqiu's sleeve. Zhou Yanqiu sensed Lanfeng's small action, but chose not to respond. She thought that Old Chui might really be someone capable. Plus, the faint smell of traditional medicine in the room made her think he could be the person she was looking for. She looked into Old Chui's eyes carefully and asked, What if I want to learn medicine? You should know medical skills, right? If I find a 50-year-old ginseng, I won't even take the money. I want to become your apprentice and learn medicine from you. Is that okay? Old Chui was completely surprised by Zhou Yanqiu's request and froze for a moment. Zhou Jianjun also didn't expect his niece to have such a thought. But learning medicine isn't an easy thing. Especially now, good teachers are hard to find. Even if they find a master of traditional Chinese medicine, they must be willing to teach. Old Chui finally calmed down. Honestly, he no longer wanted to take on a disciple. In their line of work, famous teachers are hard to find, but good apprentices are even rarer. Not just anyone can learn the craft after a few years. It depends on talent. You could say that people with poor talent will never get started in their lifetime. Especially women, female practitioners of traditional medicine are very rare. Throughout history, among 100 traditional doctors, only about 5 women are considered good. Most women, after reaching a certain age, get married and have children, then become busy with daily chores. They simply don't have the energy to study traditional medicine. But traditional medicine is a profession that requires a lot of time and effort. Many experienced doctors, even in old age, are still learning. So, it's not about discrimination against women, it's just the reality. Thinking of this, Old Chui sighed. He wondered if his own line of inheritance might end with him. When Zhou Yanqiu made her request, Old Chui felt he might have gotten himself into trouble by agreeing too quickly. He also didn't necessarily have access to a 50-year-old ginseng, so he didn't take it to heart. He wanted a disciple, but he hadn't considered a female apprentice. Old Chui wanted to make Zhou Yanqiu give up, so he smiled and said, Learning medicine isn't that simple. It's a profession that depends on talent. If you lack talent, no matter how much you're taught, you'll never truly master it. Do you understand? If you don't have talent, it's just a waste of your time. Zhou Yanqiu firmly replied, Old Chui, I want to try. Old Chui waved his hand. It's too early to say that now. Wait until you really find the 50-year-old ginseng, then we'll talk. But he made it clear, if you want to learn from me, you must first pass my test. If you fail, this condition is invalid. Do you understand? Although old Chui was confident Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't find a 50-year-old ginseng, he still explained everything clearly. He didn't want her to find it later and then fail his test, which would probably make her very upset. Old Chui hadn't yet realized that he was already making exceptions for Zhou Yanqiu. If he had been his usual self, he wouldn't have given her the chance to prove herself if he didn't want to take Zhou Yanqiu to be his apprentice. But for some reason, even though it was their first meeting, Zhou Yanqiu and he felt strangely connected. Zhou Yanqiu nodded happily, smiling brightly. Don't worry, old Chui. I understand. If I really wasn't suitable, I wouldn't insist. Old Chui stroked his goat beard and smiled. A good student indeed. After completing the deal, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang away from old Chui's yard. Walking on the road outside, Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. The cold air entered his lungs, making him feel much clearer. Just now, at old Chui's place, Zhou Jianjun felt that Zhou Yanqiu truly wanted to learn medicine from old Chui. But studying medicine isn't easy. Old Chui also said that talent is important for learning medicine. Moreover, finding a ginseng that's over 20 years old is already very lucky. How could they hope for a 50-year-old ginseng? People living at the foot of the mountain rarely see such high-quality ginseng in their lifetime. And without 50-year-old ginseng, old Chui probably wouldn't even give Zhou Yanqiu a chance. Zhou Jianjun frowned. Seeing his worried expression, Zhou Yanqiu asked curiously, Uncle, what's wrong? You seem a bit upset. We sold the ginseng for a high price. Isn't that good? Zhou Jianjun sighed with a smile and looked at her carefully. Yanqiu, do you really want to learn medicine from old Chui? Zhou Yanqiu was very clever. She quickly understood what Zhou Jianjun was thinking. She knew she couldn't say she could find a 50-year-old ginseng in less than a month. That would be too unbelievable. She comforted him. Uncle, I was just saying, what if I find an even better ginseng? If I can't find one, it's okay. I can just choose not to learn. Zhou Jianjun looked at her seriously. All right, but you must promise not to go deep into the mountains alone to find ginseng. He was genuinely worried that Zhou Yanqiu might take risks searching for 50-year-old ginseng in the mountains. Zhou Yanqiu immediately agreed, patting her chest to assure him. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll listen to you. I definitely won't go into the mountains alone. Only then did Zhou Jianjun feel relieved. Unaware, Zhou Yanqiu secretly apologized to Zhou Jianjun in his heart. Sorry, Uncle. I might not visit that mountain as often anymore. Zhou Jianjun looked around and saw there were few people nearby. Since this place was somewhat remote, there weren't many visitors. He quietly said to Zhou Yanqiu, about the money from selling the ginseng, after we go back, give 150 to your uncle Manhwa. The rest is yours. Save it for when you need it. Hearing about the money, Zhou Yanqiu quickly waved his hand. Uncle, just give Uncle Manhwa what you think is right. We should go back and talk about it later. Seeing that Zhou Yanqiu didn't give a direct answer, Zhou Jianjun decided not to press further. After all, there might be ears listening, and if others overheard, it could cause trouble. 1,500 yuan is not a small amount. Most family savings over many years might not reach that much. Didn't Wang Junjiang try to marry or sell Zhou Yanqiu for just 500 yuan? It's better to be cautious outside. Zhou Jianjun carefully hid the money, only leaving a few dozen yuan outside, planning to buy some things later. Their main goal in coming to the county had been achieved, and it went more smoothly than expected. It was still early, so Zhou Jianjun asked Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Yanqiu with interest, do you two want to buy anything? Let's go to Dongfang Hong's store later and get some things. Zhou Yanqiu didn't have anything she wanted to buy right now. Her clothes were almost ready, and in a few days, she'd have new ones. They weren't lacking food at home, especially since they had recently hunted 2 wild boars, and there was plenty of meat. But she could buy some things for her grandma and Annie to take home. Maybe 2 pounds of egg cakes, some peach cookies, sweet canned fruit, and a couple of boxes of snow cream for her auntie. She and Zhou Lanfang could also look for things they liked. Since they had money today, they could buy anything they liked. She believed her uncle wouldn't mind. When the three arrived at Dongfang Hong's store, they spent over half an hour there. Most of the delay was because Cui Lao's place was a bit remote, almost near the edge of the county. As they went back and forth, they arrived near the Red Sun store, and it was almost lunchtime. The Red Sun store is the biggest state-run shop in the county. It has a wide variety of goods, from bicycles and record players to candies and hairpins. Zhou Jianjun looked around and saw a state-run collective canteen nearby. He said to Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Yanqiu, "Yanqiu, Lanfang, shall we eat some noodle soup here for lunch?" Zhou Lanfang happily agreed. "Yes, let's go inside and have some noodles." There were many people outside the Red Sun store. Although it wasn't yet the new year, the store is located in the center of the town, making it the busiest place in the county. Zhou Yanqiu looked around and saw many people sitting in the shaded corners, eating dry food. They took a bite of dry food and then drank cold water from their bottles. Next to them was the collective canteen, where a bowl of noodles cost only a few cents. Yet these people didn't even want to spend that little money. Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang into the canteen. If it had been just him, he might have brought some dry food from home to eat too. Saving a little was good, but today he was with his daughter and niece. Plus, he had sold a lot of ginseng today, so he didn't mind spending money on a meal here. It wasn't freezing outside, but it was still cold, especially with the wind blowing. Zhou Yanqiu was fine. She didn't feel very cold, probably because she had taken a health tonic and drank a lot of spiritual spring water. Her body had changed. The river outside hadn't frozen yet, and the weather wasn't truly cold. With her current health, the slight chill didn't bother her at all. But Zhou Lanfang already felt cold. Her ears were red from the wind, and her face was flushed, almost chapped from the wind. Zhou Jianjun was the same. His face, already a bit dark, was now slightly red. When the three of them pushed open the door curtain and entered the canteen, they immediately felt warmer. The temperature inside was at least 10 degrees higher than outside. Zhou Lanfang rubbed her hands and stomped her feet, feeling much more comfortable. There are dozens of small tables in the dining hall for customers to eat, and it is not yet full. Zhou Yanqiu found a small table and pulled Zhou Lanfang to sit down. "Sister, let's sit here first." Zhou Jianjun went to the ordering window. "Big sister, 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles." 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles, 6 liang of food coupons, and 1.5 yuan. Zhou Jianjun counted out 6 liang of food coupons and 1.5 yuan, then handed them to the cashier inside. A wooden number tag was given to Zhou Jianjun. "Once your number is called, come to the window to get your food." Zhou Jianjun nodded and took the number tag to a seat to wait. After a short while, the window called out loudly, "Number 168, 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles." Zhou Jianjun picked up his number tag, saw it was his turn, and went to get his food. Zhou Lanfang also wanted to carry the bowls, but Zhou Yanqiu stopped her. "Sister, wait here. I'll help Uncle carry his food. Don't let anyone take your seat." When the noodles were served, Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. "Wow, such a big bowl. I can't finish it." "Dad, you take some for yourself." The 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles were in large bowls, with clear broth and some chopped green onions floating on top. They were steaming hot and looked very appetizing. At this time, such a meal was considered a good lunch. 1 bowl was enough to fill a grown man's stomach, so the portion was quite large. Zhou Yanqiu looked at her own bowl. "Uncle, maybe I should take some for you too." "It's too much for me." Zhou Jianjun rubbed his forehead, forgetting how big the bowls were. If he had known, he would have ordered just 1 bowl for Yanqiu and her sister to share. "Okay, each of you pick some and put it in my bowl. Eat more too." Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang divided some of their noodles into Zhou Jianjun's bowl. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's bowl almost overflowing, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang smiled at each other and started eating. In this cold weather, after finishing the noodles, they drank the hot broth, feeling warm all over. After eating, Zhou Jianjun took 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yanqiu. "Yanqiu, we're going to Dongfang Hong's store now. You can buy whatever you need later." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the 5 large notes handed to her by Zhou Jianjun. She was about to say she still had some money in her pocket, but she hesitated and kept quiet. After thinking for a moment, she took the money from Zhou Jianjun's hand. Having a bit more money made her feel more secure. Also, the money her uncle gave her was from selling ginseng, so she had her share of it. Although Zhou Yanqiu didn't plan to use that money from selling ginseng, since her uncle had spent a lot on helping her change her household registration. She saw the 500 yuan she gave to Wang Zhenjiang. Moreover, in less than a month, the ginseng in her space would grow to 50 years old. There are also many good things in the back of the village, on the Changbai Mountain. For example, ginseng. Others might not notice it, but she has a radar-like ability to scan and detect these ginseng plants. Whenever ginseng enters her scan range, she gets an automatic alert. Plus, with her space, if she encounters a fierce beast she can't handle, she can hide in her space and be safe. And with her own fighting skills, maybe one day, Changbai Mountain will become her backyard garden. Deep inside Changbai Mountain, few people go, and there are many dangerous places. She plans to explore carefully. As long as she is cautious, those places won't stop her. And the rare medicinal herbs that haven't been discovered for many years, she can easily take them. Thinking of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun, Zhou Yanqiu still felt a bit angry. She secretly cursed Wang Zhenjiang in her heart. When she has time, she will deal with him and Lu Honyun. For now, she will let those two enjoy a few days of comfort. Zhou Yanqiu took the money, grabbed Zhou Lanfang's hand, and headed toward Dongfang Hong's store. Dongfang Hong's store has 2 floors. The upstairs is counters selling clothes, candies, and other small items. The downstairs sells daily necessities like bicycles, record players, sewing machines, and other popular big items, all on the first floor. In a few years, this place will be transformed into the county's department store, becoming the most bustling area in Qing'an County. Inside Dongfang Hong's store, Zhou Yanqiu took out 2 large notes and handed them to Zhou Lanfang, smiling warmly, her eyes full of happiness. "Sister, here you go." Zhou Lanfang was surprised and said softly, "Yanqiu, why are you giving me money?" Yanqiu smiled and replied, "Of course I want to share my money with my sister." Zhou Lanfang put the money back into her hand and said seriously, "Yanqiu, you keep this money. I have some too. My dad gave me 10 yuan. That's enough for me to spend." Just now, when Zhou Jianjun gave Yanqiu money, she saw it too, but she didn't feel jealous at all. Because the ginseng was found by Yanqiu, so the money from selling it belongs to her. Although Zhou Lanfang usually acts carefree, she has very clear principles about what is right and wrong. She leaned close to Yanqiu's ear and whispered, "Buy me a pretty hairpin later." Yanqiu was moved and nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's each buy 2. They looked at each other and smiled. When they saw Zhou Jianjun come in, Zhou Lanfang said, "Dad, Yanqiu and I are going to the 2nd floor to look around." After saying that, they held hands and ran straight upstairs. The Eastern Red Store in this county town has much more variety than the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang headed straight to the small accessories counter and started browsing. The clerk nearby glanced at them, but didn't come over to greet them. Inside the glass display case, there were several beautiful plastic hairpins, in red and pink, decorated with star-shaped spots. After choosing, each bought 2 hairpins they liked. Each hairpin cost 80 cents, and Yanqiu paid 3.20 yuan. Industrial products these days are really expensive. 80 cents could buy a full meal at the cafeteria. But young girls love these things, don't they? These are among the most popular items right now. If a boy bought a pretty hairpin for someone he liked, it would probably increase his good impression in her heart, little by little. And these items don't need a receipt. As long as you have money, you can buy them. Otherwise, Yanqiu really couldn't buy 4 at once. After buying the hairpins, Yanqiu pulled Zhou Lanfang to the pastry counter. They ordered 2 jin of the special egg cakes of this period, also bought 2 jin of peach crisps, 2 jin of fruit candies, and 1 jin of white rabbit milk candies. Yanqiu spent a whole big note again. They didn't encounter any strange incidents this time, what a pity. After buying these items, Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and went to the personal care product section. This area sells toiletries like toothpaste and toothbrushes. Zhou Yanxiu pulled Zhou Lanfang straight to the place selling snow cream. She had heard a lot about the snow cream but had never bought it herself. When they reached the counter and saw the snow cream displayed, Zhou Yanxiu's eyes lit up. "Excuse me, I want to buy some snow cream." The saleswoman nearby saw a customer interested and stopped chatting with her colleague. She walked over casually and asked, "What would you like to buy?" Zhou Yanxiu pointed at the snow cream on the counter. "I want to buy this snow cream." The saleswoman looked at what Zhou Yanxiu was pointing to and said, "This is the famous Snow brand snow cream, 2.4 yuan per box. Would you like some?" After saying that, she glanced at Zhou Yanxiu and then at herself, unable to help asking, "Young lady, how do you take care of your skin? Do you use this snow cream?" Seeing Zhou Yanxiu's bright, glowing skin, the saleswoman was very envious. She also used the snow cream, but she never noticed such effects. Zhou Yanxiu replied calmly, "No, I was born like this." The saleswoman looked a bit disappointed. If it's natural, then there's nothing she can do about it. "How many boxes of snow cream would you like?" Zhou Yanxiu thought for a moment. "One for herself, one for Lanfang, and one for her aunt." "3 boxes, please." The saleswoman happily took out 3 boxes of snow cream. Zhou Yanxiu then paid with a large banknote. In just a short while, Zhou Yanxiu spent nearly 20 yuan. Lanfang looked at her spending and wanted to stop her. 3 boxes of snow cream cost 7.2 yuan. Lanfang looked a bit distressed. "It's too expensive." Zhou Yanxiu thought for a moment. She had almost bought everything she wanted. It was better to go downstairs and meet her uncle now. On the first floor, Zhou Jianjun was looking at a radio on the counter. It was a relatively expensive Muden brand radio, costing over 150 yuan. He had wanted one for a long time, but to buy this radio, he needed a radio ticket. Getting a radio ticket was very difficult now. Ordinary people couldn't get one. Rumor had it that some were sold on the black market, but each ticket cost dozens of yuan, plus the cost of the radio itself, and altogether, it added up to about 200 yuan. He is now very reluctant to buy anything. After Zhou Yanxiu went downstairs, he saw his uncle focused on the radio at the counter. He walked over with Zhou Lanfang. The radio was playing the new version of the storytelling show, Harbor. Zhou Jianjun was so absorbed that he almost lost himself in it. The small radio at home couldn't pick up this channel at all. Zhou Yanxiu gently patted Zhou Jianjun on the shoulder. "Uncle, do you like this radio?" Startled by the pat, Zhou Jianjun looked up. He had been so focused on the radio that he didn't notice Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang had already finished shopping and come down. Hearing Zhou Yanxiu ask, Zhou Jianjun smiled casually. "It's not about liking or not liking. I was just waiting for you guys to get bored and look around. Have you finished shopping? Okay, let's go home." He looked at the big and small bags in their hands and smiled. "Wow, you bought a lot. Big bags and small bags. Come on, let me carry some." He took the biggest bag from them. Though called a big bag, it wasn't heavy, just a few pounds of pastries and candies inside. Zhou Yanxiu secretly watched his uncle's actions. His eyes almost glued to the radio. If he said he didn't like it, maybe he was lying. Zhou Yanxiu thought, maybe someday he could buy a radio for his uncle. He believed his uncle would be very happy then. After leaving the Dongfanghong store, the 3 of them headed to the county high school to visit Zhou Hongbing, who was studying there. Zhou Hongbing was Zhou Lanfang's younger brother and Zhou Yanxiu's cousin. They used to be very close. When they were kids, Zhou Hongbing was especially clingy to Zhou Yanxiu. Because once, he almost drowned, and Zhou Yanxiu was the one who found him and saved him just in time. Since then, Zhou Hongbing's respect for Zhou Yanxiu grew even more than for Zhou Lanfang. All 3 of them felt happy. Zhou Jianjun had sold the ginseng, earning a lot of money, enough for Yanxiu to live comfortably for several years. Even after a few years, when she found a family of her own, she could use the money as dowry, and he could add a little more. Zhou Yanxiu felt relieved about her worries. Even if she didn't go back to the mountains to find ginseng, the ginseng plant in her space would grow to 50 years in about 20 days. At that moment, it all depended on whether she could pass old Chui's test. She had a feeling that old Chui was a very skilled healer. If she could pass his test and learn from him for a while, she would understand the medical books in her space. Maybe someday she could become a great healer herself. Zhou Lanfang was simply happy. To her, just going out to explore the county was fun, and she was excited to see her little brother again after more than 2 weeks. She planned to teach him a lesson later. As they approached the high school at the edge of the county, Zhou Yanqiu felt excited. It had been a long time since she saw her little brother, Zhou Hongbing, and she almost forgot what he looked like. Not far ahead, they heard a noisy commotion. A young man was running quickly toward them, panicked, holding a small dagger in one hand and clutching a black briefcase. From a distance, 2 middle-aged men were chasing after him, shouting, "Stop! Don't run! Give that back to me," but the young man was much faster than them. Since it was a cold day, there weren't many people on the street. When the 2 middle-aged men saw Zhou Jianjun and the others, their eyes lit up. They shouted, "Comrade ahead, help us stop this thief." Hearing this, the thief brandished his dagger and looked fiercely at Zhou Jianjun and the others. When he passed by, his eyes were full of suspicion, and he threatened, "Mind your own business." Zhou Jianjun hesitated. Normally, he would step in to help, but he was still with Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang. If they got hurt in a fight, he would regret it forever. Zhou Yanqiu tugged at Zhou Jianjun, signaling him not to move. She turned her palm over and took out a small stone from her space. The young thief had already run about 20 meters ahead. The 2 middle-aged men, panting heavily, looked at him, realizing they couldn't catch him. Zhou Yanqiu's hand trembled, and the small stone shot out like an arrow. The thief, about to escape, cried out in pain as he was hit in the leg and fell to the ground. His dagger slipped from his hand with a loud clatter. It was a moment of hope. The 2 seemingly important middle-aged men thought they had no chance of catching him, but unexpectedly, the thief was struck by a stone. When Zhou Yanqiu threw the stone, he didn't avoid being seen, so one of the middle-aged men noticed his action. The man gratefully nodded at Zhou Yanqiu and quickly stepped forward to hold down the thief. First, they needed to recover the bag, as its contents were very important. After retrieving the bag, they could thank the young girls who helped. Zhou Jianjun saw that the thief was already on the ground and that the 2 middle-aged men had gone over, so he didn't need to help anymore. He also saw the stone Zhou Yanqiu threw earlier. He was surprised at how accurate Zhou Yanqiu was, hitting the target from so far away in one shot. No wonder Zhang Yuanbiao was so badly hurt. Zhou Lanfang looked on with curiosity as the 2 middle-aged men held the thief firmly on the ground. Zhou Yanqiu pulled her aside. "Sister, stop watching. Let's go and find Hongbing." Zhou Jianjun glanced at Zhou Yanqiu and felt increasingly confused about his niece. Not only was she strong, but she was also very brave. Yesterday, she dared to fight a dangerous man like Zhang Yuanbiao directly, and today she quickly took down a thief. Although she was doing good deeds, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but feel worried. He was afraid that Yanqiu might get involved in bigger trouble in the future. Seeing that the thief was subdued, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang and left. They left the rest to handle themselves, as they had no intention of asking for any reward. The 2 middle-aged men watched them go. The man who saw Zhou Yanqiu act quickly called out, "Comrades, please wait. We haven't thanked you for your help yet." Another man, who hadn't seen Zhou Yanqiu's action, asked curiously, "Old Liu, do you think they helped us?" Liu, the man's name, thought about Zhou Yanqiu's quick move. His hand trembled slightly, and the stone shot out like a swift bird. He sighed inwardly. "Of course. You don't think this thief just fell down by himself, do you?" Zhou Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. "It's no big deal. No need to thank us." Zhou Jianjun shook his head. "It was not a big deal, and not worth fussing over. No need. We're just from the countryside. It's nothing important." After saying that, he led Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang away quickly. The Lu man looked at the 3 of them carefully. These comrades had really helped them a lot. At Qing'an County High School, there were a few rows of simple houses used as classrooms. The school had fewer than 500 students in total, so the number of students was quite small. At the school gate, an old man was watching the entrance. He was dozing off in a small room nearby. Zhou Jianjun knocked on the door. The old man guarding the gate woke up suddenly. Seeing the three visitors outside, he looked unhappy and said sternly, "What do you want?" Zhou Jianjun took out a cigarette and offered it. "Old man, my child is inside studying. I came to check on him and bring some things." The old man took the cigarette, his mood improved a little. "What grade in class is he in?" "After class, I'll call him out." Zhou Jianjun wanted to say more. Zhou Yanxiu stepped forward with a smile. "Old Lu, do you remember me?" The old man looked at her carefully and suddenly remembered. You are Wang Yanxiu." Back then, Zhou Yanxiu was a well-known figure at school. She excelled in all subjects, always ranked first, and was very pretty. Everyone in the school knew her. Zhou Yanxiu smiled. "Yes, but I've changed my name. Now I'm Zhou Yanxiu." "Old Lu, my younger brother is inside in the first year of high school. Can we go in and wait?" Old Lu grinned widely, showing his teeth. "If others come, I wouldn't let them in. But since you're here, I can't stop you. Go ahead. Classes are still in session. Wait until they're over." "Old Lu, I understand." Old Lu opened the door for them and let them into the school. This was the only high school in Qing'an County, but it wasn't very big, only about 5 or 6 acres. In the middle of the school, there was a flower bed with a pine tree planted in it. The flowers under the pine tree had withered and could only wait until next year to bloom again. The three of them stood by the flower bed, waiting for Zhou Hongbing to finish class. Don't ask why they didn't sit down to wait. There was no place to sit. The flower bed made of cement is now cold to the touch. Sitting on it for a while will definitely make you freeze and cause stomach trouble. The three of them waited here for a little while. People in the classroom kept glancing outside curiously. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for class ended and students hurried out of their classrooms. A tall boy ran over to them, looking very excited. Although it had been a long time since they last saw each other, Zhou Yanxiu recognized him immediately. At this moment, Zhou Hongbing was about 1.75 meters tall and slim, with thick, shiny eyebrows, bright and lively eyes, a high nose bridge, some teenage pimples on his face, and faint soft hair on his lips. He looked a bit like Zhou Jianjun and also a little like Li Guiyun. Seeing Zhou Hongbing, Zhou Lanfang jumped up and waved at him. Hongbing, over here." Zhou Hongbing had already seen the three of them when he was in the classroom, and he still found it hard to believe. Besides his father and sister, was there also Sister Yanxiu? He hadn't seen Zhou Yanxiu for over a year, and he couldn't quite believe it. Only when he walked closer did he realize he hadn't made a mistake. He stared at her with wide eyes. "Sister Yanxiu? Why are you here?" Zhou Yanxiu was a little excited and patted his arm. "You've grown so tall, kid." Zhou Lanfang gently tugged on Zhou Hongbing's ear and said with a smile, "Kid, I'm here and you didn't even say hello." Zhou Hongbing thought to himself, "Oh no, I forgot to greet my sister. Sis, we're at school. Please give me some face. If my classmates see us, it'll be embarrassing." Zhou Lanfang smiled and let go. "We came to the county town for something today. After we finish, we came to see you. We'll be leaving soon." Zhou Jianjun stepped forward to look at Zhou Hongbing. He was very pleased with his son, obedient, sensible, not troublemaker, and doing well in school. "Hongbing, how are things at school? Are you missing anything here?" Zhou Hongbing smiled happily. "It's good. Nothing is missing." "Dad, why did Sister Yanxiu come here too?" Zhou Yanxiu made a serious face. "What, don't you want me to come see you?" Hearing this, Zhou Hongbing quickly said, "No, I just didn't expect it." Zhou Yanxiu chuckled softly, "Just joking. From now on, you can see me when you go home. I'm now living with Grandma. Also, from now on, my name is Zhou Yanxiu." "Did you hear that?" Zhou Hongbing looked at his father with wide eyes. "Dad, is Sister Yanxiu telling the truth?" Zhou Jianjun smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's true. Things that happened these past few days. That's why you didn't know." Zhou Hongbing's face lit up with joy. "So, I can see Sister Yanxiu every time I go home from now on." Zhou Yanxiu smiled and nodded. "Yes." Zhou Hongbing's lips almost stretched to his ears. "That's great." Zhou Yanqiu reached into her pocket and took out a big envelope.
Hongbing, this is money for me. Keep it.
When you need to buy things, don't be afraid to spend it. Zhou Hongbing refused. Sister, I don't want it. You keep it and spend it yourself. Zhou Yanqiu didn't accept his refusal. She grabbed his hand and pushed the money into it. Confused, Zhou Hongbing looked at his father. Before Zhou Jianjun could speak, Zhou Yanqiu said, Uncle, this is for Hongbing. Please don't stop him. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. All right, keep it. Just don't spend it all at once. Finally, Zhou Hongbing felt a bit embarrassed and took the money. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang then asked Zhou Hongbing questions about himself, making Zhou Jianjun unable to join the conversation. Soon, it was time for Zhou Hongbing to go to class. Zhou Jianjun and the others needed to hurry to catch the bus back to Qingyang town, then rush back to the village. The three of them, along with Zhou Hongbing, reluctantly said goodbye and headed to the bus station to go back. What they didn't know was that Zhang Ligua from the town police station, along with officials from the County Public Security Bureau, was at their home, looking for them to ask about some case details. Zhang Ligua looked at Li Guiyun. Sister-in-law, did Zhou Jianjun take that girl to the county? Li Guiyun looked apologetic. Yes, that's our niece. She said she was going to the county a few days ago. They wanted to buy some things. You didn't say you were coming today. If I had known, I would have told them to go tomorrow. Thinking about Zhang Yuanbiao's basement at home still makes Zhang Ligua feel nervous now. That terrifying basement, after being examined overnight by the county forensic team and related personnel, is now mostly understood. Its cruelty far exceeds Zhang Ligua's imagination. The women who were tortured to death were mostly dismembered by Zhang Yuanbiao after they died. The forensic experts at the scene vomited several times during their analysis. The scene was extremely brutal. Police officers who saw the scene will probably have nightmares tonight. They never want to see such a scene again in their lives. Just this once, they are already mentally scarred. Preliminary investigation shows that about 15 women were tortured to death in that basement by Zhang Yuanbiao. This is more than the 13 missing persons reported by Qingyang town over the years, because He Jing has been rescued. So, only one person survived. The woman named He Jing, who was found and rescued by Zhou Yanqiu. The case is very serious, and the county police are paying close attention, reporting immediately to the city bureau. Since Zhou Yanqiu was the first to discover the scene and the one who injured Zhang Yuanbiao, the county police came to ask him some questions. They didn't expect him to be away from home. There was nothing they could do. He wasn't a criminal, and in fact, he had made a big contribution to the case. Zhang Ligua looked at his colleagues from the county police and said with some helplessness, "What a coincidence, he's not home. We'll have to come back tomorrow." The two police officers from the county police were a man and a woman. They didn't expect to make a wasted trip. Hearing Zhang Ligua, they asked, "When do you think she'll be back?" Li Guiyun looked at Zhang Ligua and said, "Probably around dinner time. They take the bus from the county to the town, then ride bikes home. You three might as well stay here for dinner and wait for them." Li Guiyun was not unfamiliar with Zhang Ligua. He had a good relationship with Zhou Jianjun, and they visited each other during festivals. She had met Zhang Ligua several times. So, when Zhang Ligua brought these two unfamiliar police officers, she didn't feel scared at all. She thought it was a good thing. They probably came to ask about Yanqiu's detailed account of the case to see if it could help, and then they could think about how to reward them. Zhang Ligua looked at the two police officers and said, "Comrades, why don't we eat here? We can ask our questions after the others return. It saves us from making multiple trips tomorrow." The two police officers hesitated. One said, "Captain Zhang, this might not be appropriate. Eating at a civilian's house could be risky." Zhang Ligua chuckled and replied, "You don't understand. If it were someone else, I might agree. But this family is different. The head of the household is Zhou Jianjun, a comrade of mine from the trenches. We are like brothers who face life and death together. Having a meal here is no big deal. Just think of it as eating at my place." Hearing this, the two police officers hesitated again. The male officer said, "All right, then we follow Captain Zhang's lead. Since we drove here, it's fine to stay a bit longer." Zhang Ligua clapped his thigh and said, "Good. That's settled. It's almost quitting time, and I can have a couple of drinks with my brother. Then he looked at Li Guilin and said, Sister-in-law, sorry to trouble you. Please prepare a couple of snacks to go with the drinks. Li Guilin smiled cheerfully and said, Of course, of course. Snacks are ready. You guys just sit inside and wait. After that, Li Guilin went to the kitchen to prepare the food. As mealtime approached, Zhou Jianjun arrived home riding his bicycle with Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang. At the door, Zhou Zhengwo saw the jeep parked outside. He immediately understood that the police were waiting inside. On the street, some curious neighbors came out with bowls to watch the scene. One asked Zhou Jianjun, Jianjun, what happened at your place? Why are the police here? Zhou Jianjun looked expressionless and said, Nothing much. A few days ago, I accidentally helped out the authorities a little. They came to thank me. Having police cars at the house was a sign that he might have revealed some information, so the villagers wouldn't gossip unnecessarily or think he was in trouble. That's why the police came. Zhou Yanxiu also looked curiously at the jeep in front of the house. Zhou Jianjun whispered to her, Don't be nervous.
Just say what you need to.
Understand. Zhou Yanxiu nodded. She wasn't nervous at all. I'm not nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. Zhou Jianjun nodded. It's good not to be nervous. Many people feel nervous just seeing police officers. When he entered the house, Zhou Jianjun heard Zhang Ligua's familiar voice chatting inside. Hearing the door open, Li Guhyun came out of the kitchen. Jianjun, you're finally back. Li Gua and the others have been waiting for a while, and they brought 2 police officers with them. We'll have dinner together later. The food is almost ready. Come in and say hello. Zhou Jianjun responded with a nod, brushed off the dust from his clothes, stomped his feet, and prepared to go inside. Inside, Zhang Ligua heard the noise and said to the 2 police officers from the county, they should be back. I'll go see. Before he could stand up, Zhou Jianjun entered the room, smiling. Ligua, when did you arrive? I thought you were coming tomorrow, so I hurried to the county today. Zhang Ligua stood up, smiling on his dark face. Just in time. The county police are here today. They wanted to learn about the situation. I brought them along. We'll have dinner at your place tonight. Zhou Jianjun went forward and shook hands with the 2 police officers. They were very polite to him. Even though they were eating dinner at someone else's house and recognizing the great work they did on this case, they couldn't show any bad attitude. Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang also came inside. Zhang Ligua and the 2 police officers looked at them. Zhou Yanxiu faced them calmly, without any nervousness. Zhou Lanfang was a little nervous, but secretly happy. The police coming to their home might mean she and her sister would soon be recognized. Zhang Ligua looked at the 2 police officers from the county. Should we first understand what happened or eat first? The female police officer smiled. Captain Zhang, why don't we do our work first? Then we won't have to think about work during dinner. Zhang Guoyang smiled. That works. We can enjoy our meal without worries. He looked at Zhou Jianjun. Junzi, call Lanfang and Yanxiu over. Let's warm up and just chat casually. Zhou Jianjun nodded. This was an important step to avoid any issues. Yanxiu, Lanfang, bring a stool and sit here. Don't be nervous. Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang obediently moved 2 stools over. Everyone shifted their chairs, and 6 people formed a circle around the fire pit. Since Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang are women, the female police officer spoke first. Hello, comrades. My name is Zhang Yulin. May I ask you a few simple questions? Zhang Yulin smiled, giving a friendly impression rather than a serious one. Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang nodded. Yes, no problem. Zhang Yulin turned to the male officer nearby. Li Jun, you are in charge of taking notes. She asked questions one by one, mainly about how they discovered the place, what happened in the middle, and what actions they took. Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang answered honestly, without hiding anything. They responded very openly. Unbeknownst to others, all these questions and answers were carefully planned by Zhou Yanxiu beforehand. Because she had prepared notes on the questions in advance, it only took about 20 minutes for Zhang Yulin and Li Jun to understand everything clearly. After the questioning, Zhang Yulin curiously asked, Comrade Yanxiu, could you show us your skill in throwing stones? Not only Zhang Yulin was curious, but also Zhang Ligua. Seeing a seemingly fragile woman use just 2 small stones to subdue a fierce criminal made everyone interested. He really wanted to see it. Zhou Yanqiu's beautiful eyes smiled. Of course, I can demonstrate it in the yard. She was already prepared mentally to show her skill. They went to the yard. It was not yet completely dark outside. Zhou Yanqiu took 2 bricks and placed them near the gate, standing them upright on the ground. She stepped back about 10 steps, roughly 20 meters away. She casually picked up 2 stones of similar size from the ground, weighing them in her hand. Everyone watched her closely, without blinking. Few people had seen her do this before. Even Zhou Jianjun, when he caught a thief in the county, saw her quick hands but couldn't see clearly. Zhou Yanqiu swung her arm gently, as if with little effort, and the stones shot out swiftly. Even though everyone stared intently, they only saw a blur of motion. There was only a loud sound. A brick broke apart instantly. Zhou Yanqiu shook her wrist again. Another loud. The remaining brick was shattered into pieces by the stone. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Lanfang reacted first, looking at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and she stepped forward to take her hand, looking her over carefully. Clearly, Yanqiu's arm wasn't much stronger than her own, so why was she so amazing? Why couldn't she do the same? Thinking back to a few days ago when Yanqiu carried a water jar full of water, she sighed. People really are different. That water jar was too heavy for 3 of her to lift, but Yanqiu easily carried it alone. Zhang Ligua and Zhang Yulin, surprised, quickly moved closer to see the condition of the bricks. Usually, from this distance, if a stone hits a brick, it wouldn't shatter but only knock it over because the force isn't enough. But Zhou Yanqiu's 2 stones shocked them. They shattered 2 blue bricks from 20 meters away. The power was incredible. To these experts, the force behind those stones was greater than that of a regular pistol. No wonder Zhang Yuanbiao was so badly hurt. However, the 2 police officers from the county showed no sympathy for Zhang Yuanbiao, especially Zhang Yulin, a woman, who deeply despised his evil deeds. Her eyes shone with excitement as she looked at Zhou Yanqiu, as if she saw a rare treasure. She took Zhou Yanqiu's hand and said, "Comrade Yanqiu, would you consider joining our police force? With your skills, it would be a shame not to join us. If you're interested, I will apply to our director tomorrow." Her words surprised everyone, including Zhang Ligua, who didn't expect her to say that. But soon, everyone realized that Zhou Yanqiu was very suitable for their police team. She had special skills, was brave and careful, and full of justice. She would be an excellent soldier for their police force. Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. This idea was really good. Zhou Lanfang also looked at Zhou Yanqiu with some envy. Wow, Yanqiu is really impressive. If only I were that capable, I would love to become a police officer. It would be so proud. Zhang Ligua also encouraged her, saying, "Jianjun, this is great. Getting into the police force is very hard, you know that." It's rare for Yanqiu to agree to it. Jianjun also spoke excitedly. "Yanqiu, why don't you give it a try?" Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. If it had been before, she would have said yes right away, because it's a very good job. Plus, Zhang Yulin was right. It suits her well and allows her to use her strengths. Many people would envy her for it. But now, she has different thoughts. She wants to focus on traditional Chinese medicine. After thinking carefully, Zhou Yanqiu politely declined Zhang Yulin's kind offer, saying, "Comrade Zhang, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. My heart isn't in that." Zhang Yulin didn't expect her to refuse. She thought no one would turn down such a good job. Everyone at the scene was surprised that Zhou Yanqiu so decisively rejected a hot opportunity. Jianjun was momentarily stunned, deep in thought. He remembered the look in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes when they were at Cui Lao's place. She looked so eager. He sighed inwardly. The child has grown up and has her own ideas. It's just a pity about that job. It was really a great opportunity. Seeing Zhang Yulin talk about the job, he could tell she was confident she'd get it. Losing such a promising position might make her regret it later. It seems he needs to go up the mountain more often to look for aged ginseng. He wondered if he could find the 50-year-old ginseng. What a headache. But what about his child's wish to study medicine? He can only do his best to support her. At this moment, Li Guilan had prepared all the dishes. Jianjun, go invite the guests to the table. Lanfeng, Yanqiu, come help serve the food, Li Guiyan called out, and Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfeng quickly came over to serve the dishes. Jianjun then called Zhang Ligua and the two police comrades to the table to eat. Li Guiyan shared some dishes. The group still went to the inner room with their grandmother to eat, enjoying the same food, and it was even warmer inside. When the food was served, Zhang Ligua and the others hadn't started eating yet, but they already smelled the delicious aroma. Zhang Ligua was surprised and curious. Had his sister-in-law's cooking improved so much? The taste was just as good as that of experienced chefs at state-run restaurants. The dishes included the classic garlic pork slices, pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, a plate of pig's head meat, a bowl of peanuts, and 2 vegetable dishes. The table was very rich and full. 2 police officers from the county felt a bit embarrassed. Even with their conditions, they rarely enjoyed such a lavish meal. Zhou Jianjun took out a bottle of small northeastern liquor. Ligua, we haven't had a drink together in a long time. Today, we should drink a lot. He then looked at Zhang Yulin and Li Jun with a smile and said, you two are lucky to be here. A few days ago, I hunted 2 wild boars in the mountains and shared the meat. Without that, we couldn't have such a big feast. Do you want to drink some wine? Zhang Yulin was interested when he heard it was wild boar meat and said, I definitely want to try. But I won't drink alcohol. You and Zhang can have some. Li Jun needs to drive and I won't drink. Zhou Jianjun didn't insist. Since he was driving, he wouldn't drink either, and he didn't press further. Then you two just enjoy the dishes, don't hold back. Eat as you like. Zhou Jianjun poured a full glass of wine for Zhang Ligua. Come on, let's have a toast, brother. Zhang Ligua was so tempted by the food on the table that he almost couldn't wait. Wait a moment, I want to eat a few bites first. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of garlic pork. Zhang Yulin and Li Jun also raised their chopsticks and took a bite. As soon as they tasted it, it was so delicious. Even in the city, Zhang Yulin and Li Jun had never tasted such fragrant farm-style food. The garlic pork had no fishy smell at all, was soft and sticky, and combined with the fresh aroma of garlic, the flavor was amazing. When Zhang Yulin and Li Jun tasted it, their eyes lit up. They had eaten garlic pork before, but never prepared so well. Usually, pork has a slight fishy smell, and wild boar meat can be even more gamey, making it unsuitable for garlic pork. They didn't know how it was processed this well. Zhang Ligua took a few bites of each dish, and everyone suited his taste perfectly. Each dish was tasted, and out of curiosity, I asked Zhou Jianjun, your wife studied under a great master, so how come her cooking is so amazing now? Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly. She suddenly had a breakthrough. His wife's delicious cooking surprised Zhang Ligua, Zhang Yulin, and Li Jun. He also felt very proud of himself. After the meal, he drank happily with Zhang Ligua, and Zhang Yulin and Li Jun also ate until they were full. Everyone was very satisfied. When Li Guiyan arrived, Zhang Ligua, with a red face, gave her a big thumbs up, saying, Sister-in-law, your cooking is fantastic. Zhang Yulin and Li Jun also praised her sincerely, saying the food was truly excellent and very tasty. Li Guiyan smiled, her eyes narrowing into a line. As long as you like it. If you want to eat more, just come over anytime. Zhang Yulin shyly said, Sister-in-law, that's not really possible. Li Guiyan laughed. No problem, just come whenever you want to eat. Everyone exchanged polite words, and Zhang Ligua, Zhang Yulin, and Li Jun prepared to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Yulin took Zhou Yanqiu's hand seriously and said, Comrade Yanqiu, please seriously consider it. Working in the public security system really suits you. If you come over, you'll definitely do great. Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect Zhang Yulin still hadn't given up, so she nodded. Okay, Comrade Yulin, I will think about it carefully. Li Jun drove the jeep with Zhang Ligua and Zhang Yulin leaving. Before they left, Zhang Ligua kept saying he wanted to come back for another drink. He hadn't had such a good time drinking in a long while, and the food was really delicious. It was so tasty, so delicious. Next time, he wanted to come again. Zhang Ligua was already planning when he could find another excuse to visit again. After dinner, Aunt Li Guoyan tidied everything up, and the whole family gathered around the fireplace to chat for a while. From now on, their case with Zhang Yuanbiao was no longer their concern. They just needed to wait for the case to be closed and for the recognition afterward. Zhou Jianjun hadn't drunk much alcohol and was now quite sober. He seriously asked Zhou Yanqiu, "Yanqiu, did you tell your uncle whether you really don't want to work at the Public Security Bureau?" Li Guoyan still didn't know about this and was surprised. "What? Yanqiu doesn't want to work at the police station? Why not? Many people want to go but can't get in. What a great job." Grandma also agreed, saying, "Working at the Public Security Bureau is good. Xiao Yanqiu can consider it." A flicker of hesitation appeared in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. She knew her relatives truly cared for her. "Uncle, let me think about it for a few more days." Zhou Yanqiu planned to go to Changbai Mountain in the next couple of days to look around and see if she could find some ginseng that was at least 50 years old. If she could find 50-year-old ginseng, she would then pass Cui Lao's test and become his apprentice to learn medical skills. She believed her uncles and relatives wouldn't pressure her so much anymore. Plus, she could take the chance to review her high school lessons. When next year's college entrance exams started, she would be ready to take them. Zhou Jianjun listened to Zhou Yanqiu say she needed more time and didn't ask further. He believed she would make her decision clearly herself. After returning home with Grandma, Zhou Yanqiu made it a habit to give Grandma a warm water drink with spiritual spring water every night before bed. Grandma's sleep improved more and more. Once Grandma was asleep, Zhou Yanqiu quickly entered her space again, heading straight to the ginseng planted in the spiritual field. She observed that the age of the ginseng had increased from 32 years yesterday to 33 years today. Sure enough, it really grows 1 year older each day. Looking at the empty spiritual field, which was planted with common fruits and vegetables, Zhou Yanqiu felt it was a bit of a waste. She planned to go to Changbai Mountain tomorrow to see if she could find some rare medicinal herbs to plant in the spiritual field, like ginseng and lingzhi. Although she wasn't very familiar with these precious medicinal plants, she had her resource radar. Anything the radar detected, she would transplant into the spiritual field without hesitation. It was more effective than anything else. The radar scanning area covered dozens of square meters. Within this range, all suitable items would appear on the radar, so she didn't need to search carefully. That efficiency was incredible. Zhou Yanqiu decided she would find a way to go to Changbai Mountain tomorrow. She exited her space, went to sleep, and planned to wake up early the next day. In the past few days since her rebirth, Zhou Yanqiu had managed to accomplish several big things. She left her original family, transferred her household registration to Grandma's house, gained her space, and helped rescue He Jing and Zhang Yuanbiao. Only after punishing Wang Zhenjiang's family and the malicious Lu Hongyun thoroughly will she feel completely happy inside. But right now, there is something more important, finding the 50-year-old old ginseng and passing old Chui's test. Otherwise, refusing a good job that everyone thinks is suitable might cause her uncle and grandma to worry about her. Lying on the Kong, Zhou Yanqiu quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, her sleep was restless. She had many fragmented dreams, like pieces of memories. Sometimes she dreamed of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun secretly sending her to Zhang Yuanbiao's house at night, and other times about Zhang beating and torturing her. Sometimes she dreamed of her grandma missing her terribly, hearing news of her disappearance, feeling overwhelmed, and passing away. Her uncle's hair turned white overnight. She also dreamed of Gu Qinghe, who came here year after year asking about her, still searching even after turning gray. He, a person who doesn't believe in gods or Buddha, prays at temples every year just to keep her safe. In the middle of the night, Zhou Yanqiu woke up sweating heavily, tears soaking her pillow. She silently wiped her tears from her face. She told herself that everything was in the past. Neither Wang Zhenjiang nor Zhang Yuanbiao could affect her anymore. From now on, she would never cry again. Her life in the past was too bitter. Now, she wanted to live happily, joyfully, and peacefully. Zhou Yanqiu cleared her throat. "Grandma, I have something to do today, so I won't eat lunch at home. If Uncle asks, just tell him, okay? Grandma looked at her without asking what she was going to do and said slowly, go ahead. Bring some money and come back early tonight. As children grow up, they need their own space. Zhou Yanqiu was very happy. She didn't expect her grandma to agree so easily. As for her uncle, she decided not to tell him right now. She would just do it first and report later. That's what she planned to do, because otherwise, her uncle would definitely ask where she was going. After all the recent trouble, Zhou Jianjun was a bit worried about Zhou Yanqiu going out alone, afraid something might happen again. If Zhou Yanqiu knew what Zhou Jianjun was thinking, she would definitely protest loudly. She is not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble, okay? Zhou Yanqiu happily hugged her grandmother and kissed her on the face.
Thank you, Grandma.
I'll go now. Grandma smiled playfully. You're getting more like a mischievous monkey. Go ahead, be careful and stay safe. Zhou Yanqiu nodded twice and ran outside quickly. She needed to run fast, or it would be trouble if her uncle found out. She headed toward the place where she and Zhou Jianjun had gone hunting before. They didn't go very deep last time. The Chongbai Mountains are so vast. All the hunters living at the foot of the mountain probably haven't explored even 1/10 of it. There are surely many good things deep inside the mountains, still undiscovered by people. Today, she planned to go further into the mountains. Along the way, villagers saw her and looked at her curiously. Everyone knew that Zhou Jianjun had a niece staying with them, and they had been talking about it these days. But only a few people had actually met her. Zhou Yanqiu didn't think much about it. When villagers looked at her, she didn't recognize most of them, so she just smiled and nodded at them before walking quickly away. The mountains are so big. She needed to hurry and explore as much as she could in one day. That's Jianjun's niece. She's really pretty. I wonder if she's engaged to someone. She looks like a fairy. Her standards must be high. I bet no one in our village can match her, no matter how pretty she is. She still has to get married someday. If I looked like her, I'd be picky about who I marry. I wouldn't marry just anyone. Haha, you wish. If you go to sleep now and dream about her, maybe in your dream, you'll look like her. Oh, your mouth is really good at talking nonsense. Haha, by this time, Zhou Yanqiu had already walked far away. She couldn't hear what the villagers were saying about her. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. She quickly reached the mountain trail and looked around. There was no one else going up the mountain at this moment. She relaxed her pace and headed up the mountain, moving more than twice as fast as last time. It was like walking on flat ground. This describes Zhou Yanqiu's current state. The steep slopes on the mountain felt as easy to walk on as village roads beneath her feet. When she encountered a 1-meter-high stone blocking her way, she didn't even need to support herself. She lifted her leg and took a quick step over it. The difficult mountain path that could stop others was easily crossed by Zhou Yanqiu with a light jump. Once she entered the mountain, she felt like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger roaring in the forest. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu reached the place where she had fought a wild boar with Zhou Jianjun before. Last time, she came here but didn't go any deeper. Zhou Yanqiu looked around but found nothing unusual. This area was still accessible to ordinary hunters and mushroom pickers, so finding something valuable was not easy. She looked further into the dense woods ahead. Her goal today was to go deep into the heart of Chongbai Mountain. Just as she was about to move forward, she heard a goo-goo sound and Zhou Yanqiu immediately stopped. Her hearing was very sharp now, and she was sure it wasn't wrong. Sounds like a chicken calling. She stayed calm and took out a small stone from her pocket. Since discovering that throwing stones could be so powerful, Zhou Yanqiu had collected many suitable small stones to keep in her space for emergencies. She tiptoed toward the source of the sound. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a doubt, her first prey of the day was about to appear. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Gently parting a branch, Zhou Yanqiu saw a bird about the size of a pigeon searching for food on the ground. Her eyes lit up. It's a flying dragon. This bird is called a flower-tailed hazel grouse. It has white horizontal stripes all over its body. Because its meat is tender and delicious, and it can fly, it's very hard to catch. Locals also call it a flying dragon. Zhou Yanqiu looked at it, almost drooling with anticipation. Tonight, whether she could eat this flying dragon depended on her. She took a careful, deep breath, squinted her eyes, and quietly raised her right hand holding a small stone. With a flick of her wrist, the stone shot out like an arrow toward the flower-tailed hazel grouse. While searching for food, the colorful hazel grouse sensed danger and was about to fly away. Just as it spread its wings, a small stone hit its neck. With a thud, the bird's neck broke, making it the first catch for Zhou Yanqiu on this mountain trip. Zhou Yanqiu happily picked up the bird. Tonight's dinner was secured. She planned to ask her aunt to prepare it, whether to stew or stir-fry. It would taste great. She stored the bird in her space and continued walking. The path ahead became more difficult until eventually there was no path at all. No one had been here for a long time. Zhou Yanqiu took out a machete from her space to cut away the dead branches, blocking the way. She kept walking, paying attention to the sounds in her mind. Soon she sensed something unusual. She was very happy. Just like when she found ginseng before, her mental resource radar showed a blinking red. She focused on the red. Wild ginseng. 8 years old with high medicinal value. It was just an 8-year-old ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu felt a little disappointed. But then she thought, a 50-year-old ginseng is very rare. If she could find one easily, that would be strange. Using her resource radar, she easily found this hidden wild ginseng. After transplanting it into her spiritual field in her space, she continued walking deeper into the forest. Most of her spiritual field was still empty. She wanted to find more rare herbs and fill the land. It's a long and difficult journey. She planned to plant all the rare herbs from the entire Changbai Mountain into her 2 acres of spiritual land. Haha, Zhou Yanqiu had big ambitions. As she went deeper, her resource radar detected more valuable herbs. 16-year-old blood ginseng. She happily stored it in her space. Another type of ginseng. This blood ginseng is different from the old mountain ginseng. In traditional Chinese medicine, they have different properties and uses. Of course, their prices are also very different. Compared to the old mountain ginseng, the blood ginseng is much cheaper. The price difference can be dozens or even hundreds of times. However, aged blood ginseng is hard to find, and some illnesses can be treated effectively with older blood ginseng, which can also sell for a good price later. Anyway, the spirit field is so large that I will just plant there first. Zhou Yanqiu continues to search deep in the forests of Changbai Mountain for rare materials. The more he searches, the more excited he becomes. There are so many hidden treasures in this undeveloped forest. Suddenly, Zhou Yanqiu's material radar reacts again. A red appears within the radar's scan area. Zhou Yanqiu focuses on the red to see what kind of treasure has appeared this time. Wild Lingji mushroom. 60 years old, with high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes light up. It seems he has found a good item this time. Although it's not an old mountain ginseng, Lingji mushrooms are just as famous as ginseng. Lingji and ginseng are both common medicinal herbs in traditional Chinese medicine and are very precious. Older Lingji mushrooms are even more valuable than ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu quickly moves toward the flashing red on his radar and finds a 60-year-old purple Lingji mushroom. It grows on a huge dead tree about 2 meters in diameter. The mushroom has a purple color with cloud-like patterns on its surface, and a faint layer of powder covers it. This is the most precious spore powder of Lingji. Spore powder is the main medicinal part of Lingji, and the older the Lingji, the more valuable its spores. At this moment, Zhou Yanqiu doesn't realize that if he carefully scrapes off this thin layer of powder and sells it to knowledgeable buyers, it could fetch a price comparable to the 25-year-old ginseng he sold yesterday. He looks at the large purple Lingji on the huge dead tree with joy. A 60-year-old Lingji. Wow! This big mushroom, with a reddish-brown color about the size of a pot lid, is lucky no one else has found and taken it. Zhou Yanqiu quickly collects it into his space. This Lingji grows on a giant dead tree that emits a fresh fragrance. It doesn't look like an ordinary piece of wood. Anyway, Zhou Yanqiu doesn't recognize it, but anyone knowledgeable would be surprised. This isn't just any ordinary wood. It's a 1,000-year-old purple gold sandalwood. Such a 1,000-year-old purple gold sandalwood is almost legendary and very rare in the world. It's not just a type of wood, it's also a rare and special material. The 1,000-year purple sandalwood in Zhou Yanqiu's space has a diameter of over 2 meters at its thickest point and a length of more than 10 meters. In 20 years, its value would be priceless. The space also brought this wood along, placing it next to the 2-acre spiritual field. It looks quite impressive. Since Ganoderma mushrooms don't need to be planted in soil, they don't take up space in the spiritual field. So far, Zhou Yanqiu has gained a lot. Unfortunately, she hasn't found the 50-year-old wild ginseng yet. Deep in the Changbai Mountains, resources are abundant, so there should be plenty of 50-year-old ginseng, possibly even over 100 years old. It's just hard to find at the moment. But with a resource radar, this will happen sooner or later. Zhou Yanqiu enters her space, takes out some prepared dry food, and eats it directly, without heating. The temperature inside the space stays around 20 degrees Celsius, neither too cold nor too hot. So, the dry food isn't frozen into ice blocks. After drinking the spiritual spring water from the space and finishing her meal, Zhou Yanqiu feels fully refreshed. She heads out to continue working. Rest? Only useless people would rest. Just as she is about to leave the space, she notices a plump wild chicken wandering outside. Zhou Yanqiu gets excited. This must be a gift for her to start work. She rubs her hands, quietly exits the space, and appears right in front of the big wild chicken. Big wild chicken. It gets scared. Suddenly, a huge bipedal creature appears before it. Before the chicken can react, Zhou Yanqiu quickly grabs its neck and twists. A large wild chicken weighing about 5 or 6 jin, around 2.5 to 3 kilograms, becomes her catch. A good start of the day, she throws the chicken into her space and prepares for the next treasure hunt. Zhou Yanqiu's morning harvest was quite good. To most people, it might seem like just a year's worth of work. Even professional ginseng harvesters often go 10 or 15 days without finding a single ginseng root. But she has already found 5 or 6 ginseng roots. Even if they're not very old, they're still worth a lot of money. After planting in the space spiritual field for a few months, the ginseng can grow to be worth dozens, or even hundreds of years old. In this way, after a month or two, the ginseng in the space can become old mountain ginseng, or even treasure ginseng, which can be sold for a high price. Zhou Yanqiu continues to go deeper into Changbai Mountain. The further inside she goes, the more good things she finds, because the deep mountains are rarely visited by people. Besides digging for ginseng, she also plans to look for some game animals to sell for extra money. While ginseng and lingzhi are valuable, most people can't afford them. Instead, chickens and meat are easier to sell, whether on the black market or at official purchase stations. Black market prices are higher than official ones, but there is more risk involved. It's a matter of choosing what's best. She plans to hunt some suitable animals. If she can't sell much ginseng now, she can sell the meat from hunted animals instead. This way, she can eat some herself, improve her life, and exchange for other supplies. Now, in the mountains, she picks up anything good she finds. While walking, she spots a large patch of monkey head mushrooms. Her eyes light up. She sees about 10 dead oak trees in front, each covered with many monkey head mushrooms. These mushrooms are a delicious ingredient, selling for about 7 or 8 mao per jin. This patch of mushrooms probably weighs over 200 jin. Each tree has many mushrooms growing in clusters, big and fresh. One mushroom is about half a jin, and the lighter ones are at least 2 liang. They are in the prime harvesting period. If she waits longer, the mushrooms will overripe and lose their tender, firm texture. Monkey head mushrooms are a true mountain delicacy, a top dish for entertaining distinguished guests. They are even more expensive than meat. Dried monkey head mushrooms can sell for at least 4 or 5 yuan per jin. This entire patch could sell for around 200 yuan. Without hesitation, Zhou Yanqiu pulls down all the mushrooms and puts them into her space. She plans to bring them back as a surprise for her uncle. With her space, no matter how many good things she finds, she can always carry them back. Deep in the dense forest, dark and damp places always grow various fungi and mushrooms. Ginseng also prefers such environments. So Zhou Yanqiu keeps discovering unexpected surprises. Her mind's resource radar flashes. When she looks, she finds a wild tianma, a type of medicinal herb that has grown for 10 years. She puts it into her space. This is a good find. But in these deep mountains and old forests, danger also lurks. Zhou Yanqiu is carefully searching for valuable medicinal herbs when suddenly she hears a faint hiss sound in her ears. Her scalp tingles, and she quickly steps back a few paces. She grabs a stone with her right hand. She puts her machete back into her space and replaces it with a sturdy wooden stick over 2 meters long. Everyone has a natural fear of snakes, and Zhou Yanqiu is no exception. There are venomous snakes in this Changbai mountain area, and quite a few species. Zhou Yanqiu definitely doesn't want to be bitten by one. Now, she plans to scare the snake away by making noise. A hidden snake is more frightening. You never know where it might strike from, and you can't escape in time. But if you see the snake, the danger is much less. At least she can easily smash it and then tie it into 2 knots. She holds the stick in one hand and a stone in the other. She strikes the stick toward the source of a sound, hitting the dry branches and grass with a loud smack. The hiss sound grows more urgent as a gray-brown rock-dwelling viper appears, flicking its tongue and showing signs of attack. Zhou Yanqiu looks closely. Wow, this snake is quite large, about 1.5 meters long, as thick as her wrist. Such a big venomous snake is rare. No wonder Changbai Mountain can grow such large venomous snakes. The venom of this snake is very potent. If bitten and not treated promptly, it could be deadly. Right now, the viper is only 5 meters away from Zhou Yanqiu. She narrows her eyes, and her right hand throws a prepared stone directly at the snake's vital spot. Her aim has become very precise. Others might struggle to hit such a small target, even with a gun. The rock python was hit in a vital spot by Zhou Yanqiu, and it was definitely going to die. However, it hadn't completely died yet and was still twisting and writhing on the ground. Zhou Yanqiu stood quietly in place, not moving forward to check. As the saying goes, a centipede that dies is not stiff. When dealing with these highly poisonous creatures, it's better to be overly cautious. After about 10 minutes, the snake finally stopped moving. Zhou Yanqiu had no intention of keeping it. She used a stick to poke it away and threw it far away. Although some people might see this snake as valuable and could sell it for a few dollars, Zhou Yanqiu didn't want to touch it. She searched the mountain for another hour. Under the scan of her resource radar, she found 5 or 6 young ginseng plants under 10 years old, and even one 15-year-old ginseng. But that wasn't enough. She was looking for 50-year-old old mountain ginseng. The time was still early, so she decided to go deeper into the mountain to look. The further in she went, the thicker the trees. Huge trees with a diameter of over 1 meter were common. The branches above blocked out the sunlight, making the light dim. Zhou Yanqiu held her machete more carefully, knowing that a fierce beast could appear from behind the trees at any moment. In this cold forest, Zhou Yanqiu moved alone. She carried her big machete and chased her dream of finding ginseng. While searching for old ginseng and prey, she suddenly heard a tiger roar ahead. Right after, she heard the sound of frantic running from afar, mixed with frightened ba-ba calls. She looked up into the distance, her eyes narrowing. She saw a large northeast tiger biting a fat male sika deer's neck, blood flowing from its mouth. This was a herd of sika deer, about 10 or more. After encountering the fierce tiger, the male deer was killed instantly, and the rest of the herd ran in panic. A few of them, frightened and desperate, ran straight toward her. When Zhou Yanqiu saw the fat sika deer running toward her, she ignored the tiger in the distance. With prey coming right to her, She would be foolish not to seize the chance. She threw a stone at the approaching Sika deer. Then she grabbed another stone and threw it forcefully at a different deer. Two chubby, spotted deer lay on the ground. In the distance, the northeast tiger looked at Zhou Yanxiu for a moment before grabbing its prey and disappearing into the dense forest. Zhou Yanxiu let out a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to face such a fierce beast now. She quickly moved the two deer into her space pouch. As for bleeding the animals, she didn't care about that now. She decided to stop for today since she had already gained quite a lot. She didn't find any old ginseng over 50 years old, so she planned to come back tomorrow. Her schedule was flexible, so she could climb the mountain a few more times if needed. Half of the afternoon had passed, and Zhou Yanxiu prepared to head back soon, worried that her uncle might worry. She slowly walked back from another direction, hoping to find some good items along the way. After about 10 minutes of walking back, Zhou Yanxiu heard footsteps behind her. Her heart tightened, and she quickly turned around. She saw the fierce tiger from earlier following her. Suddenly nervous, Zhou Yanxiu wasn't sure if she could handle this tiger, which looked very fierce. She tightly gripped her knife, ready in case the tiger attacked. When she stopped, the tiger paused for a moment, then slowly moved closer to her. Her heart was pounding faster, and the only sound in the quiet was the tiger's footsteps. She could even hear her own heartbeat. The tiger was getting closer. Zhou Yanxiu could clearly see the king mark on its head. Strong limbs, sharp teeth, commanding eyes, and occasional low growls all showed this was the king of the mountain animals. To her surprise, she saw the tiger holding a small white tiger in its mouth. Seeing Zhou Yanxiu's nervousness, the tiger stopped. It lowered its head, loosened its grip, and gently placed the small white tiger on the ground. Then, it nudged the little tiger toward Zhou Yanxiu with its nose, making a soft growling sound. The tiger looked up, took a few steps back, and stared at Zhou Yanxiu with intense eyes. Zhou Yanxiu was confused. What did this tiger mean? Could it be that it wanted her to raise this white tiger cub? The tiger looked at Zhou Yanxiu without moving and became a little anxious. It stepped forward again, gently grabbed the small white tiger, and moved a few steps toward Zhou Yanxiu before setting it down. It nudged the small white tiger toward her again, then stepped back a few paces and let out a soft growl. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Zhou Yanxiu felt as if she heard a plea in the tiger's sound. She carefully took 2 steps forward. The tiger quickly stepped back 2 steps. She moved forward again, and the tiger retreated once more. Now she understood the tiger really wanted her to take care of its baby, this rare little white tiger. Carefully, Zhou Yanxiu reached out and picked up the tiny white tiger, keeping her eyes fixed on the adult tiger, watching its every move. Seeing her hold the white cub, the tiger's eyes looked tense, as if worried she might hurt its baby. The small white tiger, just born and a little bigger than a cat, squirmed a bit in her arms and then settled into a comfortable sleep. It felt safe with Zhou Yanxiu's gentle presence and showed no signs of fear. She gently stroked the tiny tiger, feeling a strong desire to adopt it. When it grew bigger, it would be impressive to see it in the yard. She planned to train it well, treating it like a big pet. Thinking about this, Zhou Yanxiu softly told the tiger, "I'll take this little tiger with me. I'll take good care of it. When it's a bit older, I'll bring it back to see you." Without waiting for the tiger's response, she gently backed away, holding the small white tiger in her arms. The tiger stayed in place and didn't try to stop her. Until Zhou Yanxiu walked away, she gently turned around and headed back. Zhou Yanxiu let out a small breath, looking at the little white tiger sleeping peacefully in her arms. She thought to herself that she wasn't sure if her uncle would agree to raise it. Never mind, she decided to go back first. She didn't expect that going up the mountain alone would lead to such an event. Zhou Yanxiu gently stroked the little white tiger in her arms. It was now as big as a cat, with its eyes not fully open yet, and its teeth hadn't started to grow. Right now, it posed no threat at all. Zhou Yanxiu made up her mind to raise it for now. But if it shows any sign of wanting to hurt someone in the future, she would return it to the forest. This tiger is a carnivore, and when it grows up, its daily food intake will be huge. Most people really can't afford to raise it. But Zhou Yanqiu thought she should be fine. At worst, she would take the little tiger up the mountain a few more times. Hugging the little white tiger, Zhou Yanqiu hurried down the mountain. When she was near the foot of the mountain, she found a hidden cave. She took out 2 spotted deer from her space and placed them inside the cave. Then she covered it up quickly and hurried to find Zhou Jianjun. She decided to leave the deer to him. After all, she hadn't found the 50-year-old ginseng yet, so she wasn't in the mood to deal with these things. She ran down the mountain and reached Zhou Jianjun's house in less than 10 minutes. She pushed open the door loudly and called out, "Uncle, uncle!" Zhou Jianjun responded from inside, "I'm home." "Come in quickly." Zhou Yanqiu hurried inside. Her grandmother and Aunt Li Guiyun were there too. Before she could speak, Zhou Jianjun spoke directly. "Where did you go today?" "You didn't have lunch at home." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled. "Uncle, I caught 2 spotted deer. Can you help me go get them?" Zhou Jianjun was surprised when he heard Zhou Yanqiu. "What? Spotted deer? Did you go hunting on the mountain?" Seeing his surprised expression, Zhou Yanqiu lowered her voice. "I just went up the mountain to see if I could catch some game." Zhou Jianjun looked at her, feeling both angry and worried. He was angry that she went up the mountain alone without telling anyone, and she didn't bring any self-defense weapons. What if she encountered a wild beast? But after thinking about her skills, he sighed inwardly. He finally understood that his niece was not an ordinary girl. He realized he couldn't judge her by usual standards anymore. He sighed and said, "Next time, tell me in advance if you're going to the mountain. Don't go secretly." Zhou Yanqiu suddenly looked up with bright eyes and a smile like a peach blossom. "Uncle, do you agree for me to go to the mountain?" Zhou Jianjun replied impatiently. "If I don't let you go, will you not go?" Zhou Yanqiu chuckled happily. Grandma then realized Zhou Yanqiu had gone to the mountain and said worriedly, "You're just a girl. Going to the mountain is very dangerous." Zhou Yanqiu quickly comforted her. "Grandma, that's dangerous for others, but I am capable." "It's not dangerous for me." Li Guiyun also expressed concern. "Yanqiu, next time you want to go up the mountain, ask your uncle to go with you." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, I will ask uncle." Zhou Jianjun stood up and said, "I'll go call Manhwa." "Where did you put the spotted deer?" Zhou Yanqiu quickly told him the location. Soon after, Zhou Jianjun brought Zhou Manhwa over. He called from outside, "Yanqiu, come on, let's go together." This time, they also used a cart, carrying 2 spotted deer easily. Each deer was about 100 pounds, not very heavy. Zhou Yanqiu led Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Manhwa to the hole, which wasn't very deep. They saw the 2 deer inside immediately. Zhou Jianjun touched one of the deer and said, "It's still warm. We need to bleed it quickly so it won't spoil." "Okay, let's hurry and take it back." Zhou Yanqiu carried one deer with one hand and said, "Uncle, you two carry the other one." Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Manhwa watched as Zhou Yanqiu easily carried a deer down the mountain. They smiled helplessly, knowing she was strong and not surprised. The little white tiger was curled up inside Zhou Yanqiu's clothes, sleeping peacefully. It was small but didn't interfere with her work. After placing both deer on the cart, Zhou Yanqiu went back to her uncle's house. She didn't want to go to the meat-cutting scene herself. She trusted her uncle to bring back their share. When she arrived home, her grandma and aunt were still talking inside, and her older cousin Zhou Lanfang had also gotten up. Just now, when Zhou Yanqiu returned, Zhou Lanfang went to take a nap. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come back, Zhou Lanfang pouted her lips. "Xiao Yanqiu, you go up the mountain without calling me." "Humph." Zhou Yanqiu knew that Zhou Lanfang wasn't really angry. She giggled and sat down. "Sister, I brought back some good things." Zhou Lanfang immediately became curious about the good things Zhou Yanqiu mentioned. "What good things?" Before entering the house, Zhou Yanqiu placed a flying dragon, a wild chicken, and 2 large pieces of monkey head mushrooms at the kitchen door. "Delicious things." Afterward, she smiled and said to Li Guilun, "Auntie, I also caught 2 small creatures. Take a look and see how to eat them." Hearing about food, Zhou Lanfang asked, "What are they?" "Where are they?" "I put them at the kitchen door." Zhou Lanfang got up. lifted the curtain, and headed toward the kitchen door. Grandma and Auntie also followed. Wow, is that a flying dragon? Is it really a flying dragon? And a very fat wild chicken. Oh, and monkey head mushrooms. We'll have a good dinner tonight. Li Guoyan looked at the things at the kitchen door with bright eyes. Now she would have her chance to shine. It's a flying dragon. The meat from a flying dragon is delicious. You can stew it, add monkey head mushrooms, and it's fresh. Let's kill it first and eat it another day. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Listen to Annie. Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration. Yanqiu, you're so amazing. Since you came, our family has been able to eat meat every day. My dad never had such good luck hunting before. Grandma, smiling happily, looked at Zhou Yanqiu. She was starting to think her granddaughter was quite capable. Zhou Yanqiu gave a mysterious smile. There's something even better. Zhou Lanfang became even more curious. What is it? Is it also edible? Zhou Yanqiu carefully took out a small white tiger, sleeping soundly from her arms. Zhou Lanfang looked and asked, Is that a little white rabbit? She looked carefully and gasped. She almost shouted, Yanqiu, what are you? Zhou Yanqiu grinned proudly. A little tiger. Zhou Lanfang hurried over, curious, and looked at the white tiger in Zhou Yanqiu's arms. The little tiger was all white, with faint, barely noticeable stripes on its body. When Zhou Yanqiu picked it up, it let out a dissatisfied meow and made a little squealing sound. Growing up, tigers can be scary, but the newborn tiger is also very cute. Especially this very young tiger, whose teeth haven't grown in yet, poses no threat to people. Zhou Lanfang also looked a little surprised and reached out to touch the little white tiger. Grandma stepped forward as well. She has lived at the foot of Changbai Mountain for many years and has seen tigers several times, but this legendary white tiger was the first she had ever seen. Zhou Lanfang called out, Mom, come look. Li Guoyan had just entered the kitchen, planning to deal with the flying dragon and wild chicken, when she heard her daughter call her. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? She came out of the kitchen immediately. She saw the little white tiger in Zhou Yanqiu's arms. The small white tiger was being held by the scruff of its neck, hanging in the air. Its 4 paws were flailing up and down, and it was making protesting sounds like, howl, howl. Li Guoyan was startled. Oh my! Is that a little tiger? A white little tiger? Yanqiu, did you steal a tiger cub? She was very worried. Yanqiu, you can't just steal a tiger cub. The tiger will come looking for its baby when it smells it. Hurry, go find your uncle and ask him to help you find a place to put this little tiger back in the mountains. No wonder Li Guoyan was anxious. They had stories before about stealing tiger cubs and how the mother tiger would come down at night to find her baby, causing tragedy. Hearing this, Grandma and Zhou Lanfang also became worried. Yanqiu, go find your uncle now. Bring some people with you, and let's put this little tiger back in the mountains. Yanqiu quickly calmed them down. Grandma, Auntie, it's not what you think. I didn't steal this little tiger. The tiger's mother gave it to me. When Zhou Yanqiu said this, the 3 people present were all confused. Grandma and Auntie suddenly understood and looked shocked, their faces turning pale. Zhou Lanfang nervously grabbed Zhou Yanqiu's arm. Only then did Zhou Yanqiu realize that her story about meeting a tiger on the mountain had scared them. She smiled gently and said, It's okay, Grandma. I didn't even meet the tiger. It just saw the little tiger and left from afar. Look at this white little tiger. Isn't it very cute? A few people felt relieved when they realized the small tiger wasn't taken from the tiger's nest secretly. As long as it wasn't stolen from the tiger's home, they were okay with it. After a while, Grandma and Aunt looked worried and said, Raising a small dog is easy, just give it some food. But caring for a tiger is hard. When it grows up, it will need a lot of meat every meal. Where can we find so much meat for it? Yanqing Zhou looked indifferent. She was confident she could find enough meat for the little tiger. She joked, It's okay. If it doesn't get enough to eat, I'll take it up the mountain to find its mother. Then she bent down and played with the new little tiger together with Zhou Lanfang. Li Guolan watched for a while, then hurried to the kitchen to prepare things, as it was almost dinner time. After finishing with the wild chicken and the flying dragon, she would start cooking dinner too. If everything went well, tonight would be another delicious meal. Yanking Zhou secretly poured a little spiritual spring water into the water jar when no one was looking. She found an old, broken porcelain bowl and poured some spiritual spring water into it, planning to let the little white tiger drink a few sips first. The little white tiger wasn't feeling very well. It kept sleeping peacefully in Zhou Yanking's arms. The tiger's mother probably thought it wouldn't survive, so she gave the little white tiger to Zhou Yanking. Yanking Zhou wanted to see if the spiritual spring water would help the little white tiger. She brought the water to its mouth. The little white tiger's eyes hadn't opened yet, but it smelled the water and forced itself to wake up. When it saw the bowl, it eagerly started drinking. Its tongue curled and rolled, and it finished the bowl quickly. After drinking, the little white tiger seemed more energetic. It looked at Zhou Yanking and made a soft, "howoo" sound, as if it was still hungry and wanted more. Yanking Zhou poured another bowl of spiritual spring water. The little white tiger let out a "howoo" again and leaned its head into the bowl to drink. Soon it finished the second bowl. After drinking 2 bowls of spiritual spring water, the little white tiger looked much better. It opened its big, round eyes and looked at Zhou Yanking brightly, as if it knew she would be its owner from now on. The person in front of me has sweet, tasty water that they really like, and they smell very nice. If this person were to be their owner, that would also be okay. After Zhou Yanxiu fed the little white tiger 2 bowls of spiritual spring water, the tiger became much closer to her. It seems that this spiritual spring water really works for the little white tiger. Zhou Yanxiu fell into deep thought, realizing that this spiritual spring water is truly special. Fortunately, there is plenty of spring water in the space, enough to use without end. Giving the little white tiger 2 bowls every day is no problem. The smell of cooking from Auntie's kitchen drifted into the main hall. Although they were in the main room, everyone was overwhelmed by the strong aroma. Zhou Lanfang took a deep, satisfied breath. It smells so good. Tonight, there will be delicious food again. My mother's cooking keeps getting better. I feel so happy. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said, yes, once the country allows it, Andy could open a restaurant and definitely make money. In her mind, Zhou Lanfang imagined, if that day really comes, I can have whatever I want to eat. Don't worry, that day will come for sure. And it's not far away. If she remembers correctly, big changes in policies are coming. Then opening a hotel or a restaurant won't be a problem at all. The courtyard gate was pushed open and Zhou Jianjun called out, Guiyun, what's cooking tonight? It smells so good. I caught a flying dragon and some monkey head mushrooms. I'm making soup for tonight. Will there be enough food for 2 more people? Li Guiyun looked at the kitchen. Yes, that's enough. I'll quickly cook a vegetarian dish too.
Who are you planning to invite?
Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang went into the yard and saw Zhou Jianjun carrying 2 deer legs on his back and holding an iron pot. Curious, Zhou Yanxiu asked, Uncle, what's inside that iron pot? You mean this? Zhou Jianjun raised the iron pot. It's deer blood, and it's a good ingredient. We'll use it to make wine later. Zhou Jianjun smiled happily. In recent days, the village had been receiving meat one after another, and everyone was very polite to him. Zhou Jianjun felt very happy too. Whether the game was caught by Zhou Yanxiu or by him, they were family after all. Sharing this made him look good. Zhou Jianjun heard Li Guiyun say that they would be making flying dragon meat tonight. His mouth watered. Flying dragon meat is delicious, but even hunters like them can only enjoy it a few times a year. Zhou Jianjun said to Li Guiyun, such a good dish. I'll call Manhwa to come over tonight for drinks. Li Guiyun and Grandma didn't object. First, their families had a good relationship, and second, Manhwa's father was the village head, so it was good to stay connected. Zhou Jianjun was about to turn around to call Zhou Jianhua when Grandma said, call your second uncle too. He agreed with a nod and turned to go outside. Soon after, Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang helped bring the prepared dishes to the table and set the bowls and chopsticks. Li Guiyun quickly cooked another vegetable dish, stir-fried Chinese cabbage. With 4 dishes and a soup, the meal looked very rich. The dishes included flying dragon meat with monkey head mushroom soup, pork with chili, monkey head mushrooms with meat, for large plates of food and a big bowl of soup. The fragrant food made Zhou Lanfang drool with hunger. Their meals these days had been very good, with meat every day. Zhou Lanfang felt like she was living a fairy tale life. Soon, Zhou Jianjun brought Zhou Jianhua and his father over. As soon as they entered the yard, Zhou Jianhua and his father were attracted by the delicious aroma from the table. Li Guiyun smiled and said, "Second uncle is here. Come inside and sit. The food is ready." Zhou Yanxiu also came out of the house and saw the tall, thin old man who came with his uncle. He greeted him happily. Second grandma, Zhou Xingbang, Zhou Jianhua's father, looked at Zhou Yanxiu. "Little Yanxiu, we haven't seen each other in years. You've grown so much." Zhou Xingbang had often seen Zhou Yanxiu before. A few years ago, before Zhou Yanxiu's mother passed away, she often took her back to her parents' house. Zhou Yanxiu knew most of her relatives here. But Zhou Jianhua had joined the army long ago, so he didn't know him well. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and welcomed Zhou Xingbang into the house. "Second grandma, come in. The dishes are on the table. Later, you and my 2 uncles should drink more." When Zhou Xingbang entered, Grandma was already sitting inside. She said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, oh, it's been a few days. Your complexion looks much better." When Zhou Xingbang came in, he immediately saw his grandmother's face turn a healthy red, and her spirit seemed much better than before. Grandmother smiled and stood up. "Yes, I think so too. Ever since Xiao Yanchun came over, I feel hopeful about life. I believe I can live a few more good years." Zhou Yanchun helped her sit down at the dining table. Zhou Xingbang and the 2 uncles also sat nearby. The 3 grown men wanted to drink, so they sat together. Zhou Xingbang looked at the table full of delicious dishes, smelling the tempting aroma, and said in surprise, "The food is really good." Now, Jianjun's wife is such a good cook. Jianjun proudly filled glasses for Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianhua. "Second uncle, try this dish and see how it tastes." Zhou Xingbang picked up his chopsticks. "It smells so good. It must taste great." He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. "Really delicious. After so many years, I haven't had better food than this." Li Guiyun also smiled happily. Who doesn't love to hear good words? Grandmother enjoyed the meal very much, even drinking a bowl of dragon meat soup. Everyone had a wonderful meal, and Zhou Xingbang and the 2 uncles drank about 2 jin of wine each. After dinner, Zhou Yanchun brought over a little white tiger and showed it to Jianjun, giving a little warning. "Uncle, look, I found this little tiger on the mountain. Can I keep it at home?" Seeing the white tiger in Zhou Yanchun's arms, the 3 men suddenly sobered up a bit. The 3 grown men gathered around the little white tiger, curious and staring non-stop. "Is it really a tiger?" "Yes, it really is. And it's a white tiger. This tiger cub is so small. Can we take care of it?" Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanchun, who quickly repeated what she had told grandmother and the aunts earlier. Finally, Zhou Yanchun said seriously, "Uncle, I want to keep this little tiger." Jianjun looked at her with a meaningful expression. He was starting to find it hard to understand his niece. "Are you sure? This isn't a puppy or a kitten. It's not easy to raise." Zhou Yanchun nodded confidently. "Yes, uncle. I've thought it through. I can take care of it." Zhou Xingbang also nodded. "A tiger bringing good luck is a sign of good fortune. We should keep it. Since it's still small, it should be raised properly." When Zhou Yanchio saw that everyone agreed, she finally relaxed. She was worried that her uncles might have doubts and refuse to support her. If that happened, she would have no choice but to carefully release the little tiger back into the mountains and think of another plan. Everyone gathered around the small white tiger, curious, and watched it for a long time before leaving. Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianhua went home to rest. Zhou Yanqiu also helped her grandmother walk back, carrying the little white tiger, planning to go to bed. Tonight, Zhou Yanqiu had another plan in her mind. After being reborn, she quickly dealt with Zhang Yuanbiao. Although the verdict hadn't been announced yet, the outcome was clear. Zhang Yuanbiao would face strict legal punishment. But her cruel father, Wang Zhenjiang, and the wicked woman Lu Hongyun, who caused her tragic past, had not yet been punished. What made her angrier was that Wang Zhenjiang, when Zhou Yanqiu wanted to change her household registration, falsely accused her uncle of something and extorted 500 yuan from him. All these old and new grudges made her feel uneasy if she didn't seek revenge. Tonight, Zhou Yanqiu planned to go there and find a chance to get her money back. She had space to move around, so it would be easy to do anything. Back at her grandmother's house, around 10 p.m., Zhou Yanqiu drank a bowl of spiritual spring water for her grandmother. They talked for a while before her grandmother finally fell asleep peacefully. After her grandmother was asleep, Zhou Yanqiu took out some old clothes from her space and made a nest for the little white tiger on the ground. She found an old bowl and poured 2 bowls of spiritual spring water for it to drink. The little white tiger happily fell asleep afterward. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the sleeping tiger and thought about where she could find some goat's milk for it tomorrow. Today, at her uncle's house, the little tiger was hungry. But since it was still young and couldn't eat meat, she gave it some rice porridge. The little tiger looked sad and almost cried. It was a tiger after all and didn't want to eat porridge. In the end, Zhou Yanqiu added a little more spiritual spring water to the porridge, which finally made the tiger eat it. It was clear that the little tiger's diet needed urgent attention. Tomorrow, she planned to ask her uncles to find out which family had a milk-producing sheep so she could exchange some meat or other things, or simply buy a sheep that was currently giving milk. Gently, Zhou Yanqiu opened the door and tiptoed out of the house. Tonight, she was determined to go to Wang Zhenjiang's house and get back what he owed her, with interest doubled. Today marks the 8th day since Zhou Yanqiu's rebirth. She has waited until now to take revenge on Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, giving them a few days of peaceful happiness. That was already very kind of her. Zhou Yanqiu didn't open the courtyard gate, worried that the sound might wake her grandmother. She gently jumped over the wall with her hand. Everyone was already asleep at this time. Under the moonlight, Zhou Yanqiu quickly ran from Zhoujia village toward Wangjia village. The moonlight stretched her shadow long across the countryside path. Zhou Yanqiu was running fast. It was late at night and there were no people on the road. She completely relaxed her pace. She moved as lightly as a cat, making no sound with her steps. She was as swift as a cheetah, faster than a horse. Under the night sky, Zhou Yanqiu looked like a ghost, her gray clothes helping her blend into the darkness. The distance from Zhoujia village to Wangjia village was over 10 miles. Zhou Yanqiu ran at full speed and reached there in less than 10 minutes. Her speed was so fast it was hard to believe, even faster than Olympic sprinters. If anyone saw her shadow now, they might be frightened out of their wits. Zhou Yanqiu's heart was burning with passion. After tonight, she would say goodbye to her past and start a new life. Tonight, she planned to release all her lingering anger and frustration from her previous life. She ran faster and faster, feeling light and almost as if her feet were about to lift off the ground. She was moving so quickly that even she felt a little scared. In no time, Zhou Yanqiu saw Wangjia village just ahead. Zhou Yanqiu kept moving without stopping, running lightly toward Wang Zhenjiang's house. She had a good memory and knew this road very well. She could find Wang Zhenjiang's house even with her eyes closed. There was a faint moon in the sky. Zhou Yanqiu's figure flashed like a ghost. Soon, she reached the gate of Wang Zhenjiang's house. The wall was not tall. Zhou Yanqiu easily jumped over it. She chuckled to herself, thinking she had jumped over walls quite a few times these days. She took out a strange incense from her space, a type of incense she found yesterday in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of her space, along with its description. This enchanting incense can help people fall into deep sleep quickly. With its help, those who use it can sleep so soundly that they are almost impossible to wake up. In just a few minutes, it can put someone into a deep sleep, making it a perfect remedy for severe insomnia. After seeing this incense, Zhou Yanqiu thought of using it to deal with Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun. He lit the incense, held his breath, and carefully avoided inhaling the blue smoke into his nose. He knew exactly which room this family of four was in. Holding the lit incense, he gently slipped it through the in Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun's window. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he heard heavier breathing from inside. Zhou Yanqiu felt happy and quickly moved with the incense to Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping's rooms. Using the same method, after 10 minutes, both Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping fell into deep sleep. He quickly put out the incense. It would be such a waste to let them use such a good thing. He found a thin piece of wire from the corner of the yard, approached the door, and carefully inserted the wire into the... With a soft click, the latch on the door opened. Zhou Yanqiu was very familiar with this place. Before coming, he had carefully planned every step in his mind. The latch was open. He gently pushed the door, and it creaked open. Standing in the middle of the main room, he saw that the noise of opening the door hadn't woken anyone, showing how effective his plan was. First, he started in the main room. He took away the small stool. He collected the dishes, bowls, and plates from the cupboard. Then he moved into the kitchen.
Wow, a new pot.
Perfect, just take it. In no time, the kitchen was cleaned out by Zhou Yanqiu. Not even a single piece of firewood was left. Only the empty stove remained. He even dismantled the kitchen door and put it into a space. The chickens in the yard were sleeping peacefully when Zhou Yanqiu caught them by their wings and put them into a space. They made no sound at all. In less than 10 minutes, all the valuable items in the house, except the 3 bedrooms, had been collected into a space. Even the carrots, cabbages, and potatoes in the cellar weren't spared. There is no need to mention the rice and flour in the rice jar. Now only the 3 bedrooms are left. Zhou Yanqiu was the first to open Wang Fengjiao's room. Wang Fengjiao was sleeping alone inside, and Zhou Yanqiu pushed the door without her hearing a thing. He looked inside the wardrobe. Most of the clothes were no longer good. But Zhou Yanqiu didn't mind and put the wardrobe along with the clothes into the space. Those clothes could be turned into rags to make a nest for the little white tiger. The wardrobe could be broken up for firewood. The room was scattered with things. Anything visible was packed into the space, leaving nothing behind. Then he went to Wang Feiping's room and did the same. When Zhou Yanqiu finished, Wang Feiping's room was also empty. Now only Wang Zhenjiang's and Lu Hongyun's rooms remained. Zhou Yanqiu pushed open their door and saw them sleeping peacefully, hugging each other. He coldly glanced at them. They had 2 blankets on the bed, one thin underneath and a thick one on top. He quickly pulled off the thick blanket and stored it in the space. He left the thin blanket for them, worried that under the blanket they might not be wearing clothes. Zhou Yanqiu knew Lu Hongyun was quite flirtatious. In the corner of the bed, there was a red bedside table. Zhou Yanqiu jumped onto the bed, opened the drawer, and rummaged inside. He found a small red cloth bag. Feeling through it, he knew it contained money. Under the moonlight, he opened the bag and saw a thick stack of cash, at least over 1,000 yuan, and some ration and meat coupons. He didn't bother counting. He just threw everything into the space. He also found 2 small yellow fish in the drawer. He was surprised. He didn't expect they had such things. Without hesitation, he put them into the space and also stored the red bedside table. Finally, he felt relieved. Daring to take his uncle's 500 yuan for moving out. This time, he would make them return double. Zhou Yanqiu was confident and straightforward, not holding back. He wanted to leave nothing behind in this house, clean and tidy. Even mice that entered would have to leave hungry. Salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, bowls, and utensils. All the visible items were packed into the space by Zhou Yanqiu. She checked everything 3 times carefully to make sure nothing was left out, then prepared to leave. She took a few steps outside, then stopped and turned back. Looking at the door, she pushed it with both hands. The 2 doors suddenly came off and were directly stored in her space. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the empty house. The 4 people inside were still sleeping and unaware of the big change. I really want to know what their expressions will be when they wake up and see the empty house. Zhou Yanqiu secretly felt a bit disappointed. She wouldn't be able to see that scene. It must be very interesting. She gently jumped over the wall outside. When her feet touched the ground, there was no sign she had been there. It had been almost an hour since she left, and she needed to go back early to sleep. If Grandma woke up and saw she was gone, it might cause some trouble. Zhou Yanqiu, excited, hurried back to Zhou's village. She rushed like the wind, feeling as light as her speed. After suffering for decades in her previous life, she finally could breathe freely today. The days ahead are long, and she will slowly settle accounts. Her good mood seemed to give her extra speed, and she returned even faster than she came. She turned into a gust of wind. Back at Grandma's house, she jumped over the wall again, gently pushed open the door. Xiao Baihu heard the noise, looked up at her, then lay down to sleep again. Grandma was still sleeping soundly, apparently never waking up during the night. Zhou Yanqiu took less than an hour for the round trip. She took off her clothes and got into bed. Sleep, sleep. Zhou Yanqiu hopes to have sweet dreams tonight.